My name is Zang Feng, and I was originally an ordinary office worker on Earth. Once, in order to deal with a particularly difficult customer, I accidentally kicked the circuit board in a panic and fainted on the spot. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a place called the Demon Control Realm. The area of this world is several times larger than that of the Earth, but the rulers here are not humans. In the demon world, demons are the absolute overlords. They come in various shapes, in large numbers, and possess various supernatural powers. They rule most of the land, 70% of the space is occupied by demons, and their relationship with humans is not very friendly. Almost every town is frequently attacked by demons, and ordinary humans are simply unable to contend with these demons. However, there is a special existence that can fight against demons, and that is the demon tamer. Demon tamers are people with unique abilities. They can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and cultivate it into soul cards. Through soul cards, they can seal wild demons and use them to fight for themselves. The more powerful the soul card is, the more demons the demon tamer can control, and the number of demons directly affects the demon tamer's combat effectiveness. When I first came to this world, I not only wanted to be a demon tamer, but I also wanted to be the strongest demon tamer and conquer space demons. Because the actions of space-related demons often cause people from other worlds to travel through, and I happen to be such a traveler. There are many travelers like me, and the natives of the demon control world have long been accustomed to us. Even the demon control offices in various regions have provided us with special assistance to ensure that we can live in this new world. Because of this, I was able to quickly learn some basic information about the demon controlling world in just 10 days. However, it is almost impossible to seal the space demon. From ancient times to now, no one in the demon world has succeeded. Although I have the potential to practice, my aptitude is a little lacking, my practice speed is slow, and my future ceiling is low. In other words, it is almost hopeless to become a powerful demon tamer, and it is even more difficult to become a demon tamer with some level of skill. In addition, I am a time traveler with neither power nor resources, and there is almost nothing I can rely on, so achievement is destined to be out of reach. This morning, the staff of the North District Demon Control Office helped me to condense a soul card. They also gave me a subsidy of 5,000 yuan and a new ID card and other items. Then they let me go out and find a job and make a living on my own. Just then, I suddenly heard a voice in my ear, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the prompt system. Tip: the weather is about to change from sunny to cloudy. Hint: 10 seconds later, Ting Snake will fly over from the north. Hint: in the small shop on the left, there is a scratch-off ticket that is sure to win a grand prize of $50. Hint: something seems to be wrong in the south. It seems something has changed. Do you want to go over and take a look? This cheat is amazing. It can actually show all kinds of opportunity hints. With this cheat, I can seize countless opportunities and find monsters that others would never encounter in their lifetime. As long as I make good use of the countless natural treasures and potions, I can directly force my realm to a higher level. If I continue like this, becoming the strongest demon tamer will be easy. Sealing space demons is no longer a dream." My mind suddenly became clear, and the direction of the future became clear. I began to have my own preliminary plan. First, use the soul card to seal the demon. Then find a way to enter the Demon Tamer Academy. After all, I still have a lot of knowledge to learn. Moreover, with the guidance of an authentic demon taming master, the speed of improvement will definitely be much faster than exploring on your own, and there will be fewer chances of taking detours. Seal the first demon first, then go to school. That's it. Let's see where there are demons to seal first. I stood up and looked towards the south. The previous tip mentioned that there was something strange in the south, so I decided to go there and see if I could find anything. All the way south, I kept an eye out for the cheat prompts, but there were no special instructions on the road until I came to a small park. Hint: get closer and look a few more times, you will find that there are demons in this park undergoing shocking changes. Alienation? That is a special evolution of demons, random and unstable. Some monsters are mutated at birth, while others are mutated by chance during the normal evolution process and become stronger. In short, mutated monsters are very rare and unpredictable. When I saw this tip, I was instantly excited. This is a great opportunity. New tips followed. Hint: if you walk forward 100 steps, turn left 100 steps, and walk another 100 steps, you will see this demon. Isn't this a very detailed tip? I became even more excited, quickened my pace, and ran towards the center of the park. The center of the park is full of low bushes, which hide many small monsters, such as the green worm and flower spider, which are harmless monsters. They are no different from ordinary insects, with weak abilities and mild tempers, and almost no one pays attention to them. In addition to those novice demon tamers, these weak demons can also be used as training objects. The demon I was looking for this time was also hiding in these bushes. With the help of the plugin, I quickly locked onto the target. It was a flower spider as big as a fist, with a brown-black body and white spots all over it. There was a small flower on the top of its head. This flower was often plucked by people to refresh their minds. The flower was also the origin of its name. But the flower spider in front of me is obviously not simple. Hint: not good. This seemingly ordinary flower spider is actually a rare nightmare mutant species in the world. It may become a terrifying existence comparable to legendary demons. Nightmare Lord. Legendary demon. My pupils suddenly contracted. In the demon world, demons are strictly divided into 7 levels from low to high: common, uncommon, rare, precious, epic, legendary, and mythical. Mythological monsters, like Xulong, Typhon, Azathoth, etc., are comparable to gods, and legendary monsters, no matter how weak they are enough to stand at the top. Thinking of this, my heartbeat quickened, and my eyes flashed with a burning light. With such a demon, the future will definitely be extraordinary. Wild demons are naturally hostile to humans. They will not surrender easily, and often require fierce confrontation to subdue them. You will have a better chance of success if you weaken the demon's state during the battle and then summon the soul card to seal it. However, success is not inevitable. The consequence of a failed seal may be that the demon shatters the soul card, resulting in the need to repair the soul card when taming it again. In order to deal with this risk of failure, many demon tamers will prepare a large amount of recovery medicine before taming the demon, so as to quickly repair the soul card and continue to try to tame it. But I came in a hurry this time and was not fully prepared. The flower spider is a monster that is not very powerful, I said calmly, looking at a brick on the ground. Its ability is limited to spinning silk in the early stage, and it is not poisonous. It does not require much preparation to subdue it. As for the possibility of failure, I raised the corners of my mouth slightly. Knock it out, it will lose consciousness, and the soul card will naturally not become invalid. But this flower spider is a nightmare mutant. We need to confirm its information again to ensure everything is safe. I pondered silently, and a prompt immediately appeared. Tip: although this flower spider has been mutated, its progress is relatively low, so it is not difficult to subdue it. I felt relieved now. I looked down at the brick at my feet and suddenly struck it with my hand. Pa! With a crisp sound, the spider that was chewing on the leaves was knocked unconscious by the brick. I quickly summoned the soul card. I said in a deep voice, "Soul card, go!" Buzz following my command, a light blue transparent soul card flew out of the body and quickly flew towards the unconscious flower spider. The card spun in the air, quickly unfolding a cyclone that sucked the flower spider in and sealed it tightly. Back! I raised my 2 fingers slightly. The soul card flew back into my hand. At this time, its appearance was very different from before. In the center of the card, there was a lifelike 3-dimensional pattern of a flower spider, which looked as if the flower spider was compressed into the card. As expected, the capture was successful. Holding the soul card, I breathed a sigh of relief. Next, let's take a look at its attributes and alienation progress to see if we can speed up its alienation. I took out my cell phone and inserted the soul card. The phone screen lit up instantly, showing the monster's detailed information: name, flower spider, nightmare species. Level 1, category, insect/plant. Features, none. Attributes, 1/3/2/4, strength, agility, body intelligence. Alienation progress, 5 out of 100. Skills, spinning silk. The information on the screen reveals the direction of the flower spider's alienation. The direction of the alienation of nightmare species has long been documented. In addition to nightmare species, There are also many other alienation paths such as demon mutation species, diseased species, and spiritual species. Although these alienation paths are rarely known, they have long been recorded in the demon control world. The level of demons is closely related to the strength of the demon tamer. The highest demon level can reach 100, while the strength of the demon tamer is divided into 11 levels, from novice to god level. As a novice demon tamer, my ability is limited to level 5. Beyond this range, the demons will break free from their soul cards and may even rebel. However, as long as the demons are trained properly, the possibility of rebellion will be greatly reduced. The attributes of demons are similar to the 4 ability values of humans. Powerful demons are born with attributes exceeding 10. As for the flower spider, it is a pet-type monster, so its attributes are naturally not high. However, as long as the transformation of the flower spider is accelerated, its attributes will be greatly improved, and its skills will also be enhanced. Looking at the flower spider's panel, I was not impatient. The current alienation progress of the flower spider is only 5%, no wonder it is not much different from the ordinary flower spider. But I'm not worried, there are many ways to accelerate alienation. I remember hearing someone mention before that there is a potion in the store that can speed up the transformation of monsters, although it is quite expensive. However, looking at the 5,000 living expenses I had on hand, I decided to give up the purchase and instead rely on my own plug-in. Glancing around, I suddenly noticed some movement. Hint: there is nothing unusual ahead. Tip: if you go forward 100 steps and turn right, wait a moment and a money truck will pass by. Tip: there is a slight fluctuation in the west, and a miniature secret realm is expected to appear in 10 minutes. A miniature secret realm? A gleam of light flashed in my eyes. The secret realm is similar to an alien space, full of treasures and dangers. The existence of the secret realm is not permanent, but often short-lived. There aren't many treasures in the micro-secret realm, but you might be able to find items that can accelerate alienation. It's a miniature secret realm with extremely low danger. It's worth exploring. I decided to go there without hesitation. It's better to go and see this secret place. There is no better choice anyway. As for the money transporter, those demon masters accompanying it are not easy to mess with. After leaving the park, I accelerated westward. Although I don't know the exact location of the secret realm, I can always check the hints. Following the prompt, I crossed the street and stopped in the alley behind a bar. It's dark and damp here, the environment is weird, and combined with the gray fog in the sky, it looks very eerie. A new prompt immediately appeared. Tip: walk forward 30 steps to enter the secret realm. Hint: the secret realm is poor in resources, but it happens to have alienation fruits, which can accelerate the alienation process of monsters. Hint: it seems that a lucky guy is about to arrive here, ready to get treasures from the secret realm. But don't worry, he is just a rookie, you can easily defeat him. Is there anyone else? Looks like I need to act quickly. Seeing the prompt, I quickened my pace and quickly entered the alley. But after I took 30 steps, a circle of ripples emerged in the void and my figure disappeared into it. A new tip followed. Tip: 200 meters ahead, you can find some spiritual herbs that can increase the demon's strength. Hint: go 200 meters further and turn left, you will find an alien fruit. Hint: there is danger 50 meters to the right. These prompts were so accurate that I could easily avoid potential dangers. I accelerated forward excitedly. The scene of the secret realm is like an ancient ruin, surrounded by moss-covered stone buildings. The alienated fruit hangs on a dead plant, like a tangerine. I couldn't wait to pick the fruit, and a new hint appeared. Hint: this is a ripe alienated fruit. Tip: after eating, your flower spider will accelerate its alienation, improve its attributes and gain a new skill: Nightmare Realm. Improved attributes? New skills? My eyes sparkled with excitement. At this time, the flower spider had been released from the soul card by me. After it saw me, it felt the constraints of the soul card and naturally knew what to do. The flower spider seemed a little angry. After all, I had attacked it by surprise before and didn't follow the rules. But soon, it was attracted by the alienated fruit in my hand, and circled around me excitedly, even seeming a little flattering. You are really anxious. I smiled and threw the alienated fruit to it. Hint: Flower spider's favorability towards you has increased. Hint: the flower spider ate the alienation fruit, and the alienation progress increased by 5%, agility and intelligence increased by 5 points, and comprehended a new skill Nightmare Realm. New skill, Nightmare Realm? Seeing this information, my heartbeat suddenly accelerated. And just at this moment, footsteps were heard not far away. In the secret realm, the dim light and gloomy weather were exactly like Tang Xi's mood at the moment. I finally came across a secret realm. I'm lucky, he muttered in a low voice, with a flash of anger in his eyes. But who would have thought that someone would get there first? He looked around. All the spiritual herbs on the messy land had been pulled out, and even the treasures on the road were gone. It seems that other things have been taken away as well. Tang Xi frowned, with a wolf-dog-like monster following beside him. He wanted to leave, but suddenly, his demon smelled a strange breath in the distance. Obviously, the person who got there first had not left yet. His eyes were determined. Now that he had come here, he would not give up easily. Tang Xi was thinking in his mind, if that person is weaker than him, he will just snatch the spiritual herbs and treasures away. If that person is stronger than him, he will retreat first, wait for the right time, and then find a chance to get them back. Humph, you'd better be better than me, he sneered and walked forward slowly. I was also prepared. When Tang Xi approached my hiding place, I heard a noise. At that moment I quickly hid. I was not afraid of him, but this guy was cautious and obviously did not dare to rashly fight with a strange enemy. He probably wanted to observe my strength first, or test my strength through the demon. I raised my head and looked around, holding my breath, and the system prompt appeared. Tip: new demon master Tang Xi is only at the 5th level of a novice, so he is not a big threat to you. Hint: demonic saber dog, level 7, powerful, amazing speed, extremely strong bite force, but low intelligence. Tang Xi looked no more than 15 or 16 years old. Most demon tamers in this world awaken their talents at the age of 16, so the strength gap between people of the same age was not large. The real gap was often reflected in the combat power of the demons. Although the saber dog is strong and is a typical combat-type demon, it has low intelligence, and ordinary flower spiders have no chance of fighting it. If it were the me before, I would have no chance of winning. I smiled lightly, with a hint of confidence in my eyes. My flower spider is not ordinary. A system prompt then flashed. Prompt: exclusive skill Nightmare Realm. After activation, targets within a 2-meter radius of the user will enter a state of hallucination and become mentally confused. The effect is particularly significant on sleeping targets. Tip: the skill effect is affected by the difference in strength and intelligence between the target and the user, and the duration will vary. Psychic skill, area attack. Once the target is hit, he will fall into hallucinations and become confused. This skill can be described as a magical skill, especially for monsters with lower intelligence. It is more threatening. Although the saber dog is powerful, its intellectual shortcomings make it vulnerable to this kind of attack. Once it falls into an illusion, it will be much easier to deal with it. With the nightmare field, the enemy can't get close at all. I looked at the flower spider in my hand, feeling secretly proud. The saber-toothed dog had sensed my presence and began barking at where I was hiding. Tang Xi had obviously realized the problem and sneered. You must be not very strong if you hide and dodge. A strong person would not be as cowardly as you. He approached where I was hiding, his tone provocative. Come out, as long as you hand over your things, I won't make things difficult for you. I snorted coldly, not taking it seriously. Such words usually mean bad intentions, but he didn't know that my plan had already started. I didn't plan to show up immediately. Instead, I waited for him to get closer so that the flower spider's skills could have the greatest effect. Tang Xi's steps were gradually getting closer, 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. I held my breath, calculated the distance, and finally, waited for the right moment. Nightmare Realm! I whispered. The flower spider unfolded instantly, its 8 eyes emitting red light, and the gray energy field expanded rapidly, covering an area of 4 meters around it. The nightmare field was activated, and Saber Dog immediately fell into hallucinations, rolling on the ground and screaming. Tang Xi also fell into the same panic. His face turned pale, his body trembled, and he shouted hoarsely, Snake, snake! He sat down in panic and took a few steps back. At this moment, they had no idea what was happening. I took the opportunity to pick up the stone on the ground, rushed forward quickly, and attacked again and again. Tang Si and Blade Fang Dog were completely unconscious. A novice at the 5th level? A level 7 demon? That's all. I proudly took back the flower spider, laughing in my heart. Although the victory this time was due to the flower spider's skill advantage, it was still exciting to be able to defeat an opponent of a higher level. However, Tang Si is a newcomer after all. If he were replaced by a more experienced demon tamer, it probably wouldn't be so easy. Improving strength and strengthening the monsters is the hard truth. I whispered to myself and began to search for spoils from Tang Si. I found his monster-controlling phone and 500 yuan in cash. This phone is quite new. It's no problem to sell it for 1,000 bucks. You can use it to buy some potions to improve your strength. I accepted these things with satisfaction, and then quickly left the secret realm where there was no treasure anymore. When Tang Si woke up, he found that his phone and money were gone. His face instantly darkened. My phone is gone, my money is gone. I didn't get anything from entering the secret realm this time. Instead, I lost everything. He gnashed his teeth in anger and cursed angrily. Damn it, I didn't even see the figure of the person who stole the things. As for me, I quickly sold Tang Si's demon-controlling mobile phone and earned 3,000 yuan, and headed to the drugstore. There are all kinds of medicines in the pharmacy. Some potions can greatly speed up the training of demon masters, and some can improve the level and attributes of demons. However, most of them I can't afford. Right now, I only have more than 10,000 yuan left in my pocket. 5,000 yuan is the subsidy, 3,000 yuan is from the sale of Tang Si's mobile phone, and the remaining several thousand yuan comes from the spiritual herbs I picked in the secret realm. Although these spiritual herbs can be eaten directly, their effects are far inferior to finished potions, so I decided to sell them. Finally, I used the money to buy 2 bottles of inferior soul-enriching oral liquid, which not only helps novice demon masters break through, but also improves the level of demons. 2 bottles of potion, 1 demon per person, is just right. After I walked out of the pharmacy, I couldn't wait to open one of the bottles and drank it all in one gulp. The light blue liquid entered my body and instantly turned into pure spiritual energy, which increased my basic spiritual energy reserves. At this moment, my cultivation level broke through and I was successfully promoted to the 2nd stage of novice level. I wonder how much improvement the flower spider will have. I was looking forward to it. Watching the flower spider in my hand swallow the oral liquid in one gulp, I quickly read its information. Name: Flower Spider, Nightmare Species. Level 3, Category: Insect/Plant. Features: None. Attributes: Strength 1/Agility 10/Physique 2/Intelligence 10. Alienation Progress: 10 out of 100. Skills: Silk Spinning, Nightmare Field. After eating the alien fruit, its attributes have increased. Now its agility and intelligence have directly broken through to 10 points, which has greatly improved its combat effectiveness. With its skills, most monsters of the same level can't even get close to it. This nightmare flower spider is truly a monster with great potential. It may become a legend in the future. Looking at the attributes of the flower spider, I was filled with joy. Its evolution had begun to show signs, but this was far from enough, so I decided to continue looking for opportunities to improve it. At the same time, another question came to mind: how to enter the Demon Tamer Academy? The Demon Tamer Academy is like an ordinary university, and one can enter by passing the college entrance examination. But the prerequisite is that you must first enter the high school demon controlling class and complete basic studies before you can take the college entrance examination and strive to be admitted to the college. I still have a few months before the college entrance examination. As long as I work hard, I still have a chance to enter the famous Demon Taming Academy. I heard that there are several demon-controlling classes in North District No. 1 Middle School. I thought, that's a key middle school with better teachers and more training resources. I have to go and ask how to get into the demon-controlling class. With this plan in mind, I immediately went to North District No. 1 Middle School. When I arrived at the school gate, I asked the security guard about the admission situation, but heard disappointing news. The places in the demon-controlling class are full. The security guard sighed. If you had come yesterday, you could still get a chance, but now. He shrugged. Is there no other way? I was unwilling to give in. Seeing that I was not giving up, the security guard hesitated for a moment and whispered, If you have some connections with the school, you can get in through the back door. Those with good connections can be arranged directly in, and those with lesser connections can also be admitted by paying some money and passing a written test. Go through the back door? I like this idea, but the problem is that I don't know anyone in the school. How can I go through the back door? Just when I was feeling a little helpless, a system prompt suddenly appeared in front of me. Hint: it is estimated that in 8 seconds, the 5th level Grandmaster Demon Tamer Mulan will pass by this place. Grandmaster level Demon Tamer? I was stunned. How could a Grandmaster level person pass by this school? This school is not easy to hide. I quickly looked towards the door, only to see a tall woman in a suit and sunglasses walking out. She looked ordinary, but she was a Master level Demon Tamer Mulan. The security guard watched her go away and said casually, That's the head teacher of the Demon Control class, Ms. Mulan. The class she's in charge of seems to be Class D. I heard that her demon has some problems, and she has been looking for Tianmu's spirit herb in the market recently. Tianmu's spiritual herb? When I heard this news, an idea flashed through my mind. If I could find Tianmu's spiritual herb, maybe I could use this opportunity to establish contact with Teacher Mulan, and then ask her to recommend me to the Demon Control class. I hurriedly asked the security guard about the Tianmu herb. The security guard told me that although Tianmu herb is not rare, it has unique effects on certain demons, and is therefore often sought after by demon tamers. However, as this herb is relatively rare, many stores do not stock it, and Mulan has therefore been unable to find it. After receiving this information, I quickly left school with a plan in mind. I found an important clue: Mulan needed Tianmu Ling Chao, and I happened to see the hint showing the location of the herb. Tip: go north out of the city and enter the suburban Huimu Mountain, which is an ideal place for the growth of Tianmu Ling Chao. Others may not be able to find it, but I have a clue and can find it easily. I laughed secretly in my heart, immediately rode the shared bicycle and headed towards the suburbs. Along the way, the system continued to pop up prompts, guiding me to avoid danger and find more valuable information. Tip: turn left 240 meters ahead. You can avoid the sharp-beaked eagle monster by turning left. Hint: 300 meters to the east, there is a demon tamer who is isolated. Can you take advantage of the opportunity to defeat him? Hint: there are sour fruits in the bushes 50 meters ahead, which the flower spider likes. Feeding it can increase its favorability towards you. As I got closer to my destination, I became more and more excited. Hint: there is a stone platform on the left side of the mountain wall 200 meters ahead, and the Tianmu spirit grass is there. I'm finally here. Tianmu's spiritual herb, here I come. In the wilderness outside the city, danger is everywhere, and ferocious demons may jump out of the shadows at any time, bringing fatal threats to people. Although Greywood Mountain is close to the city and is considered a relatively safe place, there are still many attacks, and every step here is full of risks. Fortunately, I have a special external ability that allows me to avoid potential dangers in advance through prompts, which also allows me to move freely in this wilderness. The dangers of the wild also have their unique benefits. It is sparsely populated, the environment is well protected, and plants can grow freely. Some precious spiritual herbs and plants are hidden in the mountains, and have become a way for many independent demon tamers to make money. After all, if you are lucky enough to find a valuable spiritual herb or medicinal material, you can make a fortune by selling it. More importantly, the money earned can be used to buy medicine to accelerate the improvement of strength. Before I arrived at the Tianmu spiritual grass growing area, I had already found a few spiritual herbs on the road, which I picked. Although the quantity was not large, it was enough to sell for 1,000 yuan. After collecting these magical herbs, I parked the car and hiked up the vine-covered hillside. On the other side of the hillside is a cliff that drops dozens of meters, and the stone platform indicated by the sign is just below the cliff. No wonder no one found it, it was hidden so secretly. I approached the edge of the cliff and looked down. The mountain wall is too steep and the risk of climbing is extremely high. If you slip, you may be injured at best, or even die. Without any tools, I decisively gave up the plan to climb and summoned my demon, the flower spider. Use spider silk to descend, And remember to dig up all the spiritual herbs. The flower spider spit out a bunch of gray spider silk without hesitation, fixed it firmly on my arm, and quickly climbed downwards. The load-bearing capacity of spider silk is directly proportional to the strength of the flower spider. Although its strength is not very strong, it is more than enough for this task. Moreover, in the wild, being able to hang or climb with spider silk is a very practical skill. The flower spider successfully reached the stone platform without encountering any threat from demons and began to dig spiritual herbs. It quickly dug out several tianmu herbs and other precious herbs, tied them up with spider silk and prepared to take them back. Just then, the spider silk suddenly got stretched, and I felt a little uneasy. It seemed that the flower spider had encountered some problems. I quickly told it to be careful, but soon the spider silk returned to normal and the flower spider was successfully pulled back up. This batch of spiritual herbs is worth a lot of money. After selling them, I can continue to buy medicine to improve my strength. I secretly rejoiced in my heart. After collecting these spiritual herbs, I felt very happy. With the Tianmu spiritual herbs in hand, after contacting the head teacher of the demon control class, my enrollment problem was almost settled. Just as I was about to take the flower spider back to the city to discuss admission, it suddenly hooked my trouser leg with its legs and pointed to the other side of the cliff. "What's wrong?" I stopped and turned to look. The flower spider's behavior was obviously not without reason. It might have discovered something below. I squatted down and looked carefully at the place where the flower spider pointed. It was covered with creepers and other plants, making it almost impossible to climb. At first I couldn't see anything, until a hint appeared in front of me. Hint: there is a demon's lair hidden here. Tip: the nest is hidden in a cave behind dense creepers and is extremely difficult to find. Tip: there seems to be a rare Tianmu stone in the cave, which is flickering with a faint light. So that's it. My heart moved, and my eyes unconsciously followed the direction of the hint. Suddenly, a dark green lizard appeared in the field of vision. It was holding a jade in its mouth. It was huge in size and had strong limbs. It seemed to be crawling steadily on the stone wall as if it were flat ground. It went down the stone wall, sank into the dense ivy and disappeared. Obviously, this lizard is the owner of the nest. The hint also gives its detailed information. Hint: Iron Claw Dragon Lizard, Level 8, thick skin and flesh, powerful, amazing recovery ability, very difficult to defeat. Tip: the Iron Claw Dragon Lizard has dragon disease and likes to collect gold, silver, jade and stones, so its nest often contains treasures. The Iron-Clawed Dragon Lizard is actually this kind of monster. I was shocked. Although it is powerful, I couldn't help but be tempted when I thought that its nest might contain Tianmu stone and other treasures. As long as I can get these treasures, I can sell them to continue to improve my strength, and even enhance the combat ability of the flower spider. However, this lizard has a powerful strength of level 8, with thick skin and tough flesh, and extremely strong recovery ability. Its defense is almost unbreakable, and I am afraid it will be difficult to defeat it with my current ability. Therefore, I decided not to take any risks for the time being, but to go back to the city first, deal with the enrollment matters, and then meet this challenge by improving the strength of the flower spider. It seems that most demons can comprehend new skills at level 5. Flower spider may be able to obtain new skills that will be more helpful in battle. With this thought in mind, I took back the flower spider, started to go down the mountain with great anticipation, rode on a shared bicycle, and sped towards the North District of Shumen. In the evening in Shumen North District, I went straight to North District No. 1 Middle School. This is the only place where I can confirm that Mulan might appear. I don't know where she is at the moment. So, I decided to wait here and wait for her to show up. Luck seemed to be on my side. Not long after, Mulan appeared at the gate. Judging from her expression, she obviously hadn't found the Tianmu spiritual grass. This thing is really hard to find. Seeing this, I stopped her without hesitation. Mulan stopped and looked a little puzzled. "Excuse me, who are you?" I smiled and responded. "My name is Zang Feng. I heard that Teacher Mu needed Tianmu Ling Chao, and I happen to have some here." As I said that, I took out the Tianmu spiritual grass and handed it to her. Mulan did not take it immediately, but asked back. "You went out of your way to ask about me and even sent me the Tianmu spirit herb. Is there anything you need my help with?" She obviously noticed that my motives were not pure. Facing her frankness, I did not hide it. Yes, I want to join the demon-controlling class of number 1 middle school, preferably in your class, Teacher Mu. But I heard that the quota is full. I wonder if you can help me. Hearing this, Mulan frowned slightly. Wanting to join the class when the degree is full is indeed a tricky problem. She could help me, but that would require communicating with the principal and getting signatures, which was a lot of trouble. She never liked to trouble others, and a Tianmu herb was not enough for her to use her connections. So, she calmly refused and said, I'm afraid I'll have to find someone else to do this. However, for the Tianmu spiritual herb in your hand, I'm willing to pay 50% higher than the market price to buy it. How do you think? I was silent for a moment. Although I felt helpless about being rejected, I was still unwilling to accept it. After all, I had a cheat, so could I really not be admitted to the demon control class? After a little consideration, I finally agreed to her offer. The market price of Tianmu Lingqiao is about 10,000, and Mulan offered 15,000, which is enough to buy 3 bottles of inferior Yunling oral liquid. Although I didn't get her help, at least I still made some money in material terms. The transaction was completed, and I received the 15,000 yuan paid by Mulan. Then I saw her gently throw the Tianmu Lingqiao into the air over her left shoulder. A strange phenomenon occurred. A small mouth full of sharp teeth suddenly opened from her shoulder, quickly bit the spiritual herb, chewed it into pieces in one bite, and then disappeared. At this moment, my prompt box popped up. Hint: Evil Eye variant, level 38. It has strong combat power, but it seems to have some problems with its body. Tip: the eye core of this evil eye is damaged. Although Tianmu herb can help it recover, it can never cure it. Only Tianmu stone can completely cure it. It turns out that Mulan has a level 38 evil eye variant. It seems that her demon is indeed not simple. Suddenly, an idea flashed through my mind in the suburban Huimu mountain. I remember the system prompt mentioned that there was a Tianmu stone in the Iron Claw Dragon Lizard's nest. It seems that this may be an opportunity to solve the problem of Mulan. I turned my gaze to Mulan. She was already walking towards the school gate. So I quickly chased after her and blocked her way. Mulan stopped and looked a little confused. Huh! Do you have anything else to do? I smiled and said, Actually, I know something about Tianmu stone. Do you need it? Mulan's reaction was much faster than I expected. Tianmu stone? Do you know where it is? Yes, and that's accurate, I replied. She was obviously stunned for a moment. I couldn't see her expression clearly under her sunglasses, but she was obviously surprised. She asked eagerly, Where is it? She was aware of the condition of her evil eye and knew that if she could obtain the Heavenly Eye Stone, recovery would only take a few days. Although Tianmu herb is good, it takes a long time to grow, and its effect is limited. The scarcity of Tianmu stone almost made her give up the search, but she didn't expect to hear this clue by accident today. I deliberately delayed. Teacher Mu, how about this? I can help you get the Tianmu stone, but I still want to enter the demon controlling class. Can you help me with this matter? Mulan responded quickly. No problem, I'll help you. I must have the Tianmu stone. It seems that the Tianmu stone is more important to her than anything else. She finally agreed to my request, and I was delighted and smiled. Great! Then, Teacher Mu, let's set off now. Wait a minute. Mulan stopped. It's getting late, we'd better leave as soon as possible. The demons are more active at night, and the danger is greater. Her reminder made me more aware of the urgency of time. I nodded. Okay, follow me. Then we quickened our pace and headed towards Greywood Mountain. I was secretly delighted in my heart. Not only did I earn 15,000, but I also got a master-level demon master to work for me for free. It was a win-win situation. Moreover, with the Tianmu stone in hand, my strength improvement is just around the corner. Hee, I just made 15,000. If I had the harvest from Huimu Mountain, I will really make a fortune this time. I was secretly proud of myself, and couldn't help but speed up. The two soon approached Greywood Mountain. On a cloudy evening, Greywood Mountain was shrouded in darkness. As the night gradually fell, the demons in the mountains gradually awakened, and the time for hunting had quietly arrived. The danger prompts that kept popping up on the screen made me alert. In the past, if I had seen these warnings, I would definitely not have ventured into Greywood Mountain at this time. But now, the situation is different. He has Mulan, a master-level super demon tamer, by his side, and her fighting power is enough to sweep away all the demons in Huemu Mountain. After all, the level of the demons here is only about 10 at most. They pose no threat to Mulan's evil eyes. With her around, it's as stable as a rock. We're almost at the place where the Tianmu stone is hidden. Mulan spoke lightly, guiding us forward. Soon we were close to the stone wall. I pointed to a place covered with creepers and said, "There is a cave behind the vines. It is the nest of the iron-clawed dragon lizard. The Tianmu stone is inside. But it's too dark now, it's not easy to go down." Before I finished speaking, Mulan interrupted me. "Don't worry." Mulan smiled calmly, as if she had already had a plan. I said no more, curious about how she would handle it. Mulan said softly, "Evil Eye, take action." Buzz, as she called out the evil eye, an invisible force instantly enveloped us and easily lifted us up. "Is this telekinesis?" I asked in surprise. "That's right." Mulan nodded, with a hint of confidence in her eyes. The evil eye is naturally intelligent and good at special attacks, so it is natural for it to have skills such as telekinesis. With the help of the evil eye's power, we slowly descended as if floating in the air, and landed steadily outside the iron-clawed dragon lizard's lair. Mulan waved her hand, and the dense vines were easily pushed aside, revealing the dark stone cave. My heart moved and I took out my cell phone to illuminate the surroundings. However, the moment I turned on the flashlight, a strong wind blew towards me. It was obvious that the iron-clawed dragon lizard had sensed our presence and was preparing to launch a surprise attack. But I was not panicking, because Mulan was right beside me. Her presence made me feel at ease. After all, facing an iron-clawed dragon lizard of only level 8, Mulan was powerful enough to turn it into ashes in an instant. However, Mulan did not use the evil eye to attack, but instead suddenly raised her long legs and kicked the iron-clawed dragon lizard that was rushing towards her. Bang! With a dull impact, the iron-clawed dragon lizard was kicked away and hit the stone wall hard. After falling down, it was completely silent. I was stunned. Mulan explained calmly. Starting from the master level, the demon master can sense the attribute feedback of the demons under his command. In simple terms, the physical fitness of demon masters above the master level is far superior to that of ordinary people, and it is very easy for them to deal with low-level demons. So that's it, I suddenly realized. Although I'm not a demon tamer yet, today's lesson gave me a more intuitive understanding of the power of a demon tamer. The environment inside the cave was not as dirty and messy as I imagined. Instead, it was surprisingly clean, as if the iron-clawed dragon lizard had done some simple cleaning. I took out my cell phone to illuminate the surroundings and prepared to check the collection of the iron-clawed dragon lizard. As expected, I found a lot of gold, silver, jewelry, and jade. Although most of them are fake, some of the jewelry are still valuable and can be sold for about 30,000 to 50,000 yuan. Thinking of this, I was delighted and couldn't help laughing. I made a lot of money! Mulan also successfully found the Tianmu stone she needed. This stone was prismatic, with strange patterns on the surface, and looked very much like the eyes of some kind of creature standing upright. Her evil eye was obviously very eager for this thing. After seeing the Tianmu stone, it quickly swallowed it. It seems that the effect of the Tianmu stone is taking effect. I sighed secretly as I looked at the light gradually flashing on the evil eye. After collecting the treasure of the iron-clawed dragon lizard and achieving our goal, we used the power of the evil eye to successfully leave the cave and return to the northern area of Shumen. Along the way, Mulan still wore sunglasses, even though it was completely dark. I was a little confused. Why did she not take off her sunglasses even in the dark? Was there something hidden? However, I did not ask more questions. After all, we were not familiar with each other and asking would not necessarily get an answer. Soon, we returned to the North District. I was about to sell my gains, but Mulan reminded me. School starts next week. Come to me tomorrow to handle the paperwork. Okay. I nodded and watched her leave. After selling these treasures, I got more than 40,000 yuan. With this money, I went to the pharmacy and decisively chose to buy 2 bottles of high-quality Yunling oral liquid. Each bottle cost as much as 21,000 yuan, which was expensive, but the effect was top-notch. A medicinal power quickly surged in my body, and the strong fluctuations of spiritual energy allowed me to quickly break through, directly advancing from the second stage to the fourth stage. Although the breakthrough was very fast, I also realized that the consumption of the drug power was getting greater and greater. If I want to continue to make breakthroughs in the future, financial support will be a big challenge. However, I am not worried. After all, with the help of plugins, I am not afraid of anything. Okay, give the remaining one to the flower spider and see if it can learn new skills. I smiled and touched the Yunling oral liquid in my hand. When the flower spider saw the potion, it became extremely excited and could not wait to swallow it. I also joked, "Work hard and try to learn a new skill." As the effect of the potion became apparent, the flower spider's level increased to level 6, and it learned a new skill, sleeping pollen. Chapter 8, Offense and Defense. The flower spider successfully acquired new skills. The name of this skill is easy to understand. The tips also continue to give detailed explanations of the skills. Hint: sleeping pollen sprays special pollen to put the target who inhales the pollen into a sleeping state. Looking at the prompt, Zang Feng suddenly remembered that the prompt said that the nightmare field had miraculous effects on sleeping targets. He didn't know what the miraculous effect was before. But now there seems to be a way to find out. After all, these two skills work perfectly together. As long as the enemy falls asleep after being poisoned by pollen, you can use the nightmare field to try out what this miraculous effect is. Go outside and look for monsters tomorrow and try. It's getting dark now and it's not safe outside, so don't run around. Also, since the flower spider has leveled up several levels, its attributes should be improved too, which is worth a look. Zang Feng put the flower spider into the soul card. Then use your phone to read the soul card information. Name: flower spider, nightmare species. Level 6. Category: insects/plants. Features: none. Attributes: 2/11/2/12, strength, agility, body intelligence. Alienation progress: 11 out of 100. Skills: silk spinning, nightmare field, sleeping pollen. Introduction: a harmless spider with small flowers on its head. Its flowers have the effect of refreshing the mind. It is an insect-type pet monster. The attributes have indeed increased a lot. Even the progress of alienation has been improved. Come to think of it, the flower spider's ability to successfully master new skills might be due to the factor of alienation. After looking at the attributes, Zang Feng thought about it and took back the soul card, turned around and walked towards the street in the distance to find a place to rest. He used to live in the Demon Control Bureau. Now he has left the official agency, the Demon Control Bureau. Naturally, he had to find a new place to live. It's a bit too late to rent a house now. Let's just find a hotel to stay in for the next 2 days and then look for a house after school starts. After checking his cell phone, Zang Feng, who still had a balance of 1,000 yuan in his card, followed the evil map and walked towards a cheap hotel. However, before he walked too far, he was bumped into by someone from the side. The man lowered his head and fiddled with his phone. It seems that you didn't see Zang Feng just now. Originally, Zang Feng didn't care about this matter, but the other party's words made Zang Feng a little unhappy. Fuck, are you blind? You're going to pay for knocking over my new phone? Get out of here, you little jerk! The other party's words revealed an irritable mood. Hearing these vulgar words, Zang Feng squinted his eyes and looked at the young man in front of him holding the Yao mobile phone. But you wouldn't know until you look closely, and you realize that this young man is actually Tang Si, whom you had robbed before. What a fate, we meet again. No wonder this guy is so irritable. After all, he was beaten and his belongings were stolen. What was even more uncomfortable was that Tang Si didn't even see who did it. This would be a difficult thing for anyone to handle. But this brat has no memory. He just got beaten up and now he's still so arrogant after bumping into someone. I don't know who gave him the confidence. But since this kid is here to cause trouble, then I'll take his new phone and sell it. By then, I can earn several $1,000s, and my flower spider has just mastered a new skill, sleeping pollen. I had originally decided to practice outdoors tomorrow, but now that this thing is here at my doorstep I might as well give it a try. Thinking of this, Zang Feng gave a sly smile. Seeing that made Tang Si even angrier. What the hell are you laughing at? Are you looking for trouble? Tang Si stared at Zang Feng fiercely. He was originally a cautious person, but what happened today made him angry and unable to calm down. In addition, Zang Feng looked ordinary, no different from those honest classmates he had bullied before, so Tang Si naturally did not take Zang Feng seriously and thought he was just an ordinary person. Even if Zang Feng is a demon tamer. Judging from his age and appearance, he probably isn't much stronger than me, so there's nothing to worry about. It was because of these thoughts that Tang Si's gangster nature was completely exposed, and he was ready to take it out on Zang Feng. He was already moving his hands while talking. Zang Feng didn't say anything back but just kept backing away. Tang Si became even more arrogant when he saw this. Humph, this fellow doesn't even dare to talk back. He is indeed a coward. This is just right. I can make up for today's loss by extorting money from him. Tang Si became more and more proud in his heart, and he pressed Zang Feng step by step, and soon pushed Zang Feng into a dark corner. Zang Feng had no place to retreat at this point. However, just as Tang Si was grinning and shaking his fist, trying to intimidate Zang Feng to hand over the money, Zang Feng suddenly waved his hand. Soul card! Buzz with the sound, the soul card flew out. You are a demon tamer! Tang Si immediately took 2 steps back alertly. At the same time, he continued, Boy, demons are prohibited from fighting in the city. Do you dare to release demons to fight? Zang Feng's smile deepened when he heard this. I know demon fighting is prohibited in the city. So you just talked a lot of nonsense, and I didn't say anything back but just led you to the corner here. What? Tang Si had a bad feeling. What? Didn't you notice? There's no surveillance here. Zang Feng smiled. Tang Si's pupils shrank slightly. He suddenly looked up and looked around, only to find that it was just as Zang Feng said. This kid is very thoughtful and is truly a demon tamer. I'm afraid he has run into a tough opponent this time and can't be careless. At this time, Tang Si was completely awake. He immediately released the demon saber dog. But the Zang Feng on the opposite side acted quickly. He released the flower spider and gave the order before Tang Si released the saber dog. Spinning silk, sleeping pollen. Whoosh, the flower spider spit out spider silk that stuck to Zang Feng's arm, and then Zang Feng threw it out with force. During the flight, the petals of the small flowers on the spider's head rotate rapidly and spray a large amount of pollen forward. These pollens cannot be seen with the naked eye, and it spreads very quickly and is difficult to avoid completely. Although Tang Si reacted quickly, he immediately covered his mouth and nose and only inhaled a small amount of pollen, which made him feel a little sleepy. But the saber dog was unlucky. As soon as it was summoned, it was caught off guard and inhaled a large amount of pollen and fell asleep on the spot. Seeing this, Tang Si didn't say anything. He rushed forward and was about to kick the saber dog awake. But Zang Feng didn't give Tang Si any chance. Flower spider, nightmare realm! Zang Feng exerted force in his hands, pulled the flower spider back like a yo-yo, and threw it out again to cut off the pollen. Tang Si didn't run as fast as he flew, and flower spider approached the saber dog first and immediately activated the nightmare domain. The familiar gray energy field unfolds. Tang Si's face changed drastically and he immediately dodged. The sleeping saber dog, after being disturbed by the nightmare realm, kept whimpering and screaming. Its body kept twisting and tumbling, and white foam was coming out of its mouth, making it look like it had suffered a severe mental trauma. This situation lasted for just a few seconds. But the saber-fang dog was already dying. This nightmare realm is used while one is asleep, and its miraculous effects are so terrifying that the attack effect is shocking. Zang Feng was particularly excited about this. I was worried that flower spider didn't have much attack ability, but I didn't expect that nightmare domain is an offensive skill. No, it should be said that it is both offensive and defensive. His face was all smiles. Tang Si was already angry. Boy, were you the one who attacked me before? When he saw the familiar skills of flower spider and the attack method that Zang Feng threw out the demons, he guessed that the guy who had ambushed him and robbed his property in the secret realm must be Zang Feng. And Zang Feng did not deny it. Yes, it was me. If you want to steal my things, you should be prepared to be robbed by me. As he spoke, Zang Feng waved his hand. The flower spider immediately sprayed pollen at Tang Si. He wanted to escape, but a spider swung a ball of silk at him, tripped him, and he fell to the ground, sucking in a lot of pollen. As Tang Si's consciousness blurred, he only saw Zang Feng smirking and taking away his new phone, which was not even warm yet. Damn! I lost money again. The annoyed Tang Si finally fell into a deep sleep. And Zang Feng quickly sold his phone. Hey, a few $1,000s came into my account again. Chapter 9: Envy of Others. Zang Feng was in a good mood as he had money coming in. He always has a good dream when he sleeps at night. But Tang Si felt very uncomfortable. This guy probably hates Zang Feng to death. But Zang Feng didn't take him seriously at all. Anyway, there is a hint, so even if this kid wants to harm Zang Feng will discover him in advance and avoid him. Therefore, the next day Zang Feng got up leisurely as if nothing had happened and went to North District No. 1 Middle School to find Milan. When they arrived at the school gate, the security guard from yesterday was stunned for a moment when he saw Zang Feng was about to go in, and then quickly stepped forward to stop him. After all, this is a key middle school and other people are not allowed to enter the school casually. Little brother, why are you here again? There are rules here, so you can't just come in casually. But if you want to find someone, I can help you contact them. The security guard who stopped Zang Feng said this. Zang Feng was not angry. After all, guarding the gate was the security guard's job and he had the right to stop strangers. Therefore, Zang Feng just responded. It was Teacher Milan who asked me to come here. You can contact her and see. Teacher Mu? The security guard was a little surprised. He also remembered what happened yesterday. Could it be that this little brother really found the Tianmu spiritual herb and got in touch with Mulan so that he could enroll in school? The security guard was a little suspicious, but despite his thoughts, he quickly contacted Mulan using the security room phone to confirm. The latter gave him a positive response. This time the security guard was really shocked. Oh my god, this little brother is really something! The Tianmu spiritual herb was found just like that. Wow! The security guard exclaimed in amazement. He no longer tried to stop him and let Zang Feng pass while telling him the location of Milan's office. Walking on the campus of No. 1 Middle School, Zang Feng discovered that this school was much more luxurious and spacious than the middle school he attended on Blue Star. There is no shortage of various sports venues. There is also a special battlefield for fighting against monsters. There is even a small artificial forest that is used to accommodate the monsters that are released by teachers in the school to play. Zang Feng took a detour and wandered around the campus. Only then did I come to Milan's office. However, when Milan got Zhang Feng's ID card, she was surprised when she saw the information on his special ID card. Huh! So you are a time traveler from Blue Star? No wonder you wanted to use the back door to enter this school. But in this case... Mulan frowned slightly. Zang Feng was puzzled. What's the problem? Of course there are problems. If you are a time traveler, your basic knowledge will be much worse than that of others. So when you come to school, are you sure you can fully understand what I teach in class? Poor foundation is a common problem among time travelers. This is of course also Zhang Feng's shortcoming. Hearing Mulan's question, Zang Feng responded calmly. It's no problem to try hard to understand most courses. Isn't it difficult for you? You are the teacher. If there are any difficult questions, can I just ask you? It is the student's right, and it is your responsibility to answer their questions. Mulan smiled slightly when she heard this. This kid speaks with great righteousness. But what he meant was that he wanted to give him some special lessons and teach him more things in private, right? But what Zang Feng said was not wrong. When students have questions that they don't understand, as a teacher, it is of course her responsibility to do her best to help her students. Speaking of which, this Zang Feng, judging from the date on his ID card, he has only been here for 10 days and has adapted to this place quite quickly. And he dared to venture to Greywood Mountain. You can even find Tianmu's spiritual grass or something. Good luck, strong adaptability, smart, capable and motivated to actively learn more and become stronger. This kid, seems to have great potential. But for someone like him, why didn't the official Demon Control Bureau recommend him for admission? It's a bit strange. After all, the Demon Control Bureau sent a highly qualified time traveler the day before yesterday. Wait, is there something wrong with his qualifications? In just a few seconds, Mulan understood. But she didn't care too much about it. After all, if one's innate aptitude for cultivation was poor, one could speed up the cultivation through acquired means. As long as you work hard enough, there will be no problem. She still thinks highly of Zang Feng. His abilities in all aspects are destined to make him a great achiever. Mulan is very happy to take care of such students. So she smiled and nodded. You are the first student who openly asked the teacher to give you special treatment. But I don't hate people who work hard. This statement was considered as a promise to Zang Feng. Hey, thank you, teacher. Zang Feng expressed his gratitude happily. Mulan nodded and continued. By the way, before school starts next week, new transfer students will have to take a written test to be assigned to a class. This is a process, and you must participate. The scores affect the class placement, but I'm in charge of the worst class, so it doesn't matter if you get a 0. Of course, if you want to learn more, there are a few books over there that you can take back and read and learn more. There are quite a few key points I circled above, she said, pointing to some books on the table. Because Zang Feng went in through the back door, he could still get into the demon controlling class even if he got nothing, so it wasn't a big problem. It's just that Zang Feng also wants to learn more. So he made a decisive decision to take the books away. He then continued to handle other procedures, and it was almost noon when he finished these things. It's getting late. Do you want to come with me to the cafeteria to have lunch before leaving, or go out to eat by yourself? Mulan asked casually as she put away the documents. Who would object to eating for free? Zang Feng nodded decisively and went to the cafeteria with Mulan. On the way, the two chatted and laughed about other things, and Zang Feng also took the opportunity to ask many questions that he was curious about. But after entering the cafeteria, Zang Feng was puzzled by the suspicious looks from other teachers and school staff around him. Until he vaguely heard a few comments. Hey, isn't that teacher Mulan? It's rare. She actually eats with other people? And it seems like she's actively treating them? Damn it, she's a master demon tamer. Many students and teachers tried to curry favor with her, but it was useless. Why did she suddenly change her attitude and treat that boy so well? Does that kid have a powerful background? Or is there something special about him that makes Master Mulan value him? I don't know, but I'm envious. Who said it wasn't? If I had a master demon tamer leading the way, I would have taken off long ago. Mulan is quite famous in the school. After all, he is a master, so it's not surprising. Just from what those people said, it was not difficult to hear that Mulan didn't seem to interact much with other people. Of course, the bigger reason is probably that others are in awe of Mulan's strength, and don't dare to approach rashly. As for Mulan not accepting flattery from others, this is normal. She is a master, what has she not seen? She would not appreciate ordinary benefits, and would ignore them. And the reason why Zang Feng was able to establish this relationship was because he had the help of a cheat and happened to find what Mulan needed. In addition, he has the ability to hide his sharp edge and has a good temperament. Another future student of Mulan. With multiple blessings, Mulan, the Grand Master Demon Tamer, was able to get along well with Zang Feng, who was at the novice stage. If Zang Feng didn't have a cheat, it would be a daydream for him to get in touch with Mulan. Zang Feng thought with relief. Mulan suddenly interrupted him. What are you thinking about standing there? I think I met a good teacher. Zang Feng replied with a smile. Mulan was helpless. Stop talking nonsense! Oh, Zang Feng nodded and continued to eat. The others around were so envious when they saw Zang Feng chatting and laughing with Mulan, the unattainable master. Chapter 10 Entrance Examination. Zang Feng left after dinner. Before leaving, Mulan reminded him to familiarize himself with the illustrations. The illustrated guide is a function in the Yiyao mobile phone. A lot of information about demons is recorded there. This is something that the demon tamer must be familiar with. Once you are familiar with the information in the illustrations, You will be able to analyze and deal with monsters more quickly when you encounter them in the future. Although prompts are displayed every time, most of the information displayed is approximate and not particularly comprehensive. Therefore, it is still necessary to be familiar with the illustrations. In the next few days, Zang Feng stayed in the hotel almost all the time reading the books that Mulan asked him to bring back. He was also quite familiar with the illustrations. During this period, Zang Feng occasionally went out. But through the hints, he didn't find any valuable opportunities. So there was no more time wasted walking around. It is worth mentioning that the frequent interactions with the flower spider after he let it out these days have greatly improved its favorability. This is something that Zang Feng could clearly perceive. After all, he has a soul card connection with the flower spider. The little guy has become more and more dependent on him. Time passes as Zang Feng studies. Soon, the day of the written test arrived. Zang Feng went to number 1 middle school early to take the exam. But when he arrived at the examination room, he unexpectedly met another time traveler whom he had met several times before. Zang Feng? What are you doing here? Hearing the voice, Zang Feng turned his head. I saw a young girl walking towards me not far away. She has short hair and wears a blue long dress. She has a pretty face and elegant manners, and naturally exudes a noble temperament. Her sudden appearance immediately attracted the attention of several other freshmen who were taking the written test in the examination room. Me? Of course I'm here to take the test. Glancing at the girl, Zang Feng responded. He also thought of the girl's situation. The girl seems to be called Tao Yan. She was also one of the travelers 10 days ago. She said that she was a young lady before she traveled through time. This can also be seen from her behavior. Moreover, among that group of time travelers, only she and Zang Feng have the qualifications to practice and become demon tamers. But Tao Yan and Zang Feng are different. This person's cultivation aptitude is very high. The Demon Control Bureau values Tao Yan very much. She didn't even need to say much. The Demon Control Bureau took the initiative to arrange for her to take a written test and enter the Demon Control class of number 1 middle school. Maybe when she takes the college entrance examination in the future, she will continue to be recommended by local official agencies to enter a famous college. This is the benefit of having high qualifications. Zang Feng's qualifications are inferior to hers. But fortunately, Zang Feng has the ability to cheat. This allowed him to bridge the gap. But Tao Yan didn't know that Zang Feng had a trick up his sleeve. It was only after she heard Zang Feng say that he was also here to take the exam that she began to doubt, and was very confused. After all, she knew Zang Feng's qualifications. Compared to her, there is a world of difference. This Zang Feng does not have super high aptitude for cultivation. Besides, he is a time traveler with no money, no power, and no connections. How could he possibly take part in the written examination of number 1 middle school? Tao Yan really couldn't figure out what was going on. She even suspected that Zang Feng had sneaked in. So she couldn't help but continue speaking. Take the exam? This is number 1 middle school. How can you enter this school without any sponsorship from an institution with your qualifications? Hearing this tone full of suspicion and contempt, Zang Feng frowned slightly and felt somewhat displeased. Therefore he was not polite to Tao Yan. He just said indifferently, I am surprised by what I have seen so far. After saying that, Zang Feng turned around and sat down. Tao Yan was also a little unhappy when he heard this. Before traveling through time, she was a rich girl. Wherever he goes, he is surrounded by people. After traveling through time, she had extremely high qualifications and was also valued by many people, and no one dared to be dissatisfied with her. This Zang Feng had such pure talent, yet he dared to be disrespectful to her? No wonder the arrogant Tao Yan was annoyed. But she was well educated. So there was no further talk. She just glared at Zang Feng, then found a seat and sat down waiting for the invigilator to come and hand out the test papers. In Tao Yan's opinion, if someone like Zang Feng really got in by taking advantage of the situation, then there would be no use for him. The invigilator will kick him out. She didn't need to bother with such a person. What Tao Yan didn't expect was that when the invigilator came, he started handing out the test papers without saying anything. This also means that Zang Feng really entered this key middle school through formal channels to take the transfer student written examination. How did this guy do that? Tao Yen frowned. She really couldn't understand. But she quickly calmed down. Anyway, it is a fact that Zang Feng's qualifications are extremely poor. So what if he has a chance to enter number 1 middle school? With Zang Feng's aptitude, he would only be the last one in the demon controlling class, and the gap between him and his classmates would keep getting bigger and bigger. He is not the same kind of person as me. There is no need to think too much about such a minor character. Shaking his head, Tao Yen concentrated on the exam. At this time, Zang Feng was also answering the questions carefully. Question 1. What is the category of treasure chest monster? A bird of prey, B beast, C weird, D metal. Question 2. What are the normal evolutionary conditions for the feathered crow? Question 3. The origin of the name of the Zhulong area. The questions on the test paper are not particularly difficult, but it tests students' knowledge reserves. Fortunately, Zang Feng has learned a lot in the past few days, and many of the key points circled in Milan's books happen to be covered in the exam. Therefore, Zang Feng could still cope with it. After he had been writing furiously for a while, the written test was finally over. He breathed a sigh of relief and quickly left the examination room. The school will send a text message after the scores are announced. Now Zang Feng wants to find a house to rent and solve the accommodation problem while there is still time. It's not a big deal to stay in a hotel all the time. And just when Zang Feng was looking for a rental house, Tao Yen also returned to her residence shortly afterwards. At this time, the school also sent out the results notification. She scored 87 out of 150. This score is not bad for her. After all, Tao Yen was just a time traveler, and she felt that it was okay to get this score after studying for more than 10 days. She looked at her score complacently, and suddenly thought of Zang Feng, whom she met in the examination room today. I don't think he'll get many marks in the exam. Who made him so unqualified that no one cared about him? I have someone to guide me these days. He is helpless and cannot be compared to me. Looking down on Zang Feng in her heart, Tao Yen clicked on the link in the text message to check the ranking of this written test. However, when page ranking appears, the smile on her face froze. First place, Li Song, 142 points. Second place, Zhang Xiaoyu, 130 points. Third place, Yu Su, 119 points. Fourth place, Zang Feng, 109 points. Fifth place, Tao Yen, 87 points. How is that possible? He got 109 points? Tao Yen couldn't believe her eyes. However, after repeated confirmation, she had to admit that Zang Feng, a guy with extremely poor qualifications, had scored higher than hers. But this was unacceptable to Tao Yen, the proud and arrogant young lady. Why did that guy get a higher score than me? Humph, he must have cheated. Tao Yen comforted herself maliciously. Then he muttered to himself with disdain. Scores gained by cheating will be exposed and punished sooner or later. Let me see what you do then. However, she was slapped in the face as soon as she finished speaking. Okay, stop making malicious assumptions. I heard a voice not far away. Tao Yen turned her head and looked over with dissatisfaction. I saw a woman walking to the door. She was wearing the uniform of the Demon Control Agency. It seems that he is a demon tamer from an official organization. As she approached, she continued to speak. Zang Feng's name appeared on the list of written test scores, so the Demon Control Bureau took notice and checked him out. It turned out that he had found a teacher at number 1 middle school through his own efforts, and he was studying hard these days. Of course they get high scores because they work hard. How can a lazy guy like you compare with him? This person's words were full of disparagement of Tao Yen. Tao Yen felt particularly aggrieved when she heard this. But she didn't dare to talk back. There was nothing she could do. After all, this man was the teacher assigned to her by the Demon Control Bureau. Chapter 11 Feng Shui Treasure Land. Tao Yen didn't dare to refute the teacher. But she was very unconvinced in her heart. Teacher, why do you praise him so much? Isn't it useless if he works hard but has low qualifications? She couldn't help but mutter. The female demon tamer taunted. That's enough. You are highly qualified? What's the point? You spend your days either having morning tea and shopping or having afternoon tea and beauty sleep. It's useless even if I give you the highest qualifications. Tao Yen felt even more aggrieved after hearing this. But her teacher still didn't give up the attack. Humph, although Zang Feng has low qualifications, he is smart, hardworking, and even courageous enough to venture into the suburbs. The Demon Control Bureau may have made a mistake. That kid will definitely achieve great success in the future. You're always slacking off and want to compete with others? I think you are dreaming. Tao Yan's eyes were filled with tears. I know I have tried hard. That's good to know. The female demon master nodded. She just praised Zang Feng sincerely. But at the same time, it was also to stimulate Tao Yan. After all, she had been tutoring Tao Yan these days and discovered that this young lady was really lazy and arrogant. If we let her go on like this, there is an 80% chance that Tao Yan will be ruined in the future. Zang Feng appeared at a very timely moment. This young man with low qualifications but hard work was just the right person to stimulate Tao Yan. Just over 100? Not bad. At this time, Zang Feng had also seen the text message. This score was within his expected range. Because he had Milan's information, he was able to roughly guess the scores when he saw the test questions, so he was very calm. After closing the text message interface, Zang Feng continued to look through the information about nearby rental houses on the mobile phone app. From the end of the exam to now, he has actually found quite a few. But those rental houses were not to his liking. Some are nearby construction sites with loud noise. Some have bad environments, some have expensive rents. So there is no result yet. If this continues, it will be dark. Forget it, just find another one. As long as it's not too bad, just move in. Looking at the sky, Zang Feng randomly found a place that looked good based on the information provided and was about to head towards his destination. At this moment, the phone suddenly showed an incoming call. It was Mulan who called. Last time, Zang Feng asked for her phone number. Why is she calling at this time? Asking about the exam? Probably not. She is a teacher at number 1 middle school, so you can check it directly. Despite what he was thinking, Zang Feng answered the phone. Where is he? He disappeared after the exam. Mulan's voice came from the phone. Zang Feng said helplessly. I haven't solved the housing problem yet. I will come out to find a rental house after the exam. Teacher Mu, what's the matter? It's not a big deal. After you finished your exam, someone from the Demon Control Bureau came and gave you something. What is that? Zang Feng was surprised. Mulan continued. Spirit-enhancing oral liquid. Good one, it looks like they want to invest in you. Oh? Invest in me? Zang Feng smiled. Mulan also responded. Not bad. The Demon Control Bureau should have investigated you. You got into number 1 middle school on your own and got high scores. They are not stupid and can see that you are quite capable. Even if I can't become a powerful demon tamer in the future, I'm very likely to develop into a capable person in other aspects. Investing in good friends will not be a loss. Besides, this oral solution is only a few thousand yuan. It means nothing to the Demon Control Bureau. They won't care if their predictions are wrong. But if the bet is successful, once you become famous, the benefits you can bring back to the Monster Control Bureau will be immeasurable. In addition, the better your performance in the future, the more they will increase their investment and continue to give you various benefits. It all depends on your ability. Mulan is very familiar with these little tricks. She also analyzed it to Zang Feng. The latter nodded. I understand. He had no reason to refuse the Demon Control Bureau's initiative to invest. This can speed up his progress in becoming stronger. I'll go get it from you at school later? Mulan shook her head when she heard Zang Feng's words. No, aren't you looking for a place to live? I happen to know of a house with rooms for rent. Would you like to go and take a look? I'm going to go there soon to do some work. Wait for me there for a while. I'll bring the stuff to you on the way so you don't have to run any further. That's great. Zang Feng agreed happily. Then Mulan told him the address. That place is not far from where Zang Feng is. Following the map navigation and passing through the city green area, Zang Feng arrived at his destination more than 10 minutes later. Is this the mansion that Mr. Mu mentioned? At this time, Zang Feng was looking at the building in front of him. It was an ancient house with extremely high walls surrounding it, extending 100 meters on both sides and covering a huge area. At the same time, because it is close to the green area, it is surrounded by tall trees and flowers and vegetation, and the environment is very good. This is an ancient house located in the city. It is often inhabited by those in high positions and with high authority. Even if it is rented out, the rent is very expensive. Is this a place I can afford to live in? Teacher Mu really thinks highly of me. Looking at the gate that was more than 2 meters high, Zang Feng shook his head speechlessly, and no longer had the idea of knocking on the door to ask. But just as he was about to look away, a hint suddenly appeared in front of him and changed his mind. Hint: there is something unusual in this house. Hint: this house has a special location. Living here for a long time seems to increase the speed of the demon tamer's cultivation. Hint: take a closer look. This house actually has a strange phenomenon that can gather alienation energy and accelerate the alienation of demons. Accelerate cultivation? Accelerate alienation? Holy crap! This is a feng shui treasure land. Zang Feng was frightened after seeing the 3 tips. Is it possible to live in a place like this for a long time? Turtle, it's worthy of Mulan's recommendation. No, I have to ask about the rent. No matter how expensive it is, you have to find a way to live there. This accelerated training doesn't matter. After all, my aptitude is too low and the effect of accelerated training won't be that great. But accelerated alienation is different. As the alienation progresses, the flower spider can continuously increase its own attributes. Maybe you can even acquire new skills. Thinking of this, Zang Feng stepped forward quickly. Approaching the gate of the house, he immediately pressed the doorbell, but after waiting for a long time and pressing it several times, there was no response. Huh! What's going on? No one's here? No way. He continued to try without giving up. Still no response, really no one. It was terrible. Zang Feng sat down at the doorstep helplessly. However, before he could even sit down, Mulan came over from a distance and saw him with a sad face. What are you sitting there with a sad face for? Mulan asked as she approached. At the same time, the high-quality Yunling oral liquid was also handed over. Zang Feng took the oral liquid happily. Then I talked about the situation here. Mulan smiled when she heard this. Most people who live here are very busy, so it's normal for them not to be here. Then what should we do? Oh, by the way, since the teacher knows this place, does the teacher have the contact information of the owner? He asked after putting away the potion. Mulan shook her head. No. But it's not necessary. No need? What do you mean? Could it be that the teacher is the owner of the house? Zang Feng suppressed his excitement and asked tentatively. Mulan chuckled and nodded. He, as expected in this case. For the sake of our relationship as teacher and student, can you please give me a lower rent? Zang Feng said shamelessly. Mulan didn't care about it. The rent doesn't matter. I don't need that little rent money, so I can just waive it for you. But the house is a bit messy, and the other tenants are busy, so if we waive the rent for you, you will be responsible for cleaning it. No problem. Zang Feng nodded. Just maintain good hygiene, it's a small problem. Although this house is large, the tenants do not stay here all day, so it is not too messy. Cleaning it up will probably only take about 10 to 20 minutes. This way you can save rent and make money. After all, if you really want to spend money to live here, it would be impossible for the monthly rent to start at several thousand or even tens of thousands. What's more, this place is a treasure land. Can it speed up cultivation and the transformation of demons? Chapter 12 Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. Zang Feng felt he had made a profit by being exempt from rent. Mulan seemed to see what he was thinking. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly as if in amusement. But Mulan didn't say much. She quickly opened the door and brought Zang Feng in. The layout inside the house came into Zang Feng's sight. The lotus pond, water corridor, and ancient pavilion in the courtyard. This layout looks similar to the mansions where ancient princes and nobles lived in TV dramas. How much does it cost to build a house like this? Zang Feng couldn't guess, but he at least knew that teacher Mulan was not as simple as he thought. After all, Mulan became a master at a young age and is super rich, so it seems like she has a powerful background. And she always wears sunglasses. I don't know what is hidden behind the sunglasses. Looking at Mulan's slim back, Zang Feng's mind began to wander, and he began to imagine all kinds of things that might happen to Mulan. Soon, the two arrived at the main hall. Mulan pushed open the door, and Zang Feng was speechless. There were a mountain of beer cans piled up on the coffee table in the bright main hall, and a lot of snack bags on the floor. This? Zang Feng looked at Mulan. The latter was also somewhat helpless. Those guys get drunk every Sunday and have to go to work early the next day. So there's no time to clean these up. Besides the main hall, there is also the kitchen. But luckily they only do this on Sundays. They're busy the rest of the time, so it won't be too messy. Hearing this, Zang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He still has to study, and occasionally go out to look for opportunities to become stronger, but he doesn't have the time to waste here every day. But it's okay if you only do it once a week. He still has a lot of time on Saturdays and Sundays. Overall, it's still worth living here. It's okay, cleaning once a week is no problem. Without much hesitation, Zang Feng spoke. Mulan nodded. That's good. By the way, if you want to live here, there are a few empty rooms on the east and west sides of the inner courtyard. You can choose whichever you like. The main hall, the kitchen, and other facilities are all public and you can use them at will. Choose your own? That's great. Zang Feng looked at the room outside with joy. Hints keep coming up at this time. Hint, this east wing is empty. Hint, the room is filled with the aroma of wine. It looks like someone left some good wine in there and didn't want to drink it. Hint, this west wing is also empty. It seems to correspond to the strange phenomenon hidden in this house. If you live in this room, you will definitely get a lot of benefits and accelerate your own improvement. Great, that's it, found it. Seeing the last hint, Zang Feng smiled secretly. Being able to see the prompts is convenient. Zang Feng chose the room, and Mulan gave him a few instructions before hurriedly leaving to do her business. By the time Zang Feng had tidied up his room, the main hall, the kitchen and other places, it was already afternoon. There's still one oral solution left to be used. Remembering what Mulan had brought before, Zang Feng took out the high-quality Yunling oral liquid and drank it directly. But immediately he felt something was wrong. The effect of the medicine is more powerful than before. His strength quickly rose to the 5th level of a novice, and with the continued effect of the medicine, he was just a little bit away from breaking through to the 6th level. What's going on? Is the drug so strong? Feeling the change in strength, Zang Feng's eyes lit up. Is the medicine from the Demon Control Bureau more powerful? No, the specifications of this medicine are the same. The Demon Control Bureau cannot have any special. Calming down, Zang Feng thought carefully. He soon thought, could it be that the problem with the house enhanced the effectiveness of the medicine? The possibility of this guess is much greater than the possibility that the Demon Control Bureau has a special high-quality soul-nourishing oral liquid. If I guess right this time, then this room is worth a lot. Living here for free? It's a huge profit. As for whether my guess is correct? Try taking another dose of medicine and you'll know. After having the idea, Zang Feng set off immediately. He didn't have much money left and couldn't afford the high-quality Yunling oral liquid. But he could still afford the inferior products, so Zang Feng decisively bought the inferior Yunling oral liquid and took it in his room. As he expected, the medicinal power of the inferior oral liquid was instantly exerted to the extreme after entering his stomach. He was originally just a little short of breaking through to the 6th level of novice strength, but thanks to this potion he successfully broke through. Turtle, I guessed it right. The effect of taking medicine here, TSK. Zang Feng rolled around on the bed happily. Come to think of it, Teacher Mu mentioned that the school will distribute potions to students when the new semester starts tomorrow. Although it's just a defective product, if I give it to the flower spider here, the flower spider should still be able to upgrade. Hee hee, both humans and pets are upgraded simultaneously. Thinking of the flower spider, Zang Feng released it. This house can accelerate the alienation of demons. It's better to let it out at ordinary times. The latter came out and started crawling around in the yard. It seemed to be able to sense something unusual here. Zang Feng didn't pay much attention to it. It was getting late, and Zang Feng, who had been busy for a long time and had not eaten yet, was already starving. Thinking of the time when he cleaned the kitchen and found that there were still a lot of ingredients in the refrigerator, Zang Feng turned around and went to cook. As a rural child before the time travel, Zang Feng was able to cook and fry things easily. After a delicious meal, Zang Feng flipped through the books given to him by Mulan and did not rest until the evening. The next day, North District No. 1 Middle School officially opened. Zang Feng finished washing up early and came to the academy. A new semester is inseparable from the opening ceremony. No matter what the ceremony talks about, the sense of ritual is full. Zang Feng also saw Tao Yen during the ceremony. The guy stared at him with an unhappy look on his face. I don't know what's wrong with this young lady. Zang Feng ignored her, and when the ceremony was over, he followed the other students to his class. What surprised him was that he actually saw Tang Si, his acquaintance who had been robbed by him twice, in class. I didn't expect this guy is also from No. 1 Middle School. What a coincidence, we are in the same class. Zang Feng looked at Tang Si with a smile. The latter naturally saw him as well. It's that damn bastard again. When Tang Si saw Zang Feng smirk, he felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly and his whole body was unwell. Especially when I think about losing money twice, and being scolded when I get home, I can't say that I was trying to cause trouble for others but was robbed instead. At this moment, Tang Si became more and more angry the more he thought about it. Fuck, when have I ever suffered such a big loss? No, we have to get this place back. Humph, you little brat, just wait for me. Although I'm not sure I can beat you, I have a lot of good brothers in school. This time, we will settle the old accounts with interest, and let you know why the flowers are so red. Staring at Zang Feng, Tang Si's face was full of ferocity. Little did he know that the other party was waiting for him to give him money. After all, he hadn't made much money these days, and Zang Feng's funds were almost running out. Then Tang Si will definitely cause trouble. Then we can get some money again. It's just that making money this way is not a long-term solution. After all, he's a student and doesn't have much money. It looks like he needs to find a way to make a lot of money steadily. Turning his head to glance at the hateful Tang Si, Zang Feng considered whether to use the hint to go treasure hunting in the wild and sell them for money. But he quickly rejected the idea. Treasures are not available every day. What's more, there are many dangers in the wild. Even if you know that there are treasures guarded by powerful monsters, you can't get them. After thinking about it, Zang Feng's eyes turned, and his idea obviously turned to his teacher again. If you have any difficulties, find a teacher. This is what teachers often say. Zang Feng is in trouble now. He is very short of money. So, it is reasonable to find a teacher. Besides, Mulan is so powerful. There should be many ways to make money. Chapter 13, Almighty Mulan. It is now the second semester of senior year. Most of the students in the class know each other. They formed a small circle in the first half of the period. At this time, they were chatting with each other and reminiscing about the past. Transfer students like Zang Feng can't join in the conversation. He could only sit there quietly and wait for the class to start. This also made him seem a little out of place. However, Zang Feng himself didn't seem to care too much. For him, studying is the most important thing. It's good to make a few friends, but it doesn't matter if he can't. With this thought in mind, Zang Feng, who was unable to speak, started flipping through the booklet that the school had distributed earlier. Most of these are school rules. Zang Feng looked through it for a while and became familiar with it. At the same time, a voice came from behind. Hey man, I haven't seen this before. Where did you transfer from? Hearing the sound, Zang Feng looked back. I saw that the seat that was empty not long ago was suddenly occupied by someone wearing a sweatshirt and a hood. Is this guy a man or a woman? Zang Feng looked at the other person with some suspicion. Because the person in front of me was very pretty, wearing a sweatshirt on the upper body and a skirt on the lower body. But the tone of the other person's voice didn't sound like that of a girl at all, but rather like that of a cheerful boy. Excuse me, are you a man or a woman? After thinking about it, Zang Feng couldn't help but ask. He really couldn't tell the other person's gender. After all, this person looks so weird. If the other person is a girl, what if he's just a cross-dresser? Not sure, I'd better ask first. The other party didn't seem angry when he heard it. He just lamented. Oh, why do people always ask? Can't you tell even though I'm dressed like this? Of course I can be male or female. Ah, this? What a weird guy. Zang Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Hey, you haven't answered me yet. Where on earth did you transfer from? What's your name? Zang Feng, comes from a distant place. Zang Feng? What a great name! Just based on your name, I, Zhenlong, have decided to make you my new friend. True Dragon? Your name is quite unique. Hey, low profile, low profile. The two chatted, and soon, Mulan came over and had someone bring the textbooks for the new semester. In addition, the school also gave each student a bottle of inferior Yunling oral liquid. The college entrance examination will be held at the end of this semester. So I hope that those students who were taking it easy last semester will have a greater sense of urgency, and stop being so lazy this semester. Mulan said words that were familiar to Zang Feng. I remember that the teachers at Blue Star School also said this. Same speech, different worlds. I don't know how they achieved unity. Although he had some thoughts, Zang Feng listened to the course seriously. During the lunch break, he also approached Mulan to ask if there was any reliable way to make a lot of money. But Zang Feng will be disappointed this time. Because although Mulan has a way to make money, Zang Feng's current strength does not allow him to participate at all. Finally, Mulan recommended him to do odd jobs. After all, the school ends early in the first middle school and he has a lot of time to work and earn money. But the salary from working is not much. The highest profit I can make is about 300 to 500 yuan. It's too little, maybe it's enough for ordinary people. But Zang Feng is a big drug addict. This amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for him. Forget it, I'll ask around after school, or use the tips to see if there are other ways to make money. Shaking his head, Zang Feng didn't think about it anymore. After lunch he returned to the classroom. But Zang Feng didn't expect that as soon as he sat down, Zhenlong jumped out and asked him some gossip. Hey Zang Feng, I saw you having lunch with teacher Mulan. Tell me the truth, what is your relationship? Zhenlong's face was full of curiosity. Zang Feng was helpless. Just an ordinary teacher-student relationship. Ordinary teacher and student? Ha, do you think I believe it? Zhenlong gave Zang Feng a blank look. Teacher Mu is a master demon tamer. There are not many people in this school who dare to talk to her casually. We students don't dare to touch her easily. Didn't you notice that other students don't dare to be absent from her class? Can you have lunch with her? You either have connections or you have a serious illness. Tell me, what's going on with you guys? After Zhenlong finished his analysis, he did not forget to continue urging. Zang Feng shrugged. No special relationship. Believe it or not, Mr. Mu is not as difficult to approach as you guys think, right? Tisk, just forget it. She's easy to get along with? I tell you she is. Never mind, you'll know about her heroic deeds sooner or later. Zhenlong curled his lips and refused to believe it. Seeing this, Zang Feng said no more. However, thinking of asking about making money, he still grabbed Zhenlong, who was about to turn away, and asked. The latter was a little surprised. Making money? My cousin recently opened a company. Would you do it if we need security? A monthly salary of 6,000 yuan, plus benefits. Oh, we're still in need of masseurs. The monthly salary is over 10,000. Zang Feng was a little suspicious when he heard his words. Masseur? Is your cousin's company a legitimate one? He couldn't help but ask this question. Zhenlong patted his chest. Not serious. Then why are you so confident? No matter what, you must be confident. This guy definitely has cat disease. Zang Feng was speechless, but Jinlong continued. By the way, if you can make potions, my cousin would also welcome you. Then pharmacist salaries will be high. I only work 1 or 2 days a week, and my weekly salary is over 10,000 yuan, so I could easily make hundreds of thousands of yuan every month. Unfortunately, potions are difficult to make, the learning cycle is long, and it also depends on personal talent, so it is very difficult to be competent in this job. Make medicine? Zang Feng's eyes flickered. He hadn't thought about this before. But maybe you can try to learn it. After all, once you learn how to make potions, you will not only have a stable way to make money but can also accelerate your improvement. But who can I find to learn how to make medicine? I have no idea. Forget it. Let's find Milan. When you are in doubt, look for Milan, it is the right choice. Even if Milan can't do it herself, she might have connections with a great pharmacist who can help her learn. Almighty teacher Milan, it's up to you. With an idea in mind, after finishing the afternoon class, Zang Feng immediately planned to find Milan to ask for advice. But he came at an unfortunate time. Milan is in a meeting now. It's the new semester, and she is obviously very busy. Since he didn't know when she would finish the meeting, Zang Feng had no choice but to wait and see. What he didn't expect was that when he was waiting, he accidentally looked at the school gate and saw a prompt. Hint: there are several students staying there. Hint: look carefully, there is Tang Si there. He seems to have organized other people to plan something. Hint: if you go out without any precautions, they will definitely corner you and beat you up. Oh my god, it's Tang Si. Zang Feng guessed that he would take revenge on him. I just didn't expect it to be so fast. Fortunately, I had a reminder, otherwise if I went out like this, I might have been beaten by this guy. After all, he found other helpers this time. It's not easy to fight alone. If you go out like this, you're going to end up in a bad way. But now that I've seen the hint, hey, then the situation has to be reversed. Zang Feng looked at the school gate with eyes full of cunning. Then he waved his hand and summoned the soul card. Buzz along with Zang Feng's movement, the tiny flower spider was released and crawled into his sleeve as Zang Feng commanded. This is the wonderful use of small demons. You can hide it on your body at any time so that others can't see it. After doing all this, Zang Feng stood up and walked out. We just have to wait for Teacher Mu. Take this opportunity to deal with these idiots. Speaking of which, learning to make potions will definitely cost money. After all, you need to buy materials when trying to make them. These guys have money on them, plus their Yuyao phones, they can earn at least 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. TSK Tisk, it's about making money, no trouble. As the school gate got closer, Zang Feng smiled secretly. At the same time, outside the school gate, Tang Si and others who were hiding in Zang Feng finally noticed their target. Brothers, that kid is coming! Get ready! Push him into the alley over there where there's no one and no surveillance, and give him a good beating. All his valuables were taken away. Staring at Zang Feng, Tang Si said viciously. The other few people also agreed with a sly smile. For these hooligans, bullying others to show off their power is a very satisfying thing. But they obviously didn't know that the approaching Zang Feng had already seen through their thoughts, and was ready to fight back. The distance between the two sides is getting closer. The grim smile on Tang Si's face became more and more obvious. Zang Feng narrowed his eyes and looked harmless. High-end hunters all appear as prey. Tang Si, you are going to be unlucky again. Chapter 14. 5 Cell phones. Demons can be released in the urban area. But you cannot engage in demon battles. If you want to fight, you need to go to a special battlefield. This is the city's public security regulation. All demon tamers must abide by this. If you ignore the rules and release the demons to fight, the people from the Demon Control Bureau will come to your door immediately. At that time, being put in a small dark room would be the lightest punishment. In serious cases, you might even be crippled and lose your demon. It is precisely because of these regulations that the demon tamers in the city dare not act recklessly. But this is only on the surface. The city of Shumen is very big. There are no surveillance cameras in some places, and the Demon Control Bureau cannot keep an eye on them all the time, so bad things often happen. Just like the last time Zang Feng beat Tang Si. He just found a place where there was no surveillance. Now that Tang Si wanted to take revenge on Zang Feng, he would naturally take him to a place where there was no surveillance to deal with him. After all, even if there are no demons, bullying people cannot be seen in public. What's more, it is close to the school. Tang Si and the others didn't want to be punished by the school because of this matter and affect themselves. It was because of these considerations that Tang Si called on everyone else to rush forward when he saw Zang Feng coming out. "Boy, follow us!" Several people surrounded Zang Feng who came out. Then Tang Si put his arm around Zang Feng's shoulders, threatened him, and with the cooperation of others, he forcefully pulled Zang Feng away. If an ordinary person were suddenly surrounded by people, they would be covered with their mouths and taken away even if they wanted to call for help. There's no point trying to struggle and escape. After all, there are several people on the other side. But Zang Feng had no intention of escaping. At this moment, he only sneered in his heart. Tang Si, who was standing next to him, said arrogantly as he walked, "Boy, you're so brave to make me lose money twice. Humph, I thought I couldn't catch you, but I didn't expect you to show up in class and give me a chance. This is really God's will." The more he spoke, the more excited his face became. It seems that he really wants to take revenge on Zang Feng. "So, what do you want to do?" Zang Feng was very calm about this. The calmness made others suspicious. "Huh! This kid isn't afraid? Does he have any other tricks up his sleeve? Impossible. If he has a backup plan, can't we deal with this guy with so many people here? Besides, if we were to ambush him and launch a surprise attack, there's no way he would know in advance and have a backup plan or anything like that. He didn't even have a chance to release the demon." Tang Si and others thought quickly in their hearts. "Never mind, just a quick resolution will do." Shaking his head, Tang Si calmed himself down. Then he quickened his pace, and several people escorted Zang Feng quickly into a quiet alley not far away. Although some passers-by noticed something was wrong, they obviously didn't want to cause trouble and just left quietly. At this time Tang Si also let go of Zang Feng. "You bastard, what did you ask me just now?" "Okay, I'll answer you now." Staring at Zang Feng, Tang Si showed a cruel smile. Then he suddenly raised his leg and kicked forward, but unfortunately Zang Feng was prepared and stepped back slightly to easily avoid the kick. But this made Tang Si unhappy. "How dare you hide? Brothers, fight for me! I'll pay for the medical expenses if you get disabled." As soon as these words were spoken, the others were ready to go. "Hey kid, even though we have no grudges against each other, since fourth brother wants to beat you up, there's nothing we can do. You are so brave, you dare to make fourth brother unhappy, then you deserve to be beaten by us. Okay guys, stop talking nonsense. Beat him up and see if he has anything valuable on him that I can sell and then go out and have fun. Yes, I even made a date with my schoolmate." A few people were talking to each other. They thought they had defeated Zang Feng. Fists and kicks also flew out quickly. However, Zang Feng was not panicked at all. "What a mob!" Zang Feng curled his lips and waved his hands violently. "Flower Spider, Nightmare Realm!" Buzz along with his voice, the gray energy field instantly spread out with his arm as the center. Those who rushed towards Zang Feng were all hit by hallucinations. Their faces turned pale, their bodies trembled, and they were full of fear. Some even sat down on the ground. Judging from the watermarks on the ground, it was obvious that he was scared to death. After all, the skill of Nightmare Realm is to make the target who enters the realm see his or her most fearful illusion. Some people are scared to death, that's normal. But Tang Si is quite smart. When he saw Zang Feng's movements and the familiar gray energy, he guessed what was going on and retreated frantically. Therefore, the Nightmare Realm did not affect him. But seeing the brothers around Zang Feng, who were so arrogant just now but now wailing, they panicked. You hid the demon on your body in advance? How could it be such a coincidence? No, you knew I would ambush you? He retreated in panic and questioned Zang Feng. At the same time, Tang Si wanted to summon demons. But it takes time to release the demon using the soul card, and Zang Feng, who hid the demon on his body, did not give him that time. Go ask Zhou Gong, Sleeping Pollen. As he spoke, Zang Feng waved again. A large amount of pollen flew out from his sleeves and rushed towards Tang Si. Seeing that the situation was not good, the latter interrupted the summoning and immediately covered his mouth and nose. Zang Feng grinned evilly and threw the flower spider in his sleeve directly towards Tang Si on the opposite side, shocking the latter so much that he wanted to run away in panic, but the intense exercise made him short of breath and he couldn't hold his breath. He could only loosen his hands and breathe deeply. The result is that after inhaling the pollen in the diffused air, you fall to the ground with a plop, becoming drowsy and confused. Seeing this, Zang Feng smiled faintly and walked forward. Why bother? Give me money all the time. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. As he spoke, he had already squatted down to search. Without a mobile phone, you don't have money to buy this thing? From Tang Si, Zang Feng only found a few hundred yuan of pocket money and the inferior Yinling oral liquid distributed by the school. But it doesn't matter, there are others. Zang Feng looked at the people who were in hallucination, and then asked the flower spider to use the sleeping pollen again. After all the people fell asleep, he took away all their belongings without any hesitation. 6 bottles of inferior soul-enriching oral liquid. There are 5 yuan mobile phones. There's still more than 1,300 in cash. TSK, big profit. Keep the potion and the cash. Zang Feng turned around and left the alley. He did not go back to school to find Mulan immediately, but went to the street shop where he sold mobile phones before. It's better to sell these 5 phones as soon as possible. As soon as he arrived at this small shop, the boss was surprised to see that Zang Feng, his acquaintance, had brought a mobile phone with him. Oh my goodness, this little brother is here again? You brought 5 mobile phones directly this time? Looking at what Zang Feng took out, he couldn't help but ask. Excuse me, little brother, do you have a special way to get the goods? Zang Feng glanced at the boss. Of course he wouldn't say that they were all stolen. So he responded like this. You don't ask where a hero comes from, and you don't ask where a cell phone comes from. If you have money to earn, you should be content. There are some things that the boss should not ask too much. When the other party heard this, he was stunned on the spot. This seems to make some sense. Never mind. Just focus on making money. These 5 mobile phones can be refurbished and then sold online as good as new for girls' personal use. Thinking of this, the boss nodded. That's right. Then let me do the math for you. These 5 yuan mobile phones are in good condition and fully functional, and they're priced at 10,000 yuan. 30,000. At most 15,000. Make a deal. The transaction was completed and 15,000 yuan was credited to the account. When he saw the text message of deposit to his mobile phone, Zang Feng sighed that the ways to make money quickly were indeed written in the criminal law. With this money plus those potions, Flower Spider should be able to upgrade several levels. Zang Feng put away his phone and thought. Today's harvest is very rich. He returned to school humming a little tune. At this time, Mulan had just finished her meeting. Zang Feng immediately came forward. Chapter 15 Pharmaceutical Notes. Zang Feng? Why haven't you left yet? It was evening and the setting sun was blazing in the sky. A voice came from the school shrouded in red. Zang Feng approached Mulan in the corridor and said, I'm waiting for the teacher. I have something I want the teacher to help me with. You are so rude. Mulan couldn't help laughing when she heard his words. Okay, tell me, what's going on? I just want to ask, Mr. Mu, do you know anything about pharmacists or do you know any pharmacists? Pharmacist? Mulan was a little surprised. Why do you suddenly want to know about pharmacists? She couldn't help but ask Zang Feng back. I heard that pharmacists make a lot of money. Zang Feng answered Mulan very directly. Then he added, besides, being able to become a pharmacist and make your own potions should help you improve faster. That's true. Mulan nodded. But you still want to be a pharmacist? It's not easy. A pharmacist places more emphasis on innate talent than a demon tamer, and not everyone can become one. Besides, you still have a lot to learn. You already have a lot to learn now. How can you learn it all? Are you sure you don't want to take it slow first? Mulan's words revealed a sense of advice. After all, Zang Feng's basic foundation is insufficient. Learning too many messy things rashly. This is likely to backfire, resulting in Zang Feng not being able to learn anything and wasting his time. Of course, Zang Feng himself had considered this, but the benefits of becoming a pharmacist were simply too many for him. He still wanted to try it anyway. I still want to try to learn first. If it's too hard, I'll give up on my own initiative, but I'll always feel a little unwilling if I don't try. Zang Feng scratched the back of his head in response. Mulan could understand his thoughts. Sometimes when hearing something new, everyone would want to know more about it. If you don't try to understand, your heart will be like a cat's claws, and if you can't calm down, you still won't be able to do anything else well. Since Zang Feng insists on learning, well, let him try it. If he really has a talent for being a pharmacist, and can become successful in a short period of time, it will indeed be of great help to his improvement. If he didn't have the talent to be a pharmacist, he would naturally calm down and focus on learning other things after he suffered. Since you insist, then fine. After thinking about it, Mulan nodded. Zang Feng was delighted to see that she agreed to help. Mulan also continued, I know a little about things related to pharmacists, but not in depth. Although I know other pharmacists, most of them are in other places and I can't introduce them to you. Well, come with me. After pondering for a moment, Mulan walked towards the office. Zang Feng immediately followed Mulan. After arriving at the office, Mulan rummaged through the drawers and finally found a dusty box under the table. The box was full of strange books. Mulan took out a notebook and handed it to Zang Feng. Teacher, what is this notebook? I used to take pharmacist's notes. Huh? Teacher taking pharmacist's notes? Zang Feng was shocked when he heard this, and then asked, Teacher Mu, are you saying that you are actually a pharmacist? I guess so. Mulan nodded. But she continued, I haven't done much research, so I can only make 3 grades of soul-enriching oral liquid. These potions are useless with my strength. So I haven't made potions for a long time. Not deep? Only? That's it. Wow, top-notch Versailles. Zang Feng couldn't help but complain in his heart. But I have to say that Mulan is really amazing. It seems like there is nothing she doesn't understand. Is this the experience of a Grandmaster Demon Tamer? It's really amazing, ordinary people can't compare to it. While expressing his admiration, Zang Feng flipped through his notes. The content above is extensive and detailed, including the production methods of 3 grades of Yunling oral liquid, second best, and third best. According to the notes, making potions requires not only various materials, but also the support of the demon tamer's spiritual power. This is a bit like the spiritual power condensation soul card. The degree of mastery of spiritual power will directly affect the effect of the potion, and even determine its success or failure. It's useless to write down notes about things like this. You need to practice them and practice before you can gradually master them. This really depends on talent. If you have high talent, you will master it quickly. And the error rate is also low, and vice versa. The inferior potion in the notes is the easiest to control. The materials for making the potion can be purchased in the city. The other 2 grades are more difficult. The important thing is that the materials of these 2 grades are very expensive and hard to buy. Anyway, try making inferior products first. If you really succeed, you can get a job making over 100,000 a month by making inferior medicines. Seeing Zang Feng was fascinated by what he saw, Mulan said. Zang Feng came back to his senses and nodded. I know, thank you, Mr. Mu. Then I'll leave first. Well, go ahead. By the way, we just had a meeting where we mentioned that there's a wanted criminal escaping around here recently. You should be careful. Mulan reminded him, remembering the content of the meeting just now. After all, Zang Feng, the time traveler, always keeps to himself. Let him be careful so as not to be targeted. Zang Feng also became alert after hearing this. Wanted criminal? I get it. He put away his notebook and left quickly. Knowing that there was danger nearby recently, Zang Feng didn't plan to stay outside for too long. He had to go back as soon as possible. After returning, in addition to studying the notes, he also took the inferior soul-enhancing oral liquid that he had obtained before. It was getting late, and the sky was growing darker. Tang Si and others have also woken up and left. Just walking on the way home, Tang Si was so angry that he felt a little crazy when he thought about being tricked by Zang Feng 3 times in a row. But he had no other choice. Go it alone? The chances of winning are slim. Group fight? No use, as we have seen before. Zang Feng hid the demon on his body and approached him. God knows when he will let the demon use its skills. From this point of view, that guy seems to be invincible, and I have no way to deal with him. Damn it! Bang Tang Si was so angry that he could only kick the small stones on the roadside to vent his anger. However, when the stone flew out, it made a dull sound as if it hit something. Then a cold voice came. Boy, you are tired of living, right? The sound came from the direction where the stone flew out, and it was like the cold wind from the nether hell, making Tang Si shiver. He also looked up subconsciously. In a dark corner on the side of the road, there was a middle-aged man with long hair and dirty clothes, like a homeless person, sitting on the ground. The middle-aged man seemed to be injured, with blood on his face, but his eyes exuded a cold light full of murderous intent, which was frightening. Tang Si was also terrified and thought to himself that he was unlucky and had gotten into trouble again. He didn't say much and just started running. After all, this middle-aged man doesn't look like a good person. Tang Si is not stupid and doesn't want to have anything to do with him. But he wanted to run, but the middle-aged man wouldn't let him. Buzz the middle-aged man raised his hand slightly, and in an instant, a fierce black panther with a pitch-black body was summoned. It stopped Tang Si in one step. The latter was so frightened that his legs went weak and he retreated in horror. The middle-aged man stood up and said, "Don't be afraid, kid. I won't kill you. I just want to make a deal with you." Deal? Tang Si was suspicious, and the middle-aged man nodded. "Yes, it seems you were angry just now. I can help you, but you have to help me." After hearing the middle-aged man's words, Tang Si calmed down a little. "Help me? How are you going to help me? And who are you? You want me to help you, what do you want me to do?" he asked with a hint of caution. The middle-aged man gave a creepy smile when he heard this. "Don't ask so many questions, it's not good for you. We are just in a business relationship. I help you, you help me, and when we're done, we'll go our separate ways and pretend we never met." This? Tang Si was still a little hesitant. But thinking of the anger he suffered from Zang Feng, he gritted his teeth and agreed to the deal with this stranger. On the other side, Zang Feng has returned home. He took out all the harvest today, including the potions given to him by the school and the inferior soul-enhancing oral liquids he stole. There were a total of 7. This is equivalent to a good quality potion. I wonder how much the flower spider will improve after using it all. While thinking, he released the flower spider. With Zang Feng's instructions, the little guy just kept drinking a few bottles of inferior soul-enriching oral liquid. Hint: your flower spider has reached level 7 after drinking several inferior soul-enriching oral liquids. Hint: your flower spider has reached level 8 after drinking several inferior soul-enriching oral liquids. Hint: your flower spider has accelerated its body alienation due to continuous improvement under the blessing of the special environment here. Its alienation progress has increased by 2 percentage points, and all attributes have increased by 1 point. Oh, who alienation progress increased! Upgraded 2 levels in a row. Even the progress of alienation has improved. This is such a pleasant surprise. Chapter 16, Demon Guild. Flower Spider has made significant improvements this time. It depends on the specific properties. Zang Feng took back the flower spider and took out his cell phone. Insert the card and scan, the information will be displayed. Name: Flower Spider, Nightmare Species. Level 8. Category: Insects/Plants. Features: None. Attributes: 3/14/3/15, strength, agility, physique, intelligence. Alienation progress, 13 out of 100. Skills, silk spinning, nightmare field, sleeping pollen. Introduction, a spider with small flowers on its head. It is harmless, and its flowers have the effect of refreshing the mind. It is an insect-type pet monster. This attribute improvement is indeed significant. Minji is almost 15 at 1 o'clock. However, the improvements in strength and physique are too small. There's nothing you can do. After all, the flower spider is not a power-type monster, so these two attributes won't be much higher. But being fragile is never a good thing. If I get hit by the enemy, I'll be crippled immediately. We have to solve this problem. We have to find a way to improve its physique, or simply improve ourselves and then take in another demon. Next time, I'll recruit a power-type monster as a meat shield, so that flower spider can cooperate with the power-type monster. Zang Feng put away his phone and thought about it. Now he is already at the 6th Dan level. There are still 4 levels left to reach the 10th level for beginners. After that, you can condense a new soul card after breaking through. It won't be long before we conquer the 2nd demon. Of course, if you learn how to make potions, then maybe I can break through to the 10th level faster. Well, let me study the research notes again. Taking out the notebook, Zang Feng read it carefully. Although Mulan's notes were very detailed, Zang Feng had never been involved in anything related to pharmaceuticals before. He didn't particularly understand the messy relationship between the medicinal properties of medicinal plants and the characteristics of spiritual plants. For this he still had to ask Mulan in detail. He has been thinking about this almost every day these days. Mulan was surprised by that persistent attitude. But this is not the point. The point is that Zang Feng has really achieved results after a few days of hard work. Although he has not made it himself yet, he has a deep understanding of potion making. Sometimes he asks questions that come out. That's something only experienced pharmacists would ponder. Newbies don't even bother asking those questions. They don't think in those directions. This surprised the Grandmaster Mulan. Is this kid very talented as a pharmacist? As the saying goes, when God closes a door, he will open another window for you. His aptitude as a demon tamer is extremely poor, but maybe his talent as a pharmacist is extremely high. Mulan had begun to doubt. Zang Feng's performance was truly amazing. Mulan still clearly remembers that when she was learning to make potions, her progress was far from as fast as Zang Feng's. I really picked up a good seedling. I'm looking forward to the medicine he makes. Based on his progress, he will probably start trying to make inferior soul-enriching oral liquid in the next 2 days. In the office, Mulan looked up at Zang Feng's back as he left after asking a question and guessed something in her heart. There was also a slight smile on her face. Zang Feng is her student, and as a teacher, she is of course happy that her student is achieving success and becoming more and more powerful. However, Mulan did not notice that other teachers in the office had already started whispering. They were all discussing Zang Feng and Mulan. Because Zang Feng has been coming frequently recently. This guy is almost becoming a frequent visitor to the teacher's office. The problem is that he always comes to find Mulan, who is famous for being powerful and difficult to approach in school. Moreover, Mulan always helps him happily, which makes people suspect that the relationship between these two people is special. Various gossips also began to spread. Because of this incident, Zang Feng became a person that almost no one dared to mess with in the school, and he was respected by everyone. There's nothing you can do. Everyone knows that Mulan values him. With a master backing him up, who would dare to displease him? Of course, except for Tang Si. Although he was also worried about being punished by Mulan. But thinking of the injustice he had suffered, Tang Si secretly vowed to take revenge on Zang Feng no matter what. Humph brat, do you have a backer? So what? I have it too. Just wait, it won't be long before I make you taste the consequences of provoking me. Tang Si, with a gloomy face, swore secretly. Zang Feng was naturally unaware of this. He has been very busy lately and has no time to deal with Tang Si. After school today, he immediately went to the pharmacy to purchase the materials needed to make his own medicine. The materials are indeed cheaper than the finished product. 5,000 yuan of materials can almost make 2 potions. Zang Feng still has tens of thousands of dollars on him. Enough to buy materials for 4 potions. Now that we have the materials, let's try making it. After returning home with the materials, Zang Feng began to follow the process to first boil the common medicinal materials and then process the spiritual herbs. The first part of the process was not difficult and went very smoothly, but using spiritual power to fuse medicinal materials and stimulate their medicinal properties was very difficult. The medicinal properties of medicinal materials are very fragile. If you are not careful, the medicinal properties will be destroyed. The result is that the potency of the medicine is extremely poor. Although Zang Feng was careful enough, the efficacy of the inferior potions he made in the first 2 times was still much worse. Compared to the medicine sold in the store, the potency of the medicine is probably only more than half. This obviously won't work. Calming down, Zang Feng summed up his experience and continued to try with the last remaining herbs. But in the transparent beaker, the blue and black liquid began to slowly rotate with the spiritual power released from Zang Feng's hands, and the black substance gradually became lighter during the rotation. But despite this, until the end, the quality of the potion was still a little inferior to that in the store. Strange, it should be correct. Why is it always almost there? Zang Feng frowned as he held the potion. The potions he currently made were only about 10% inferior to those in stores, and could still be used normally. But Zang Feng is definitely not satisfied. He is not the kind of person who would stop when he feels he has achieved something. If not better than what the store does, at least it can't be worse than the medicine in the store. Maybe I missed something. After thinking about it, he still had no clue, so Zang Feng had no choice but to call Milan to tell her about the situation and ask what was going on. The latter's tone was obviously a little happy when he heard that Zang Feng was able to make a potion with similar medicinal strength. You've done a great job. After all, how many days have you been studying? But the problem you're talking about isn't yours. Zang Feng was stunned when he heard Milan's words. It's not my fault? What do you mean? Literally, there's something wrong with that medicinal ingredient. What? Is there something wrong with the medicinal materials? Yes, you may not know that most of the medicinal materials sold in pharmacies are actually of relatively low quality. Milan continued on the phone. Good medicinal materials, the pharmacy company will give priority to using them to make more expensive medicines. They can sell it for more money. I only sell those poor quality medicinal materials with insufficient medicinal strength to a novice pharmacist like you. This way, we can maximize the benefits. Don't you think about what a pharmacy is? Why would they sell ingredients when they can just sell finished medicines? Won't this make things difficult for yourself? After hearing Milan's words, Zang Feng understood. This is really a case of being smart for a lifetime but being foolish for a moment. Why didn't I think of so much at that time? Where can I buy the materials? Shaking his head, Zang Feng asked helplessly. Milan gave some suggestions. 2 places. First, you can go to the flea market and buy it from a freelance demon master. Those people are all from the wild, and the herbs are mostly fresh and potent, but a little more expensive. And the amount given by Sanrin is not much. Secondly, you can go to the Demon Control Guild. Monster Control Guild? The name sounded familiar. Milan continued. Yes, the Demon Taming Guild is a private organization that provides a place for demon tamers to communicate with each other. Monster tamers can register there, and then take on missions to make money or post missions to acquire various things. You can go somewhere and have a look. Okay, Zang Feng nodded and hung up the phone. The Demon Taming Guild is worth a visit. In addition to purchasing materials, you can also take on quests to make money. Go and have a look, you may get unexpected rewards. Having made the decision, Zang Feng packed up and set off. He also gave the 4 potions he had made to the flower spider. Although these potions are weak. But because of the buff bonus at home, flower spider still gets a lot of benefits, and is just a little bit away from another upgrade. Flower spider will soon be level 10. There seem to be new skills at level 10. Hee, I'm looking forward to what new skills this time. After putting away the flower spider, Zang Feng went out happily. Following the evil map navigation, he soon arrived at the downstairs of the Demon Control Union building. Chapter 17 Membership Test. The Demon Control Guild is located at the southern end of the North District. It is close to the central area of Shumen City. Normally, not only the demon tamers from the North District would come here. Demon tamers from other areas will also come. The union is packed with people almost every day. Except for the individual demon tamers who come to take missions to make money. There are also demon masters who come from private companies to assign tasks, and there are even quite a few demon masters from official institutions who come to do business. Of course, in addition to doing their work, these people also gather in the hall to exchange experiences in taming monsters. However, where there are many people, there are many troubles. The demon tamers here often have conflicts. However, fighting is not allowed within the union, and people who are hostile to each other can only argue because of the union's punishment. It's just that there are all kinds of people here. Don't cause trouble if you don't have to. After all, no one knows the other party's background. It might be okay to mess with each other here. But what if you are about to go out? God knows if the other party will be petty, and hold a grudge against you and look for an opportunity to sneak attack you outside for revenge. Thinking of these situations, Zang Feng glanced at those arrogant and conceited new demon masters and shook his head. Newbies here should be humble. Otherwise, you won't know how you died. But the others have nothing to do with Zang Feng. He had been waiting in line for a long time before he was able to register, and he had no time to pay attention to other newcomers. "Hello, I'm here to register." Zang Feng looked at the girl behind the window. "Okay, give me your ID card." "Okay." Zang Feng took out his ID card. The registration process for the Demon Taming Union is relatively simple. After registering your identity information and confirming your current realm strength and demon information, you can get a membership card. Only with a membership card can one post tasks in the Monster Control Guild or take on various tasks to make money. Of course, since it is a membership card, there are naturally membership levels within the guild. The level has something to do with the realm. But more depends on actual performance. And the completion rate of tasks, etc. In addition, if you are a newcomer, you can also directly conduct a level assessment in the union to see how high your initial level is. Zang Feng was planning to give it a try. After all, there are benefits to having a high membership level. For example, the handling fee for issuing tasks may be reduced, or the commission taken by the union for completing tasks may be reduced. The most direct benefit is that when your level is higher, you can get discounts when buying things in the store run by the union. The Demon Control Guild is a very large organization. The store they opened has a complete range of merchandise. Zang Feng will inevitably have to deal with people and buy things in the future, so having a high-level membership card can definitely save you a lot of money. While thinking about these, the girl behind the window had completed the registration and handed over Zang Feng's membership card. After getting the card, Zang Feng immediately went to the place on the right to test his membership level and continued to queue. This is the only bad thing about the Monster Control Guild. There are so many people that you have to queue up to do anything. Fortunately, there is no need to queue up to do tasks. This can be operated on the phone. If this also requires queuing, who can stand it? Zang Feng thought with some relief. As time went by, it was his turn. The staff at the testing site said, "Show your membership card and tell us your demon and level." "Demon Flower Spider, level 8. "Flower Spider?" The staff was surprised. But then he nodded. "Go in." Upon hearing this, Zang Feng quickly entered the venue. There were a lot of harsh sounds coming from behind. "It's so funny, the demon is actually a flower spider? A flower spider is such a weak thing that an ordinary person can cripple it with a single slap. How can you really subdue it and treat it as a demon? Tisk. Is this kid crazy? Isn't it a waste of time to take a flower spider to participate in the membership test? That's right, is there any need for testing? It's definitely the bottom tier at this glance. Damn it, why is this kind of rubbish causing so much trouble? He's wasting a lot of my time standing in line here. Wait until he comes out and see how I laugh at him." People outside were still talking. Zang Feng had already entered the venue at this time. Testing the initial membership level is simple. That is to fight against demons. At this time, the demon master in charge of the test also saw Zang Feng coming in, and waved his hand to release his demon. This is a small white snake with wings on its back. Zang Feng remembered seeing this kind of monster in the illustrated book. At the same time, a reminder also appeared. Hint: White Feathered Serpent, level 22, in good condition, you cannot defeat it now. White Feathered Serpent. I remember the illustration mentioned that this kind of monster has very average attributes, and has the ability to fight on land, sea and air. It is a very good and rare monster. Zang Feng was thinking, and the demon master opposite him also said, I won't let it use its full strength during the test. Just do your best. I will give you the initial membership level based on your actual performance. Okay. Zang Feng nodded when he heard that. Let go and perform. No problem. He then summoned the flower spider. At the same time, he began to give orders. Spin the silk! Whoosh! After receiving the order, the flower spider tacitly spit out silk to stick to Zang Feng's raised arm and retracted it into his hand. The demon tamer on the opposite side was a little surprised. It seems that no one can tell what Zang Feng wants to do. But he reacted quickly, because Zang Feng threw the flower spider directly at his white-feathered snake. Sleeping pollen! Pollen? White-feathered snake, the wind blows. Hu, the demon master in charge of the test, is very experienced. Although Zang Feng's move was unexpected, he handled it with ease. The white-feathered snake flapped its wings and easily blew away the pollen to avoid being put to sleep. However, although the pollen was blown away, the flower spider landed steadily not far from the white-feathered snake and held on to the ground without being blown away. Zang Feng took the opportunity to issue new orders. Nightmare Realm! Buzz! The gray area suddenly opened up. The demon master on the opposite side frowned. Pollen was okay, but he had never seen this gray area skill before. What skill is this? He was a little unsure about this move. Out of caution, he ordered the white-feathered snake to retreat, but the flower spider suddenly burst out at speed and rushed forward. It has 13 agility after all. Although it couldn't catch up with the white-feathered snake, the white-feathered snake didn't use its full strength, so the flower spider could barely get close. But this stunned the demon tamer on the opposite side, because he knew very well that his white-feathered snake had an agility of more than 20 points. Even if he didn't use his full strength, it was not something that a mere demon like the flower spider could catch up with. What's wrong with this boy's flower spider? Its skills are weird, and it runs really fast. It approaches the white-feathered serpent in just a few whooshes like a small motor. This is a bit outrageous. But what surprised him even more was that after the flower spider approached the white-feathered serpent, it caused gray energy to cover the white-feathered serpent. The latter suddenly became panic-stricken. I don't know what it saw, but it made the white-feathered snake's body go limp, its movements slow, and it even froze for half a second. What kind of skill is this? It can actually affect a level 22 white-feathered snake. Although it was less than half a second, you have to know that this flower spider is only registered as level 8. The demon master in charge of the test was stunned. But this person has experienced many ups and downs. He quickly came to his senses and continued to control the monster, and discovered the weakness of Zang Feng's flower spider. That means the attack is weak and the body is fragile. This flower spider is a mutant, right? So it's much more powerful than ordinary flower spiders and has special skills. But it's a flower spider after all. Even if it's mutated, it's only about the same level as a rare demon. Not bad. This kid's combat performance. The tester pondered in his mind. He also waved his hand to indicate the end of this test. Taking back the white-feathered snake, he looked at Zang Feng. Not bad, you are very good at using the ability of your mutated flower spider. And he knows how to use spider silk to assist. He smiled, and then, on the machine behind him, gave Zang Feng an initial membership level of C-, and also added a clearly identifiable level mark to Zang Feng's membership card. The test was over and Zang Feng left the venue. As soon as I came out, I heard the piercing sound again. Hey, isn't this the flower spider boy? You came out pretty quickly. What level did you get? I don't think it was the lowest level F- membership level, right? Haha. Tisk, TSK, what are you measuring? That's right. You wasted half a day of our time. You should know that we can definitely get an E. Okay, look, he doesn't even dare to speak. The voice was heard, and many people echoed it. Zang Feng squinted and shook the card. E level? What is that? I think I accidentally got a C level. When they saw the card clearly, everyone was shocked. C level? You should know that there are 9 levels of membership: SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, E, and F. It is divided into addition and subtraction. Those who can initially get C grade are all little talents with rare demons. This guy actually got a C grade? It's hard for these people to even get a D. Oh my god, how did he do that? Just rely on flower spiders? That's way off. Seeing the extra level mark on Zang Feng's card, those people who had just mocked him suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. If there was a small crack in the ground at this moment, they would probably want to hide in it immediately. Chapter 18: Arrow Feathers and Crow Eggs. Membership levels are highly symbolic. This thing is not completely related to realm. Instead, it depends on personal ability. Unions also use this to distinguish talents. Give talented people a higher initial level. This way the other party may also get more benefits. It can be considered a disguised investment. After all, the union can get a lot of returns when capable people become successful. Zang Feng was able to obtain the C-level membership grade because the demon master who conducted the test took Zang Feng's future into consideration. He thinks Zang Feng is worth investing in. That's why he was given a high membership level. Most people don't have this blessing. Just like what those people said before. Most of them can only get F or E grades. It's pretty good to get a D grade. After Zang Feng finished the level test and slapped the faces of those who had mocked him, he was in a very good mood. He also quickly checked the tasks. Zang Feng came here to find the medicinal herbs needed to make the inferior Yunling oral liquid. He could directly issue a purchase task, but now he doesn't have much money to purchase materials. He wanted to find a mission to earn some money first. Then buy materials to make potions. Thinking about this, Zang Feng opened the mobile union link and clicked on the task page to start looking for tasks. E-level mission: kill the ghost frog. Reward: 1,500 yuan. F-level mission: find the necklace. Reward: 500 yuan. E-level mission: assist in sealing the little green snake. Remuneration: 2,000 yuan. There are many tasks, but not much reward. Zang Feng watched patiently for a few minutes. Finally, I found a suitable one. C-level mission: find the Yuyao phone. Task details: my demon-controlling mobile phone, which contained a large amount of learning materials, was accidentally lost in the northwest area of Huimu Mountain. Remuneration: 15,000 yuan. 15,000 is a lot of money. You should be able to harvest a lot of medicinal herbs if you get them. Without hesitation, Zang Feng decisively accepted the task. After all, the task was just to retrieve Yuyao's phone. For tasks like finding things, Zang Feng has the cheating ability to see prompts, so it is easy to accomplish. But what information is so important? 15,000 is enough to buy a new phone. After accepting the task and turning off his phone, Zang Feng couldn't help but guess the details of the task he had just seen. The 4 words, learning materials, seemed to be often mentioned by some LSPs, referring to some interesting materials. Could it really be those things? The person who issued the task also spent a lot of money. 15,000 to get those things back. But no matter what he thought, Zang Feng was also quite curious. Why is the CC information so valuable? Could it be that it is still out of print? He began to have wild thoughts, but Zang Feng did not stop at all and just hurried towards Huimu Mountain. As usual, he checked the prompts on the way. Hint: there is a magical herb 10 meters ahead. Hint: turn right 100 meters ahead and you will encounter 2 weak demons killing each other. Tip: turn left 230 meters ahead, someone dropped a wallet, and you can get unexpected money. Hint: there is a rookie 300 meters to the left. After entering the wild, there are more prompts. Zang Feng also gained a lot of things along the way. There are just no task-related prompts. He had no choice but to go deeper. Hint, there is a wounded fox wolf ahead. Hint, it is estimated that in 20 seconds, several powerful demon masters from the Demon Control Bureau will pass by here. A demon tamer from the Demon Taming Bureau? This tip surprised Zang Feng a little. The Demon Control Bureau is an official agency that is somewhat similar to the Blue Star Police Station and is mostly on duty in cities and is responsible for city security. They wouldn't just come to the wild casually, and judging from the prompts, there are several members of the Demon Control Bureau coming out together. This doesn't seem right. Could something have happened in Huimu Mountain recently? Zang Feng frowned but didn't think too much about it. All he wanted now was to find his phone quickly, because it was getting darker at this time. In addition, people from the Demon Control Bureau appeared. He was worried that if he stayed here too long he would get into trouble. Taking this into consideration, Zang Feng quickened his pace in searching, and the prompts that popped up in front of him became more frequent. Finally, half an hour later. Hint, in the sky ahead, a feathered crow is returning to its nest, and it seems to be holding something it has collected in its mouth. Arrow-feathered crow? Zang Feng looked up suddenly. Guy saw a crow with a pitch-black body and scarlet eyes flying at high speed in the sky and landing on a distant tree. In the crow's mouth, there was a square object that was constantly flashing, a bit like a mobile phone. To put it bluntly, a feathered crow is still a crow. It's similar to some common crows, which like to collect shiny things to bring back to their nests. That phone, maybe it flashed because someone was calling and then it was noticed by the arrow crow and brought back. Zang Feng made a rough analysis in his mind. The knowledge about feathered crow was also what he had learned from looking up illustrations in books and other things. But it doesn't matter. What's important is the phone it's holding. I have to go and confirm whether that is the mobile phone mentioned in the Union mission. We still have to see the strength of this arrow crow. If it's too strong, you have to be careful. Zang Feng carefully approached the tree where the arrow feather crow was roosting and carefully observed it while it was perched on the tree. Hint, feather crow, level 10, is a raptor monster that is good at using feathers to attack from a distance and is very fast. It is risky to fight it, but it is not difficult to defeat it with your cleverness. Only level 10? Not bad, not difficult. Seeing the prompt, Zang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. But he still didn't rush over rashly. Arrow crow is good at long-range attacks with fast speed. It doesn't have to attack the flower spider at close range, so the flower spider's nightmare domain will be useless to it. What's more, this creature has wings. If you use pollen directly on it, it will just fan it back at you and it will be useless. But as mentioned before, although the situation was unfavorable, Zang Feng had a solution. Humans have no skills and are not physically strong. But I have a flexible mind. Zang Feng gave a sly smile. Then he summoned the flower spider. At the same time, he took out his mobile phone. Go, crawl away with it, light up the screen, and use Nightmare Field if that stupid bird gets close to the phone. Squeak, the flower spider waved its little paws. Then he ran away happily with his phone in his hand. Not long after, a faint light suddenly flashed in the distance. Cack in the bird's nest on the treetop, the sharp-eyed crow immediately locked onto the glowing cell phone. Its scarlet eyes were filled with joy. I found another shiny thing. Without hesitation, the arrow crow, who liked glowing objects, spread its wings again and flew straight towards the glowing mobile phone. But there was a flower spider hiding in the dark. When it saw the arrow crow approaching, it immediately used the skill Nightmare Field. The arrow crow was caught off guard and almost flew into the nightmare field and fell into hallucinations. But this guy is indeed a speed demon. Its responsiveness is fast. The moment the nightmare field unfolded, it became alert in midair and braked in time to rise and fly away from the field. At the same time, it also glanced at the flower spider. It obviously did not intend to give up Zang Feng's glowing mobile phone. It even wants to kill the flower spider. Taking into account the nightmare realm, the arrow crow circled and suddenly swung out two sharp feather arrows to hit the flower spider. But the flower spider is quite intelligent. It used its small body to hide in the gaps between trees and used the trees as shields to easily avoid attacks. Seeing that its first strike failed, the arrow crow circled again, changed direction and continued its attack. The flower spider calmly avoids being consumed. These two demons are wasting time here. At this time, on the other side, Zang Feng had already climbed up the tree cunningly and came to the side of the bird's nest of the arrow crow. Lure the tiger away from the mountain, the plan is successful. He lowered his body and pressed against the tree to reduce the possibility of being discovered, while looking at what was inside the bird's nest. Mobile phones, gemstones, tablets, diamond rings. Wow, that's quite a lot of stuff. But diamond rings and gemstones. It seems to be fake, the gems are plastic, and the diamond ring has cracks. This arrow crow doesn't really know the value of the item. But it doesn't matter. If you look closely, the phone that the crow brought back completely matches the description of the phone in the mission. In addition to these things, Zang Feng also found a light blue bird egg about the size of a ping-pong ball in this bird's nest. At the same time, he also saw a new prompt. Tip: wild arrow feather crow eggs are edible. If you eat them, your physical fitness can be slightly enhanced. If the flower spider eats them, there is a high probability that the alienation progress will be increased and the physical fitness of the flower spider will be strengthened. Increase the progress of alienation? Can it also strengthen the flower spider's physique? Zang Feng's eyes lit up when he saw the prompt. This is really a stroke of luck. Chapter 19: Demonic Cuisine. Get the cell phone and the bird eggs. Zang Feng sneaked down the tree and ran away. The two demons in the distance were still consuming their energy. Flower spider has the skill nightmare field. The arrow-feathered crow couldn't get close to it at all. It is difficult to hit the flower spider with long-range attacks. The flower spider is also unable to do anything to the feathered crow. Neither side could do anything to the other. After struggling for a while, the arrow crow felt a little tired. In desperation, it had to give up Zang Feng's phone and turn back to its own nest to rest. But when it approached the bird's nest, it got angry. The bird eggs are gone. God! The arrow-feathered crow made an angry cry. The cry echoed throughout the woods. The weak demons were frightened and trembled in fear. Zang Feng, who had already taken back the flower spider and the cell phone and quickly ran away, naturally also heard the angry voice. Now that things have come to this, what's the point of being angry? Shaking his head, Zang Feng quickened his pace. However, before he could run too far, he could faintly hear the sound of flapping wings in the sky. Zang Feng subconsciously looked up, and suddenly, the angry figure of Arrow Crow with its fur standing on end came into his sight. Fuck, they're chasing me! Seeing the arrow-feathered crows attacking in the air, Zang Feng was startled and quickly jumped away to avoid it. Ding ding! The next second, two sharp feather arrows flew past Zang Feng's body at an extremely fast speed and nailed into the tree. This silly bird is so stingy. Isn't it just an egg? If it's gone, lay another one. Is it that serious? You even chased after me and beat me up. Hiding behind a tree, Zang Feng curled his lips. This feathered crow is really stingy. But he is not a person who will swallow his anger. If the arrow crow dares to chase him, it will have to pay a heavy price. Hee, I would have just taken an egg, but since you insist on chasing me and beating me, then be prepared to send it away. Just right, I haven't eaten a demon yet. I'll kill you and take you back to make soup. Through the branches, Zang Feng looked at the arrow-feathered crow that continued to circle in the dark sky looking for an opportunity to attack and said viciously, These crow eggs are good for your health. Then stewing the feathered crow would definitely work. After all, this thing is a demon. Completely different from ordinary small animals. Its flesh and blood are more nutritious. Zang Feng is still growing, so he needs to be nourished. However, the feathered crow was flying in the sky, and Zang Feng had no long-range attack means, so it was not easy to defeat it. But there are always more solutions than problems. Zang Feng has no other strengths except that he has a slightly better brain. Fight me? You're done! Flower spider, spin silk to stick to the stone! Poof! Upon hearing Zang Feng's order, the flower spider immediately spit out tough and highly sticky spider silk to stick to a stone. Zang Feng held the spider silk, exerted force with his arms, swung the stone stuck to the spider silk twice, and then threw it into the sky. When the arrow crow saw the stone flying from below, it instinctively moved away to avoid it. but being counterattacked also made it even angrier. There was no way. Zang Feng was below, and there was a forest below, and it was difficult to attack Zang Feng because of the tree canopy blocking his view. On the other hand, Zang Feng was just like the ancient people who threw stones at birds. He kept using spider silk to swing the stone to speed it up. If you're not careful, he'll hit you. Arrow Feather Crow wanted to rush down and attack. The problem is that there are also flower spiders. The nightmare realm made it dare not get too close. This also resulted in the Arrow Crow, which had the air superiority and was clearly at an advantage, now being at a disadvantage. I didn't dare to get close, and I couldn't hit it from a distance, so I could only passively dodge the stones that kept coming from below. The more Arrow Feather Crow thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. For a moment it wanted to give up. But when I think about my bird eggs being stolen. When the collection came, the things were also taken. You clearly have the advantage, but you still run away in disgrace? Unwilling to accept this, Arrow Feather Crow is very unwilling to accept this. It continued to dodge while thinking of countermeasures. And below, Zang Feng continued to throw stones, but this time he put the flower spider on the stone. Whoosh, the stone flew over again. This time, Arrow Crow still had no idea how to dodge it. But biological instinct warned it that there was danger. What's going on? Arrow Crow didn't understand. But out of caution this time, it did not dodge the stone but instead swung a feather arrow to attack. It wants to break the stone to prevent problems. However, it missed one point. Bang, as the feather arrow hit the stone shattered and a small black shadow hidden on the back of the stone appeared. The scarlet pupils of Arrow Crow shrank slightly. It's a flower spider. In an instant, it understood what the danger was. This flower spider was thrown into the sky clinging to a stone. If you dodge it, it will rely on being thrown, and when it flies past you, it will attack with the nightmare field. Even if I break the stone, the flower spider can take advantage of this opportunity to spit silk to stick to me and get closer. Then continue attacking with nightmare field. I understand. Arrow Feather Crow understands everything. But now I understand it's too late. Flower spider, spinning silk, nightmare realm! Puff Zang Feng's order sounded below, and the flower spider in the air suddenly spit out silk to stick to the Arrow Crow, which was very close. Without waiting for the opponent to break the spider silk, the flower spider quickly approached along the spider silk and launched a nightmare field at the same time. A gray energy field unfolds. The Arrow Crow had no way to dodge this time. After all, the spider silk is stuck to its body, and the flower spider is hanging on the spider silk, so it can't escape no matter what. Sure enough, when the nightmare realm touched the Arrow Crow, the latter immediately fell into a hallucination of fear and fluttered around. The flower spider took the opportunity to climb onto it. Then a dormant pollen sprayed out close to his face. The arrow-feathered crow flapping in the air fell to the ground in a daze. Zang Feng, who had been waiting for a long time below, decisively caught it. That's all? You still dare to chase me and fight me? Hey, you're going to feed me now. Glancing at the sleeping feather crow in my hand. This plump body is somewhat tempting. After tying up the silly bird, Zang Feng started his journey home, but he happened to meet people from the Demon Control Bureau on the way. They were also about to return to the city. They knew Zang Feng to some extent. After all, Zang Feng had stayed in the Demon Control Bureau for about 10 days and met many people there. They saw Zang Feng in the wild, and also saw Zang Feng capturing the arrow crow alive. Surprise was written on everyone's face. Your aptitude for the test was extremely poor. I didn't expect he was quite capable. I guess even Tao Yan can't catch up with you. Hee hee, that's too good. Zang Feng smiled and took the opportunity to ask what they were doing there. The people from the Demon Control Bureau did not hide anything. According to them, their coming out was actually related to the wanted criminal that Mulan mentioned earlier. The wanted criminal smuggled a lot of contraband and even captured a few rare wild monsters and secretly brought them into the city to sell. But when the truth was revealed, the guy injured some people and ran away with all the goods. The Demon Control Bureau kept chasing them along the way. The goods were scattered around here. The wild demons also fled to the vicinity of Greywood Mountain, and the wanted criminal was injured and lurked in the city. The main purpose of the people from the Demon Control Bureau coming here is to recover the contraband scattered outside. Wild monsters are not a big problem, because those monsters are not of high level. Even if you run into Greywood Mountain, you won't be able to create any big waves. Therefore, the Demon Control Bureau didn't intervene any further. At the same time, they also want to find more clues about the criminal. It's a pity that the things were recycled. But there is still no clue about the wanted criminal. That wanted criminal is quite dangerous. You should be careful too. Of course, if you have any clues, please contact us immediately. Oh. Zang Feng nodded. He didn't take it too seriously. How could it be so easy for a small character like him to meet a wanted criminal that even the Demon Control Bureau couldn't find? Of course, if he really encounters it, Zang Feng will not panic. After all, with the clues he can discover it first. You can prepare in advance then. All in all, it's not a big problem. After bidding them farewell, Zang Feng returned to the city. He first went to the union and handed in his phone. 15,000 yuan came into the account, but I took up the task of purchasing materials. The money was spent before I could even warm up to it. As for the feathered crow, he was suffocated to death by Zang Feng in the middle of the process. Because harmful wild monsters are not allowed to be brought into the city, they may cause all kinds of trouble. Flower spiders are easy to deal with, they are pets and harmless, but for things like arrow-feathered crows, only their corpses can be brought in. Of course, you can also bring it in secretly. But if you are caught, you will be fined. If you cause serious problems, you will have to go to jail. Zang Feng doesn't want to cause himself any more trouble. So he smothered the feathered crow and issued the task to collect materials. Then he went home and chopped the stupid bird into pieces and stewed it. Put more green onion and ginger, less chili. Keep it original, TSK, delicious. Smelling the aroma from the pot, Zang Feng became greedy. This demonic food seems to be particularly delicious. And there are actually hints appearing. Tip: if you eat the fragrant arrow feather crow soup, it can replenish essence and marrow, invigorate blood circulation, regulate qi and strengthen physical fitness. If your flower spider also eats it, it will definitely improve its physical fitness. Ahaha, it's worthy of being called demon cuisine. Eating it can really enhance your physical abilities. Chapter 20 Dream Clone. Arrow feather crow soup is delicious. Zang Feng drank 3 big bowls in a row. The flower spider also drank so much that its abdomen became round. At the same time, Zang Feng also saw the prompt. Hint: flower spiders eat arrow feather crow's soup to fully absorb nutrients, and their physique is strengthened by 1 point. The increase is not much, but it's better than nothing. Now that he had eaten and drunk his fill, Flower Spider lay there sleeping soundly, while Zang Feng took out his book to continue studying. Because the materials were not purchased so quickly, he only received a text message from the union the next day saying that the materials had been received. Now we can make the finished medicine! After turning off his phone, Zang Feng was very happy. He planned to get the materials after school. There is also work. Zang Feng originally wanted to learn how to make potions. Not only does he want to speed up his advancement, he also wants to find a job that can make a lot of money by relying on his potion-making skills. Now I have learned how to make potions. Although I can only make inferior potions, it is still pretty good. The question is where to apply. Zang Feng's gaze fell on Jinlong. This guy has been a bit sluggish these days. I often daydream and fall asleep in class. Zang Feng occasionally looked back and saw it several times. But it doesn't matter what this guy did at night. What matters is that he said his cousin started a company. We are also hiring pharmacists. The company of my classmates' families should be more reliable, right? Anyway, I'll ask Jinlong about the company first. After thinking about it, Zang Feng woke him up. Jinlong looked up confusedly. What are you doing? Don't sleep yet, I want to ask you something. Didn't you say your cousin's company was looking for pharmacists? Where is her company and what are the specific benefits? Jinlong was a little confused. You're not a pharmacist, why are you asking this? Who told you I'm not a pharmacist? Zang Feng showed an unfathomable smile. Zhenlong was a little surprised and became much more sober. What? I'm not sleepy anymore if you say that. He rubbed his eyes and asked, Are you serious? How can it be fake? I can make inferior potions. Yo, I didn't realize you were a pharmacist. No, if you were a pharmacist, why didn't you ask this before? Zhenlong asked with some suspicion. Zang Feng shrugged. I didn't know how to make medicine a few days ago. I learned it in a hurry these days, so I came to ask you. Good brother, you are worthy of being me. Zhenlong was silent for a moment, and then gave a thumbs up. Okay, tell me about your cousin's treatment at the company. Oh, my cousin's company is based on commissions. Every potion produced will be given as commission to the pharmacist. Doesn't the inferior potion sell for 5,000? It seems that she gives a commission of 1,500 for each inferior potion. I have to make 20 of them every week. I don't know about the other grades. 20 per week, $30,000 per week? Wow, nearly 100,000 a month. Pharmacist is indeed a high-paying profession. And this is just the salary for inferior medicine. If you can produce high-quality products, wouldn't your salary be doubled and you can earn hundreds of thousands per month? Most importantly, pharmacists have flexible working hours. They only need to work 2 days a week and have 5 days off to make these medicines. You can still do other things during these 5 days. For example, continue to go to the union to accept tasks. Turtle, easily make a lot of money. You can also take drugs steadily to improve. It's right to become a pharmacist. Zang Feng was suddenly moved. He couldn't help but ask. That sounds good. By the way, what does your cousin's company do? Is it enough to hire a pharmacist to make 20 defective products a week? One pharmacist makes 20. My cousin wants to hire 3. Zhenlong added. As for my cousin's company? It's actually an institution that specializes in training demons. Some people don't know how to raise monsters, so they put them in institutions to train and cultivate them every day and then take them out at night. Pharmacy is for customers. Her company has all the necessary facilities. There are almost all kinds of demon training grounds, demon masseurs, demon dietitians, etc. Zhenlong introduced incessantly. Zang Feng got to know the company. The demon training institution is quite interesting. Maybe you can go and get a job. Maybe he could even take advantage of his position and take advantage of the company's benefits to train his own spiders. This is definitely good for flower spiders. Okay, I know the general situation. Tomorrow is Saturday, take me over to have a look, and if you can successfully join the company, I will treat you to a meal. Zang Feng thought for a moment, and then spoke. Zhenlong also nodded. Okay. After saying that, he fell down and continued to sleep soundly. Zang Feng didn't bother him anymore. After school, Zang Feng went to the union to get the fresh materials he had purchased, and then quickly went home to start making potions. The materials used to make the potion this time are much better than those bought at the pharmacy in terms of both appearance and medicinal strength. Zang Feng was also extremely careful when making it to prevent accidentally destroying the medicinal strength. But as the pharmaceutical production process continues steadily, the turbid liquid in the beaker gradually becomes clear and pure. A faint fragrance began to emanate. This was not available in previous potion making. The consequences of this disparity in pharmaceutical materials are too great. The materials sold in the pharmacy are a huge pitfall. See the situation of the medicine at this time. Thinking of the medicines he had made before, Zang Feng couldn't help but curse the profiteers in the pharmacy in his heart. Forget it, let's see how effective the medicine is first. Don't think about the unpleasant things that happened before. Zang Feng picked up the beaker of medicine and drank it. Gurgle as the pure blue liquid medicine entered his stomach, Zang Feng could clearly feel the medicinal power of the medicine taking effect. The spiritual energy in the body increased and surged rapidly, and the reaction was much stronger than the ready-made medicines bought from the pharmacy. This includes environmental buff bonus. But the potency of the medicine itself. It seems to be better than the medicine in the drugstore. Zang Feng felt that if he drank 2 or 3 more potions, he might be able to break through to his realm. The potency of the medicine has become much stronger. Is this because the herbs are fresh, or is it related to the pharmacist's operation? Coming back to his senses, Zang Feng pondered. But he has too little experience after all. Now I can't think of the result just by thinking about it. Shaking his head, Zang Feng decided to continue making potions. He had enough materials to make 5 or 6 potions. According to this medicinal strength, the potion made from these 15,000 materials is stronger than the good quality potion worth 20,000. Don't buy medicine anymore. Just collect the materials and make it yourself. This is much more cost-effective than buying finished drugs. Zang Feng was thinking carefully in his mind. At the same time, his hands did not stop moving. Soon, all the potions were made. This time, Zang Feng did not use it himself, but gave it all to Flower Spider in the hope that it could comprehend new skills at level 10. This little thing wasn't polite either, and drank up all the potions made by Zang Feng in minutes. At the same time, a reminder also appeared. Hint: your Flower Spider has reached level 9 after taking several inferior soul-enriching oral liquids you made. Hint: your Flower Spider has reached level 10 after taking several inferior soul-enriching oral liquids you made. There are environmental benefits to the drug. In addition, the potency of Zang Feng's medicine is stronger than that of the drugstore, so it is almost enough to barely reach level 10. But is this the end? What about skills? No new skills? Zang Feng was stunned when he saw the 2 prompts. Flower Spider is very happy that he has reached level 10. But this time he was unable to comprehend the skill. Zang Feng was helpless, and Flower Spider himself seemed a little disappointed. It folded its legs and curled up into a ball, looking like a cold ball with white spots on it. Seeing this, Zang Feng caught it. Don't panic, there's still food to eat. Try eating this bird's egg. It can increase the progress of alienation. If you don't have any skills when upgrading, you may be able to gain new skills through alienation. As he spoke, he took out the arrow feathers and crow eggs. The Flower Spider was too full yesterday, so Zang Feng didn't feed the bird egg directly to it, and kept it. When the Flower Spider saw the bird eggs, its mood changed instantly. It immediately turned over and climbed up, staring at the bird eggs with greedy eyes. Okay, eat it and see. Snap with Zang Feng's instruction, the Flower Spider jumped onto the bird eggs like a hungry spider and bit the eggshells. The egg liquid is also sucked up by it. New tips also emerged simultaneously. Hint: your Flower Spider has accelerated its body transformation due to the special environment here, eating the arrow feather crow eggs. Its transformation progress has increased by 2 percentage points, and its agility and physique have increased by 1 point. Hint: your Flower Spider's transformation progress has reached 15%, and you have mastered the special skill, Dream Clone. Oh, both agility and physique are improved. Most importantly, new skills. Dream Clone, sounds good. I don't know what the specific effect is. Zang Feng stared at the Flower Spider excitedly, waiting for the skill prompt. Chapter 21: Meeting Tao Yen again. Zang Feng stared straight at the Flower Spider. Tips about skills appear. Dream Clone. Create 3 clones that can perform various false actions or skills to confuse the opponent. Look at the skill introduction, it's quite interesting. After having this skill, Flower Spider can use it in conjunction with other skills. Take Sleeping Pollen for example. If used alone, the enemy can easily dodge or blow away the oncoming pollen. But the situation changes when there is a clone. After all, the clone can perform fake skills. When the clone and the original body use skills at the same time, it will be difficult for the enemy to distinguish which side is the real pollen. It is so easy to control the enemy. With this skill, Flower Spider's combat ability increases dramatically. As expected, it's a skill gained through transformation. Next, let's take a look at the current attributes. Zang Feng took back the Flower Spider scanner. Name: Flower Spider, Nightmare Species. Level 10. Category: Insects/Plants. Features: None. Attributes: 4/16/5/17, Strength, Agility, Body Intelligence. Alienation progress, 15 out of 100. Skills: Silk Spinning, Nightmare Field, Sleeping Pollen, Dream Clone. Introduction: a spider with small flowers on its head. It is harmless, and its flowers have the effect of refreshing the mind. It is an insect-type pet monster. This attribute is already pretty good, in addition to the shortcomings of strength and physique. The other two items are no worse than those of combat-type monsters. The fighting power is getting stronger and stronger. Zang Feng happily put away his phone. If things go on like this, I can successfully get the job and earn hundreds of thousands of yuan a month to buy materials to continue improving my pharmaceutical production. Then you will be able to reach the elite level soon, and then you can try to subdue the second demon. I'll look at the illustrated guide more when I have time later. Think about which monster is suitable to subdue. By the way, the people from the Demon Control Bureau said earlier that several rare wild demons captured by the wanted criminal had escaped. They seem to be around Greywood Mountain, and lately have been keeping an eye out for rumors of rare demons in the vicinity. Wait until you reach elite level. Maybe I can try to subdue those. Zang Feng was thinking about these things in his mind. The next day, North District, a commercial street. Xinlong, where are you? At the entrance of the block, Zang Feng looked around. There were many pedestrians passing by, and he couldn't find his target, so he could only continue to call and ask about the location carefully. Soon, a voice rang out on the phone. It's right here at the entrance. Go straight to the left of the entrance, and next to the third trash can. The one wearing the pink skirt is me. Pink skirt? Zang Feng looked strange. Is this guy really a woman? With some doubts, Zang Feng hung up the phone and continued along the route Xinlong had told him. A few minutes later Zang Feng found the target. Xinlong is wearing a black sweatshirt today. She was wearing a pink skirt on her lower body, and at this moment, she was squatting next to the trash can, puffing on a cigarette. That way it can be as social as possible. Seeing Zang Feng coming over, he stood up and took out a cigarette box from his sweatshirt pocket. Want a cigarette? Seeing him like this, Zang Feng immediately dispelled the idea that Xinlong might be a girl. At the same time, Zang Feng was a little worried again. Xinlong himself is a little idiot. His cousin, it's hard to say what she's like. It is even harder to say about his cousin's company. Forget it, don't think too much about it, just go and see it first. Why are you smoking at such a young age? I don't smoke. Take me to your cousin's company first. Refusing Xinlong's cigarette, Zang Feng said. Xinlong blew out a smoke ring. Okay, follow me. And you really don't want to have one? Walking on the road, Xinlong continued to instigate. No, I advise you to quit. Look at you. You've been dozing off every day lately and you have dark circles under your eyes. Zang Feng refused, but at the same time, looking at Xinlong's pretty face with dark circles under the eyes, he couldn't help but persuade her. The latter gave a lewd smile upon hearing this. Hey, this thing is refreshing. And there's a reason why I dozed off. I recently found my lost old phone. I've been studying hard every day to catch up on the study materials in it. TSK, I study until the early hours of the morning every day, forgetting to eat and sleep. I should rest during the day since I work so hard. Zang Feng frowned when he heard his words. When did this guy become so fond of studying? And the lost old phone? Are there any study materials in it? Why is it so similar to the task I took on? This guy, could it be that the task he accepted before was actually posted by him through the Union? And if nothing unexpected happens, the study materials he mentioned are definitely some terrible materials. No wonder he's been in a slump lately. Is he probably completely exhausted? Thinking about it, Zang Feng asked tentatively. Your phone, was it lost at Huimu Mountain before? Huh! How did you know that? Xinlong was stunned for a moment and nodded. I was out wandering before, and I accidentally encountered a powerful demon and my phone was lost. Wait, you completed my mission? At this moment, he also reacted. Zang Feng nodded helplessly. Xinlong was excited. Good brother! Help me find those out-of-print study materials. You are my half-brother, Xinlong, who is still alive. As he said this, he was about to give Zang Feng a bear hug. The latter quickly dodged. Go away. The two of them talked as they walked, and soon, under Xinlong's leadership, Zang Feng arrived at the company run by his cousin. This company is also close to the city center, and its name is called the Improper Demon Training Company. See this weird name. Zang Feng finally understood why Jinlong was so confident when he answered that his company was not legitimate. Your cousin's company name is quite unique. Great minds think alike, I think so too. Come on, I'll take you to find my cousin. Jinlong nodded and pulled Zang Feng inside. When he arrived at the company's interview hall, Zang Feng discovered that there were many people coming to interview at his cousin Jinlong's company. Maybe it's because it's a new company. They are recruiting almost everything, including combat trainers, masseurs, security guards, and even cleaners. The position of pharmacist is quite important, so my cousin is in charge of it personally. I will go and call her over. Just sit here and wait for a while. Okay, Zang Feng found a seat and nodded. Out of boredom, he couldn't help but look at the other interviewees, among whom there were demon tamers and ordinary people. What surprised Zang Feng was that he actually saw an acquaintance in the crowd. Tao Yan. Why is she interviewing here too? Zang Feng glanced at the position she was waiting in line for an interview. It's a demon fighting trainer. As the name suggests, this position is specifically responsible for training with the client's monsters to improve their combat capabilities. This position is relatively lucrative. After all, you get paid for every sparring match. Although Tao Yan is funded by the Demon Control Bureau, he doesn't have much pocket money, so it is understandable that he wants to earn some extra money. Zang Feng glanced at him for a few times, and then ignored him. However, Tao Yan seemed to have noticed Zang Feng and even walked over to him. Looking at her expression, which showed a bit of arrogance and contempt towards Zang Feng, one could tell that she was going to cause trouble. Sure enough, she spoke after she got closer. Zang Feng, why are you here for the interview too? Is there a problem? Zang Feng asked coldly. Seeing his indifferent look, Tao Yan remembered all the praises her teacher had given to Zang Feng. Of course, there was also the teacher's belittlement of her, and these things made her, a proud young lady, very dissatisfied. She had long wanted to find an opportunity to defeat Zang Feng. It's a pity that there was no opportunity before. But now, the opportunity seems to have come. She narrowed her eyes and sneered. Humph, no problem. After all, you don't have much talent for cultivation, and your strength is improving slowly. I guess you haven't reached the second level of novice yet? It's not bad for someone like you to apply for the job of cleaner here. Other professions require strength. For example, I am a novice level 6, and I can easily get a job as a combat trainer with a salary of 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month. Her words were full of boasting. Of course, she also had the capital to show off. After all, she had easily reached the 6th level after practicing for less than half a month. Although this was supported by the potions given by the Demon Control Bureau, one has to admit that she is indeed very talented. But Zang Feng was not envious at all. After all, he is now also a novice 6th dan. So he still ignored Tao Yan. Seeing that Zang Feng didn't say anything, the latter thought that he was shocked by his own strength, and the pride on his face became more obvious. What? Are you so surprised that you can't speak? This is the difference in qualifications. Your cultivation aptitude is incomparable to mine. I'm now a 6th dan. Not only am I better than you, but I can also find a better job and earn more money easily. This world is so realistic. Your little cleverness may not be completely effective every time. Really? Zang Feng narrowed his eyes. Seeing this, Tao Yan wanted to say something else. At this moment, a voice came from the stairs not far away. Pharmacist Zang Feng, you want to apply for the job, right? Yes. Zang Feng stood up. Tao Yan was a little confused. Pharmacist? Zang Feng? Chapter 22 Interview passed. Tao Yan had heard of the profession of pharmacist. This profession is as important as the demon tamer. But it can make more money than the demon tamer. Because they are the ones who make all kinds of medicines. They can make a lot of money selling potions. Or join some company to provide technology. The starting monthly salary for a pharmacist is around 100,000 yuan. However, although pharmacists make a lot of money and can quickly improve themselves, it is difficult to become a pharmacist. She had asked her teacher about these things out of curiosity before. Even the teacher asked her to try to learn. But she had no talent for it at all, and after studying for a few days without making any progress, she had to give up learning it. But Tao Yin never imagined that this guy Zang Feng has now become a pharmacist. How could this be possible? Zang Feng is also a time traveler. No matter how smart he is, how could he learn to make potions and become a pharmacist in such a short time? Unless he has an extremely high talent in medicine and is a super genius that is rarely seen in a century. But relying on him? Absolutely impossible. His cultivation aptitude is obviously the worst. This must be someone's mistake. Or this guy is lying. He probably learned some knowledge about pharmaceuticals, but he probably can't make a finished medicine. He wants to get away with it here? Humph, it can't be that easy. An interview is more than just talk. Tao Yen pursed her lips and stared at Zang Feng. She just didn't believe that Zang Feng could really make a finished medicine, because she herself couldn't do such a thing. Tao Yen would not allow herself, who was proud and more qualified, to be outdone by a small character like Zang Feng again. She expected Zang Feng to be lying. I also hope that his lies will be exposed. I am even more looking forward to Zang Feng being kicked out. At this time, Tao Yan's prayers were coming true. At the stairs, Zhenlong approached quickly. Behind him, there was a beautiful woman. This beauty has a tall figure and delicate features. She wears a coat, a white short-sleeved shirt and white trousers. Her waist-length fiery red hair is draped behind her and flutters as she moves, making her look both cool and beautiful. Please introduce yourself, Long Lan. This guy's cousin, the owner of this place. The beautiful woman stepped forward and shook hands with Zang Feng generously. The latter had a somewhat surprised look on his face. Why is there such a big gap between these cousins? Zhenlong doesn't look normal no matter how you look at him. On the contrary, his cousin is a strong woman. And she's super beautiful. TSK. Zang Feng sighed in his heart, but said calmly. Hello, I heard from Zhenlong that you are recruiting pharmacists? Yes, I have heard about your general situation from this guy upstairs just now, so I have some understanding of it. You can make inferior potions, right? Long Lan nodded and asked Zang Feng back. Yes. Zang Feng acknowledged her words. Seeing this, Long Lan continued. My understanding is only verbal after all, so I want to see you make medicine in person. You can make medicines with the same strength as those in the pharmacy. Even if you pass the interview, do you think it's convenient for you to do it here? Long Lan still wanted to confirm it personally. This is normal and no big deal. After all, she was paying Zang Feng. If she doesn't confirm, she will suffer if something goes wrong. Not far away, Tao Yen heard Long Lan's words and clenched her fists and shouted in her heart. The boss asked a beautiful question. Hee Zang Feng, I didn't expect that you actually have a friend who has some connection with the boss here. I said, how dare you interview a pharmacist? You're probably thinking of going through the back door, right? Like when you took the exam through the back door? But you probably didn't expect that Boss Long would actually let you make the potion yourself in front of so many people. You are in a dilemma now, right? If you can't make the potion, I wonder how you will be driven away in disgrace. Tao Yan's eyes were filled with excitement. She seemed to have seen Zang Feng making a fool of himself. She even thought that Zang Feng didn't dare to agree to Long Lan, but Zang Feng was completely fearless. He nodded calmly and agreed to Long Lan. No problem, as long as we have the materials. Materials are easy. Long Lan waved his hand. Soon, several employees brought the materials. With the materials in hand, Zang Feng started to work. Others around were also watching curiously. After all, pharmacists are not particularly common. There are even fewer scenes of pharmacists making potions, and most people here have never seen it before. Zang Feng is making potions here now, and other people's curiosity is naturally aroused and they want to take a look. But besides curiosity, there were also skeptics among the onlookers. This guy is so young and he's a pharmacist? I have some doubts. Can he do it? Too young, I don't think it's going to work. Young people nowadays like to show off their abilities, but 9 out of 10 times they are not good enough at putting things into practice. Yes, and making medicine is difficult. Even if he is really an inexperienced pharmacist, he will still fail. The onlookers were talking about it. Tao Yen became even more excited when she heard this. These words seemed to confirm her guess, making her even more certain that Zang Feng was simply not capable of doing this. In her opinion, Zang Feng had no choice but to go ahead and pretend to be there because so many people were watching him. He will definitely be exposed soon. Let's see what you'll do then. Tao Yan's face flushed slightly, and she was full of excitement. Her eyes were also fixed on Zang Feng. The latter was not as panicked as she thought. Zang Feng had made medicine several times before. At this moment he remained calm, just following his own steps and procedures to make the potion steadily. As time passed, the prototype of the medicine gradually took shape, and the blue liquid in the beaker gradually became transparent. The familiar scent of medicine began to spread. Long Lan was surprised when she smelled the fragrance. Medicinal fragrance? The potion he made actually has a medicinal fragrance. This is an effect that only the best potions of this grade can have, right? The medicines on the market don't have this fragrance at all. The medicine made by this kid can actually have this effect. Looking at Zang Feng, Long Lan's beautiful eyes flickered. She remembered what Jinlong had mentioned before, that Zang Feng had only been learning how to make potions for a few days. It only takes a few days to reach this level. Maybe we've hired a genius. Based on the ability this kid has shown, he will definitely be able to make other potions of higher quality in the future. We have to find a way to win him over. Then I will earn more. Long Lan has already started to make plans. At this time, Zang Feng's medicine was completely formed. When everyone saw the pure medicinal liquid and smelled the gradually spreading medicinal fragrance, they could hardly conceal the shock on their faces. Fuck, this kid is the real deal. Turtle, this medicine is so pure and fragrant. It feels better than those sold on the market. This little brother has something. He's already achieved this level at such a young age. I think he could become a master of potions in the future. Master? That's too conservative, almost grandmaster. The discussions of the onlookers turned into praise. Tao Yen, who was expecting Zang Feng to make a fool of himself, was completely stunned. How is it possible? He succeeded? And the quality of the potion is so good? How could this happen? He is obviously so poorly qualified. When Tao Yen came to his senses, his face turned pale. Once again, he was outdone by Zang Feng. Her pride and self-confidence were trampled upon once again. Tao Yen was unwilling, couldn't believe it, and was a little crazy, but what was more filled with deep helplessness was her heart. She really couldn't understand why Zang Feng, who was inferior to her in everything, could always perform so well. This makes her look stupid. If the teacher knew what happened today, I will definitely scold her again when I go back. And there is Zang Feng, he will definitely come to mock me. After all, I just mocked him for no reason. Now it seems that he didn't waste time talking to me before, obviously because he thought I was a clown. This damn guy. Tao Yen secretly resented it, and was also worried about being ridiculed and embarrassed. But Zang Feng didn't have time to deal with such a conceited person as her. At this time, he was more concerned about the results of the interview. Good, very good, better than I expected. You passed the interview. After taking the medicine from Zang Feng, Long Lan spoke. Zang Feng smiled and got the job done. This also means that it would be great to get a salary of 30,000 yuan per week and have a stable income that is easy to come by. But what made him even happier was that Long Lan very generously gave him the defective potion he had made. This boss is not bad. I got a potion for free, I made a profit. Zang Feng felt very happy. Long Lan was also very happy. Because we recruited a genius. Jinlong was also very happy. Because Zang Feng promised to treat him to a meal when he joined the company. Well, the world where only Tao Yen is hurt is complete. Chapter 23 Long Lan shows goodwill. Long Lan's company is quite large. The entire 18-story building is like this. The 18 floors are divided into several departments. There are people who are specifically responsible for combat training. There are also people who specialize in massage and conditioning. The pharmacist's department is on the top floor. This is right next to Long Lan's independent office. It was clear that she valued the pharmacist, and if there were any problems she could just come over and solve them even though she was next door. At the same time, Zang Feng also learned on the way that this pharmacist's department actually already has a very capable pharmacist. That man can make good medicine. He was also responsible for the defective medicines before. After all, there were no other pharmacists in the company before. But now Zang Feng has joined. That person's workload can also be reduced. However, Zang Feng also noticed that Long Lan seemed a little unhappy when he mentioned the pharmacist. She seemed to have some opinions about the pharmacist. Although Zang Feng noticed it, as a newcomer he didn't dare to ask too much. The two chatted as they came to their posts. Pharmacists have their own workstations. The materials were sent by others. There is no need to go find the pharmacist in person. Do you want to see if you are going to start work today? After introducing the general situation, Long Lan asked. Zang Feng turned his head. Today will do. Okay then, the weekly target is 20, and the commission for each potion is 1,500. Zhenlong has mentioned this to you. I don't have any requirements for the job. As long as you meet the quota, you can leave work early at any time. If there's no problem, let's sign the contract. Hearing Zang Feng's response, Long Lan said. Okay. Zang Feng nodded. Once the contract is signed, it's time to start working. Zhenlong had already slipped away by now, so let's find another time to treat him to a meal. Now let's finish the work at hand. Coming to his workbench, Zang Feng quickly got the medicine-making materials sent by people from other departments. What surprised Zang Feng was that the materials brought by Long Lan Company looked to be of very good quality. At least it's much better than the ones in the drugstore. The most important thing is that she has a large amount of material. Where did she get all these good materials? Going to the union to buy it? Probably not. Ask her when she gets her salary. Maybe she has some special channels to get good quality materials on a regular basis. If possible, then maybe I can ask her to help me get some extra materials. Zang Feng was thinking about these things in his mind. He wanted to improve, to make more potions. This requires a lot of money and materials. The money problem can be solved temporarily. But the material is not so easy to solve. The Demon Control Guild doesn't receive messages every day, so it would be extremely helpful if we could get through Long Lan's channel. Of course, no matter what he thought, Zang Feng was not careless at all in the process of making inferior medicine. Soon, a slight medicinal aroma began to permeate the air. And this fragrance gradually grows heavier and spreads. Zang Feng's movements became more and more skillful. This also allows him to make potions faster. However, Zang Feng was still a newcomer after all. Even though he was better than ordinary newcomers, he still finished the work before dark. Phew, it's finally all done! I've been busy all day. 20 bottles of medicine may not seem like a lot, but it's actually quite tiring to make them. After the work was completed, Zang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Then you can get your salary. A week's work is done in one day. It's great to be able to get 30,000 yuan. Holding the box of medicine, Zang Feng hummed a little tune and quickly approached Long Lan's office to collect the money. As soon as he reached the door, he vaguely heard Long Lan's seemingly dissatisfied voice coming from her office. Just as he was wondering, the door opened. A tall, thin, middle-aged man walked out. This person reeks of medicinal herbs. Is he the pharmacist that Long Lan mentioned before? After taking a few glances at the middle-aged man who was leaving quickly, Zang Feng thought of the person Long Lan mentioned during the day. But it doesn't matter. No matter who he is, it has nothing to do with us. I'll just go home and have a good sleep after getting my salary. After all, making potions consumes a lot of energy. Zang Feng was somewhat tired at this moment. He was too lazy to think about it. Pushing the door open, he walked in quickly. Seeing that it was Zang Feng, Long Lan smiled and said, "Not bad, you have finished the dosage given by the indicator so quickly." That's... Zang Feng put down the potion. Long Lan picked up a few and took a look. The quality of the potion was basically the same as the one Zang Feng made during the day. Each one exudes a slight medicinal fragrance. Customers will probably be very happy if they use this kind of medicine. There is a good chance they will come again. This will undoubtedly increase customer return rate. Looking at the 20 full pills in front of me, the smile on Long Lan's face became even more intense. It's done so quickly and the quality is guaranteed. You are really amazing. As she spoke, she turned around and operated a few times on the computer, and Zang Feng soon received a deposit notification on his mobile phone. The amount deposited is 35,000 yuan. Did you give too much? Seeing the amount deposited into the account, Zang Feng was puzzled. Long Lan shook his head. Your potion is stronger than the ones on the market. The extra ones are just extra bonuses. Hey, thank you, boss. As for money, Zang Feng would never complain about having too much. Putting away his phone, he asked tentatively. By the way, boss, does our company have a special channel for obtaining medicinal materials? Yes, you asked this. Why? Do you want some medicinal herbs? After all, Long Lan is the boss of the company. As a strong woman, she is not stupid. Zang Feng asked, and she responded immediately. She had learned about Zang Feng from Jinlong. This man had no background, but was a lucky man with talent. Although Zang Feng is a pharmacist, it is impossible for him to be provided with medicinal materials and improved potion-making technology like other pharmacists, with background support. If he wants to make potions, he can only earn money to buy materials himself. But the materials are not so easy to buy. Those drugstores are a total rip-off. The union cannot receive it every day. So he would naturally think of other ways. For example, inquire about the company's medicinal material channels. Sure enough, Zang Feng nodded. I guess so. After hearing this, Long Lan hesitated for a moment before responding. The source of the company's medicinal materials is a bit special and I am not in a position to disclose it. But if you need those, I can bring you a few when I buy herbs next week. Also, if you need it urgently. The company still has some medicinal herbs for you to take. The fee will be deducted from your salary next week. But don't worry, I won't deduct it randomly. It's definitely less money than buying the materials yourself. Although Long Lan did not mention the specific channel. But the result made no difference to Zang Feng. Anyway, he has a stable source of medicinal materials every week, so today he solved the problems of work and medicinal materials at the same time. Good things come in pairs, so be happy. After thanking Long Lan, Zang Feng discussed with her to help him bring him materials for 10 potions next week. The total cost was only 20,000 yuan, which was indeed much cheaper. In the end, Zang Feng also took away the remaining medicinal materials from the company. That'll barely make 3 potions. Long Lan did not accept any payment for the 3 medicinal materials. She said it was given directly to Zang Feng. This made Zang Feng a little flattered. Long Lan was a little too nice to him, giving him extra salary, discounts on medicinal materials, and even giving him free things. I also received a medicine during the day. Although Zang Feng also understood that Long Lan was investing in him more because of his great talent as a pharmacist, he still felt a little embarrassed that Long Lan was so nice to him when they just met. Forget it, I'll just repay her later. Putting aside the burden in his heart, Zang Feng left. When he got home, he drank the potion that Long Lan had given him, and he also made all the herbs into potion. After all these potions were consumed, the medicinal power exploded and Zang Feng's spiritual energy reserves increased a lot. His realm also achieved a breakthrough. Very good, I have reached the novice level 7. That Tao Yen is only at level 6. Qualifications? Oh, are you as good as me, the Kiki Emperor? With a smug smile, Zang Feng fell asleep. He was exhausted after a busy day today. The next day he slept until almost 10 o'clock. Today is Sunday and there is no school. After washing up and having breakfast, Zang Feng prepared to clean up the yard first, and then read a book and study. But when he arrived at the main hall, he was stunned when he saw the table full of beer cans and various snack bags. Oh my God, when did you drink this? I don't see anyone all day. On Saturday nights, there are mountains of bottles. It's really a ghost. Zang Feng looked a little strange. To be honest, he has never seen any other tenants since he moved in. Not even once. Those guys seemed to come back late at night, and Zang Feng would occasionally hear some noises when he was half asleep. But I only heard his voice but never saw him. What on earth do those guys do day in and day out? I'm curious too. Zang Feng was thinking wildly while holding a broom. Chapter 24 Tang Xi's Challenge. The rent of Mulan's house is not low. What's special about Zang Feng is that it offers rent-free accommodation. But others are not rent-free. He knew that the people who lived here were extraordinary. Ordinary people can't afford to live in Mulan's house. But it is precisely because I thought about these things. Zang Feng was more curious about the other tenants. Let's not talk about what those people do. I haven't seen him yet. I'll wait and see when I have time. After all, we're good neighbors living under the same roof. If those people have status and ability, and we have connections, who knows where they can be used in the future? Zang Feng had his own little plan in mind. As a helpless traverser, any interest can be sought. As for the favors that are still owed, that's a matter for the future, let's talk about it later. Thinking of this, the cleaning was quickly finished. Zang Feng also began to calm down and do his homework. The next day, the demon-controlling class of North District No. 1 Middle School. Zang Feng, I want to fight a demon battle with you. At noon, a sound suddenly rang out in the classroom. Zang Feng, who had just finished lunch and entered the classroom, was stunned. Looking towards the back of the classroom, he realized that the person who spoke was his old friend Tang Xi, who had been silent for several days. What's wrong with this kid? Fighting a demon battle with himself? It sounds like a formal battle, not a private one. Where did he get his confidence from? Could it be that he had become addicted to being beaten by me 3 times in a row and had developed some habit? Zang Feng was a little confused. He didn't plan to pay much attention to Tang Xi. After all, you can't steal things in a formal battle. I won't do this thankless task. Retracting his gaze, Zang Feng ignored Tang Xi. Then he leisurely returned to his seat and sat down. That calm look made Tang Xi very annoyed. Others in the class were also discussing. Why does Tang Xi suddenly want to fight Zang Feng? Don't you know? They have a conflict. Yes, I saw that they didn't get along well. I heard from my friends in other classes that Tang Xi seemed to have brought people outside to block Zang Feng. It seems like he got picked up instead. Damn, this Zang Feng is so powerful. Whether it's true or not, let's not talk about it for now. This time, it seems that Tang Xi wants to get back at Zang Feng and fight him. Oh, there's more fun to watch. The classroom is not big and the discussions are very clear. Tang Xi's face gradually turned ugly. This also intensified his desire for revenge. His eyes were fixed on Zang Feng, who was sitting in the seat. Tang Xi then took a few steps forward and taunted. Why? You know that you were lucky to win against me before. So you don't dare to fight in an open battle? Humph, I knew you were the kind of coward who only knew how to play dirty tricks. You don't even dare to fight head-on, you piece of shit. By the end he had become directly abusive. When Zang Feng heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. But he was also more confused. This Tang Xi seems to be confident. How dare he provoke me like this? If you are not absolutely sure of winning, he definitely wouldn't dare to do that. Zang Feng thought for a moment, and he remembered that Tang Xi had been gloomy these past few days and left early after school every day. He didn't cause any more trouble for himself. Could it be that he had some adventure in the past few days? This adventure caused his strength to increase dramatically and gave him confidence? Out of caution, Zang Feng raised his head. He wanted to see Tang Xi's strength. Soon the clue emerged. Tip: the novice 5th stage demon tamer Tang Xi. His demons seem to have been replaced, you have to be careful. Huh? His demon has changed? Before, this guy was using a saber dog, but that monster had low intelligence and was at a disadvantage against the flower spider, which was good at control. In order to avenge himself, he might replace his flower spider with some powerful demon. No wonder he dared to challenge himself. Zang Feng withdrew his gaze and pondered. But Tang Si didn't know that he was seen through. At this moment he was still provoking Zang Feng. He felt relieved that Zang Feng didn't talk back. In Tang Si's opinion, it didn't matter that Zang Feng was scared today and didn't dare to fight the demon head-on with him. Anyway, he had satisfied his desire to talk nonsense, and even after he scolded Zang Feng, he didn't dare to talk back because everyone else saw it. Zang Feng was obviously afraid of him. Others will surely think so too. He finally regained his face. Of course, if Zang Feng agrees to fight, it would be better if we could defeat him directly. Thinking of this, Tang Si's mouth corners slightly raised. The students' opinions have also changed. No, didn't you say Zang Feng was very powerful? Why is he so cowardly? Tang Si has provoked and scolded him like this, but he doesn't even dare to talk back? Are all the rumors false? Well, this Zang Feng turns out to be just a show-off. TSK, if this happens, if word gets out that Zang Feng has given in, he'll probably be in trouble in the future. Indeed, who doesn't want to pinch a weakling? Tang Si was very happy to hear these words. We finally got a win. However, if you dare to mess with me 3 times, even if you admit your mistake today, our business is not over yet. You will have a hard time from now on. He began to think of evil plans in his mind. However, just when everyone thought that Zang Feng was really going to give in, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Tang Si. Enough of the nonsense? Let's get down to business. My time is very valuable. I won't waste my time accepting any challenge from anyone who is not a good-for-nothing. A defeated general like you is not worthy of a direct challenge, unless you can offer me a reward for the fight that I can't refuse. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. It turns out that Zang Feng was not really a coward. He just felt that Tang Si was not worthy of a challenge. You have to offer him a reward for winning or losing before he starts fighting. Things seemed to be getting more and more interesting. Tang Si also came to his senses and frowned. After a little thought, he nodded. Okay. How about this? We can use the inferior soul-enriching oral liquid that the school gives out to students every week as a reward. Whoever loses the battle will have all the inferior soul-enriching oral liquid distributed by the school belong to the winner. How about it? Do you dare to promise? Tang Si crossed his arms and looked down at Zang Feng and asked. Everyone exclaimed when they heard this. After all, a semester is a long time. Take out all the defective medicines from now on. There must be at least a dozen of them. That's more than 50,000 yuan. This can barely be considered a big gamble. Tang Si really made a big move this time. Of course, Zang Feng was also surprised to hear his words. He originally thought that Tang Si would at most take out $1,000 or 1 or 2 potions or something. But he never expected that this guy would spend a huge amount of money to get him to agree to fight and use this as a reward. But since he said so, then there is no reason for me to reject him. More than 10 inferior medicines are a lot. You can, but there's a problem. What if the loser doesn't give it? Zang Feng nodded and continued to ask. Before Tang Si could speak, Shenlong's voice came from the door. This is just a small problem. It's very easy to solve. You guys go ahead and fight. I'll ask the teacher to help draft a potion transfer application and submit it to the educational institution. The potion will be given to the winner then. The loser can't even touch the potion. This is good, Zang Feng said with a smile on his face. Tang Si didn't say much. He just nodded. Okay, that's it. Let's go. While there is still time before class starts, let's go directly to the battlefield behind the teaching building to fight. No problem. Zang Feng nodded. The two of them left the classroom one after the other. The other students quickly followed. As they walked, the group discussed who would win. The movement of so many people naturally attracted the attention of other classes. After asking around and learning that there was something fun to watch, students from various classes rushed over to watch the fun. There are even several teachers. After all, it's not time for class yet. Some teachers are still eating lunch leisurely. Have fun while eating and watching, great with rice. As a result, such a huge group of people quickly came to the demon battlefield and surrounded it. At the same time, Jinlong also went to find the teacher to draft an application for the voluntary transfer of potions by the loser of the battle. The teacher he was looking for was none other than Mr. It was Mulan, who valued Zang Feng very much. She also arrived at the battlefield at this time. After all, she had never seen Zang Feng take action. She was also curious about how Zang Feng would fight. At this time, the two parties. Everyone has their own thoughts. In Tang Xi's opinion, Zang Feng definitely didn't know that he had replaced the new demon with the help of the expert. This monster is rare and very powerful, and it can just restrain Zhang Feng's spider monster. Humph, Zang Feng, you are my stepping stone. Defeating you in front of so many people will definitely make me famous and make the teachers pay more attention to me. He couldn't help laughing at the thought. Zang Feng was also laughing secretly. Hey, do you think I don't know your plan? I beat you this time. Taking your potions can speed up my progress and help me reach elite level faster. Both sides thought so in their hearts. The battle is about to begin. Chapter 25 Spiderweb Venue. The teacher who serves as the referee enters the venue. After the rules are read out, the battle begins. Both sides release their own demons at the same time. Hidden Feng's flower spider makes a brilliant appearance. What Tang Xi released was a brown rat. The onlookers began to discuss. No way! Zang Feng's demon is a flower spider? What's the use of this pet-type demon? He brought out this kind of monster, for fun? Zang Feng has no chance of winning. Flower spider is too weak. You have to know that Tang Xi's demon is a rare needle-tailed rat. Indeed, the needle-tailed rat's tail can fire needles. With its fast speed, it can probably end the battle with a long-range attack in no time. Don't jump to conclusions too early. Then Zang Feng is not stupid. Is he not sure that he can use the flower spider? Maybe his flower spider is more special? This seems to make some sense. Never mind, let's see how they fight. These discussions are not all nonsense. Some people are very familiar with Tang Xi's demons. Through those discussions, Zang Feng also had a preliminary understanding of the general situation of Tang Xi's brown rat demon. Of course, he would check the prompts as usual. Hint: Demon Needletail Rat, Level 10, Fast Speed, High Intelligence, good at launching needles for long-range attacks. High Intelligence provides resistance to the Nightmare Realm. The Nightmare Realm won't last long. He's also good at long-range attacks. Interesting. Zang Feng observed Tang Xi's needle-tailed rat. Obviously, Tang Xi chose the needle-tailed rat after summarizing the various abilities of Zang Feng, the flower spider. Intelligence resists the influence of hallucinations, has long-range attacks, and can also avoid being affected by the nightmare field due to proximity. It is also easier to avoid dormant pollen. Besides, this monster is very fast. Zang Feng's flower spider does not have many advantages, and the only advantage may be the flower spider's new skills. Tang Xi had never seen this skill before, and he would never have thought that flower spider could actually use clones. We must make good use of the dream clone skill. It's best to ensure victory by using your skills, because he might turn the tables later. Zang Feng had a preliminary idea of tactics in his mind. Tang Xi on the opposite side has already started giving orders. Needletail Rat, roar to motivate yourself, then use the needle attack to kill that flower spider for me. Squeak. Upon hearing Tang Xi's order, the needle-tailed rat let out a squeaky roar and a faint red light emanated from its body. Roar, this is an auxiliary enhancement skill. Many ferocious beasts and monsters use it. Roaring to motivate oneself can increase attack damage. It is obvious that Tang Xi wants to end the battle quickly with this operation. But Zang Feng's flower spider is very smart, and its speed is also quite fast, so how can it be easily hit? There is no need for Zang Feng to give it orders. It just knows to stretch its legs to avoid. The needle-tailed rat's sting missed. Without waiting for Tang Xi to continue ordering the attack, Zang Feng has also begun to fight back. Flower spider, spin silk to entangle the mouse and interfere with its speed and movement. Whoosh. After receiving the order, the flower spider dodged the attack and seized the opportunity to spray out a ball of sticky spider silk. The pintail mouse is not very large in size. It is not a power-type demon either. The flower spider has 4 points of strength spider silk. Once it entangles the needletail rat, it will not be able to immediately break free from the entanglement of the spider silk. When the flower spider uses dormant pollen again, it will not be so easy for the needle-tailed mouse to avoid the pollen. Zang Feng's intention is very clear. Anyone watching could easily see it. Of course Tang Si knew it very well. Everyone thought he would let the pintail mouse hide. However, unexpectedly, he did not do so. Instead, he issued a shocking order. Needle-tailed rat, rain of needles hit it! Squeak staring at the flying spider silk, the needle-tailed mouse's hair stood upside down, and its tail stood up, shooting out a barrage of needles. The thorns were like raindrops, piercing the spider silk directly, preventing it from moving forward and continuing to fly towards the flower spider. Due to the large attack range, the flower spider was unable to dodge, and one of its legs was injured by the thorns. Its speed suffers as a result. This situation also caused heated discussions among the public. Using the rain of needles to counteract the spider silk is quite something, but the power of the rain of needles is also slightly weakened. Yes, otherwise the flower spider will be seriously injured. Isn't it because the flower spider hides fast? In short, Zang Feng is at a greater disadvantage. Speaking of which, this flower spider runs too fast. Can a normal flower spider really run that fast? Yeah, I didn't notice that just now. Ignoring the discussions, Zang Feng remained calm. Although Tang Si's actions were a bit unexpected. But it's not a big problem at the moment. Roar, needle stabs, needle rain, 3 skills. Needle rain is an AoE skill. Fortunately, flower spider didn't use the dream clone skill right from the start. Otherwise, his needle rain will come and all of the flower spider's clones will be destroyed, and the original body will also be injured. Zang Feng was somewhat glad that he was cautious. Otherwise, even if you expose your cards, you still won't win. That would be a really big problem. Now we don't know if the rat has 4 skills, so let's conservatively estimate that it may have a 4th skill. You still can't use your clone rashly, but you can use other skills to create more advantages for yourself. When the time comes, I'll just use my clone to kill you. Zang Feng narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of coldness. At the same time he gave orders to the flower spider. Flower spider, run and weave a web on the ground. Upon hearing the command, the flower spider's eyes glowed red and its small figure quickly moved across the venue. The onlookers looked confused. Even Tang Si was confused. What kind of skill is this, weaving a web? Stupid, this is not a skill, it just allows the flower spider to use spider silk to weave a web like a normal spider. No. What's the use of this? This? I'm not particularly clear about it. The students also expressed that they did not quite understand. Until Milan spoke up. Weaving webs to hunt and limiting the area, this is a common hunting technique used by spiders. The hidden sword was used in the battle. Now the field has become a spiderweb field. The speed of the needle-tailed rat has been destroyed. It will get tangled if it runs. There is a prerequisite for doing this, and that is speed. If the speed is slow, the field will be defeated before it even unfolds. Zang Feng's flower spider is very fast. Even if it is injured, it will not be a problem for it to dodge the attack of the needle-tailed rat. So it can create spiderweb sites. Other students should not imitate rashly. So that's how it is. Everyone suddenly realized. But more people were still surprised. This Zang Feng is something. Tang Si could naturally hear these words. Looking at the huge spider web on the field, his originally happy expression gradually turned gloomy. The needle-tailed rat was surrounded by spider webs and its speed was reduced, which meant it could only stand there and passively take the beating. Zang Feng's flower spider also has pollen. It's certain that he will use that trick. You can't avoid the pintail rat either. He had already predicted Zang Feng's order in his mind. Sure enough, Zang Feng spoke. Flower spider, sleeping pollen. Whoosh, the small flowers on the flower spider's head trembled, and a large amount of pollen suddenly sprayed towards the needle-tailed mouse in the middle of the spiderweb. The latter instinctively wanted to escape from the range of the pollen, but the ground around it was covered with sticky spider webs. It got stuck after just 2 steps, and its speed dropped sharply, while pollen fell from its head. But the needle-tailed mouse was about to fall into a deep sleep. There was no smugness on Zang Feng's face. Because he found that Tang Si on the opposite side did not panic, this guy must have some backup plan to release the control. He was just thinking about it when he heard Tang Si coldly say, "Needle-tailed rat, resist the influence of its pollen with the pain in your limbs." Limb pain? Zang Feng frowned slightly when he heard this. He looked at the pintail rat. Squeak Puff, its eyes turned red, and its sharp fangs bit through its own little paw. Blood crawled out, and pollen was also sucked in by it, but the great pain made it immune to the pollen's slumber. The faces of the onlookers also changed slightly. The skill of physical pain is very cruel. Normally demon tamers would not want their demons to get hurt, so they would never let them use this kind of trick. This Tang Si is really ruthless in order to win. Tang Si himself also noticed the strange looks from everyone, but he didn't think there was anything wrong. He just looked at Zang Feng and sneered. "Are you shocked already? Humph, I, the needle-tail rat, have not yet fully demonstrated my abilities. Now I'll show you my cards. Needle-tail, violent!" Buzz, as soon as he finished speaking, the needle-tailed rat with a mouth full of blood had its eyes almost turned from red to dark red. The blood vessels on its body are bulging and it looks very fierce and abnormal. More importantly, the prompt appears at this time. Tip: the needle-tail rat has eaten contraband, and its combat power has been greatly improved in a short period of time, and it is immune to negative effects. This state lasts for 3 minutes, but you can end the battle early. Seeing the prompt, Zang Feng curled his lips. That's it. He obviously ate contraband. He pretends to make people think it is a skill, but is this all of Tang Si's skills and trump cards? Then he is doomed to lose. Zang Feng showed a confident smile. Chapter 26: Drag Until Victory. Pintail rats have used limb pain. It was already in poor condition. Plus the disadvantage of the venue. Tang Si knew that dragging it out would be disadvantageous to him. That's why he decisively used his trump card. He had given the contraband to Pintail Rat in advance. The order of violence is just a cover. Of course, this order is also intended to confuse people. If you use prohibited items and get caught, you might be sent to the Demon Control Bureau and detained. Although he would not be in jail for more than a few days if no serious problems were caused, having a criminal record would be very detrimental to his future. Tang Si had considered this before. That's why he designed it this way in advance. Fortunately, the pintail rat has a high IQ. If it were a monster with a lower IQ, it probably ate the contraband directly. He wouldn't even wait for Tang Si to give the secret code. At this moment, he saw that the needle-tailed rat had gone berserk, and glanced at the onlookers with a slightly guilty look. He breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that everyone was normal. The effect of the banned drug is indeed very similar to the skill berserk, but the effect is slightly stronger. And the side effects are a bit stronger, but other than that there is no difference, so it's normal that others can't notice it. It's unnecessary to worry about being seen. Skills like berserk are extremely rare. I guess no one has seen this. Except that Grandmaster Mulan. But she doesn't seem to be abnormal, so she should be fine. Now let's defeat that bastard Zang Feng first. Now that the attributes of the needle-tailed rat have increased dramatically, even with the spider web field blocking it, its speed is no slower than before. And it's also immune to negative influences. Plus its current attack damage. Zang Feng, humph, you are doomed to lose. As he thought about it, his expression became more and more proud. The onlookers thought so too. After all, they didn't know that Tang Si had used drugs. I didn't expect that Tang Si, this pintail rat, could actually comprehend a very rare skill, berserk. Yeah, he's so lucky. Although the duration of berserk is short and there are side effects, the attributes increased during this period are very, very many. There's no way Zang Feng can turn things around this time. TSK, the stakes in their fight are high. If Zang Feng loses this time, he will probably regret it to death. Tang Si will improve faster with more potions. Indeed, let's mourn for Zang Feng for a second. The discussion was almost one-sided. Almost no one thought that Zang Feng could make a comeback. Apart from Milan and Jinlong, there were a few other smart people who noticed that Zang Feng was not panicked at all. However, they only guessed that Zang Feng had a way to deal with it, but they couldn't guess what Zang Feng's way was. And at this time on the battlefield, the pintail rats have launched their attack. In its frenzied state, it was extremely ferocious, and it easily broke free from the spider webs on the ground as if they didn't exist. But the frenzied needle-tailed rat seemed to become more inclined to close combat, and biting rather than long-range attacks. It did not attack with needles again. Instead, it quickly approached the flower spider. This is also one of the side effects of rage, which is that it will cause the user to gradually lose his or her sanity. The needle-tailed rat now doesn't think at all. It only relies on its powerful strength to use the most primitive weapons, sharp claws and teeth to attack. It locks its eyes on the flower spider and wants to tear it to pieces. The flower spider can't outrun it at all now. After all, the attributes of the needle-tailed rat have increased dramatically. But Zang Feng didn't want it to escape. He just wanted to use his clone to delay time. Anyway, the rage can only last for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the needle-tailed rat was exhausted. It will be easy to solve it then. Besides, Tang Si has already revealed his trump card. Then there is no need to hide Zang Feng anymore. Flower spider, dream clone! He immediately gave the order. But in an instant, on the field, the flower spider's figure swayed and then seemed to split into 3 clones. Everyone was stunned by this situation, even the violet needle-tailed rat was a little confused. Clone? It's actually a clone skill! Oh my god, is this something a flower spider can comprehend? It's totally unheard of. The clone skill is also rare. TSK, first the berserk skill, then the clone skill. Today's battle is really worth watching. This is interesting. The violet needletail mouse seems unable to tell which one is the real flower spider. Laugh, the pintail rat will be dragged to death. On the other side, Tang Si's face turned pale. Clone? Zang Feng's flower spider actually has a clone skill that he has never used before. Could this get any more fucking outrageous? His flower spider has a range illusion, pollen, and now it has a clone skill. Is this ghost thing really a flower spider? This is simply a bug, okay. Who can defeat this kind of monster at the same level? It's just a useless flower spider. How come there are so many powerful skills? Damn it! Tang Si clenched his fists, furious inside. He is not stupid. This Zang Feng, his flower spider has the skill of clone, and the needletail rat can't beat him at all. Once the frenzy state is over, you are doomed to lose. Tang Si felt sad when he thought about the promise he had made to Zang Feng that if he lost, he would give him all the potions distributed by the school. He comes from an ordinary family. Although he is not poor, he cannot compare with those rich people. He seldom had money to buy medicine. I used up all my pocket money on buying a mobile phone last time. I even shamelessly asked my family for some. Now the school benefits are gone. It is foreseeable how slow his improvement will be. Damn it, it's all because of this bastard Zang Feng. Nothing good has happened since I met him. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? The more Tang Si thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt, and the greater his hatred. Seeing that the needle-tailed rat on the field was being teased by the flower spider's several clones, and its violent state was gradually weakening, Tang Si, who was already doomed to defeat, suddenly had a crazy idea in his mind. Zang Feng, you asked for this. You can regret it slowly in hell. His eyes were full of murderous intent, and his mind was also thinking about the mysterious middle-aged man he had met not long ago. He has roughly confirmed the identity of that person, and that person is the criminal that the Demon Control Bureau has been wanting recently. He's a criminal anyway. I don't mind bearing more charges. Just let him help kill Zang Feng. Tang Si thought about this vicious plan. His clenched fists gradually loosened. The anger on his face gradually subsided. At the same time, the battle was coming to an end, and the needle-tailed rat's violent state faded away and it fell to the ground weakly. The flower spider passed some pollen to the mouse to help it sleep, and the needle-tailed mouse completely lost consciousness and fell asleep. The teacher, who was the referee, began to announce, "The pintail rat has lost its ability to fight. Flower spider wins!" After hearing the result, Zang Feng took back the flower spider. Winning was not difficult. Now Tang Xi's more than 10 inferior soul-enhancing oral liquids would belong to him. Woohoo, take off! Zang Feng felt very happy. Of course, he also noticed the change in Tang Xi's expression and knew that this guy would definitely take revenge. And it will definitely be even more cruel later. But he is not a saint, even though he hides his edge. He would fight back when he came to cause trouble a few times. Hee, do you think no one knows that you used contraband on your demon? It's a coincidence, I knew it. Do you still want to continue to retaliate against me? Sorry, I will have to secretly report you in a moment. I see you're still not behaving yourself even after being put in jail. As long as Tang Xi is reported, the Demon Control Bureau will check his demons and find out whether he has used any contraband. He cannot hide it. Tang Xi will be useless if he has a criminal record and goes to jail. You can rest assured while hiding your strength. Maybe I'll report him. The Demon Control Bureau will give you rewards then. This kind of thing that harms others and benefits oneself. Well, it's a waste if you don't do it. Zang Feng thought with malice in his mind. Mulan and Jinlong also came over. Good performance. That spider silk venue is very interesting. And your flower spider, I didn't know your flower spider could be so powerful. Mulan praised generously. Zang Feng smiled happily. Hey, Mr. Mu, praise me again. Chapter 27 Treasure Hunt Mission. The battle between Zang Feng and Tang Xi is over. The students in the school were still discussing it. Zang Feng's flower spider surprised them. This is much stronger than the ordinary flower spider. Whether it is attribute ability or skill. Many people speculated that the flower spider was a mutant species. Of course, Tang Xi's needle-tailed rat is also good. The skill of Berserk is not very common. In addition, there is the operation of Zang Feng. Even the silk spinning skill can allow him to create a lot of tricks to create a venue. This is worth learning, and those smart students have learned a lot from this battle. Some are even working on their field skills. But field skills are not easy to create. Most people simply have no clue. However, there were also a few people who were secretly happy. That's the same person who uses the spider demon. These guys have already learned from him, and are ready to find an opportunity to train their own demons to try out the spiderweb venue. Regardless of the result, Zang Feng called the Demon Control Bureau directly after finishing his class in the afternoon. Looking for trouble with me? Go to jail! After explaining the situation, Zang Feng sneered. Let Tang Xi regret it slowly. But it's a bit strange. Contraband is not something that an ordinary student like Tang Xi can buy. Where did he get that thing? Zang Feng pondered, and he remembered what the members of the Demon Control Bureau said when he met them in Huemu Mountain before. The criminal from the hidden city initially ran away and tried to escape from Greywood Mountain but was stopped and brought back. But all his cargo was scattered. The Demon Control Bureau sent people to the wild to recover it. Maybe they haven't recycled all of it. Tang Xi was lucky enough to pick up one. But it is also possible that Tang Xi met the criminal and was secretly connected with him. It's just that the guy is a criminal. The other party may kill people at any time to cover up their whereabouts. Tang Xi should not be stupid enough to risk his life. Forget it, never mind. Zang Feng shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. It has nothing to do with me anyway. Oh, I almost forgot that after class, Teacher Mu asked me to go to her office after school. I don't know what's wrong with Teacher Mu. Thinking of what Mulan said when the class was over, Zang Feng, who was about to leave the school and go home, quickly turned around and went back. A few minutes later, in the teacher's office. Teacher Mu? Zang Feng approached with a smile. Mulan glanced at him, put down the document in her hand and said, That flower spider of yours should be a mutant, right? Huh. Yes, it's from nightmares. Zang Feng nodded without hiding anything. Mulan herself has a mutant evil eye, and she may understand alienation better than herself. She suddenly mentioned alienation, Maybe she wanted to tell me something about the flower spider. Zang Feng was thinking in his mind. Mulan continued to ask, "How much progress has been made?" "Not much, only 15%. "Only 15? It's a bit low indeed." Upon hearing this, Mulan nodded and pushed up her sunglasses. Zang Feng was puzzled. "Teacher Mu, you suddenly asked these questions. Do you have something to say about alienation?" "That's about right." Mulan nodded. "Alienation is somewhat similar to normal evolution. The difference is that as the alienation progresses, the monsters are constantly changing or learning new skills. Normal evolution will only change last, which means that most of the alienated monsters do not have a weak period. But your flower spider is different." Mulan paused here. "It is a pet demon after all. Even now, its abilities are more inclined to assist in interfering with powerful attack skills that do not target the enemy. This is a shortcoming. You know that not all enemies are as inexperienced as Tang Si. Zang Feng is indeed very clear about this. Whenever I meet someone more capable, his flower spider's chances of winning would drop sharply. It's too difficult without powerful attack skills. Although the nightmare realm can also attack. But the conditions are harsh, and you can only hit sleeping targets. However, sleeping pollen cannot hit the target every time. Only rely on the nightmare field to attack the enemy. This output is too unstable. I know this, but no way, the skill comprehension is too metaphysical. Plus, it's difficult to improve the progress of alienation. It's not easy for it to continue to improve and comprehend new skills." Zang Feng shrugged helplessly. Mulan smiled and said, "Don't worry. If you want to improve the flower spider's alienation progress and let it comprehend more skills, you will have the opportunity soon." "Huh!" Zang Feng was surprised to hear this. "There will be a chance soon?" the teacher said. "New semester competition." Mulan uttered 5 words. This guy has heard of by Cao Zang Feng. During the senior year of high school, as the college entrance examination was approaching, the school held competitions among students in the demon taming class every month. The competition does not require a written test, but a practical test, the purpose of which is to test the results of students' learning. Of course, there are many rewards for the exam. Could it be that Mulan mentioned this at this time? What she meant was that among the rewards for this competition, there might be something that could improve the progress of alienation. Thinking of this, Zang Feng's eyes lit up. As expected, Mulan continued, "This time the test will only focus on practical ability, so you should be able to get a high ranking. But it would be best if you could take first place. The first reward is the Growth Spirit Stone, which can greatly increase the progress of the alienated demon. If used by ordinary demons, it can also speed up their evolution. This thing is so expensive and so hard to find on the market that it is basically unavailable. Only official agencies can produce it." First, Zang Feng clenched his fist slightly. To say he has no pressure? That's a lie. After all, there are several monster-controlling classes in number 1 middle school. His ability is good, but just good. There are many more talented students in other classes. With Zang Feng's current strength, he can get a high ranking, but it is very difficult for him to enter the top 10 or get first place. Mulan could see the pressure on him. So she whispered, "Currently, the strongest few people in the entire senior year have just reached the elite level. And there are still 2 weeks left before the exam. With your speed of improvement, there is a chance that you can catch up with them and compete for first place." Indeed, Zang Feng is the emperor of Knock Knock. While others practice cultivation, he relies entirely on potions. Improve faster than others. It is not impossible to catch up with them in 2 weeks. After all, Zang Feng is already at the 7th level. "I understand. I will try my best." Taking a deep breath, Zang Feng nodded. Mulan also showed a relieved smile. Zang Feng is a capable and motivated student, and she really believes that Zang Feng has a chance of getting first place. After learning all this, Zang Feng left the school without staying for long and prepared to go to the Union. He still has a lot of money on hand. Zang Feng wants to purchase some more materials. Let us also look at the tasks of the trade unions. Do it if there is money to be made. If everything goes well, combined with the income from Longlon Company, it won't be a problem to reach elite status in 2 weeks. The real problem is the second demon. On the way, Zang Feng stroked his chin and thought. According to what Mulan said just now, the most powerful students in the senior year have recently reached the elite level. Then they would definitely go and seal the second demon. 2 demons would completely crush the others who only had 1 demon. Without the 2 demons, Zang Feng would have no chance of winning if he only relied on Flower Spider. We must find a good sealing target as soon as possible. I'll ask around at the Union later. Thinking about this, Zang Feng gradually approached the Union. He paid the money as usual and was tasked with purchasing materials first. Then start flipping through the tasks. However, most of the tasks are not profitable. Zang Feng watched as he listened attentively to other people in the Union talking about the monsters in the wild. Although he didn't hear any valuable information about the monsters, a mission at this time aroused Zang Feng's curiosity. D-level mission, recruiting teammates. Mission details. With an ancestral treasure map in hand, find a teammate below elite level with an auxiliary demon to help you find the treasure. Task requirements. Don't come if you are too high. If you are too strong and you are greedy for treasure, I won't be able to defeat you. Reward, 12,000 yuan. This mission is quite interesting. Treasure hunting? Zang Feng pondered. Because of the rampant demons. In the past, many towns in the wild of this world were destroyed by those powerful monsters, causing considerable losses. Of course, because of this, there are good things hidden in the ruins of towns in the wild and people are looking for them. There are also many people who used to live outside, but had to move to big cities to settle down because of attacks by demons. However, they did not have time to take their treasures with them, so they would leave specific information about the treasure at home for people to find later. This mission's so-called ancestral treasure map. I guess it's something like this. But speaking of treasure hunting, I have a hint. This time we're going treasure hunting with a team. By using the hints, maybe I can make a lot of money along the way. Thinking of this, Zang Feng accepted the task with a smile, but he was surprised when he met the person who issued the task. Fuck, Zang Feng? Good brother, it's you again. Seeing Zang Feng, Jinlong smiled. Chapter 28 Jinlong is tricked. The person who issued the task turned out to be Jinlong. This was something Zang Feng never expected. But think carefully about the mission requirement. It seems quite like this guy's style. Speaking of which, Jinlong seems to go outdoors often? His previous cell phone fell outside. Or he sent the task and I helped him get it back. But this guy is always slacking off. Where does he get the courage to run outside all day? Isn't this guy afraid of encountering a powerful monster? Of course, it is also possible that this guy is quite powerful, but Zang Feng didn't ask much about it before and didn't know much about it. However, this time when the team goes treasure hunting, it will soon be revealed whether this guy is really capable or not. Besides, this guy is really rich. The rewards for the tasks issued are all tens of thousands of yuan. His cousin can even start her own company. Isn't this guy definitely a rich second generation? What does your family do? Zang Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. Jinlong answered without thinking. Digging up the ancestors. He stopped talking suddenly. Then he said awkwardly. Ahem, archaeology. Archaeology? Really? Zang Feng looked strange. He just heard what this guy wanted to say, which was that his family specialized in digging up people's ancestral graves. There are many ruins outside this world. Overall, it seems likely that his family made their fortune by searching for treasures and antiques in wild ruins. From this perspective, the so-called ancestral treasure map in Jinlong's hand is probably authentic and most likely not an heirloom from his family. Perhaps he got it through some channels in his family. But this guy is not short of money. Why would he come out to risk his life to hunt for treasure? Seeking excitement? Probably not. Zang Feng asked this on the way outside. Jinlong shrugged. I just want to find something. This treasure trove seems to have blood crystals in addition to gold and silver jewelry. Blood spirit crystal? Zang Feng was a little surprised. This thing is similar to Tianmu stone. It is rare and very difficult to obtain. At the same time, It only works on specific monsters. Others might be able to sell it for some money. But the prerequisite is that someone will buy it. If no one buys, it's useless no matter how low you sell. After all, things that are not used are too heavy to carry and take up too much space at home, so they can only be thrown away if they cannot be sold. However, the only monsters that can use the blood spirit crystal seem to be the special monsters of the weird type. Weird monsters are not common. They are different from raptors and insects. This Jinlong really makes people curious. What exactly is that monster in his hand? Zang Feng guessed, his heart as if it were a cat's claw. Finally, I couldn't help but ask. Your demons can use blood crystals. Is it a weird thing? What is it? Let it out and let me take a look first. Jinlong was a little smug when he heard that. Don't worry, I'll show you when I'm in danger. You're still hiding it. Zang Feng curled his lips and didn't ask any more questions. The two of them quickened their pace and rushed to the location. The destination on Jinlong's treasure map was actually a deserted town deep in the Greywood Mountain. The journey is not short, but not too far either. Zang Feng was not idle on the road. He has been using the hint to look around. Hint: there are 5 yuan 10 meters ahead. Hint: 30 meters to the left, there is a magical herb hidden in the bushes, but it is guarded by a rabbit demon. Hint: 120 meters to the right, there is a plant of yunling grass, the main ingredient for making inferior yunling oral liquid. Zang Feng was delighted to see the prompt. He didn't mind the trouble. He would take all the gains he could get, even if it took a detour and cost him some time. In order to improve him as quickly as possible, he makes the best use of everything. But this made Jinlong dumbfounded. You kid, you turned on the perspective cheat, right? How much stuff have you picked up along the way? He stared at Zang Feng as if he had seen a ghost. The latter chuckled. Luck! Jinlong looked like he believed you and there must be something wrong. But he couldn't figure out what was going on. Jinlong could only move forward with a head full of questions. Soon, the two were approaching their destination. This place is quite similar to the miniature secret realm that Zang Feng had visited before. At a glance, there are abandoned buildings covered with vines everywhere, and many small monsters are building nests and living in those abandoned buildings. Jinlong looked around here. Looked down at the pictures from time to time for comparison. The marked geocache seems to be in the center of town. Let's go over and take a look first. Release the demons. Many of the demons here are hostile to us, and it's not easy to get close to them. Jinlong summoned the soul card while speaking. In fact, Zang Feng had already released the flower spider without him saying anything. After all, he could see the hint. At this moment, he saw many danger warnings. If he didn't release the demon, it would be too late when he encountered danger. However, when releasing the flower spider, Zang Feng also stared at the soul card in Jinlong's hand to see what kind of monster he would release. However, when Jinlong noticed Zang Feng's gaze, he suddenly became timid. Stop staring at me like that. I'm so sorry. He looked shy. Zang Feng was suddenly speechless. Okay, isn't that disgusting? Hey, Jinlong grinned. But at this time the demon in his soul card was also released. Along with the faint light, a translucent tiger appeared, nearly 2 meters long, completely black with blood-red patterns. At the same time, a reminder appeared in front of Zang Feng. Hint: Tiger Soul, level 11, a demon with outstanding strength and intelligence, extremely ferocious, and immune to physical attacks. Precious demon? Good guy. He is indeed a rich kid. It is difficult for others to find rare monsters. Rare is already incredible. This stuff is really good, it is precious as soon as it is sold. TSK, ordinary people really can't compare. Zang Feng sighed in his heart, and at the same time, more information about this demon from the book emerged in his mind. Hoopa is a strange and beast-like monster. It has both physical and special attacks and is immune to physical attacks. It is an all-rounder. Its only shortcoming is that it has a weak physique and cannot withstand too many special attacks. There are quite a few demons in the wild. Jinlong was probably worried about encountering too many demons and that his tiger soul wouldn't be able to handle it, so he recruited teammates. After thinking this through, Zang Feng retracted his gaze and said, "Let's go. If we encounter multiple demons, I will be responsible for controlling and restraining them." "You are responsible for killing them." "Okay," Zhenlong nodded. The two men sneaked into the town with the demon. This town is neither big nor small, but the roads are difficult to walk on because of the dense vegetation, and monsters appear from time to time. The two men walked and directed the demons to fight, and it took them more than half an hour before they barely got close to the center of the town. On the way, Zang Feng kept looking around. A lot of hints continued to emerge. Hint: there is a golden ring under the stone slab in front. Hint: 10 meters ahead, turn left, and 20 meters, there are several banknotes from the last century in the abandoned building bookshelf. Hint: there is a key hidden in the rotten shoe in the grass on the right, which may be of some use. Hint: 135 meters ahead, there is an elite demon tamer who is doing something sneaky. He doesn't look like a good person. If you rush over there rashly, you will probably get into trouble. An elite-level demon tamer? Seeing the prompt, Zang Feng stopped suddenly. Zhenlong was puzzled. "Why did you stop?" Zang Feng shook his head and looked into the distance. At this time they were approaching the center of the town, and they could vaguely see what seemed to be a wide square in front of them. There is also an ancient well there, but Zang Feng did not find the demon master mentioned in the hint. But the hint won't go wrong. This only shows that the person hid it very well. But why is the other party hiding here? Zang Feng frowned, a little confused. He didn't dare to move forward rashly. After all, the other side is an elite, with two demons. Even with Zhenlong's help, they may not win if a conflict really happens. After thinking for a moment, Zang Feng signaled for silence, then crouched down and changed his position to observe the place mentioned in the prompt. Finally, he found the other side. The man hid behind the ruins. No wonder I couldn't see it after looking for a long time just now. "Let me see what you want to do." Zang Feng calmed down and looked at that person. Hint: Lier, an elite third-level demon tamer who often cheats and deceives others, was instructed by someone to use a treasure map to lure Zhenlong to the wild and kidnap him to extort money. Oh my goodness, he's actually a kidnapper. Moreover, Lier deliberately sold the treasure map to Zhenlong in order to lure him into the wild. But this guy was instructed by someone. Could it be that Zhenlong offended someone? Zang Feng couldn't help but speculate in his mind. At this point, more clues emerged. Hint: Lier's mouth is bulging, and it seems that he has several high-quality inferior oral liquid medicines in his pocket. This may be the benefit given to him by the person who instructed him to kidnap him, but he has not had time to use it yet. Tip: it's time to show your strength. Hint: Black eats black, rob him. Huh? You have a potion in your pocket? Hee, Zhenlong at least helped me find a job. As a brother, I will definitely help you with this matter. Well, it's definitely not because of the potion, hee. Zang Feng couldn't help but reveal an obscene smile. Just when I was worried about the slow improvement, someone sent me a potion. Alas, good luck is unstoppable. Chapter 29. I didn't expect it. Lier is an elite demon tamer. He has 2 demons in his hands, and their levels are estimated to be above level 10. The chances of winning a direct confrontation with him are too slim. So Zang Feng planned to do something sneaky to him. After all, he now knows Lier's situation. Lier didn't know that he had been exposed. He was probably still waiting for Zhenlong to come over, but he didn't know that Zhenlong was stopped by Zang Feng and would not come over. But Zhenlong was really confused at the moment, and since Zang Feng didn't explain, he had no idea what was going on. Until Zang Feng asked, "Did you offend anyone?" "I've offended so many people. How do I know who you're asking about all of a sudden?" "Good fellow, you are worthy of it." Zang Feng couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. Zhenlong asked, "What happened?" "Nothing, there's a demon tamer hiding ahead. It seems like they are here to ambush us, but I haven't messed with anyone except Tangxi recently, so I guess they are here to deal with you." Zang Feng said this casually, but in his mind he was thinking about how to safely kill this elite demon tamer Lier. Zhenlong was also stunned when he heard this. Then he became furious. Deal with me? Damn, I'm tired of living. I'm going to kill him right now. Seeing him take action, Zang Feng quickly grabbed him. Please stop your reckless behavior. You don't know the other party's strength. If we rush over here, what if the opponent is an elite? Zhenlong was helpless. Then what do you say we should do? It's a sneaky move. My flower spider can sleep, and it also has the clone skill that can be used to interfere or as bait. You hide in the dark first. If I successfully put him to sleep with the sleeping pollen, then there will be no need for any trouble. If sleep doesn't work, then cooperate with me to kill him. Zang Feng talked about his plan. Zhenlong listened and nodded from time to time. The two men had clear division of labor and dispersed carefully. At the same time, in the ruins ahead. Why is that brat so slow to come? Li Er pulled out a piece of grass and waved it out of boredom. He also thought about what happened yesterday. A friend of his found him yesterday. I want to cooperate with him to kidnap a rich second generation. This rich second generation is not only rich himself, but his cousin also runs her own company and is equally financially strong. It seems that his friend has a grudge against the rich second generation's cousin and wants to take the opportunity to kidnap the rich second generation and blackmail him to vent his anger. The extorted money was divided equally between the two. I don't know where that guy got the news that the rich second generation was looking for the blood spirit stone. What a coincidence! I once got a treasure map that is said to contain blood spirit stones and a lot of treasures. It's a pity that the treasure map is fake. There's nothing at the treasure point. But it's enough to trick that kid. After all, the treasure map is very old. It doesn't look like it was drawn on the spur of the moment, so there's no way he would know it's fake. Use that treasure map to lure the rich second generation into this ambush in the wilderness, and then tie him up. It will definitely be safe. I am truly a genius. Thinking about this, the heir's face was full of pride. After I finish this job, I can be free and easy for a long time. But speaking of it, that guy is too stingy. He asked me to give him some benefits first, but he only gave me a few potions. Is this a substandard potion? Forget it, these potions are worth some money. After I'm done with the work, I'll find a rookie to sell it to for a high price. Anyway, the potion I tasted this time didn't improve me much. While talking to himself in his mind, Li Er did not forget to observe the situation in the distance through the gaps in the ruins from time to time. But it was still very quiet in the distance. No one came at all. Seeing this, Li Er became a little skeptical. Isn't that rich second generation coming over? No, when I was selling the treasure map, that kid's eyes lit up with excitement, and he wanted to. Li Er was muttering to himself, but before he could finish his words, he suddenly smelled a hint of floral scent in the air. The fragrance appeared suddenly. He didn't smell it at all just now. No, there's something wrong with this flower scent. After all, he is an elite demon tamer. When he smelled the fragrance of flowers and felt a little sleepy, he immediately realized something was wrong and covered his mouth and nose. At the same time, in order to fight against the feeling of drowsiness, he bit the tip of his tongue hard to stimulate himself with the pain. On the other side, Zang Feng secretly thought it was a pity. This guy reacts pretty fast. Otherwise, it will definitely put him to sleep. He glanced at the flower spider beside him that was spraying pollen diligently, and shook his head to indicate that it could stop spraying pollen. However, as soon as flower spider interrupted his skill, Li Er realized that he had been exposed and even ambushed. He immediately waved his hand and released his two demons to deal with the hidden enemy. Zang Feng knew these two demons. A unicorn snake and a feathered crow. This small green snake with a single horn on its head is a common poisonous monster with fast speed and average abilities. His feathered crow was much larger than the wild feathered crow that Zang Feng had caught and stewed before. Li Er used the feathered crow's air advantage to quickly spot Zang Feng. Li Er said coldly, "Dare you to trick me? Humph, you are really looking for death. Arrow feather crow, chase after him." After receiving the order, the arrow crow locked onto Zang Feng and immediately dived to attack Zang Feng while leading Li Er. But Zang Feng had already made a plan. Seeing the feather crow swooping down on him, he quickly ran into an abandoned building to avoid the feather crow's pursuit. Seeing this, the arrow-feathered crow did not attack rashly, but stopped outside and cackled, waiting for Li Er's arrival. After all, it's not easy to perform inside a building. Feather Crow was worried that he was being ambushed. It wanted to wait for Li Er to come and go in together. But it stayed outside. It doesn't mean that Zang Feng won't take action. Flower spider, spit silk to entangle it! Whoosh, the order was given, and inside the building, the flower spider aimed at the arrow-feathered crow resting on the stone and sprayed spider silk. However, the arrow crow is not slow. It took off easily and avoided the spider silk. However, just as the spider silk fell, a beam of red light flew out from the building on the other side. Bang, with a sound, the red light that flew out from the dim building hit the arrow crow that was caught off guard. The powerful force caused the feather crow to crash into the wall. Judging from the way its feathers were disheveled, and it flew up unsteadily, it must have been seriously injured. However, this did not seem to be enough to kill the feather crow directly. Seeing this, Zang Feng hid in a building. There was no movement from Zhenlong on the other side either. They did not continue the attack. Because Li Er has arrived. He saw what happened from a distance. 2 people? Humph, it seems that the rich second generation has found a teammate who is also a novice. After thinking about it for a while, Li Er understood. After all, if Shenlong's helper is an elite demon tamer, he can definitely confront him head-on. Instead of being afraid to fight head-on like they are now, they will cooperate with each other and use the terrain to deal with us. I underestimated that rich second generation. But a novice demon tamer is a novice. The gap between us and the elites is too big. Your little cleverness is useless. Li Er stared at the building in front of him with a sinister look. Then he did not hesitate and immediately chased into the abandoned building with his 2 demons. As long as he doesn't separate the demons, Zang Feng and the other man will have no chance of launching a surprise attack on Li Er and defeating the demons one by one. Li Er had thought of this a long time ago. So he was cautious entering the building. The 2 demons were always on guard around them. You are just 2 rookies after all. 2 demons, 2 against 2. My demon level is even higher. What can you do to defeat me? As he went deeper into the building, Li Er sneered. He soon came to the depths of the building, where part of it had collapsed and there were holes everywhere on all sides that could be walked through. Arriving here, Li Er stopped because the flower spider that had just attacked the arrow crow appeared in front of him. What? There's no way to run ahead? Well, you're done. Li Er was about to order an attack. However, at this moment, another flower spider crawled out from the passage behind and blocked Li Er's retreat. Li Er was stunned. 2 spiders? No, are they clones? Which one is the real one? Li Er glanced at the 2 flower spiders. However, Zang Feng did not give him the chance to slowly figure it out. He had secretly ordered the use of sleeping pollen to attack. Faced with the large amount of pollen flying from the front and back, the crow couldn't tell which side was fake, and it wasn't easy to just fan it away. But it couldn't just stand there either, as it would be all over if it inhaled the real pollen. Although you can identify pollen by its scent, wouldn't it be suicidal to actively inhale pollen and become sleepy? Feathered crows wouldn't do that. Li Er would not give such an order. But what should I do? He was really helpless and could only grit his teeth and said, Arrow crow, use all your strength to make the wind blow away as much pollen as possible. Ga, the arrow-feathered crow responded. Then it flapped its wings with all its might. Whoosh, strong winds began to blow, and at the same time, a familiar red light flew towards the arrow crow from the left. Li Er was furious. Are you using the same old tricks again? Unicorn snake, use tail sweep attack to protect the arrow crow. Hissed the unicorn snake, exerted force, and lashed its long tail towards the red light flying from afar in an attempt to block the attack. But at this moment, another flower spider crawled out from the right. Zang Feng also smiled sinisterly. I'm sorry, those 2 flower spiders just now were all fake. Didn't expect that, did you? Chapter 30, Making a Fortune. The quilled crow is fighting pollen. Although the pollen on both sides is fake. But it can't tell the difference. At this moment it was flapping its wings vigorously. It wants to fan away all the fake pollen. The unicorn snake is also not idle at this moment. Zhenlong's tiger soul wanted to launch a sneak attack on the arrow-feathered crow. The unicorn snake must block the attacks to protect the arrow-feathered crow. After all, it can't blow away the sleeping pollen. At this time, Li Er and his two demons were busy, which undoubtedly gave Zang Feng, who was hiding in the dark, an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The two spiders just now were fake. The flower spider's true form only appears at this time. Li Er discovered it as soon as it appeared. But now he has no way to solve it. And Zang Feng will not miss the opportunity. Flower spider, nightmare realm! After the order was given, the flower spider burst out at full speed and quickly approached Li Er and the two demons beside him. Then the gray area opened up. The two demons and Li Er were all enveloped, and they immediately fell into a brief hallucination. The feathered crow stopped attacking and started flapping its wings randomly, while the horned snake twisted its body like a pretzel. Li Er was trembling all over. But this guy is an elite demon tamer. His demon level is not low either. The nightmare realm affects them for a short time. Fortunately, Zang Feng did not just sit there and watch. Seeing that they were in hallucination, Zang Feng immediately ordered the flower spider to release the dormant pollen and spray it at Li Er and his demons. They were in hallucination and were completely unaware of the pollen and did not cover their mouths and noses. The result was that they were all knocked down. Seeing this, Zhenlong also jumped out quickly. Good brother, it has to be you. Even the elite demon tamer fell asleep. His face was full of excitement. Zang Feng was unusually calm. Elite demon masters are just ordinary people. So I can't resist the sleeping pollen. But after reaching the master level, it becomes difficult for the demon master to get feedback and control of the demon's attributes. It seems that Zang Feng is very sober. His flower spider relies on clones and control, and can at least defeat all enemies below the master level. The combination of clones and range control is too unsolvable. A demon master like Li Er has no means to solve it. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense. Tie him up first and ask about the situation. Coming back to his senses, Zang Feng spoke. Zhenlong nodded. Yes. Then the two of them tied Li Er up tightly. After making sure that Li Er couldn't break free, Zhenlong picked up a brick. Gently wake up your sleeping soul. Bang! As he said this, he threw a brick down. Li Er grimaced in pain. He opened his eyes and opened his mouth to curse. Who the hell is that? He stopped talking immediately. Because Li Er saw that Zhenlong was holding a brick and staring at him fiercely, ready to hit him again at any time. Li Er doesn't want to suffer physical pain. What do you want to do? He just swallowed and asked weakly. Zang Feng smiled. You asked this question. We want to do whatever you want to do. You don't know what you want to do, do you? Li Er's face changed when he heard that. From Zang Feng's words, he clearly heard that Zang Feng knew about his plan to kidnap Zhenlong. But how could this guy know? Only he and his friends knew about this. Could it be that the guy sold him out? This shouldn't be the case. What does he want? Do you want to be poor? Do you want to achieve nothing? Li Er's mind was full of doubts. And Zang Feng didn't say any more nonsense. He continued, Okay, tell us all the details of your plan and we might consider letting you go. If you hide it from me and refuse to tell me, then don't blame me, your brother, for being cruel and ruthless. Zang Feng's words were full of threats. Zhenlong also cooperated by waving the brick. Li Er got scared and confessed everything. After all, this is the wilderness. If he refused to tell, these two sinister guys might really attack him without any scruples. But these are what he told. In fact, Zang Feng was not interested at all. He was just asking on behalf of Zhenlong. Afterwards, everyone will be held accountable. Zhenlong should solve the source himself. Compared with these useless information, he was more concerned about the few inferior potions in Li Er's pocket. Originally, Zang Feng thought that these potions were just the kind sold in pharmacies. However, after snatching the potions from Li Er and taking a closer look at them, Zang Feng's expression became a little subtle. These potions were made by me? How did it fall into his hands? Could it be that the mastermind behind this is Long Lan's client? Or does the person who wants to harm Jin Long have some other relationship with Long Lan's company? Zang Feng put away the potion and began to think. Jin Long next to him also had an unusual look on his face. Seeing this, Zang Feng was puzzled. What's wrong? The friend that Li Er mentioned who instigated him to kidnap is the pharmacist who used to work for my cousin's company. He narrowed his eyes and responded to Zang Feng. The latter was surprised. It's him? No wonder these potions are the ones I made. But why did he kidnap you to cheat your cousin? Was it really just for your cousin's money? Of course not. Jin Long shook his head. He thought for a moment and continued. It's a bit complicated to explain, but that guy is not a good person anyway. My cousin wanted to get rid of him a long time ago, but the company didn't have a better pharmacist and had to rely on him, so there was nothing she could do. But that's exactly why. He feels the company can't do without him. I often do things that make people angry. Forget it, just work hard anyway. After Jin Long finished speaking, he patted Zang Feng's shoulder. This completely confused Zang Feng. No, it's about your company. What does it have to do with me? Why should I work hard? He couldn't help but ask. Jin Long looked like he didn't understand. You seem so smart. Why did you suddenly lose your sense? No, please explain clearly. Zang Feng was a little speechless. Seeing this, Jin Long asked back. Is my cousin pretty? It's okay, pretty. Is she rich? Well, that's indeed money. So what else don't you understand? Try to become a better pharmacist, and get rid of that bastard who hurt me. Then become my cousin's support, get her, marry my cousin and reach the pinnacle of life from now on. Jin Long's face is full of, I'm rooting for you. Zang Feng listened and thought seriously. Then he shook his head. No. Why? Jin Long widened his eyes. Zang Feng did not answer. Instead, look up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Seeing this, Jin Long nodded. I understand. What do you know? I haven't said anything yet. No need to say more. As a good brother, I can understand what you mean immediately with just a glance from you. Zang Feng's face was filled with black lines. He was just thinking about how to answer, and Jin Long must have given him some strange ideas. But putting aside his cousin's personal problems, if he becomes the company's top pharmacist he can indeed earn more money, and Long Lan should also be able to provide him with more materials for improvement. Take a look at Milan's notes when you have time. Try to learn how to make high-quality medicine as soon as possible. But now... Zang Feng's gaze returned to Jin Long. What do you mean? Are you going back directly or what? No, let's go to the treasure spot. Jin Long held the treasure map and was unwilling to give up. Zang Feng naturally didn't care when he saw this. The two men led the tide Li Er and continued their treasure hunt. But no means no. Li Er has already confirmed this. Find the treasure spot, there is a pile of dirt. Seeing this situation, Jin Long was so angry that he caught Li Er and beat him up so badly that he screamed in pain. The treasure map was also thrown away by Jin Long. However, when Zang Feng saw the treasure map, suddenly a reminder appeared before my eyes. Hint, this is an ancestral treasure map of unknown origin. It is actually correct to look at it in reverse when the light is turned through it. See it through the light? Zang Feng picked up the treasure map suspiciously. Then he held a thin piece of paper towards the sky with the back facing himself, but after looking at it for a few times, it still seemed wrong. After thinking about it, Zang Feng adjusted the direction of holding the blueprint. He looked vertically and found that the treasure spot had changed. Jin Long was also attracted by his actions and was a little curious about what Zang Feng was doing there. What are you thinking about with this thing? I say, is it possible that you are looking at the treasure map in the wrong way and have found the wrong treasure location? Is the treasure really hidden in that ancient well? Zang Feng handed the treasure map to Jin Long. The latter looked suspiciously, imitating Zang Feng's way. Fuck, so this is how you see it. Good brother, I really still have to rely on you. Let's go and take a look down there. Jin Long excitedly pushed Li Er forward, Zang Feng followed and came to the ancient well. The two of them quickly found a rope and went down, and indeed they discovered several passages underground. At the end of one of the passages, there was a small treasure chest filled with all kinds of gold, silver, jewelry, and jade. This thing looked quite like the small safes that the rich used to hide their private money. Haha, there are a lot of good things. And there really is a blood spirit stone. Good brother, the rest is for you. This stone belongs to me. Zhenlong laughed wildly while holding a red stone. Zang Feng's eyes also lit up. The stuff in here can be sold for at least 100,000. This trip is really a big profit. At the same time, above the ancient well, Lier, who was still tied up on the ground, listened to the laughter coming from the ancient well with a look of heartache on his face. Fuck, there really is treasure? What a loss, a huge loss. Chapter 31, Searching and Picking. Zang Feng under the ancient well was delighted. This mission was totally worth it. When we get back, we'll find a place to do it. He happily put away the treasure chest. Zhenlong and he then started to return. The space under this ancient well is actually quite large. There are many dark passages around. But most of the passages are just dead ends. The two had walked several roads when they came down before. The passage where the treasure was placed was also found by Zang Feng using hints, which saved exploration time. But because of this, the two of them had no idea what was at the end of the many passages that they had not visited. Zang Feng was still a little curious. On the way back, he continued to check the prompts. Hint, this passage is a dead end. Hint, there is water in this passage. Hint, there is a corpse in this passage. Hint, there is a lot of mucus in this passage, which looks like traces left by some demons passing by. Is there a demon down there? Zang Feng suddenly became a little alert. When he and Zhenlong came down not long ago, they didn't find any monsters. But now that the tip has been given, you'd better be careful to avoid being attacked by monsters when you go up. Zang Feng, what are you looking at? Hurry up! Zhenlong's voice came from the front. Coming soon! Zang Feng quickened his pace. The exit of the ancient well in front is getting closer and closer. Because it was getting dark, the light from the mouth of the ancient well was very weak, making the well even darker. Zhenlong grabbed the rope and climbed up first. Out of caution, Zang Feng did not follow him immediately. He glanced around cautiously. Suddenly, a hint came into view. Hint, after 3 seconds, a tentacle will extend from the damaged hole on the side of the ancient well wall and attack and climb. Hint, if nothing unexpected happens, the unlucky Zhenlong will be hit on the butt by the tentacles in 3 seconds and fall down hard. Seeing the prompt, Zang Feng frowned. He was sure that there was a demon there. This guy wanted to use his skills to attack the two of them, while he and Zhenlong were climbing up. When holding the rope in the air, he and Zhenlong were unable to fight back and could only be beaten by the demon. But since we discovered it in advance, then it would be impossible for it to succeed in its sneak attack. Zang Feng immediately summoned the flower spider. Flower spider, use your silk to block the hole! As he gave orders, he climbed up himself. Upon hearing the order, the flower spider immediately sprayed a large amount of spider silk towards the big hole in the wall to stick it shut. At the same time, behind the pit, a tentacle covered with suction cups and red circles slammed into the spider silk. Snap! All the spider silk was broken by the tentacles. However, due to the sudden obstruction, the tentacle also realized that the prey must have discovered it. In addition, Zhenlong had already climbed higher, and the tentacles felt that they were out of reach, so they gave up on Zhenlong. But there is another target in the ancient well. The tentacles turned around and targeted Zang Feng. However, Zang Feng was not panicked about this. Flower spider, dream clone, nightmare realm! But the order was given, and the flower spider immediately created 3 clones that cast the nightmare field and quickly drilled into the pit. The tentacle noticed the flower spider clone approaching, and vigilantly retracted its tentacles to attack the flower spider clone first to prevent it from being attacked. However, the clones were all fake, and it took a lot of time to smash them one by one. After all, flower spiders are small and fast. The tentacles cannot guarantee a hit. Zang Feng took this opportunity to climb to a higher place, and the tentacles obviously could no longer reach him. But the tentacles didn't seem to want to give up. Even the tentacle itself sped up and rushed over from the passage on the other side in an attempt to stop Zang Feng. But it was obviously too late. Zang Feng sped up and climbed to the mouth of the ancient well safely. He breathed a sigh of relief when he got out safely. At the end, he did not forget to look down. Hint: Blood Ring Octopus, level 14, a rare powerful poisonous demon that is extremely good at sneak attacks. Blood Ring Octopus? Rare? Zang Feng was surprised when he saw the prompt. The Blood Ring Octopus is a monster in the ocean. It is completely invisible on land, so how could there be a rare monster from the ocean hidden in this ancient well? Shumen is inland. After the accident, Zang Feng suddenly remembered that the people from the Demon Control Bureau had told him that in addition to carrying contraband, the wanted criminal seemed to have captured several rare monsters and planned to transport them to Shumen to sell. All those demons ran away. Could it be that this Blood Ring Octopus is one of the wild monsters that the wanted criminal brought to Shumen to sell? I guess that's really the case. Zang Feng stared at the octopus and nodded secretly. But speaking of it, this Blood Ring Octopus is a power-type demon with a strong physique, which is exactly the demon that he needs. After you become an elite. Or just come back and tame it? Zang Feng had a plan in mind. This Blood Ring Octopus is very suitable for him. This guy is a bit big though. The preliminary estimate is that it is about 1 meter long, which is why it just used its tentacles to launch a sneak attack through the wall. Because its body was too big to pass through the pit, its original plan was to use the pit to sneak attack Zang Feng and the other two. It was poisonous, and as long as it hit Zang Feng and the other two, they would definitely not be able to climb out. After that, the Blood Ring Octopus has plenty of time to come out from the passage on the other side and slowly kill its prey for enjoyment. This is how octopuses usually hunt. There's nothing wrong with the way the Blood Ring Octopus is prepared. But the problem is that Zang Feng can see the prompt. He discovered the Blood Ring Octopus ahead of time. This makes its ambush meaningless. The result was that all the efforts were in vain, and at this moment the blood-ringed octopus in the ancient well was only annoyed. After catching 2 big preys, he would be hungry for a long time again. After all, there was nothing else around to eat. But Zang Feng didn't care if it was hungry. After leaving the ancient well, he was about to go back. After all, it's late now. After dark, it is very dangerous in the wild. On the way, Zhenlong asked about what happened in the well just now. He heard the movement of the blood-ringed octopus, but the light was too dim for him to see the blood-ringed octopus's true form clearly. Zang Feng mentioned this casually. The two walked away while talking. As for Lier? After thinking about it, they left him there without paying any attention. After all, even if he was taken back and handed over to the Demon Control Bureau, he wouldn't be in prison for long even if he refused to admit his crime. Might as well just leave him in the wild. By then, the wild demons will target him. Plus, the demons are more violent at night. Even if Lier doesn't die, he will be skinned alive. Zhenlong breathed a sigh of relief, but Lier, who was still tied up and standing there, not only cursed at the 2 people who walked away, but his sensitive ears also vaguely heard Zang Feng mention words like blood-ring octopus in the distance. Lier is not a fool. He certainly knows that the blood-ring octopus must be hiding in this ancient well. Fuck you, you 2 little bastards! You want to kill me! Hearing the noise coming from the ancient well, Lier felt anxious and angry, knowing that it was the blood-ringed octopus trying to climb up. He is still tied up. He also has no time to summon demons. At this moment, he could only rub the rope frantically on the stones beside the ancient well in an attempt to break it. But whether he can succeed is hard to say. As the sky darkened completely, Zang Feng and the other man, who had been away for a long time, also returned to the city safely. But Zang Feng was a little confused on the way. On the way back, Zhenlong suddenly became silent and had a cold face and didn't say a word for a long time. Originally Zang Feng wanted to ask him what was wrong. But when he turned around, he found that Zhenlong was gone. This guy is running fast. Zang Feng shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. At the same time, a message came on his mobile phone that the task reward of 12,000 yuan given by Zhenlong had arrived. After seeing the message, Zang Feng did not go home immediately. He first went to other places and sold all the treasures he found. Such a large amount of treasures brought him a huge sum of more than 110,000 yuan. Plus the more than 10,000 yuan that Jinlong gave me. This time, I made a huge sum of 120,000 yuan. This doesn't even include the spiritual herbs and potions. Looking at his balance, Zang Feng was ecstatic. With so much money, I can definitely make a breakthrough by taking drugs. Well, let's go back and drink the potion on hand. Tomorrow, in addition to increasing the amount of purchase tasks, we will go to the market to have a look. There are often independent demon tamers setting up stalls in the market. You might get something unexpected if you go there. Zang Feng walked home happily. Meanwhile, in a residential area, Tang Si has been arrested, but where is the criminal? In front of the police car of the Demon Control Bureau, Mulan asked. The female demon tamer on the opposite side was helpless. Run away! He was very alert and ran away in the afternoon. Tang Si should have contacted the criminal before school was over. He told me what happened during the day, which probably alerted the criminal and caused him to leave the Tang family. The female demon tamer said these things. Mulan nodded and didn't ask any more questions. During the day, she had already noticed the problem, but she did not point out that Tang Si had used contraband. She didn't want to alert the enemy, and she saw Zang Feng reporting Tang Si, and thought the Demon Control Bureau could solve it. Who knew the criminals were better? These people in the Demon Control Bureau are really useless. Of course, despite her thoughts, Mulan didn't say much. The female demon tamer continued. By the way, your student Zang Feng sent him something again. Congratulations to him for becoming a pharmacist. Here, help bring it to him. Just one good quality potion. What happened to one? Scratch and search. Chapter 32 Mysterious Guide. The night sky is dark and the moon is bright. In the room, Zang Feng drank the potion. These inferior potions came from the air. But he actually made it himself. The efficacy is much stronger than those on the market. But even if all these medicines were used, this time, Zang Feng failed to break through the 8th level. After all, the demand for potions to improve realms increases. If Zang Feng wants to break through, he has to drink at least a few more pills. Or just take good quality medicine. It's a pity that I can't make a good potion yet. Otherwise the breakthrough will be faster. After absorbing the medicinal power, Zang Feng sighed. Knock knock at this time, there was a knock on the door. Huh! Who is it? Zang Feng asked puzzledly. Who would come to see him this late at night? It's me, your teacher Mu. Teacher Mu. Zang Feng was a little surprised. He quickly got up and opened the door. Outside, Mulan was wearing sunglasses and a business suit. Seeing that she seemed to have just come back from outside, Zang Feng welcomed her in and asked her what brought her here so suddenly. It's not a big deal. The Demon Control Bureau found out that you became a pharmacist and sent you something. But he's quite stingy. There is only one good potion. She answered and took out the potion. Then he explained to Zang Feng that under normal circumstances, the Demon Control Bureau should give more things. However, Zang Feng caught up with the competition, and many things from the Demon Control Bureau were taken away as rewards for the competition. This resulted in the Demon Control Bureau having low inventory. This is all I can give to Zang Feng. But they have seen your potential, and will definitely increase the funding they provide to you in the future. Oh, Zang Feng nodded. In fact, I am quite happy. He just needed a good quality potion to break through to the 8th level, and Mulan brought him the thing right now. Holding the potion, he drank it without much hesitation and successfully broke through to the 8th level of novice. We're getting closer and closer to the elite. Zang Feng broke through and Mulan was watching. 8th stage not bad, you are progressing very quickly. She began to praise Zang Feng. Then he added, by the way, Tang Si was arrested. Tang Si was arrested? As expected. After all, it was Zang Feng who reported him. But Mulan's next words. But it attracted Zang Feng's attention. You should be careful yourself lately. Be careful? Zang Feng frowned. He has been arrested. Is it possible that guy can still deal with me in prison? Mulan shook her head when she heard this. Even if Tang Si hates you and wants to harm you, he may not do it himself. Besides, he can't beat you. What does the teacher mean? Zang Feng asked. Mulan pushed up her sunglasses and said, The Demon Control Bureau found traces of the wanted criminal in Tang Si's house. But he escaped early and was not caught. Tang Si was unwilling to reveal his story and refused to give up. This is very wrong. After all, harboring criminals is a big problem. If he's not stupid, he'll tell the truth. It would also reduce the severity of his punishment. But he didn't do that. This shows that harboring criminals is to his advantage. I'm not sure what he was thinking with the criminals, but if the criminals were related to him, you would be in danger if the criminals were out there. You can't be sure. Tang Si might instigate the criminals to attack you to vent his anger or take revenge on you. After hearing this, Zang Feng understood. What Mulan said is indeed very reasonable. After all, Tang Si hated him to the core. God knows whether he would instigate criminals to deal with him at the cost of shielding them. It would be better to read more tips before going anywhere recently. Zang Feng was cautious in his heart. But at the same time, he was also somewhat moved. Teacher Mu still prefers him. I came over late at night to remind him. I understand, don't worry, teacher. I am very cautious. Besides, if there is any danger, I will definitely go to Mr. Mu shamelessly. Zang Feng raised his head and said with a smile. Seeing this, Mulan felt relieved. Seeing her stand up after chatting for a few more words, Zang Feng asked, Teacher, are you going to the residential compound or back to the school today? I'm not going to the school building today. What's wrong? Anything else? Mulan paused and was a little confused. She doesn't live here every day. Sometimes she would live in the school teacher's dormitory. After all, her job as a teacher was often busy until late at night. It was too late, and she was too lazy to go back here. Seeing this, Zang Feng replied, Nothing. I've been busy outside all afternoon. I'm a little hungry now. I'm going to make some midnight snack. Teacher Mu, why don't you come and rest for a while? It's a rare opportunity for you to remind me, so I'll take this as a thank you, Teacher Mu. Okay. Mulan smiled when she heard that. You know what, she was actually a little hungry. Then Mr. Mu, please sit down for a while. Seeing Mulan agreed, Zang Feng turned and went to the kitchen. There were quite a few ingredients in the kitchen, some of which were bought by him and many by other tenants. However, apart from him who can cook, the ingredients bought by other tenants would often be left in the refrigerator for several days without anyone taking care of them. Many ingredients would go bad because those guys bought them but didn't use them often. Later, Zang Feng learned his lesson. He buys less for himself and often uses other people's things. Anyway, those people hardly use the things they buy. Better to use it than to let it rot. It was the same today. He took the ingredients in the kitchen and used them without hesitation. Soon bursts of fragrance wafted out. Mulan was surprised when she smelled the scent. She didn't expect that Zang Feng was also good at cooking. This kid has quite a few skills. She couldn't help but sigh. On the other side, Zang Feng quickly brought over the midnight snack and chatted with Mulan about other things while eating. For example, asking about making good quality medicine, but making good quality medicine is much more difficult than making inferior medicine. Not only have many materials changed, there are also changes in pharmaceutical operating techniques. In short, it is very troublesome. You can't learn it in a short period of time. Mulan didn't mind teaching step by step, but now he still had to prepare for the competition, so regarding how to make high-quality potions, Mulan decided to teach Zang Feng after the competition when she had time. Zang Feng naturally had no objection to this. The two became closer during the chat. Taking this opportunity, Zang Feng also asked why Master Mulan wanted to teach in high school. Mulan's answer was that there was no reason. She seemed to have stayed in other areas all year round and only came back in the last few months. Shumen is her hometown. She came back here and didn't plan to leave. Then she became a little restless. So I took the teacher's certificate exam. After that, she started teaching in high school, but she was not the kind of teacher who was particularly good at teaching students. This also means that although she is capable, her teaching ability is not as good as that of the head teachers of other classes. This is also the reason why she is in charge of the T class. After all, the T class is the worst. The students are also quite naughty and difficult for other teachers to manage. Only Mulan can control the students in the D class. And Zang Feng didn't know that before Mulan. Class T in number 1 middle school was a notoriously troublesome class. Until Mulan came. The class finally became completely docile. Alas, I have somewhat failed as a teacher. I can't teach most of the students well. It would be great if everyone was like you, with a good foundation and the desire to actively study academics. Mulan rarely complained. Zang Feng smiled and listened quietly. The next day, at noon, at the North District Flea Market, Zang Feng walked around in front of stalls everywhere. There is still time before the afternoon class. He came here specially to take a look. Get ready to find something useful. It would be better if we could receive the medicine materials. There are so many independent demon masters here. But most of them are people who sell antiques found in the wild, and various other strange and bizarre props. Not many people buy medicinal herbs. Zang Feng muttered to himself. My eyes kept checking the prompts. Hint: the antique on the left stall with a price tag of 30,000 is actually a fake one produced last week and is only worth 30. Hint: there is a shriveled green fruit on the stall 10 meters ahead that can increase the demon's agility. Hint: there is a pickpocket behind. There are lots of tips, but most of them are useless. The only useful thing was that I spent 5,000 to buy some dried green fruit, which increased the flower spider's agility by 1 point. This kind of fruit is similar to the alienated fruit, both of which come from some secret places or deep mountains where few people go. They are very good for demons. However, there are very few on the market. Oh, if we keep walking around, it will almost be time for class. Looking at the time, Zang Feng shook his head. Take another look. If there's still nothing good to offer, then. He said this somewhat helplessly, but when he glanced at the things on the nearest stalls, he was stunned on the spot. Hint: the mysterious broken guide, when used in a specific way at a specific location, seems to be able to open a special secret realm. What the hell? Can it open a special secret realm? Seeing this prompt, Zang Feng was ecstatic. Chapter 33, Obtaining the Pass. The secret realm is like a game copy. There are a lot of good things in there. Zang Feng had encountered this before. At that time, I also got the alien fruit. The flower spider used this to comprehend the realm of nightmare. But at that time it was just a miniature secret realm. There aren't a lot of good things in there. The secret realm lasted until Tangxi came out, and then disappeared. But no matter how big the secret realm is, it is undeniable that the things inside are definitely of great help in improvement. Even if there are no particularly powerful things, there are more spiritual herbs and plants in the secret realm than outside. Get the magical herbs in the secret realm. Making potion breakthroughs is not a problem. We must get this pass. Zang Feng made up his mind. Although he was not clear about the difference between this special secret realm and the 4 major secret realms, large, medium, small and micro. But at least he knew that the word special must mean that no matter how bad it was, it would not be worse than the miniature secret realm. It is definitely worthwhile to spend money to buy a pass. How do you sell this? At this time, Zang Feng had already arrived in front of the stall. He pretended to be casual, glanced at the things on the stall, and pointed at a half-tile-like object in the upper left corner. This object was covered with ancient characters and cracks, and looked very old. The stall owner was selling it as an antique. He didn't know the value of it. If he had known, he wouldn't have sold it. Zang Feng is very clear about this. Sure enough, when he saw Zang Feng coming over to ask, the stall owner with a small mustache suddenly lit up his eyes and smiled slyly. Hey, you have good taste, little brother. This is an antique that I obtained after going through great hardships and fighting a life-and-death battle with a demon in a certain area. Look at this antique-style text, it's been thousands of years. Hey, don't go! The stall owner hasn't finished speaking yet. Then I saw Zang Feng got up and was about to leave. He quickly grabbed Zang Feng's clothes. Then he said a little aggrieved, "Hey little brother, why are you leaving before I even introduced the price or told you?" Zang Feng shrugged upon hearing this. "You're talking so mysteriously, this must be expensive. I don't have much spare money to buy this kind of thing. Besides, who knows if it's fake? I just thought it was interesting and decided to take it back to play with it. It's too expensive. I don't want to waste money." He said this, of course it was a lie. I was pretending to leave just now. His purpose in doing this was very simple. That is to tell the stall owner not to ask for too much. This trick really works for the stall owner. Hearing Zang Feng's nonchalant tone, seeing that he looked like a student, he probably didn't have much money, so the stall owner could only sigh secretly that he had made some money. But even if you don't make much, it's still profit. He just picked this thing up by luck. No matter how much the sale price is, he won't lose money. So the stall owner smiled bitterly and said, "It's easy to negotiate. I see you're a student too. How about I give you a discount and sell it to you for 8,000 yuan? 8,000? 8 is about right. $8? You are too cruel." The stall owner shook his head. "Forget it. I won't argue with you, the price is 5,000. 5,000? It's still a bit expensive. Don't go too far. 1,000 boss, let's make friends." "Deal," the boss beamed. Seeing the speed at which they agreed, Zang Feng exclaimed that the price was too much. If he had known earlier, he would have raised the price by 500 yuan to see how it goes. But it doesn't matter. Buying a pass that can open a secret realm for $1,000 is definitely a good deal. "Boss, please wrap it up for me." After paying the money, Zang Feng spoke. The boss nodded with a smile and started packing. But just as he was about to take action, suddenly a voice came from not far away. "Boss, wait, I want this. I'll buy it for 10,000 yuan. Hearing the sound, Zang Feng turned his head. I saw a big man walking towards me from a distance. This person is wearing ethnic minority clothing. He stood out in the crowd. As he spoke, he came closer. But the stall owner was helpless. "Brother, I have already sold this thing to the little brother. It is not mine anymore." After all, Zang Feng had already paid the money and the deal was completed. Although the boss felt a little regretful when he heard that it could be sold for 10,000 yuan. But basic professional ethics still exist. He could only regret that he had offered a low price. At the same time, the boss was also a little skeptical. Is this tile really something rare? Otherwise, why would this strong man pay 10,000 yuan? The stall owner was guessing in his mind. He also wrapped the tiles and handed them to Zang Feng. Seeing this, the sturdy man could only look at Zang Feng and said, "Little brother, how about I increase the price by 10,000 yuan and give it to me?" No, I refuse." Zang Feng decisively took his things and ran away. The strong man wanted to catch up and raise the price. But Zang Feng ran away too fast. In addition, there is a large flow of people in the market. In the blink of an eye, Zang Feng was gone. Seeing this, the strong man could only sigh helplessly. He wanted to buy that tile because he had seen in ancient books a pass that could open a secret realm that looked very similar to that tile, but he had never seen the real thing and was not sure. It's best to buy tiles to confirm. If you can't buy it, there's nothing you can do. Oh, forget it, I must have seen it wrong. Things like road passes are extremely rare. Only a few have emerged in the Zhulong region in thousands of years. Not so lucky to be here. Shaking his head, the strong man turned and left. On the other side, Zang Feng's heart was beating wildly. Wow, there are actually people who know what they are talking about. Luckily I escaped fast enough. Zang Feng took out the tile and looked at it. He was delighted. But after taking a look, he frowned again. How should I use this thing? He was a little confused. After all, the prompt does not mention the specific usage. However, Zang Feng is not completely helpless. Go ask Teacher Milan. If you have any questions, find Milan. Zang Feng was completely rude. It's time to go to class soon. Zang Feng packed up his things and quickly returned to school. Mulan has a class in the afternoon. After class, Zang Feng chased after him. Seeing Zang Feng catching up with her, Mulan thought of the time when she had chatted with this boy last night for some unknown reason. Their relationship has become better, with less distance between teacher and student and more of a feeling of friendship. What's wrong? Another problem? Although she was thinking about it, Mulan opened her mouth to ask. Zang Feng nodded, and then asked mysteriously, I wonder if Teacher Mu has ever heard of the road pass? Huh? A pass? Mulan was surprised. Where did you hear about this? It seems that she really understands. Zang Feng chuckled. I found out by chance. I heard that the pass can open a special secret realm, so I was wondering how I would use it if I got it. I'm a little curious, teacher, please tell me about it. Mulan did not answer immediately after hearing this. She just lowered her head slightly, and smiled faintly as if she could see through Zang Feng's heart through her sunglasses. Zang Feng felt a little guilty when he saw this. Based on Mulan's understanding of Zang Feng, she had probably guessed that Zang Feng had obtained a rare pass. Although she didn't know how Zang Feng got it, it seemed that Zang Feng didn't know how to use it. But Mulan didn't point it out. She just said, You have always been lucky. Be careful though, some of these things are dangerous. Don't rashly reveal it to people you don't know about it, otherwise it will easily bring yourself into huge trouble. Zang Feng understood what she meant. Mulan was reminding him not to ask strangers for valuable things like a pass. Otherwise, the other party would become suspicious and might harm Zang Feng, or even kill him and rob him. But Mulan didn't have this idea. Otherwise she wouldn't have reminded me. I know, so I came to find the teacher. Hee, I trust Mr. Mu more. Zang Feng said with a grin. Mulan shook her head and smiled when she heard that. Okay, let's get back to the point. A guide is something that can only open a secret realm at a specific location. In addition, spiritual fluid is needed to recharge. Without energy, it is just a dead object. It cannot react with the secret realm and open a passage. So that's how it is, Zang Feng nodded. Things like spiritual fluid are easy to buy. After all, when a demon master seals a demon, he will prepare things like spiritual liquid to restore spiritual power, repair the soul card and continue sealing. Although spiritual liquid is a high-end product and a bit expensive, Zang Feng has money now. But where is this special place? Zang Feng thought about it and asked again. Mulan shook her head. It depends on the pass. I haven't researched it in depth. But you can carry the pass with you. As long as you get close to a place that meets the requirements, the guide will naturally react and you will know then. Yes, Zang Feng nodded. It just so happened that the materials from the Union were also received. He is going to get the materials after school. Then take a detour to the Union. Maybe we can find something. Chapter 34 Kick to Anti-Armor. The afternoon passed quickly. After school, Zang Feng slipped away quickly. He is going to the Demon Control Guild to get the materials. You also need to go around and open the road guide. Before that he went to the mall. Because the use of the guide requires spiritual fluid to charge. But just after Zang Feng left school. In school, Mulan frowned. The pass is a good thing, but don't forget that the criminal related to Tang Xi may still be eyeing Zang Feng. After I told him that, he wouldn't immediately wander around trying to find a way to open the secret realm, right? Mulan was somewhat worried. Because the competition is getting closer and closer. Zang Feng also urgently wants to improve. He will definitely not let go of the secret realm. But in his current situation, wandering around everywhere, wouldn't that just give the criminal an opportunity to attack him? Zang Feng is such a smart kid. He should be fine. Forget it. Mulan put down the pen. Then he put away the book in his hand. Although she knew that Zang Feng was very smart, it shouldn't be so easy for him to be caught and beaten by criminals. But what if? It's hard to say. Zang Feng is her favorite student, and also her friend. After all, few other people can chat with her like he does. No matter what, Mulan doesn't want anything to happen to her student. Call him and ask first. Look where he is. Milan thought about it and took out her cell phone. However, the phone was turned off when I called. This brat, is his phone still turned off at this time? Milan was suddenly speechless. She didn't know that Zang Feng actually slept late and got up late last night because he chatted, ate, and drank with her. Her cell phone wasn't charged and had run out of battery and turned off automatically, so of course she couldn't get through to Zang Feng. There's nothing I can do. The phone call can't be connected. Milan had no choice but to get up and go find him. I told him about the spiritual liquid before. He should have gone to a nearby mall to buy spiritual fluid first. Anyway, let's go over there and see if we can catch up with that guy. I hope he's okay. Also, I hope he can behave himself and not go to crowded places. On the street, Zang Feng looked pained. He bought the spiritual liquid and used it. But he underestimated the amount of passes needed. He began to water the road guide. But one spiritual liquid is not enough. He then poured 3 more water before it was fully charged. At this time, the tile patterns have begun to glow. This is the characteristic of being fully charged. But 4 bottles of spiritual liquid cost 40,000 yuan. You said you didn't feel any pain? That's absolutely nonsense. Fortunately, this thing can open up a secret realm. By then, I should be able to make some money in addition to recovering my investment. If there is no profit, I don't want to spend so much money. After all, wouldn't it be better to use the money to buy materials? He muttered as he walked. The number of pedestrians on the surrounding roads gradually decreased. In order to find out the special location where the pass can be used, Zang Feng still followed his original idea and took a long detour to give it a try. It would be best if you could try it out. It's okay if you can't figure it out. There's still a lot of time in the future. You can always try it out by going to places you've never been to every day. With this idea in mind, Zang Feng paid attention to the guide as he walked. Of course, he didn't forget to read the prompts. Zang Feng remembered Milan's reminder. Just because I can see the prompt. So he is quite courageous. In Zang Feng's opinion, as long as there are hints. Even if he encounters danger, it's not a big problem. He has plenty of ways to escape after detecting the danger in advance. Speaking of which, can the prompts directly show where to find the places that meet the conditions for using the pass? This thought popped into Zang Feng's mind. Then he couldn't help but look into the distance. Tip: 1 kilometer northwest, there is a will-o'-the-wisp boy who is expected to fail in the turn in 5 seconds and lose his car. Hint: 800 meters to the west, a demon tamer walked a demon dog without a leash, causing it to be hit and killed by a car on the street. Hint: on the big tree 500 meters ahead, there is a level 29 shadow leopard locking onto you. Shadow panther? Level 29? Zang Feng's expression turned serious. There are almost no powerful wild monsters in the city, and that shadow leopard is definitely a monster controlled by a monster master. And the other party has locked onto me? Zang Feng knew without much thought that what Milan reminded him of last night was most likely coming true. The criminal has his eyes on him. This shadow leopard is definitely a criminal. Shit, this guy really came. It's not doing anything now. Maybe it thinks I haven't noticed it, so it's waiting for me to get closer so it can attack it? There was a flash of cold light in Zang Feng's eyes. He can't beat a level 29 shadow panther. But it is not difficult for him to escape. After all, he was 500 meters away from the shadow leopard. However, just as Zang Feng was about to turn around, he suddenly stopped and seemed to have given up on escaping. Wait, since the other party doesn't know that I have discovered him, why don't I just take advantage of his own tactic? Zang Feng showed a sneer on his face. The Demon Control Bureau is still looking for the criminal. They also have a bounty on this guy. If you provide clues, or even guide the people from the Demon Control Bureau to catch this person, you can also get the reward. I remember seeing a reward notice by chance before, which seemed to say that the reward for this criminal was 50,000 yuan. $50,000, that's a lot! It just so happens that I just spent 40,000 on spiritual fluid. I'll just use you to get my money back. Zang Feng thought about it, and went to get his cell phone. But when he took out his cell phone, he found that it was out of battery. Oh no, I forgot to charge it. Damn it, why did I forget to charge it? What should we do now? Retreat? Zang Feng felt somewhat unwilling. Obviously, the current situation is no longer whether the hidden criminal can kill Zang Feng, but that Zang Feng is considering how to send this criminal to jail and get the bounty. Meanwhile, in the distance. Huh! Why is this kid stopping there? A middle-aged man with long hair sat in an unfinished building, puzzled. He had reached a cooperation with Tang Si before. If Tang Si is arrested and he does not reveal his whereabouts, and continues to help him after he is released, he will help Tang Si kill Zang Feng. After all, although Tang Si used contraband, it did not cause too much problem. As long as he refused to admit that he had a close relationship with the criminal, or simply pretended that he was coerced by the criminal, the Demon Control Bureau would not be able to detain him for long. I estimate he will be released after being detained for more than 10 days. Of course, you have to pay a fine. But that doesn't matter. The criminal is willing to cooperate with Tang Si. The reason is that this guy is getting deeper and deeper into trouble. He can no longer wash his hands. Criminals need this kind of tainted young man who is unable to betray them to help them escape. Even more, take back the goods that were recovered by the Demon Control Bureau, because that batch of goods contained more than just contraband. There is one more very important thing. He must get that thing back. He can't do this on his own. He needs Tang Si as his younger brother. For this reason, he will definitely help Tang Si kill Zang Feng, because only in this way will Tang Si follow his lead. Of course, criminals are also cautious. He didn't want to be caught by the Demon Control Bureau when he took action, so he didn't rush to deal with Zang Feng but waited for an opportunity. At this time, Zang Feng came to this place with little surveillance, which was exactly what he wanted. But Zang Feng suddenly stopped leaving. This makes the criminals very unhappy. Of course, he didn't think he was exposed. After all, Zang Feng is just a newcomer. But he is a master demon tamer. And he is only one step away from reaching the Grandmaster level. At this moment, in the eyes of the middle-aged criminal, Zang Feng probably had something to say, so he suddenly stopped to think and did not continue walking. Forget it, let's wait and see. However, if this kid turns around and wants to leave, then do it now. Although it's a bit risky, who knows when the next opportunity will be. The middle-aged criminal obviously didn't want to miss the opportunity. And Zang Feng didn't want to miss the opportunity. If you catch the criminal, you'll get 50,000 yuan. Just as the criminal was waiting patiently and Zang Feng was thinking of a solution, a familiar figure suddenly walked over from a distance. Zang Feng, you are here indeed! Huh! Teacher Mu? Zang Feng was surprised. Then I was overjoyed. Mulan came at the right time. She is a master, and it is easy for her to deal with criminals. Besides, she will not compete with me for the bounty. Great, so reliable. Worthy of being a people's teacher. Meanwhile, the criminal frowned in the distance. Why is there another woman here? He's waiting for someone? What a hassle! But forget it. That woman looks ordinary, and she shouldn't be a powerful character. It won't be a big problem. The criminal suppressed his restlessness. He wouldn't be panicked if the person was not from the Demon Control Bureau. After all, his realm is half a step away from the Grandmaster. Although he cannot completely dominate the northern area of Shumen, he has almost no enemies except the Demon Control Bureau. He does not think that the seemingly ordinary Mulan can be stronger than him. However, things are unpredictable, and sometimes what you think is impossible is often the most likely. The criminals would never think of it. Mulan is the leader in this area. Zang Feng is the person she is protecting. This time the criminals hit a brick wall. He actually kicked the anti-armor. Chapter 35, Horrible Mulan. Mulan came at the right time. Zang Feng was happy but also confused. He left Mulan after school and found her still in school. Why did Mulan suddenly want to find me? Could it be that something happened again? Also, how did she find herself? Zang Feng asked the doubts in his mind. Mulan shook her head. I have nothing to do with you. It's just that I guessed that you would wander around after school to try out the special places where the guides are used. Don't forget that someone is watching you. Running around now will easily give them a chance to attack you. I wanted to call you to warn you. Who knew you turned off your phone? There was a hint of helplessness on Milan's face. Zang Feng smiled awkwardly. It's out of power. Then how did the teacher find me? Does your demon have any special abilities? His eyes were full of curiosity. No! Milan denied his curiosity. Then he continued. I don't know where you went exactly, but I can't guess where you went roughly. Then ask someone somewhere? This. There really seems to be nothing wrong with it. Milan knew that he would go to buy spiritual liquid, and he probably asked the clerk who sold spiritual liquid and then came here. Zang Feng felt warm but also somewhat embarrassed that the master cared so much about him. Hey, sorry for the trouble, teacher. Good to know. Be more careful next time. Milan pushed up her sunglasses and nodded. Then, without waiting for Zang Feng to continue speaking, she continued, Okay, let's go. Since I'm here and in time, I'll just go ahead and help you solve that problem. Great, Zang Feng's eyes lit up. He was just about to talk about this matter, but from what Milan said, it was obvious that she had already discovered the criminal. As expected of a Grandmaster Demon Tamer, he can spot hidden enemies even without cheats like his. Now the criminal is in trouble. The reward money can also be obtained. Zang Feng walked forward happily. Milan followed calmly. In the distance, the criminal also had a look of joy on his face. Good boy, you didn't turn around. Very good, we can almost get started. Confirmed that there were no people on the road Zang Feng took. The criminal waved his hand, and suddenly, the shadow leopard hidden in the tree fell to the ground silently with a fierce light in its eyes. In the eyes of the criminals, Zang Feng was just a newcomer, and it seemed easy to kill him as he was only a flower spider. His shadow panther thought so too. The hidden edge in the shadow leopard's eyes was full of flaws. It's definitely just do it yourself. That human will die instantly. It's just that woman is a little weird. She gave him a vague sense of danger, but upon closer inspection, she seemed to be fine. The shadow leopard was puzzled, but due to its master's orders, it had no time to think about those messy things. For the shadow leopard, it was more important to quickly solve this target and go home for dinner. It thought, and its claws popped out. In front, Zang Feng was getting closer and closer. 300 meters, 209, 208. Roar. When the distance between the shadow leopard and Zang Feng was 250 meters, the shadow leopard instantly burst into speed and rushed out with a roar. It was extremely fast, and to the naked eye it looked like a black arrow cutting through the air. In an instant, it approached Zang Feng. At this time, Zang Feng had no time to react. Because the shadow leopard is too fast. This demon was known for its speed. At short distances, if its full speed is utilized, it is said that dodging bullets is a piece of cake. Zang Feng is only an 8th level novice now. As an ordinary person, it is impossible for him to withstand the attack of the shadow leopard. However, Zang Feng was not panicked. He himself was unable to resist the attack. But it is possible if there is someone next to you. Sure enough, when the shadow leopard rushed to Zang Feng in an instant, and was about to kill Zang Feng with its sharp claws waving, the void above Mulan's shoulder began to fluctuate slightly, and then a blue light enveloped the shadow leopard. Buzz! The shadow leopard suddenly hung in the air. At this moment, the shadow leopard was floating in the air and struggling frantically, like a kitten with its fate strangled by the scruff of its neck. But this is of no use. The telekinesis of Mulan's evil eyes is extremely powerful, and the shadow leopard, which is less than level 30, has no chance of escaping. Meanwhile, the criminal was stunned. Shadow leopard! Damn it, it's telekinesis! The criminals are well informed. He had seen telekinesis, which was good at mentally attacking demons, when he was doing business elsewhere. The skill of telekinesis is a bug, because it is invisible and intangible, and you can't block it or touch it. If caught by telekinesis, being able to break free with greater strength requires a higher intelligence attribute than the demon using telekinesis. Then you will also be able to read the motivation. Directly use telekinesis to counter telekinesis. Of course, you can also use long-range attack skills to attack targets using telekinesis and interrupt the telekinesis. Judging from the current situation, the intelligence of the demon using telekinesis is much higher than the power of the Shadow Leopard. The Shadow Leopard was completely unable to break free. There is only one solution right now. That is to attack the demon with telekinesis. After all, the criminal knows that the Shadow Leopard and other demons on his body do not have telekinesis, so he wants to save the Shadow Leopard and continue to kill his target. That's all we can do. But where is that demon? The criminal glanced at Zang Feng and Milan, but there were no other monsters around them except the Shadow Leopard. Fuck, there's invisibility? The criminal was not stupid and reacted immediately. But even if you can't see the demon, he still has a way. Since we can't find the demon, we can just attack the demon tamer himself and force the demon to protect us. Then the telekinesis can also be interrupted. The criminal had a clear mind, and in just a second or two he reacted and summoned the other two demons. Wu-eo, these two monsters are a two-headed wolf that looks like a wild wolf and a winged wolf with wings on its back. These two monsters are also over level 20. They were extremely ferocious. At the criminal's signal, the two demons attacked Milan from two directions at the same time. The criminal knew very well that Zang Feng was just a novice and he didn't have any powerful demon that could use telekinesis. So the demon belonged to Milan. He was not sure how strong Milan was. But he did not intend to give up on killing Zang Feng. After all, he has already started. If it doesn't succeed this time, it will be even more difficult next time. Even if Zang Feng hides, he will never have another chance to kill Zang Feng. As for Milan, the criminal knew that Milan was not weak, but in his opinion, Milan was just a girl in her early 20s, whose strength was at most at the master level, so it didn't matter if he couldn't kill her. But she wanted to stop herself? That's impossible. He will definitely kill Zang Feng, then slip away smoothly. But the idea is beautiful, but the reality is very bleak. He still underestimated Milan's strength. Facing the two ferocious demons that suddenly rushed towards her, Milan's expression remained calm without any fluctuation. She didn't even make a move. It looked as if he would allow the two demons to attack him, but what happened next was jaw-dropping. A faint blue light flashed again, and the two demons that were about to approach Milan were immediately suspended in the air like shadow leopards. No matter how they struggled, they could not break free from the control of telekinesis. What? Control 3 at the same time? Seeing this, the criminal's pupils shrank sharply. All of his monsters are close to level 30. Even if their powers were added together, even a level 40 telekinetic demon would not be able to completely suppress them. But now, that ordinary woman, the demon hidden in her, could actually do such a thing so easily? This is simply outrageous. A cold sweat began to form on the criminal's forehead. He also began to speculate on Milan's strength. This woman, could she be a master? No, this one is even more powerful than the Grandmaster. Could it be the king? I do it. If you keep thinking about it, the criminal is creepy. He would never have thought that a mere newcomer would be protected by someone who might be a superstar. Damn it, Tang Si is that idiot. You didn't even tell me this. The criminal cursed Tang Si in his heart. But at this moment, he didn't have time to think too much, because the gap in strength between him and Milan was too great. Run, he must run quickly. Otherwise, he will definitely be caught by Milan. Thinking of this, the criminal did not hesitate at all. He didn't even care about the demons, and jumped off the unfinished building in the distance to escape in panic. As a master demon tamer, he had feedback on the demon's attributes. He has very strong physical fitness. Naturally, he ran away very quickly. However, Milan was faster than him. The blue light flashed again, and the evil eye's telekinesis enveloped Zang Feng, Milan and the three demons. Then it flew away with a whoosh sound. At this time, the criminal was running for his life. It feels like it has run away. He took a breath and looked back. Tired of running? Suddenly a playful voice sounded from above. The criminal subconsciously raised his head. In the sky, Zang Feng, who was wrapped in telekinesis, was standing next to Milan and looking at him with a smile. The criminal suddenly felt hopeless. It's over, it's a failure. But Zang Feng was full of joy at this time. 50,000 yuan, got it! Chapter 36 Special Secret Realm. The Demon Control Bureau is very busy today. Because the wanted criminal was caught. Although he was not caught by the Demon Control Bureau. But this did not stop everyone from celebrating. But Tang Si in prison was unhappy. Especially when he saw the criminals being brought in. Wang, brother Wang? How come you were also arrested? Zang Feng? Is that bastard dead? He asked after the people from the Demon Control Bureau walked away. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi looked up and glared at him fiercely. How dare you ask me this here? Ah? What happened? Seeing Wang Yi furious, Tang Si shrank his neck and asked uneasily. Wang Yi suppressed his anger upon seeing this. What's wrong? Humph, you're a piece of trash. I promised to help you deal with that guy, but you didn't tell me that guy had a big backer. That woman is a sect. No, that woman's strength is at least comparable to that of a heavenly king. Is that something I can deal with? You're trying to hurt me, aren't you? Wang Yi suddenly grabbed Tang Si by the collar. The latter's face was full of fear and he struggled frantically. At the same time, he did not forget to explain. Brother Wang, you are wronging me. That guy is a time traveler. He has no one to rely on except for his abilities. The only people who have a good relationship with him are my classmates and my former head teacher Mulan. But Mulan is only a master. That bastard Zang Feng has other backers. This I really don't know. Hearing these words, Wang Yi frowned. Then he calmed down and let go of Tang Si. Didn't you mention Mulan? Mulan is a teacher. I think she has a job in school and won't follow Zang Feng around all the time. So I didn't mention it much. Tang Si explained carefully. Indeed, normally speaking, how could a class teacher like Mulan have so much free time to run around with students every day? However, Tang Si obviously underestimated Mulan's appreciation of Zang Feng, which led to this tragedy. Wang Yi listened to Tang Si's explanation. The anger in my heart has not completely disappeared. But he knew getting angry would do no good. Now I should think about how to escape. He didn't want to be sent to another big prison. After thinking for a while, he looked at Tang Si. Xiao Seer, do you want to get out quickly? He suddenly asked Tang Si. The latter was stunned. Go out? Of course I want to. Wang Yi smiled when he saw this. If you want to get out early, just listen to me. Come closer, I have an idea. Zang Feng was very happy outside the Demon Control Bureau. Because the 50,000 yuan reward was received. Also because my own troubles were solved. This is all thanks to Mulan. But when he thought of Mulan, Zang Feng became confused again. There seems to be something wrong with her strength. Too strong, doesn't look like a master. That criminal, Wang Yi, is a master. And he is only one step away from becoming a grandmaster. Such a person released 3 demons at the same time, but Mulan actually let Evil Eye solve them all with ease. Is this the fighting power that a grandmaster should have? Although Zang Feng had never seen other masters, he had been in this world for so many days and had some understanding of the combat power at each stage. A normal master-level demon master might be able to defeat Wang Yi. But winning will never be easy. But Mulan's behavior is too outrageous. Is she really a master demon tamer? Zang Feng couldn't help but look closely. Hint, Mulan, Grandmaster level 10. If nothing goes wrong, this girl will soon become a Heavenly King level demon tamer. Hint, this woman has an abnormal spiritual power. Breaking through is as easy as eating and drinking. She seems to have broken through to a higher level before. A new tip? Zang Feng was surprised when he saw the 2 prompts. He had seen Mulan's hints before. But before there was only 1 prompt. And his strength seems to be only at the 6th or 7th level of Grandmaster. How long has it been? Grandmaster 10th stage? You know, it's not easy to become a Grandmaster. Some people find it difficult to advance to a higher level even after several years. As for taking drugs? The master-level drug taking is not something that can be improved by just buying some oral liquid. That requires more precious medicine. And there are not many medicines in the entire region. If there were a large number of medicines, then master-level demon masters would be everywhere, and would not be so rare. However, Mulan obviously did not improve her level by taking drugs, and Zang Feng had never seen her buy medicine or look for rare treasures. She is on campus most of the time. In other words, she had a breakthrough in her cultivation. But that's even more outrageous. Cultivation improves faster than taking drugs. It sounds a bit hard to understand, but it seems understandable after looking at Mulan's second hint. This Mulan seemed to have broken through to a higher level, but for some unknown reason she fell back to the Grandmaster level. Of course it's easy to fix it again. But why did she lose her strength? Zang Feng was a little confused. But he was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, Mulan is his backer. The more powerful Mulan is, the happier he is. Yeah, I'll continue to build a good relationship with her in the future, and then try to ask her more questions when the relationship is right. By then, maybe I can know the secret of her eyes and why she lost her strength. Zang Feng withdrew his gaze and pondered. Mulan beside him glanced at him suspiciously. What was this guy doing while staring at her? Could it be that because my previous performance was so outrageous, this brat was shocked and began to admire me? Mulan's mind was full of random thoughts. Zang Feng suddenly said, "Hey, Teacher Mu helped me so much this time. How can I repay you? It's just a small matter, don't worry about it." Hearing his words, Mulan shook her head. She has everything and doesn't care about pay. How can this be so embarrassing? Zang Feng scratched the back of his head. You are my student, and it is my responsibility as a teacher to protect you. It's no big deal, you don't need to think too much about it. Okay, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Oh, Zang Feng nodded helplessly, looking at Mulan's back as she left. He still planned to repay her. After all, Mulan really helped him a lot. And Mulan doesn't ask for anything in return. But for someone like Mulan, it probably wouldn't be necessary to give her a small gift or something to thank her. How about treating her to a meal, or maybe taking her out somewhere to relax? After all, being a teacher is tiring. She stays in school every day and I never see her go out to play. Well, I'll ask Zhenlong when the time comes. As a second-generation rich man who wanders around, he must know a lot of interesting places. With an idea in mind, Zang Feng quickly left. But his purpose is not simple. In addition to thanking Mulan, it is also to build relationships. As long as I have a better relationship with Mulan, I can just call her when I encounter any trouble in the future. With the protection of this being who is about to break through the King of Heaven, won't he be able to run rampant in the northern area of Shumen in the future? At that time everyone will have to give him 3 points. Of course, backing is the trump card. One's own strength is still important. So Zang Feng went to the Union first. He had just come to the Demon Control Bureau with Mulan and Wang Yi to collect the bounty, so he had not yet gone to the Union to get the materials. Now he had to go and get them quickly, and then go back and use the materials to make potions to speed up the upgrade. If there is still time, then go around and try to open the road guide. There are no enemy threats now. There's no problem going somewhere else. He successfully obtained the materials from the Union. When Zang Feng took the pass and took a detour back home, it was already dark. But unfortunately, after visiting so many places, there was not a single place that could arouse the attention of the guide. Alas, it seems that the place is not easy to find. There was no choice. Zang Feng sighed and went into the house. However, just as he stepped into his room, suddenly the pass in my pocket reacted. Buzz, I saw Lu Yin emitting a strong light, and it was about to float in the air and pull up Zang Feng's clothes. This is... Seeing this situation, Zang Feng was shocked. Wow, he had been looking for a special place for a long time, but he didn't expect that the place where he could actually use the pass was right at home. This was really a case of finding something after searching for a long time without any effort. But if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. The Mulan mansion is special. This place can accelerate the alienation of demons. It can also speed up the training speed of the demon tamer. It is no exaggeration to say that this place is a feng shui treasure land. It is so special that it can cause a reaction among passers-by, which is unexpected but seems reasonable. At this time, Zang Feng had already taken out the pass. As the guidepost was suspended and shaking, Zang Feng could clearly see faint ripples like water waves appearing on the walls of the room. This scene looks so familiar. Isn't this the entrance to the secret realm? Zang Feng was delighted, but he also noticed that the light on the pass seemed to be dimming as time passed. At the same time, a hint emerged. Tip: the special secret realm is opened. This secret realm is opened by a guide and will be closed after the guide energy is exhausted. Hint: you can open the entrance to the secret realm again by continuing to inject energy into the guide. Can it be used repeatedly? That's good news. Retracting his gaze, Zang Feng quickly approached the entrance. The energy of the road guide will not last long. In order not to waste my 40,000 yuan. Hurry in and search for treasures. Chapter 37: Many Treasures. Special secret realms are larger than micro-secret realms. This was discovered after Zang Feng entered. The scene here is the remains of the original Sea of Trees. The Sea of Trees and green mountains stretch as far as the eye can see. There are relics of all sizes scattered among them. They have been completely covered with various green plants. We can only guess what the building is from its outline. Seeing the scene here, Zang Feng was ecstatic. Because this place is big, it means there are a lot of treasures. Moreover, he is the only one who knows the place and he can come in repeatedly, so it doesn't matter if he can't get all the treasures. As long as he spends money to buy spiritual liquid to charge the guide, he can come in again next time to explore and hunt for treasures. This is my private secret place. And it's so big that it seems to have no end. Wait until I have finished exploring everything. The various spiritual herbs and treasures that were harvested. Maybe we can even reach the master level. Zang Feng was secretly calculating in his mind. But this was just his imagination. After all, in addition to the numerous treasures in the secret realm, there are also many dangers that can cause accidents if you are not careful. Although Zang Feng can read the prompts and avoid danger, if there is a treasure hidden in a dangerous place, he still has to take the risk. The prompts only allow him to know the danger in advance and prepare. I want to explore this secret place smoothly. And you have to get all the treasures. God knows how long that will take. Forget it, don't think about it. Let's see what good stuff we can find first. Time is running out, the pass won't last long. Zang Feng came to his senses and looked around. Now the energy of the guide outside is being consumed. When the energy of the pass is exhausted, the secret realm will be closed and he, the outsider, will be thrown out of the secret realm. So he had to hurry up and look for treasure. Relying on the prompts, he soon had a goal. Hint: there is a magical herb 10 meters ahead. Tip: the dense forest in the east exudes a terrifying aura. There may be powerful enemies over there, so don't rush over there. Hint: 130 meters to the west, there is an underground ruins passage covered with vegetation, which seems to contain precious spiritual fruits and other kinds of spiritual herbs and extremely old medicinal plants. The message given by the prompt is very clear. The east side is too dangerous to approach. There seem to be a lot of good things in the west, and the danger is not high, so you can go there first to take a look and get those things. With the target in mind, Zang Feng set off immediately, and he also released the flower spider in advance to prevent any emergencies. But the flower spider is very jumpy. It feels different here. As soon as it came out, it crawled everywhere. If it weren't for Zang Feng who was able to restrain it. The flower spider probably ran far away to eat wild fruits. After all, this place is the forest kingdom with lots of wild fruits. Flower spiders like to eat wild fruits, but they are hiding in the city and don't have much time to find them. Now we have arrived at the forest kingdom. It was probably more excited than Zang Feng, especially seeing the fruits everywhere. Okay, stop looking. Be careful and alert. Zang Feng couldn't help but speak after glancing at the flower spider on his shoulder, who was looking at the wild fruits on the tree in the distance with reluctance. The latter nodded aggrievedly. Soon, the man and the spider had approached the entrance to the underground passage mentioned in the hint. The area is covered with shrubs and vines. There is a staircase hidden in the vegetation. This staircase is entirely carved from stone. It continued to go down, into the darkness underground. The bushes and vines outside serve as a natural protective layer to prevent outsiders from discovering this low passage. If Zang Feng doesn't give any prompts, he might not be able to find the passage. But the passage has now been found. But Zang Feng did not go down directly. He still looked at the prompts cautiously. Hint: this passage leads deep underground. Tip: be careful, there are many bat monsters living on the ceiling of the passage that may attack you. Hint: although the bat monsters are weak, there are many of them and it is not pleasant to be bitten by them. Bat monsters? There seem to be quite a few. Although the threat is not particularly great. But if you rush in rashly, you will be bitten by them. That would not be good for the subsequent exploration. Fortunately, I took a look. Zang Feng was thankful. Then he looked at the flower spider. Weave a web, seal the exit, and then use the sleeping pollen to attack the passage. Squeak. The flower spider nodded obediently, then moved its legs quickly to make a huge spider web at the entrance of the passage. Then the flowers on its head shook and a large amount of pollen was released, which flew down into the passage with the wind. Soon, a voice was heard in the passage. The sound was like many birds flapping their wings. And the sound is getting closer. But Zang Feng laughed when he heard the voice. At the same time, dozens of pairs of scarlet eyes were seen rushing out from inside the passage. However, as soon as they reached the stairs, they were all caught in the huge sticky spider web of the flower spider. Very good, we caught them all! Zang Feng smiled and knocked the bats to death one by one. These guys can't stay. Otherwise they will seek revenge when they recover. Zang Feng didn't want to be ambushed by them. However, what Zang Feng didn't expect was that he would get an unexpected gain from one of the bat monsters. Hint: this little fruit bat seems to have eaten a mutant fruit not long ago, and the medicinal power in its body has not been fully digested. This guy actually ate the alien fruit? Good fellow, what a waste of natural resources! Zang Feng felt heartbroken when he saw this prompt. After all, these bat monsters are very common. There is not much effect after eating them. It would be better to be eaten by your own flower spider. However, this also proves from the side that this special secret realm is really large and full of treasures. Even weak monsters like the little fruit bat can obtain the extremely rare alienated fruits outside. Get the guy to come here. God has really opened his eyes. But then again, since the little fruit bat has eaten the alien fruit, and it seems that the effect has not been fully digested, why not let the flower spider eat it? Once he had an idea, Zang Feng took action immediately. The flower spider was also very ruthless, and it gnawed the little fruit bat into nothing but bones in a matter of minutes. At the same time, a reminder also appeared. Hint: your flower spider ate the small fruit bat with the alienation effect in its body, and the alienation progress increased by 2%. Therefore, your flower spider's strength and intelligence attributes both increased by 1 point. Not bad, the progress increased by 2%. The properties have also been improved. Let's go and take a look down there now. No more threat from the little fruit bats. Zang Feng grabbed the flower spider and entered the passage. The front and middle sections of the underground passage are very dark, but it gradually becomes less dark as you go deeper. Because at the end of the passage is a huge underground cave full of gleaming quartz, and throughout the cave there are a large number of buildings that have been severely damaged and covered with plants. This can also be seen from these buildings. There were people living here before. Even in the ruins of those buildings, Zang Feng found a lot of severely corroded metal tools and other things. Of course, none of this matters. More importantly, Zang Feng also discovered that there were many spiritual herbs needed to make inferior potions here. These magical herbs were growing everywhere, and Zang Feng happily picked them as he walked. In just 1 hour, the materials that Zang Feng harvested here are almost enough to make about 10 inferior potions. TSK, there are indeed a lot of things here. After tying up these materials, Zang Feng continued to go deeper. This low cave is very large, and there are many things ahead. However, before he walked far, he suddenly felt that there seemed to be something wrong with the surrounding space. He felt like he was being pulled. This is not good, the pass energy is not enough. After thinking for a while, Zang Feng thought to himself that something was not good. The feeling just now was a sign that the pass energy was insufficient, and this secret realm was about to close and throw him out. And as Zang Feng continued to speed up and harvest materials, the feeling became stronger and stronger. I estimate that I can still hold out for another 10 minutes. Zang Feng was thinking in his mind and moving faster. At the same time, the road ahead became narrow, and Zang Feng had originally planned to go around and get materials from somewhere else. But the hint changed his mind. Hint: look at the narrow passage and see a faint glow. It seems that there are rare treasures hidden in it. Natural resources and treasures? Zang Feng's eyes lit up. He looked up and behind the narrow passage. I saw that it was indeed brighter behind the passage. The hazy fog, combined with the various underground plants that are looming in the air, gives it a fairyland-like feeling. Seeing this special scenery, Zang Feng no longer hesitated and quickly got into the narrow passage while there was still some time. The scene ahead became clearer. Finally, he successfully passed through the passage. At this time he also saw the scene here clearly. Here there is actually an underground lake. Through the hazy fog, Zang Feng discovered that it was brighter here because there was a huge lake hidden here. The light refracted from the lake's surface makes this place look brighter than other places outside. But this is not the most important thing. What really matters to Zang Feng. In fact, it is the prompt that appears next. Tip: the spiritual energy here is extremely rich. The center of the lake seems to have condensed a rare spiritual fat. If you eat the spiritual fat, your strength will directly break through a level. Tip: there are crocodile monsters in the water ahead. They are very powerful, so you'd better not provoke them. Hint: there is a rime of flower by the lake ahead. Hint: Lingmeng flower is rare and is in line with the direction of the flower spider's alienation, so eating it will produce new changes. Chapter 38: Queen's Characteristics. Spiritual fat that directly improves one's realm. How could such a thing still exist? This works better than those medicines. And there is a rime of flower by the lake. Zang Feng had never heard of such a thing before. But the hint already explains what it does. This flower can bring about new changes in the flower spider. Although we don't know what the change is, it is in line with the direction of flower spider alienation and must be a benign change. Maybe after the flower spider eats the flower, its attributes can be improved and it can also learn new skills. In short, they are all good things. But there are crocodile monsters in the lake. As the tip says, it is very powerful. I'm afraid I can't win at all. Besides, this underground lake is very huge. Maybe there is not even one crocodile monster left. It is unwise to approach the lake rashly. But Zang Feng didn't want to give up those things either. And because the pass is running out of energy, he will be thrown out when the secret realm is closed in a few minutes. Zang Feng must make a decision immediately. It is to venture close to the lake to get the rime of flower. Or give up and look for other materials. As for the spirit fat? That thing is in the lake. Zang Feng cannot get it now. If he wants to get it, he has to wait until next time he comes in and find a way to get the spiritual fat. The only thing he could consider now was the rime of flower, which Zang Feng could vaguely see through the hazy mist. It is only 100 meters away from Zang Feng. He had no problem running over and getting it. The premise is that the crocodile monsters in the lake don't care about him, but those guys are not as easy to deal with as the little fruit bats. I'm afraid that as long as Zang Feng gets close to the lake, the crocodile monster in the lake will immediately launch a surprise attack on Zang Feng. But giving up rime of flower? Impossible! Zang Feng stared at the flowers, his mind racing. The flower spider has clones and control. If you use it well, you should be able to get flowers. But it's not difficult to get the flowers when they are least prepared. The difficult part is how to escape successfully after getting them. This is a secret place, and the exit is far away. It would be very dangerous if we don't have a quick way to escape and get targeted by demons. But it's not certain that there is no solution. Perhaps we can make use of the secret realm. Feeling the changes in the space, Zang Feng narrowed his eyes and said, he was obviously planning to escape at the right time. After all, the energy of the past will be exhausted soon. He will be thrown out at that time. As long as the time is calculated well, this will be the safest and quickest way out. As for how to hit the right time accurately? This depends on your feeling. The stronger the feeling of being thrown out, the more likely it is that the time is about to come. You can only hide your edge based on your feeling. Flower spider, dream clone! No matter how much you think about it, you still have to be prepared. Buzz as the flower spider created 3 clones, Zang Feng began to wait for time and make plans. Flower spiders are very smart. It can understand Zang Feng's arrangements. The man and the spider were secretly planning something. As time goes by, the space fluctuations around Zang Feng are more intense. He could clearly feel as if there was an invisible force trying to grab him and take him away. Almost done, get started! Zang Feng stood up suddenly, and Flower Spider beside him moved quickly and immediately controlled his clone to start the action. On the calm lake, a huge crocodile wearing solid light gray leather armor was floating on the water and swimming peacefully, but its eyes were fixed on the small flower emitting a faint purple light by the lake. This flower looks a bit like a morning glory. But it doesn't grow on a vine. It is just like any ordinary flower. Blooms at the top of individual plant stems. The crocodile didn't know what it was, but it felt that this flower was a little special and might be good for the body if eaten. Of course, it had discovered this flower a long time ago, but the flower had not fully bloomed before. It feels like the flowers haven't all bloomed. It's like unripe fruit. So there was no rush to eat. It was not until now, seeing the flowers in full bloom, that it decided to savor them carefully. However, just as the crocodile was slowly approaching the flower, it suddenly saw a small figure approaching in the distance. What is that? The crocodile looked over in some surprise. Through the mist, it vaguely saw what seemed to be a small spider rushing towards the flower it wanted to eat. Stealing things from me? Tired of living? Realizing the little spider's motive, the crocodile demon suddenly became angry and swung its tail with a beam of water blade that hit the spider hard. Bang! The water blade was powerful and extremely fast. It hit the spider accurately and smashed it into pieces. However, the crocodile had not yet been happy. 2 more spiders appeared on both sides. They seemed to have the same purpose. This time the crocodile was really angry. What on earth is going on today? Are there spiders coming to steal things one after another? The crocodile said he was very unhappy. Its fierce gaze swept across the spiders on either side. Then he used all 4 limbs to dash across the water at an extremely fast speed towards the spider on the left that was relatively close. Bang! With a loud noise, the crocodile's huge body slammed the flower spider's body directly into the soil. At the same time, it swung its tail and blew a stone towards the flower spider on the other side. Bang! The spider was beaten to pieces again. The crocodile was immediately delighted. But the next second, bang! A stone flew over. The stone hit the crocodile's forehead firmly. A cold light flashed in the crocodile's eyes, and anger rushed to its forehead. It opened its bloody mouth and revealed its sharp fangs. The huge body suddenly rushed towards the direction of the flying stone, trying to catch the guy who provoked it. Then bite the opponent into pieces. Let the other party know the consequences of provoking it. However, the crocodile was provoked one after another, and was so angry that it did not notice that just after it left, a figure immediately ran over from the fog in the distance and plucked the rime of flower. Good strength, but not good brains. I'll take this rime of flower. Zang Feng put the flowers away proudly. Then he waved his hand, and a small flower spider ran out from the fog and jumped onto Zang Feng. However, behind the flower spider, the huge crocodile demon with murderous intent was also chasing after it quickly. It saw the rime of flower being plucked away. No matter how stupid it was, it finally realized that the spider was trying to lead it away on purpose. The purpose is to let humans steal flowers. The crocodile felt that his intelligence was trampled upon. Its dignity as a strong man was also insulted by the other side. What a despicable person. I dare not look myself directly in the face. He only dares to play tricks on me, the honest crocodile. This is something my uncle can't tolerate, but my aunt cannot. Roar! The enraged crocodile demon roared loudly. Its oppressive body rushed towards Zang Feng like a chariot, wanting to smash him to pieces. However, Zang Feng was not at all panicked. He looked at the approaching crocodile with pride. Then he stuck out his tongue, lilililil. But following his provocation, strange ripples appeared in the void and sucked Zang Feng in, making him disappear. But the crocodile demon missed. Roar! Reluctantly, it roared towards the sky. This voice was filled with hatred towards Zang Feng. But in the end, this is just the rage of the impotent. At the same time, on the other side, the energy of the past was exhausted, and Zang Feng was thrown out and fell to the ground. But he was very happy at this time. Successfully snatched food from the crocodile's mouth. The rime of flour was finally obtained. Quick, chew this flour and see the effect! Taking the flour spider off his shoulder, Zang Feng took out a flower. The omnivorous flower spider accepted everything that came its way. It pounced directly on the flower and nibbled it. The tiny flower was eaten up in minutes, even the stem and leaves were not spared. And just as the flower spider burped after eating the flower, a faint purple glow suddenly emanated from its body. With the appearance of glimmer. There is something abnormal about the flower spider's body. Zang Feng could clearly see that some sharp thorns had grown on the flower spider's smooth back. At the same time, its 8 round red eyes gradually lengthened and tilted, becoming evil and weird. In addition, the white part of its body has a layer of light purple, which makes it look more gorgeous. Evil and gorgeous. It looks like a dangerous species no matter how you look at it. But apart from the changes in appearance, there are also changes within the flower spider. These changes are all displayed. Hint: your flower spider has eaten the rime of flower, and its body has changed. All attributes have increased by 4 points. Hint: your flower spider ate the rime of flower, which activated the ancient characteristics hidden in the bloodline, the queen. Tip: due to the queen's characteristics, your flower spider has acquired the queen's special skills of summoning instructions, attacking instructions, recovery instructions, defense instructions, self-destruction instructions, and dismissal instructions. A long list of prompts appeared before my eyes. Zang Feng was stunned by what he saw. Good fellow, I just say good fellow. This is going to heaven. Chapter 39: Breakthrough to the 9th stage. The characteristics of demons are not skills. This is a passive special ability. It can also be understood as the talent of a living being. Take Shenlong's Tiger Soul as an example. His Tiger Soul is immune to physical attacks. This is because Tiger Soul has ghost characteristics. The ghost characteristic effect is physical immunity. However, not all monsters have this characteristic. A large portion of demons have no characteristics. For example, ordinary flower spiders, and other common and weak monsters like these mostly have no special features. However, Zang Feng's flower spider had no characteristics before, but now his flower spider has acquired characteristics. Seems to be a rare trait. This feature gives it a lot of skills. These skills are a bit special though. Except for the summoning command skill. Other skills cannot be used directly. These skills can only be used and take effect after using the summoning command. As for why this happened, this is because the queen's characteristics enable Zang Feng's flower spider to have the ability of an insect king to have his own exclusive troops. The summoning command is used to summon subordinates, while other commands are specifically used to control these subordinates. Before summoning his men, these instructions don't work at all. However, don't think that skills such as attack commands and defense commands are just about attacking and escaping. These skills have special effects. For example, after using the attack command, the destructive power of the summoned subordinates will increase a lot in a short period of time. After the defense command is used, the summoned subordinates will return to protect the flower spider and build an energy defense wall. This defense can withstand most attacks and even invisible telekinesis. This is an outrageous effect. Of course, the defensive command is not invincible. If the opponent's fighting power is too strong, the subordinates will be killed and the defensive wall will collapse, but this skill is still very useful. Whether it is used to save your life and escape, or to challenge and consume the opponent of higher level, it is very useful. Besides, there are more instructions than just these. There is also a self-destruct command or something. The effects of these instructions are equally strong. In a nutshell, the flower spider is very strong now. Rhyme of flower, giving it its characteristics. It changed its appearance, and essentially made the flower spider escape directly from the range of weak monsters. It is now more like an all-rounder, able to resist, attack, and assist, and can cooperate with almost any teammate. It's no exaggeration to say it's a panacea. But the spider is very happy except for the flower. Zang Feng was also very excited at this time. The stronger the flower spider is, the stronger he will be. Now that flower spider has become stronger, and with his own advancement in sealing the second demon, it is more certain that he will get the first place. Once I win first place and get the growth spirit stone, flower spider can continue to transform and increase its combat power. Zang Feng happily took back the flower spider. Finally, he did not forget to look at the attributes again. Flower spider has been continuously improving recently. He would have to scan again to see the exact situation. Charge your phone, insert the card, scan. Name, flower spider, nightmare species. Level 10. Category, insects/plants. Features, queen, possess royal coercion, can summon servants, and has great suppressive power over her peers. Attributes, 9/21/9/22, strength, agility, body intelligence. Alienation progress, 17/100. Skills, silk spinning, nightmare field, sleeping pollen, dream clone, queen's command. Introduction. The royal flower spider is the king of the tribe. Its abilities far exceed those of its peers and cannot be compared with ordinary flower spiders. The attributes have been increased a lot. Agility and intelligence are both over 20 points. The introduction has also undergone new changes. As for skills, those instructions seem to be special skills brought by characteristics, so not all of them were displayed. However, there is an additional Queen's command in the skills. Click on it to see summoning commands, attack commands, and other skills. This attribute ability, wow! It's no problem to beat people of the same level. Zang Feng took back his phone with satisfaction. Now the flower spider has become stronger. Next it was his turn to become stronger. Calming down, Zang Feng began to make medicine using all the materials he harvested today and the materials he got from the Union. This is a lot of material. Can make 14 or 15 defective medicines. Zang Feng made one and drank it one at a time. With these potions and the buff added by the mansion, his spiritual power increased rapidly, and soon reached the 9th level of a novice. However, it was already early morning and there was no other way. Making potions was too time-consuming. Especially this time, we did more. Now all the potions are done. Zang Feng, who had successfully made the breakthrough, fell asleep. He was indeed extremely sleepy. Besides, it will be dawn soon. He still has to go to class, so he has to catch up on his sleep. A few hours later, North District No. 1 Middle School. Hey, which giant panda is this? In the classroom, Jinlong said with a smile. Zang Feng lay on the desk and glared at him. But thinking about inviting Mulan out to play, he still asked, "Where are the fun places in Shumen?" Huh! Jinlong was stunned when he heard that. In his impression, Zang Feng is not the kind of person who would have nothing to do and wander around for fun. He used to be either learning to become stronger or on his way to learn to become stronger. Why did he change his personality today? I actually asked him where was fun. What? You want to be lazy and cool? Hey, okay, I know some fun places. Jinlong showed an obscene smile on his face. Then he lowered his voice and said, Hongxia Street, there is a place where there are many beautiful young ladies who need help. Shut up, am I that kind of person? Zang Feng interrupted Jinlong with a righteous tone. The latter was confused, then asked in shock. What? The pretty lady can no longer satisfy you? Okay, I know a place with lots of weird people that should be able to satisfy your XP needs. Stop talking! Zang Feng quickly covered Jinlong's mouth. This guy is getting more and more outrageous. I'm talking about serious fun places. For example, amusement parks and scenic spots. Zang Feng emphasized to him helplessly. Jinlong was very suspicious. There's something wrong with you. Why don't you go to a tourist attraction or amusement park when you have a beautiful lady to serve you? What are you doing in those places? You're not with your girlfriend. Are you secretly dating someone behind my back? Brother, that's not fair. You didn't even tell me. Jinlong suddenly reacted. He even asked with a smile. Tell me, is the girl you like a junior in our school or from outside? Zang Feng smiled bitterly. You think too much. I don't believe it, Jinlong said stubbornly. Then he added, unless you tell me what the real purpose of suddenly wanting to go out and have fun is. I don't have any particular purpose. Teacher Mu has been helping me a lot lately, so I wanted to invite her to play and relax. Zang Feng hesitated before answering. Jinlong opened his mouth in shock. Boy, I guess conservatively. You actually hooked up with Mr. Mu. No wonder you look down on my cousin. Wow, awesome! You're a role model for our generation. After hearing Jinlong's words, Zang Feng almost kicked this guy out of the classroom. Can you please be serious? Okay. Jinlong curled his lips. But then he said seriously. If you want to thank Teacher Mu, it's useless to give her anything as a thank you. There were so many people who wanted to curry favor with her in the past, and you can't even imagine the expensive things those rich people gave her. But Mr. Mu didn't want it at all. As for where to invite her to go, I think it's probably useless. For someone as capable as Teacher Mu, where has she not been and where has she not seen? She has no interest in the scenic spots, amusement parks, aquariums, etc. in Shumen. This. Zang Feng was helpless. But think about it, what Jinlong said is right. It seems that the plan to build relationships has failed. There was nothing he could do. Zang Feng shook his head. However, Jinlong took an unexpected turn. Don't be so quick to sigh. Teacher Mu doesn't like ordinary gifts and those scenic spots. But that doesn't mean she's not interested in anything. If you can come up with something special, she might be happy. This kind of thing has no value. But it must be relatively uncommon. Or maybe it's a very unique place, such as a secret place or a place with wonders that only appears at a certain time. Jinlong stroked his chin as he analyzed. Zang Feng had an idea in his mind. After all, he has a private secret place. Mulan might be interested. Besides, I can ask her for help again. For example, take her to the underground lake and ask her to help kill the crocodile monster in the lake and get the spiritual fat. The more Zang Feng thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. One more time for free, let Teacher Mu help me. He made this decision in his heart. As for the possibility that Mulan might steal the secret realm, that's impossible. If Mulan really had that idea, she would have directly snatched Zang Feng's pass. But she didn't do that. Of course, even if Zang Feng was really worried, he could also use hints in advance to see the results of inviting Mulan. If Mulan has any ideas, Zang Feng can stop mentioning the secret realm in advance, so there is nothing to worry about. If you get Mulan for free, your fighting power will be gone. Chapter 40, Freebie Again. Although Zang Feng already had a plan. But it depends on whether Mulan agrees. So he decided to test Mulan first. At least see if she has any ideas. It would be best if she is interested in going out to relax. This way you can say you have gone to a secret place. If she's not interested, then think of other ways. In any case, I have to find a way to take her to the secret place. Then he got her to help him for free. We must get that spiritual fat. As long as I have the spiritual fat, plus the materials I get from Longlan on Sunday, it will be easy to reach the elite level. Thinking about these things in his mind, Zang Feng slipped into the office at noon to look for Mulan. There was no one else in the office at noon. Most of the teachers have gone to eat. Only Mulan remains here. She was on the phone when Zang Feng came. Before stepping into the office, Zang Feng vaguely heard Mulan mention something like Ancestral Hall. After hanging up the phone, she fell into deep thought, and only came back to her senses when Zang Feng approached her. Teacher Mu, what are you thinking about? You're still thinking about it so intently? Zang Feng asked casually with some curiosity. Mulan frowned slightly under her sunglasses. But she didn't explain much. She just said calmly, "Nothing." Oh, Mulan didn't say anything and didn't ask any further questions. After all, who doesn't have some personal matters? Stop asking about me, the teacher. Look at you. You don't go to eat in the middle of the day, but you suddenly come to see the teacher. What's wrong with me? Mulan shifted the topic to Zang Feng. The latter replied with a smile. No problem, I just want to ask if the teacher is free tomorrow weekend? Nothing big this weekend. I'm quite free, why are you asking this? Mulan became more and more confused. Hey, if you are free, I would like to treat you to a meal to thank you for helping me yesterday. Or invite the teacher to go out and play. The teacher is so busy at work every day, so just relax. You are thoughtful, she laughed. But then he continued. Don't waste your money. You need money to buy potions to prepare for the exam. Besides, haven't I already said it? It was just a piece of cake yesterday. Don't take it too seriously. How can that be possible? Zang Feng said righteously. I am such a grateful person. Teacher Mu has helped me so much. If I don't thank him, I will feel pressured. You really are. Mulan smiled bitterly. This kid's mouth is really hard to deal with. He said this and I had to disagree. Wouldn't that be putting pressure on him? But the scenic spots in the city. Mulan really didn't have much interest. She doesn't like crowded places, especially scenic spots or other places with large flow of people. But it's not good to reject Zang Feng. Forget it, I'll first ask him where he wants to invite me to go. If it's a place he really doesn't like, then find a way to refuse. After all, it's not a good idea to force yourself to go to a place you don't like. With an idea in mind, Mulan spoke. How can the teacher refuse if you say that? Okay, I've been staying on campus a lot lately, and it's been quite a while since I went out to relax. Tell me, where are you going to invite me to go? Zang Feng was delighted to hear her words. Mulan is still interested in playing. This is a good start. Next, let's talk about going to the secret realm. See how she reacts? Well, I originally wanted to invite Mr. Mu to a scenic spot or something like that, but now I think it might not be appropriate. After all, didn't the teacher say that Shumen is your hometown? Then you must have been to all the scenic spots here. So what? Mulan asked curiously. It sounds like Zang Feng has a good idea. Maybe I can go there. Anyway, let's see what he says next. So, I would like to ask the teacher to go to the secret realm. Secret realm? Mulan was stunned. Zang Feng nodded. Don't I have a pass? Last night I went to the special secret realm that the pass opened. The environment there is nice, and there aren't any powerful monsters there, so it's definitely a good place to relax and unwind. What do you think, Mr. Mu? He looked at Mulan and waited for a response. The latter's face was full of surprise. Mulan didn't expect that Zang Feng would find a suitable place to use the pass so quickly. And he's already been there. Speaking of which, this kid seems to have reached the 9th level. Maybe he had a breakthrough in that secret realm yesterday. But this brat has ulterior motives. She had been to that special secret place. And I've been to more than one. The special secret realm is extremely vast and full of good things, but most of the good things are guarded by demons. Those monsters are quite powerful, and that place is definitely not as comfortable as this kid said. This brat, maybe. He wants to trick me into being his thug. This has happened before. Mulan can still remember the first time she met Zang Feng. This kid got her to be his thug for free, and in the end she had to pay him to help him get into the demon-controlling class. Although she got some benefits that time, it was obvious that she would not get any benefits this time. His thanking himself was an excuse. The purpose is to trick yourself into working hard. This kid is still so calculating. However, the reason why the special secret realm is so special. This is because there are actually many relics of ancient civilizations and many buildings that are not common in modern times. There are also many strange landscapes. It's a good place to go to relax. Of course, the premise is that you don't seek death and don't provoke the terrifying monsters hidden in the secret realm. But that's just the strength of Zang Feng. He estimated that he was not capable of exploring all the areas of his special secret realm that were several kilometers in radius, let alone provoking terrifying monsters. With Zang Feng's strength, the monsters he could provoke were only about 10 or 20 levels high. Solve them easily. Forget it, this brat gets a bargain. Just go and take a look at his secret place. Just give him a hand when the time comes. Thinking of this, Mulan nodded. Okay. I'm also very curious about that special secret place. Tell me the place and I'll come find you there. No, that place is home. I see. Mulan couldn't help but laugh. My goodness, my own house is a special place? Mulan really never thought of this. Then it's settled, Mr. Mu. You stay in the residential courtyard today, and we'll go to the secret realm tomorrow morning. Yeah, okay. Mulan nodded in agreement, and when she saw that Zang Feng had left, the gentle smile on her face gradually faded. Looking back at the phone, Mulan looked at the number of the caller and frowned while touching her chin. Successfully invited Mulan. Zang Feng was naturally happy at this moment. We still need to prepare some spiritual fluid. Back in class, Zang Feng was thinking. Luyin eats a lot of spiritual liquid. It takes 4 bottles of spiritual liquid to be fully charged. The special secret realm is only open for a little over 2 hours. It costs 40,000 yuan to open a secret realm. It is a bit expensive, but fortunately you can gain a lot. Basically, you can make more than just your investment. However, all the gains had been used by myself, and my money was not enough to support me entering the special secret realm a few times. Working only pays 30,000 per week. Besides giving Long Lan 20,000 to buy materials. Well, I have to find a way to make money later. This money is really too much to spend. Thinking of this, Zang Feng felt helpless. But he didn't particularly care. Anyway, after the exam, Mulan promised to teach him how to make high-quality potions and his salary would increase at that time. The problem is not particularly big, as long as you can get through the period of lack of money after learning how to make good potions. As for how to resist during this period? Of course, go to the Union to take on the task. Or go find Jin Long. This guy is a second-generation rich man with money and connections. It shouldn't be difficult to get some money-making jobs through him. While thinking about these things, Zang Feng was also considering how to deal with the competition that was getting closer. Time flies by so fast. After school, Zang Feng went to buy spiritual liquid. I made a delicious meal at home. And Mulan had to go to the secret realm the next day. Of course, she didn't stay in the school building at night. When she returned to the house, she found that Zang Feng had already prepared the meal and was waiting for her to eat. She also took the opportunity to have dinner with Zang Feng, and she told Zang Feng a lot of her troubles while chatting at the table. I couldn't help but grumble a few words. But afterwards, Mulan came to her senses and discovered. It seems, something is wrong. She couldn't tell what was going on. It just feels strange. She seemed to be becoming less and less guarded against Zang Feng. In the past, she might have agreed to have dinner together, but she would never be so open. Mulan knew that this was not a good sign, but she didn't feel any discomfort, so she just let it go and let nature take its course. The next day, in a wing room of the mansion, Zang Feng is ready to go. On the wall of the room, the secret realm opens again. Later, Mulan looked at the entrance to the secret realm with some curiosity. She was quite looking forward to the scene inside the secret realm. Zang Feng was also a little excited. Good, I succeeded in getting Mulan's combat power for free. Lingji is about to be obtained. Chapter 41 Obtaining the Spiritual Fat. Zang Feng successfully entered the secret realm. Here the sun is warm and the mountains are still green. It was different from the gray morning outside. It seems that this place is indeed suitable for tourism. Zang Feng turned around and looked at Mulan, who was following him. She wasn't too surprised by the scene here. Instead, when she looked around at the outlines of the ruins, a hint of surprise and doubt appeared on Mulan's calm face. Zang Feng was puzzled by her reaction. Could it be that Mulan was interested in ancient architecture? He couldn't help but start to speculate. But Zang Feng had obviously guessed wrong. Mulan was only a little surprised at first but soon calmed down. She didn't look at the building anymore. Zang Feng was a little confused about what she was thinking. But he was too lazy to think about it at the moment. Zang Feng couldn't wait to take her to the passage. Then go to the underground lake to get the spiritual fat. Teacher Mu, let's go this way. Walking in front, Zang Feng looked back and said, Okay, Mulan nodded. On the way, she often glanced to the east. Zang Feng saw the prompts yesterday, and the prompts clearly told him that going to the east would be courting death. However, he didn't know what exactly was in the east. When he noticed that Mulan often looked over there, he became curious. Did Mulan notice something? Otherwise, why does she always look to the east? Teacher Mu, is there any problem over there? He didn't hesitate but asked directly. Nothing much. Mulan shook her head subconsciously. But she paused mid-sentence. There might be some special monsters over there. It's best not to explore there before you become a master. Considering that this secret realm is privately owned by Zang Feng, she still reminded him even though she didn't explicitly say what the special monster was. Zang Feng nodded cautiously upon hearing this. But he was very surprised in his heart. Can you only go when you become a grandmaster? Boy, those tips are conservative. He originally thought of the elite realm, so he went over to take a look. Fortunately, Mulan reminded him in time. Otherwise, if he went there rashly, even with a hint, he might not be able to escape without a chance of death. It's good to have a strong person following you. I can avoid a lot of dangers. Zang Feng was somewhat relieved. The two of them walked and talked. Soon, the two entered the underground passage. Walking through the long stairs, a faint light gradually appeared in front, and a huge space appeared in Mulan's eyes. There are glowing quartz everywhere, and all around are various ancient buildings and underground plants of various shapes. There is also a wisp of mist in the air, making it look quiet and mysterious. Here, it feels pretty good. You can tell that she seems very happy. Zang Feng chuckled. Where have we reached now? Teacher Mu, we haven't arrived yet. There's a better place out there. Oh? Really? Let's go then. Mulan was in a rare good mood. Zang Feng also quickened his pace and walked forward. On the way, Mulan could clearly feel an unusually strong flow of spiritual energy blowing like a spring breeze. And the further you go, the denser the spiritual energy becomes, even the mist in the air turns into spiritual mist. Feeling this, Mulan was frightened. The spiritual energy here is so rich. This level of spiritual energy. Maybe we can even condense spiritual fat. She couldn't help muttering to herself in her heart. Compared to Zang Feng, who had just entered the demon-controlling world, the knowledgeable Mulan can almost immediately guess what kind of natural treasures are there just by looking at the situation here. This is what Zang Feng does not have and is exactly what Zang Feng needs to learn. At this moment, a voice came from the front. Teacher Mu, look, we're here! Hearing this, Mulan stepped forward quickly. Looking at the huge underground lake in front of her, and the various rare and exotic plants growing around the lake, Mulan thought to herself. As expected. When she felt the terrifying spiritual power just now, she guessed that there must be a lot of precious plants growing here. Sure enough, I guessed right. So many precious spiritual plants. This kid Zang Feng is really lucky. That's strange. His luck is just too good. Looking around, Mulan began to wonder if there was some strange aura around Zang Feng. But Zang Feng was completely unaware of this. He looked at Mulan with a smile. How is it? This place is more powerful than the space outside, right? The scenery here is nice too. Take a walk here and enjoy the lake breeze. It's definitely very comfortable. Mulan stretched lazily after listening to his words. The spiritual energy here is rich, and any demon tamer would feel refreshed by the gusts of spiritual wind. She felt the same way, of course. This place, as Zang Feng said, was indeed a good place to relax. But we'll talk about it after the walk. Now let's do the serious work. Thinking in her heart, Mulan looked at Zang Feng. So you want me, your teacher, to help you with something? Ah? Teacher saw through it? Hearing this, Zang Feng immediately realized that Mulan saw through his thoughts. Sure enough, Mulan nodded with a smile. Your little thoughts. Okay, what do you want to deal with? Since you're here now, I'll just help you deal with anything that's not too troublesome, just as a way to exercise your body. Zang Feng's face was full of smiles after hearing this. Teacher Mu, you are so kind to me. My gratitude to you is like the surging river. Alright, stop it. I don't like to hear those empty words. I see. Now let's get down to business. I want the teacher to help me take care of the little crocodiles in the lake. Zang Feng said this, picked up a stone from the ground and threw it hard, and it fell into the calm lake with a splash. This movement immediately aroused a reaction. In the lake, 4 or 5 dark shadows emerged from the water, looking fiercely for the person who disturbed them. Their eyes quickly locked onto Zang Feng. Because this guy has been here before. The crocodiles had seen him from a distance. What's more, just yesterday, a friend seemed to be so angry at this guy that he couldn't sleep well. This guy came again today. There is no doubt that he came to cause trouble because he thought the crocodiles were easy to bully. This time I must kill this kid. If I can't kill him to vent my anger, then where is the face of my crocodile clan? Roared the crocodiles were growing increasingly angry. As the crocodile that was teased by Zang Feng yesterday roared, the other crocodiles also opened their mouths wide, roared, and rushed towards Zang Feng quickly. Seeing this, Zang Feng quickly stepped back. Teacher Mu, look, they are so fierce. Mulan glanced at the crocodiles rushing over, then looked at Zang Feng, who had an innocent look on his face, and fell silent. She is not stupid. Those crocodiles staring at Zang Feng with a fierce look on their faces must have a grudge against each other, right? I don't know what this kid did. Mulan speculated in her heart. But she also took action at the same time. After all, he promised to help Zang Feng. Buzz Mulan waved her hand, and an invisible telekinesis instantly burst out and enveloped all the crocodiles. Before the crocodiles could react, the powerful telekinesis had lifted them all into the air. Bang! Then a loud noise was heard. Zang Feng's eyelids were twitching wildly. Because he saw with his own eyes that the crocodiles that were lifted up by the telekinesis, and could not escape no matter how hard they struggled, were separated by the telekinesis, and then collided with each other at an extremely fast speed with a bang, splashing blood everywhere. All the crocodiles were hit to death, some even had their bones broken and flesh exposed. Too bloody and too scary. This Mulan usually looks quiet. I've never seen her make a big fuss before. I didn't expect it to be so violent. Turtle, no wonder no one dares to mess with you in school. Zang Feng was secretly shocked and sighed. Mulan asked, Is that all the trouble? It should be, Zang Feng responded. Then he continued, I want to go to the center of the lake. There's something I need there. Teacher, can you take me there? Hearing his words, Mulan nodded. Then the evil eye's telekinesis wrapped the two of them up again and floated them towards the center of the lake. This telekinesis is really convenient. Floating in the air, Zang Feng exclaimed in admiration. At the same time, as he continued to move, he soon discovered a small island in the center of the lake. There are huge rocks and sparse vegetation. At first glance, it looks like a stone forest full of stone trees. At the same time, a prompt pops up. Hint: on top of the central boulder in front, there is a rare spiritual fat that is condensed from natural spiritual energy. Found it. Zang Feng's face was full of excitement. He also motioned for Mulan to move closer to the center. When he reached the central boulder, he couldn't wait to jump down and found spirit resin in a groove on the top of the boulder. This thing looked a bit like the resin grown on pine trees. It is shaped like a teardrop. It feels slightly cool in the hand, but it emanates extremely strong spiritual energy fluctuations. No wonder this thing can break through directly. It turns out that it is condensed from natural spiritual energy. Zang Feng happily collected the things. Mulan also came over from behind. Not bad, with the use of the spiritual fat, you will have no problem reaching the elite level. Teacher also knows about Lingji? I've eaten 100 or 80 of them before. 100, 180? What do you mean by 100 or 80? You heard it wrong. Zang Feng was a little speechless. Mulan does indeed have a secret. You can eat 100 or 80 pieces of lingji. Oh, I'm so envious. Roar. Zang Feng was thinking about it, when suddenly, he heard a familiar but more treacherous roar coming from below. Looking down, Zang Feng was immediately happy. Because under the boulder, a young crocodile demon was staring at him and Mulan and roaring angrily. I can't beat the big guy, and you dare to yell at me? Then don't blame me for being rude to you. I'll use you to test the queen's orders. Zang Feng looked at the little crocodile with a wicked smile on his face. Chapter 42. Powerful Instructions. The big crocodile is too powerful. Plus, there are quite a few of them. There is no way Zang Feng could defeat them. But the little crocodile is an exception. This cub is only half the size of a large crocodile. The strength should not be considered particularly strong. Perfect for trying out new skills. But just in case, we still have to take a look at its situation first. Zang Feng stared at the little crocodile. Then a hint about it appeared. Hint: Gray armored crocodile, level 13, thick skin and strong strength, and can use long-range attacks, which is very troublesome. Hint: This is just a gray armored crocodile cub. You, the despicable one, can definitely defeat it. This hint. Are you still despicable? This is really too much. It should be very despicable. Zang Feng thought indignantly. At the same time, he signaled Mulan to let him go. The latter obviously saw what he was thinking. But Mulan didn't know about the flower spider's situation. In her opinion, Zang Feng couldn't beat the big gray-armored crocodile, so he probably planned to use this small one to practice. This can increase practical experience. As the competition is getting closer, it would be good to play more, so that he will have a better chance of getting the first place in the competition. Thinking of these things, Mulan waved her hand, and the evil eye hidden beside her let Zang Feng go. At this time, the little gray crocodile was excited. Zang Feng has come down from his high place. It had been able to bite him. Unfortunately, there is still one person who hasn't come down. Otherwise it would be best to bite them all to death. But it's okay this way now, take them one by one, and deal with the one that you dislike the most first. Roar. Thinking of this in his mind, the little gray armored crocodile roared and rushed over without waiting for Zang Feng to land. But Zang Feng was not panicked at all. Flower spider, nightmare realm! But he quickly released the flower spider, and the gray energy field immediately spread with him and the flower spider as the center. Although the little gray armored crocodile was a little uneasy, it continued to rush forward fearlessly, relying on its thick skin and flesh. Then the little gray armored crocodile found that the things around it, and Zang Feng's image had changed. It saw that Zang Feng had turned into the image it feared the most, and the things around him also began to show their fangs and claws. The little gray crocodile was immediately frightened. It stared at Zang Feng in horror and ran around with its head in its hands. While it had not yet broken free from the illusion, Zang Feng put down the flower spider and began to issue new orders. Queen's order, summon! His voice was loud and Mulan heard it. This skill is... Mulan was a little shocked at this moment. She has been to many other areas. I have also seen all kinds of monsters. Among them are demons with the characteristics of a queen. Mulan still remembers that at that time her strength was not particularly strong, and she encountered a poisonous bee monster. That monster had the characteristics of a queen and summoned a large group of small poisonous bees, making it difficult for her to fight back. And Zang Feng's current skills. There are actually two words called Empress? Could it be that his flower spider has the characteristics of a queen and can summon subordinates like that poisonous bee? This isn't right. I haven't seen Zang Feng's flower spider use any skills related to this characteristic before. Mulan stared at the flower spider suspiciously. Only then did she notice that Zang Feng's flower spider seemed to have changed slightly compared to its previous appearance. It's become more evil. What did this kid feed it? It turned out like this. It's quite interesting. Mulan was very confused and curious. At the same time, the flower spider skill is activated. Buzz as its two front paws waved, 8 small circular magic circle patterns suddenly appeared around it. Then, snow-white red-eyed spiders kept crawling out of the magic circle. These spiders are not very large. About the size of a thumb. But there are a lot of them. 20 of them ran out in a short time. At this time, the flower spider's skills also stopped. And those little spiders were like an army. They moved quickly and orderly to form a team to surround the flower spider. Is this the summoned spider servant? Look at these little spiders. Hidden Feng felt very novel. And Mulan was basically certain that Zang Feng, the flower spider, had acquired the very rare characteristics of a queen. His flower spider is originally a mutant species, and now it has acquired the characteristics of the queen. Its future growth is limitless. Mulan looked at the flower spider and admired it. The little gray-armored crocodile also woke up at this time. It glared at Zang Feng angrily. Perhaps he suffered from hallucinations. It did not rush forward again. Buzz whoosh, the little gray-armored crocodile swung its tail and threw out a beam of sharp water blades to attack Zang Feng. The latter calmly gave the order. Queen's order, defense! Squeak! Upon hearing the order, the flower spider waved its claws, and the little spiders quickly formed a circle to surround it and Zang Feng. Then a light blue light rose from the little spiders to form a protective shield. This protective shield covers Zang Feng without any blind spots. And the water blade has already flown over. Bang! With a sound, the water blade hit the protective shield hard and shattered but failed to break the protective shield. However, because the protective shield was damaged, a small spider turned into a dot of light and disappeared from the team. The protective shield was built by the little spiders with their lives. If the protective shield is damaged, the little spiders will continue to die. However, even so, 20 little spiders can withstand 20 attacks. This defense command is something. Very good, try other commands. Zang Feng was very happy to see the effect of the skill. And the little gray crocodile became angry. It saw that the water blade was useless, and wanted to attack again. But Zang Feng didn't give it a chance. Queen's order, attack! But the order was given, the protective shield disappeared, and all the little spiders lit up with red light and quickly rushed towards the little gray-armored crocodile. The latter did not take it seriously at first. After all, these spider servants are too small. In the opinion of the little gray crocodile, one slap from him was enough to kill several of them, so there was no need to care about it. Instead of dealing with these little spiders, it would be better to attack Zang Feng directly while he is unprotected. Thinking of this, it immediately took action. Because I don't dare to approach easily. It still wants to use water blade this time. But just as it was about to exert force, it suddenly felt a piercing pain in its leg. The intense pain forced it to give up concentrating the water blade attack and lower its head to check the condition of its legs. However, you won't know until you see it. But the crocodile was frightened when he saw it. At this moment, I saw 5 or 6 small spiders gnawing at the same spot on its legs frantically. They quickly bit through its skin, and then one of the small spiders continued to bite deeper into the flesh through the broken skin. No wonder it hurts so much. It's all these damn little things. The little gray crocodile raised its tail angrily and slapped over. In an instant, all the fragile little spiders were slapped to death. But Zang Feng was very calm. Yes, the attack command is very destructive. The gray-armored crocodile has thick skin and tough flesh. Even if the skin of the small gray-armored crocodile is thinner, it will be a little difficult to break it. But they worked together and quickly bit through it. Next, we'll see how the recovery command and the self-destruct command work. Zang Feng narrowed his eyes and continued to give orders. At this time, Spider-Man suffered a lot of losses. The little gray-armored crocodile continued to attack the little spiders that were approaching and attacking it. It had no time to care about Zang Feng at the moment, and the little spiders retreated quickly and gathered together under the new order. Then a beam of green light emerged from their bodies and gathered together and fell on the flower spider. The light seemed to have a healing effect. This is what the restore command means. Zang Feng became happier and happier. This can actually provide remote treatment. Very good, the Queen's order, self-destruct. Bang bang! As Zang Feng gave the order, the flower spider immediately commanded the little spiders to rush towards the little gray armored crocodile. Then, Zang Feng saw them explode directly on the little gray armored crocodile. Although a self-detonation is not very powerful. But if there were so many of them added together, the little gray armored crocodile would be blown to pieces and left dying in a matter of minutes. Good fellow, he just blew himself up. Turtle, who can bear this set of instructions? I, Flower Spider, finally stood up. Zang Feng was filled with ecstasy. Mulan was also stunned at this moment. She had seen monsters with queen characteristics before, but the monsters she met didn't have so many tricks. This has the functions of defense, healing, and self-destruction, and don't forget that the flower spider itself has other skills. It's just that Zang Feng didn't use it just now. But if it is a formal competition, Mulan had reason to believe that he would definitely use a dirty trick to let the little spider entangle the enemy and then let the flower spider control it. Finally, he won by self-destructing. Maybe even self-destruction won't be useful. This kid is sure to make it into the top 10. After coming to her senses, Mulan made a judgment. She was also a little excited. In the first half of the semester, there were not many talented students in her class. Therefore, there are not many people who get high rankings in the exam. This also led to the fact that in this competition, she often heard teachers from other classes discussing that no one in her class could get a good ranking in this competition, which made Mulan feel a little unconvinced. But now it's better. This semester, a hidden talent appeared. It will definitely make her feel proud. Good boy, it's worth it for the teacher to help you. Turning her gaze back to Zang Feng, Mulan chuckled, and Zang Feng also finished off the little gray armored crocodile and killed it. He even took the little gray armored crocodile's body and prepared to take it back to make soup. Because he just saw the prompt again. Hint: the little gray armored crocodile that died was born in a place with the most spiritual energy, and its meat contains spiritual power. Hint: eat it, and you will become stronger. Kill monsters and steal treasures, eat meat and level up. You can also enjoy the beautiful view of the lake. Tisk life is becoming more and more hopeful. Chapter 43 Novice Level 10. Smoke rises from the lake. The little gray crocodile is already on the grill. Zang Feng controlled the heat very skillfully. The aroma of meat gradually spread. He then sprinkled it with chili powder and cumin. The strong barbecue aroma burst out instantly. Even Mulan couldn't help swallowing. This brat actually carries spices with him. Did he really treat this trip as a trip? But we have to say that he is an excellent cook. Looking at the golden and juicy barbecue, Mulan was so greedy that she couldn't take her eyes off it. She wanted to ask if it was done. But doesn't this show that she really wants to eat? As a demon tamer close to the king level. As a teacher, you have to be reserved. Hold back and don't ask if you're okay. This is to maintain their image. Thinking this in her heart, Mulan turned her head away from the barbecue in an attempt to suppress her inner desire for it. But doing so is counterproductive. Even though I can't see it, my mind can't help but want to grill meat like crazy. Mulan felt like she couldn't bear it anymore. Fortunately, Zang Feng finally finished baking. Teacher Mu, would you like some? Yes, Mulan answered immediately. Zang Feng was stunned for a moment, then nodded. It seems that even a powerful master demon tamer cannot resist the temptation of barbecue. He sighed, and with a smile handed Mulan a skewer of barbecue, and he couldn't wait to take a bite. Zizi oil and water come out due to squeezing. The delicious roast meat is crushed by the teeth. A hint of spiciness stimulates the taste buds. The strong aroma of barbecue filled my mouth. Ah, this is so delicious. It is indeed demon meat with spiritual power. This is totally incomparable to ordinary meat. Sitting on a rock, Zang Feng exclaimed as he ate delicious barbecue in the lake breeze and admired the beautiful lake view. This life can be summed up in 2 words: comfortable. The same was true for Mulan next to her. I feel like it was worth it this time. Her gaze returned to Zang Feng. What did you do before you traveled through time? While eating barbecue, Mulan suddenly became curious. Zang Feng smiled and replied, Student. Not like that. You are very calculating and capable. And mature, not like a teenager. Mulan saw through Zang Feng's lie at a glance. The latter shrugged and said, Well, I was actually older before I traveled through time than I am now. I just became younger when I traveled through time. Rejuvenation? That's how it is. Mr. Mu isn't surprised at all? Why are you surprised? In fact, I have seen many people who were disturbed by time demons before. Some of them are only in their teens but look very old, while others are clearly in their 40s but their bodies have regressed to those of teenagers. Mulan spoke these things calmly. Time-related demons are similar to space-related demons. Zang Feng's original circumstances of traveling through time were special. He traveled through time under the influence of a space demon. But on the way he was affected by a strange energy, which was the source of his rejuvenation. Zang Feng didn't understand what it was before. But now think about it, his traveling through time might have been caused by the fight between the space demon and the time demon, but among the group of travelers at that time, he was the only one who was affected by the time fluctuations. Others are not affected. They are still the same age as they should be. At the same time, these two demons cannot be tracked. No one has been able to seal them from ancient times to the present. Of course, we can't say for sure in the future. After all, there is a new hanging wall in this world. Just listening to Mulan's words, she really seemed to have seen a lot. Mulan's experience is so rich that it's terrifying. But this is a blessing for Zang Feng. It is also because Mulan is knowledgeable and experienced. She had come into contact with many rare things, so she was not tempted by Zang Feng's guide, Lingji and other treasures that made people salivate. After all, she might not only have seen these but also owned them. Even have more than one. This makes her calm no matter what she encounters. However, if these things were exposed to anyone other than Mulan, the result would probably be different. So Zang Feng is really lucky. But he became more and more curious about Mulan. Where has Mr. Mu been before? Tell me about it. Also tell me about any special and powerful monsters in other regions. I've been to so many places, and I've seen so many special monsters that I can't even finish telling you about them in a few days. Then tell me two at random. Okay. Mulan was helpless. Zang Feng was checking the prompts while listening to Mulan talk about the strange monsters she encountered. This underground space is not small, so he needs to look at the prompts more and collect as many things as possible here. But there is not much time now. At most, you can collect some spiritual plants. The rest of hints are also mentioned. Then remember to pick it next time. As time passed, the energy of the past was exhausted, and Zang Feng and Mulan also left the underground space of the special secret realm. Mulan went to do her own thing, and Zang Feng went to Longlan's company without stopping. It's past 10 o'clock now. He's going over there to finish the work. As for the spirit fat, he didn't eat it right away. He planned to go to Longlan's company to get pharmaceutical materials, use those materials plus the materials he had just obtained in the secret realm, use them all to make potions to reach the 10th level of the new mobile phone, and then use spiritual fat. Lingji can break through directly. At least that's the case at the elite and novice levels. So naturally we have to make good use of it. After all, the higher the realm, the greater the demand for potions. If you eat the spiritual fat first, there is no guarantee that you will not reach elite level even if you use all the materials to make potions. Zang Feng wouldn't be stupid enough to do that. However, to his surprise, when he arrived at the company, Longlan gave him the agreed 10 documents but said he would not charge any money. I heard about Jinlong's story. I am also involved in this matter. Since you helped Jinlong, you have helped me with the materials. Consider this as a thank you gift. After hearing Longlan's words, Zang Feng understood. Before, the heir wanted to kidnap Jinlong, and Jinlong said that the mastermind behind it was the pharmacist of Longlan Company. The other party wanted to do this because of Longlan, and later Zang Feng did not ask Jinlong how he handled the matter. Now that this matter has been mentioned, Zang Feng couldn't help but ask Longlan. The latter smiled bitterly. Alas, there is nothing I can do. Even if we know that it was that guy who did it, his plan failed, and even if we go to the Demon Control Bureau, he won't be locked up for long. Besides, if they turn against each other directly, the company will lose a large number of customers without him to make high-quality medicines. Then the company will be in danger. Then, are you really not going to care about that person? Zang Feng hesitated before asking. Long Lan shook his head, his eyes flashing coldly. No matter? Do you think I'm the kind of person who can swallow my anger? Not like it, Zang Feng responded decisively. Long Lan doesn't look like a good person. Besides, how can a strong woman like her who can start a company gain a foothold in such a big shumen without some means? She was probably preparing for the consequences that might come to the company after dealing with this pharmacist. Before people take action, deal with the consequences of your actions first. After that, you can have nothing to worry about. And Zang Feng's guess was not wrong. Long Lan continued to speak with a smile. Some people seem to be still alive. But in fact, he's already dead. My goodness, are you going to use a knife directly? Now we live in a society ruled by law. If you dare to use a knife, you will be sure of success. This Long Lan is really not a good person. Zang Feng's eyelids twitched. That pharmacist is going to be in trouble. But it had nothing to do with him. Okay then, I'll go make the potion first. Well, go ahead. Oh, there's one more thing. Anything else? How long will it take you to learn how to make a good potion? Well, maybe next month. Zang Feng scratched the back of his head and replied. He himself didn't have a specific answer. But he was sure of the approximate time in his mind, which was the result of his repeated study of Mulan's notebook. He had read the process of making high-quality medicine, the materials needed and other related matters many times, but he still lacked a more detailed understanding and needed Mulan to teach him again. And next week is the competition exam. Afterwards, Mulan said she would teach him. Therefore, it will be next month at the latest. If you are quick, you may be able to learn it in a week or two. When Long Lan heard Zang Feng's answer, a gleam flashed in her beautiful eyes and a hint of excitement appeared on her face. Okay, I'm waiting to give you a raise. Hey, I understand. Zang Feng slipped away with a smile on his face. It is now certain that the pharmacist in Long Lan Company who is able to make high-quality medicines will soon lose his life. He is gone, so I take his place. By then, my weekly salary will definitely double. Once your salary increases, you will have a stable amount of money to enter special secret realms to explore, and you will also have spare money to continue buying medicine to upgrade. In short, everything is going smoothly now. Zang Feng hummed a little tune and came to his workbench to make medicine. He is now very skilled. Production is faster than ever before. 20 doses of medicine were prepared in half a day. Get off work early and get 30,000 yuan. Next, use the potion and spiritual fat. Go straight to the elite to condense the second soul card. After returning home, Zang Feng began to take action. Late at night, he finished making all the medicines. Looking at the dozen or so potions in front of him, he poured them all into the cup and gulped down the cup. Suddenly, the medicinal power in the body exploded. His spiritual power surges like a river. Achieve the 10th level of novice. Chapter 44 Second Soul Card. Zang Feng has reached the 10th level of novice. Next you need to reach the elite level. Then you can condense the second soul card. To reach the elite level, you need spiritual fat. Zang Feng took out the spiritual fat and swallowed it immediately. This thing is different from those potions. Lingji tastes a bit like hard candy when you put it in your mouth. Its effects do not all erupt instantly. Instead, it slowly spread. It feels like sugar melting in your mouth. And it's a very sweet sugar. Because at this time Zang Feng could clearly feel how pure and powerful the gradually spreading spiritual power was. Normally, it would be impossible for him to reach the elite level without several high-quality potions. After all, the demand for spiritual power is too great. But now the demand is filling up like crazy. It only takes a few minutes. Half of the spiritual power required to reach the elite level is already available. And this amount is like a constantly gushing spring, still increasing and soon reaching a bottleneck. Boom! Although the realm capacity is limited, it can't withstand the ever-increasing terrifying spiritual power. Finally, accompanied by a roar, Zang Feng broke through the bottleneck and successfully reached the elite level. His spiritual power limit also increased. Condensed the second soul card. Done! I finally reached elite status. The total amount of spiritual power in the novice stage is not enough. I can't condense a second soul card either. But now, the total amount of spiritual power is enough. Okay, let's do it in one go and condense the soul card. Taking a deep breath, Zang Feng calmed down, then raised his hands to mobilize the vast spiritual power in his body. But I saw him putting his palms together, and spiritual power like steam continuously emerged from his palms and condensed towards the center. The spiritual energy initially condensed into a sphere. Then the state changes into a cube. Finally it stabilized into a rectangular block. This is actually the prototype of the soul card. But now this soul card is very thick, and it looks like a thick glass cylinder. Moreover, the glass jar is filled with fog. The presence of fog means that the soul card is very fragile at the moment. Basically, it breaks at the slightest touch. Therefore, it is also necessary for the demon master to compress it. Zang Feng had condensed the soul card before. Although it was done with the help of people from the Demon Control Bureau, he still knew how to do it. The final compression step is also not very technical, it just takes a little time and keeps it stable. Unstable, with a slight bend. The soul card shattered directly. At that time, I will have to restore the concentration of spiritual energy. And Zang Feng compressed the soul card very smoothly. Although it took a little time, half an hour, the thin and transparent soul card was finally successfully condensed. Okay, now we have the second soul card. The next step is to go to Greywood Mountain and seal the blood ring octopus. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm tired. After taking back the soul card, Zang Feng fell asleep. He was indeed very tired. After all, he had been expending energy from day till now and was physically and mentally exhausted. This also resulted in him sleeping soundly until almost noon the next day before waking up slowly. Oh, I can't stay up late anymore. This is a waste of good time. Sighing, Zang Feng got up quickly. Today's plan is to seal the blood ring octopus. That is a demon of a rare level. Better to go there and seal it soon, lest it be discovered by others first. With this thought in mind, Zang Feng washed up, ate something simple to fill his stomach, and then ran out. But he met Jin Long on the way. This guy stopped Zang Feng. What are you doing? You're so busy on the weekend. Something's up, what are you doing? If you have something to say it now. If you have something to say, fart now. Zang Feng seemed a little impatient. Jin Long curled his lips. Look how anxious you are. Brother, I'm here to remind you. That idiot Lier didn't die. I saw him this morning. He was covered in band-aids and his arms were still hanging. He looked badly injured. That's not the point. The point is that guy seems to be looking for us everywhere. He probably wants revenge. I advise you to be careful. It's best not to go out recently. Jin Long is rarely hypocritical. Zang Feng was also a little surprised. Last time it was already dark and the air was still tied up. This guy wasn't killed by the demon? I have to say that Li Er is really lucky. But Zang Feng didn't care when he heard this. He was a novice and couldn't beat Li Er before. But now he is also an elite. And the flower spider's combat effectiveness increased dramatically. As long as the blood ring octopus is successfully sealed. Who the hell is Li Er? Just beat him up. Okay, I know, let's go. Without thinking too much about it, Zang Feng replied perfunctorily. Then he continued to run out in a hurry. Watching his receding back, Jin Long sighed. Tisk tsk, this is like going to a mountain of tigers even though you know there are tigers there. Well, you are worthy of me. After sighing, Jin Long also slipped away. He was quite worried about Zang Feng before. After all, the reason why Zang Feng was targeted by Li Er was because he helped him and was implicated. Naturally, he would worry about Zang Feng. However, seeing Zhang Feng's nonchalant look, Jin Long felt completely relaxed. After all, Jin Long has known Zang Feng for a long time. He knows Zang Feng a little bit, and knows that this guy is a cautious person. If he is not sure, he will never treat the warning so perfunctorily. How dare he be so nonchalant? That means he really has a solution. He doesn't care if Li Er causes trouble. In this case, Zhenlong was naturally not worried. Instead, he silently mourned for Li Er. If this guy really runs into Zang Feng, there is no doubt that he is going to be in trouble. Amen. May there be no hidden sword in heaven. Saying goodbye to Zhenlong, Zang Feng accelerated forward. But after entering the suburban wilderness, he found that someone seemed to be following him secretly. Why are you being targeted right after you come out? Is it Li Er? Or is it some other demon tamer who saw that I'm a newcomer and wanted to steal my fortune in the wild? Zang Feng frowned and looked behind him. Hints also emerged. Hint, there seems to be someone hiding over there. Hint, take a closer look. This person is a bald demon tamer with a face full of flesh, and he is also an elite. He seems to be in contact with Li Er on the phone, and they are discussing their whereabouts and prices. Not quite Li Er, but almost. This bald guy seems to know Li Er. Then Li Er must have told his friends about his and Zhenlong's appearance after escaping. Maybe he has given me some benefits and is looking for me everywhere, with the intention of bullying me, of course. At this moment, I was discovered. This bald guy wants to sell his whereabouts to Li Er, and Li Er will probably come to find the bald guy soon. Facing two elite demon masters. Even if you collect the blood ring octopus, you will still lose. I can still handle one. 2 people would be troublesome. Humph, I will prevent you from joining me. Zang Feng narrowed his eyes and sneered. Since he had discovered the other party's plan in advance, he would definitely not let Li Er and Baldy meet up. He even planned to use the bald man to lure Li Er over alone and teach him a lesson. As for how to do this, Zang Feng came up with an idea after a little thought. He pretended nothing had happened and continued to move forward, but secretly released the flower spider. Queen's command, summon! But following Zang Feng's command, the tiny flower spider hiding in Zang Feng's sleeves activated its skill. Immediately afterwards, small spiders as big as fingers fell from Zang Feng's body to the ground. He fell as he walked. Because these spiders are too small. The people following from a distance didn't notice. Even though he followed them all the way and was close to where the little spiders were staying, he didn't notice them. After all, the bald man is not a master demon tamer. His physical abilities are no different from those of ordinary people. If he releases his own demons, perhaps the demons can detect these little spiders. But the problem is that he didn't release it. Therefore, he is no different from ordinary people now. Naturally, he couldn't notice the little spider. This is the same as most demon tamers. They will only use demons when they encounter a situation. What's more, the bald man was following Zang Feng, so he would not easily release his demon to avoid alerting the enemy. And this also doomed his tragedy. In front of us, Zang Feng suddenly stopped. Then he slowly turned around and looked over. The bald man was shocked. Were you discovered? That shouldn't be the case. When I was following them, I kept a long distance and didn't even release the demons or make any noise. This kid shouldn't find me. Yes, he certainly won't. The bald man comforted himself. But Zang Feng shattered his beautiful idea. Don't hide anymore. You've followed me all the way. Come out now, or you will pay the price. This kid. The bald man frowned. I didn't expect that he would actually be exposed. But the other party is too arrogant. Li Er said that he was just a novice. How dare a novice yell like that without knowing the situation? Aren't you afraid that the other person is stronger than you? Humph, what a reckless young man. Forget it, since he's been exposed, I might as well knock him out and tie him up to Li Er. Although, that guy emphasized that he wanted to beat the boy himself, but doesn't the current situation allow it? Yeah, that's it. The bald man thought about it, and no longer hid it. He walked out from behind the big tree, raised his hand and was about to summon the soul card in his body and release his demon. However, before his soul card flew out, Zang Feng said, If I were you, I wouldn't release the demon. He said, snapping his fingers. Bang! Suddenly, a stone nearby exploded. The bald man saw with his own eyes that it was a tiny spider that suddenly exploded and shattered the stone. What is this? He was surprised, because he had never seen this kind of skill. But his surprise soon turned to horror, because he found that a small spider had crawled up beside his neck. Chapter 45, Using the Tricks of the Tricks. This little spider can self-destruct, and the power seems to be quite small. The stones can be easily blasted into pieces. My neck is not as hard as a rock. If it explodes itself, it will definitely die. Thinking of this, the bald man broke out in a cold sweat. Little brother, calm down, we can talk it out. I won't release the monster, just make it go away. He nervously gave up the action of summoning the soul card and carefully persuaded Zang Feng. But Zang Feng remains unmoved. He didn't even take back the spider's idea. Stop talking nonsense and stay still! Zang Feng glared at the bald man viciously. The latter was very annoyed when he saw this. Damn you, you stinky boy! You're just a novice demon tamer. Are you really tired of living? How dare you talk to me, a bald guy, like that? Damn it, just wait for me. If you dare to take back this little spider master, I will make you regret it in the next second, he said viciously in his mind. But he didn't dare say a word. There's nothing you can do, your life is in other people's hands. If you piss this kid off. He snapped his fingers and he was done. Baldy hasn't lived enough. He doesn't want to die in this place. Now the bald man's idea is clear. That is to admit defeat first. As long as Zang Feng lets down his guard and takes back the little spider, Baldy will be able to turn things around. But the bald guy had a good idea. But Zang Feng is not a fool. His little thoughts. Zang Feng can be seen through at a glance. Want to wait until I drop my guard and take back the spider? Do you think I'm stupid? Give you a chance to fight back? Ha! Zang Feng's face was full of disdain. But he didn't say it either. He just asked coldly. Bald, let me ask you, what did you say to Lier just now? You, how do you know this? Hearing Zang Feng's question, the bald man was shocked. He had just contacted Lier in a low voice from a distance. Not to mention that Zang Feng couldn't have heard anything, even the demon was unlikely to hear anything since it was so far away. But does Zang Feng know that he contacted Lier? What is going on? The bald man looked confused and couldn't figure it out. But Zang Feng was a little impatient. What are you staring at? Tell me. I didn't contact him about anything. He just asked me to keep following you and report your progress at any time. Lier said that he would come and deal with you personally, and he would give me 10,000 yuan as a reward afterwards. The bald man originally wanted to lie, but he eventually gave up the idea. Because he couldn't figure out Zang Feng. He was worried that he would be caught lying. By then, there is no guarantee that Zang Feng will take ruthless action against him. After all, Baldy had an average relationship with Lier, so there was no need for him to suffer more physical pain for him. But when Zang Feng heard his words, a cold light flashed in his eyes as if he had some bad plans. Humph, you dare not lie! Then, little brother, can you let me go? The bald man was delighted and asked tentatively. Zang Feng gave a weird smile. Seeing his expression, the bald man thought something was wrong. Sure enough, I heard Zang Feng say, Sleeping pollen! How before the bald guy could react, Zang Feng waved his hand and the flower spider skill hidden in his sleeve was activated. Accompanied by a burst of pollen flying out, the bald man, who was caught off guard, inhaled a large amount of pollen through his mouth and nose, and suddenly felt extremely sleepy and fell down with a thud. Zang Feng took the opportunity to strip the bald man of all his belongings. I have a lot of spare money, 5,000 yuan. Yeah, and a big gold chain and a cell phone. No. Is the paint on this gold chain peeling off? Damn, it turns out to be a fake one. Zang Feng threw the big gold chain speechlessly. This guy has no money but still pretends to be an elephant. But the phone can still be sold for a lot of money. In addition, you can use your mobile phone to trick Lier. Zang Feng showed a fox-like smile. He put these things away and then released the dormant pollen again. Just let this bald guy sleep soundly. As for whether there will be any demons attacking him in the middle of the night, this has nothing to do with Zang Feng. Next, let's go to the ancient well. By the way, use your phone to send a message to the heir. Trick him into taking another route, and let this idiot circle around Greywood Mountain for a few times while I go and seal the blood ring octopus. And then trick him out. By then, he'll be finished. After dismissing the little spiders, Zang Feng hurried to the abandoned town he had been to before while making some calculations. Meanwhile, on the other side. The target route has changed? The heir stared at the text message on his mobile phone and frowned. He didn't know that Baldman's phone had changed hands. At this time, he thought it was still the bald man who was texting, so he didn't hesitate and immediately changed his route to chase him. Hee, you little brat, you and that rich second generation hurt me so badly last time, I must avenge you. Wait and see how I deal with you, the heir said viciously as he hurried on his way. He was eager to retaliate. At this time, Zang Feng was approaching the town. However, after he quickly came to the ancient well, he found through the prompt that the blood ring octopus was no longer there. Hint: there used to be a rare blood ring octopus here, but it has been gone for a long time now. Left? That shouldn't be the case. Zang Feng stared at the ancient well and frowned slightly. The blood-ringed octopus is an aquatic monster, and it doesn't particularly like land forest areas like Greywood Mountain. It prefers dark, humid places with water, and this ancient well is its most suitable nest. There's no way the blood-ringed octopus could leave. Unless it can find a better place. But apart from it moving on its own initiative. If there is an external threat, who knows, it might be forced to move. Zang Feng stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. At this time, a new prompt pops up again. Hint: there are traces of fighting ahead. It looks like the blood ring octopus has been injured in a fight and left. Hint: the blood ring octopus seems to be heading north. I was really threatened to move. Going to the north? Good, go check it out. Seeing the prompt, Zang Feng set off immediately. He chased along the way, checking for clues. At first the trail was not obvious, and without any clues it would have been difficult for anyone to follow it. However, as Zang Feng chased further and further, bloodstains of the blood ring octopus and pus gradually appeared on the ground. Is there something wrong with the blood ring octopus? Smelling the fishy smell on the road, Zang Feng quickened his pace and soon arrived at a dry mountain stream. Relying on the clues, Zang Feng successfully found the blood ring octopus hiding between several moss-covered boulders. Its condition is, indeed, not good. Hints about it have also emerged. Hint: the injured blood-ringed octopus had experienced a tragic battle and barely managed to escape, but it was poisoned and had difficulty adapting to the local climate. In addition, the wound had festered due to lack of treatment for a long time. Hint: this demon is very weak. Tip: the demon is unstable. It may undergo unpredictable changes and die at any time. Injury, poisoning, suppuration. If it were an ordinary demon, he would have died long ago. Only the blood ring octopus is strong enough. This is what allowed it to hold out for so long without dying. But if it doesn't get any more help, then it really won't live long. Never mind, I'll just give him a hand, gain some favor, and then sealing it should be smoother. After thinking about it, Zang Feng took 2 steps forward and approached the blood ring octopus that was hiding in the gaps between the rocks and was covered with wounds. The latter naturally also discovered Zang Feng. Its scarlet eyes struggled to open. The tentacle, which was covered with pus and looked a little unhealthy in color due to poisoning, was raised up with force in an attempt to scare Zang Feng away. However, Zang Feng remained unmoved. Since it's already like this, just be content. Summoning command, resume command. As he spoke, he released the flower spider from his sleeve. The latter was extremely intelligent and quickly understood Zang Feng's meaning. He summoned small spiders to form a recovery formation. Then a beam of green light full of healing power flew from the small spiders towards the blood ring octopus. Perhaps because it realized that the green light had no destructive power, the blood ring octopus did not try to avoid it. Then the light enveloped it. The wounds on its body are also healing. Its condition has also improved a lot. But until the end of the treatment, the larger and more festering wounds on the blood-ringed octopus had not improved at all. The poison in its body has not been removed. After all, the recovery command cannot detoxify. This isn't good. The recovery command can't detoxify, but it can't even heal the festering wound. Zang Feng frowned when he saw the state of the blood-ring octopus. Although it was much better now and not as weak as before, it was still not good. He had to subdue it quickly and take it to a specialized agency in the city for treatment. Otherwise its situation will get worse. Thinking of this, Zang Feng no longer hesitated. He immediately issued new orders. Sleeping pollen! Whoosh! After receiving the order, the flower spider moved. A large amount of pollen flew towards the blood-ring octopus. Zang Feng used this trick obviously to make the blood-ring octopus fall asleep before taming it. However, his idea failed. Chapter 46, Mouth Seal. The sleeping pollen skill is activated. The blood-ringed octopus couldn't resist. Because it has no wings to fly. Of course there are healthy ways to do it. For example, inkjet or something can block pollen. But now it's not in good condition. It doesn't have the energy to build up the power to spray ink. This results in it having to endure the pollen. Normally, a blood-ringed octopus will fall asleep after being hit. However, this one was hit by the pollen but didn't. After the pollen flew towards the blood-ring octopus, it did not look sleepy even after inhaling the pollen. Instead, the pollen seemed to stimulate it and made it somewhat excited. What's going on? Zang Feng was stunned. Until the prompt appears. Hint: the blood-ringed octopus is physically abnormal. The pollen has stimulated it and made it somewhat excited. Damn, is this a pollen allergy? Zang Feng was speechless, but also very troubled. Given the blood-ring octopus' current condition, it was certainly possible to defeat and subdue it, but the problem was that if they fought it in this state, its condition might worsen and it might die. This is a rare demon. If it dies, it will be a huge loss. What's more, the tip also says that it may change. Maybe it can also be alienated? Anyway, think of another way to subdue him. Zang Feng stared at the blood-ring octopus and kept thinking. And the hint gave him a solution directly. Hint: the blood-ring octopus noticed that you didn't seem to want to hurt it, so it developed a good impression of you. Hint: the blood-ring octopus has a strong obsession, and its spirit supports it not to fall down, and it wants revenge. Hint: it wants to kill the feather crow. Hint: it wants to kill the unicorn snake. Hint: maybe you can promise to help it get revenge in exchange for its freedom and tame it. What the hell? Can I win him over with words? And the tit can see through its mind? Wow, it's worthy of being a plug-in. But the hint is a bit interesting. It is understandable that the blood-ringed octopus has a good impression of me. After all, the blood-ringed octopus is a monster with a high IQ. Just now, Zang Feng ordered it to be treated, but later he chose the gentler pollen when he could have solved it manually. The blood-ringed octopus saw the signs. Zang Feng didn't want its fish life. He must have other purposes. But let's not talk about Zang Feng's purpose for now. At least he did help it, and it still remembered that it seemed to have attacked this human before. The blood-ringed octopus felt ashamed that the other party had let go of the past, and naturally, out of gratitude, he had a good impression of Zang Feng. Just these two tips. It wants to get rid of the feather crow. I also want to get rid of the unicorn snake. What a coincidence, it's Lier, that idiot. He just happened to have these two demons. Is this really a coincidence? Obviously not. Zang Feng would understand after a little thought. That day he and Zhenlong left and threw Lier beside the ancient well. As it was getting dark, Lier must have broken free. The blood-ring octopus lost its two preys, and naturally it set its sights on Lier out for attack. Who knew that Lier was an elite demon tamer? He has two demons. Although those two demons are not particularly strong. But it was enough to unite to deal with the blood-ring octopus, which was seriously injured and fled. But Lier was probably not feeling well either. His fight with the blood-ring octopus dragged out the time, and it was getting later and later. The number of violent demons increases at night. His demons consumed a lot of energy. It's a long way to escape back to the city. My guess should be correct. Then things will be easier. Zang Feng's gaze returned to the blood-ring octopus. If the blood-ring octopus's target is those in the mountains and forests, it will take a lot of time to find them. But if it was Li Er's demon, then isn't it a coincidence that I'm planning to deal with him right now? Zang Feng couldn't help but smile. You want revenge, don't you? He asked, looking at the blood-ring octopus. A hint of madness and astonishment flashed in the blood-ring octopus's scarlet eyes, but it still raised its tentacles and nodded. That's exactly what I mean. Okay, let's make a deal. You know your current condition very well. Without proper treatment, you probably won't live long. You can't take revenge in your current state, but I can help you get revenge and solve your physical problems. But you have to be my demon. How about you follow my orders from now on? Zang Feng didn't beat around the bush. He continued to ask directly. The blood-ringed octopus was silent. It seemed to be lost in thought. Seeing this, Zang Feng continued. Your enemy is actually my enemy. I know where he is. As long as you agree to be my demon, I can take you there right away to kill them and avenge my grievances. The blood-ringed octopus's tentacles trembled slightly when it heard this. It looked a little shaken. There is really hope, we need to work harder. Zang Feng was delighted to see the reaction of the blood-ringed octopus. It would be great if he could subdue the monster without much effort, and he wouldn't mind using his mouth to successfully subdue the monster. Don't worry, being my demon isn't that difficult. I've always been very nice to my demons. You've seen my flower spider. Its kind is very weak. But after my training, it has become very powerful, enough to fight against you in your prime. If you become my demon, I can guarantee that you will become stronger many times faster than you ever could on your own. Besides, you'd better decide quickly. Your situation cannot be delayed. Besides, we still have to deal with the enemy later. The sooner a decision is made, the better. After Zang Feng finished speaking, the blood-ring octopus moved. It slowly took a few steps forward. After a slight hesitation, he extended his tentacles. A gesture of goodwill? Zang Feng grasped its tentacle. Okay, deal done. Soul card. But the second soul card flew out of the body. This soul card is suspended above the head of the blood-ring octopus. The familiar cyclone unfolded, and the blood-ring octopus had no resistance and was quickly sucked into the cyclone and sealed by the soul card. The whole process went extremely smoothly. Even smoother than the flower-collecting spider. Return! Seeing that the soul card successfully sealed the blood-ring octopus, Zang Feng waved his fingers to take back the card floating in the air. At this time, a compressed version of a hideous blood-ring octopus appeared on the transparent card. Zang Feng also took out the card to scan. Name: Blood-ring octopus. Level 14. Category: Beast/Aquatic. Features: Color change, can change body color at any time to blend into the surrounding environment for sneak attacks or escape. Attributes: 27/12/30/13, Strength, Agility, Physique, Intelligence. Skills: Toxic Secretion, Ink Spray, Octopus Fist, Black Mist. Introduction: The ferocious and highly poisonous octopus is a famous aquatic killer that is very good at trapping its enemies and poisoning or strangling them to death. This rare monster with a strong physique and good at using poison is highly respected. It is indeed a rare demon. This attribute is indeed very powerful. A physical fitness of 30 points is really outrageous. But it is also because of its strong physique. This is what enables it to resist illness and survive. And the skills are also okay. Toxin secretion is an innate skill. It can secrete poison to cover its body at any time to fight the enemy, and then use its 8-claw fist to attack with one tentacle after another. TSK, there are few monsters that can withstand a head-on attack. There's not much to explain about the Inkjet skill. And Black Mist is very similar to Inkjet. The difference is that Inkjet sprays ink. The black fog is emitting mist. This can be used to disrupt vision. All in all, the skills are okay. And this guy is already level 14. If you level up again, there is a chance to gain skills. It also has features? Zang Feng really didn't expect this. But it seems reasonable when you think about it. Octopuses are creatures that can change color. It's not surprising that the blood-ring octopus has this characteristic, but I don't know how effectively it uses this characteristic. There's a chance to change its color and see. Next, it's time for the main event. Lier, do you still want to take revenge on me? Hey, you're done, you idiot! Zang Feng's face was full of mischief. Then he took out the bald man's cell phone. Then he sent a text message to Lier, the content of which was nothing more than that Zang Feng's destination had been confirmed and asked him to come quickly. On the other side, Lier was ecstatic. Has the bald guy confirmed the kid's destination? Very good, it's worth my long walk. Hey, wait, little brat. I will let you taste the consequences of harming me right now. I will make sure you never dare to mess with me again in your life. Lier's face was full of ferocity. He looked towards where Zang Feng was and quickened his pace to rush there without stopping. However, Lier didn't know. The bald guy has been dealt with by Zang Feng. All his text messages were sent by Zang Feng. He is a hunter. Already became the prey. And he himself was completely unaware. Chapter 47 Another Sneak Attack. The mountain road in the deep forest is rugged and bumpy. Lier felt very tired while walking. After all, he was still injured at this time. It was a heavy burden for him to walk this path. But Lier did not want to give up moving forward. Because he was eager to take revenge on Zang Feng. He had even begun to imagine Zang Feng's frightened look when he suddenly appeared at the location. You little bastard, you've hurt me so badly, I can't let go of the hatred in my heart unless I beat you up and make you cry. Lier talked to himself as he walked. The excitement and anticipation of upcoming revenge supporting him to keep accelerating forward. Finally, the destination ahead approached. It was a dry mountain stream bed, and he could vaguely see a figure lingering there in the distance. Stinky boy, he is here indeed! When he saw that figure, Lier immediately recognized that he was definitely Zang Feng who had harmed him. The bald man's information was indeed correct. Humph, this brat is unlucky. Who made him be discovered by the bald man? Just blame it on your bad luck. But don't worry, it's not over yet. Once I get rid of you, that rich second generation won't be able to escape either. I'm going to make you all pay the price. Lier gritted his teeth and sneered, then he quickly approached Zang Feng and immediately summoned his demon. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to Zang Feng. It seems that I can finally avenge myself. Lier was very excited and felt great. However, just as he was about to take action, the Zang Feng in front suddenly turned his head. Lier, you finally came! He stared at Lier, who was about to command his demon to launch a sneak attack not far away, and spoke calmly. Huh! Lier was shocked when he heard that. What's going on? Why is this guy so calm? And he seemed to know he was coming? Why? Are you surprised I knew you were coming? You, brat, what's wrong? Lier stepped back slightly and asked cautiously. Having suffered a loss at the hands of Zang Feng last time, he didn't dare to move now as he was not sure what was going on. Even if he wants to take action, he has to find out how this kid Zang Feng knew that he would definitely come looking for him. In the end, it was the bald man who betrayed him. Or, are there other problems? Lier stared at Zang Feng and waited for a response. Zang Feng smiled and didn't hide anything. What's going on? Okay, I'll tell you. It's simple. I accidentally discovered your bald friend and dealt with him in advance. And you know what I did? I deliberately used his phone to send you a message and made you hang around outside for a long time. You! Lier became furious when he heard that. Good man, was he teasing me again? Damn it, no wonder I felt something was wrong when I received the news about the route change. It seems that the bald guy had been dealt with at that time, and all the subsequent text messages were sent by this guy Zang Feng. He ran around in the mountain for a long time in vain. Has this brat ever thought that he is still a patient? This is too much, he is not human at all. No, I must retaliate severely. Lier's face was gloomy, and he felt a little crazy. Then he raised his head and asked, Stinky boy, if that's the case, then you were the one who sent the text message that led me here? Of course, you want to deal with me, don't you? I'll give you this chance to fight me head on. See if you can do it. Zang Feng nodded, still smiling. Li Er snorted coldly. Humph, you want to fight me head on? You are quite brave, boy. A mere novice-level demon tamer. Who gave you the confidence? Haha, if you lure me here and ambush me, or if you have helpers, you might be able to defeat me. But you want to rely on yourself and fight head on? You really underestimate the strength of the elite demon tamer. Although Li Er said so. But he still didn't act rashly. Because he still had some concerns. He knew that Zang Feng was not a fool. I'm not sure this kid won't do anything rash. He wanted to first see if Zang Feng had any backup plan, or try to see if Zang Feng had any special cards. As Li Er was thinking about this, Zang Feng shrugged. I don't look down on the elite demon tamer at all. Why do you think I dare to do this? That's because I'm an elite too, of course. But I'm different from you. You are an elite with too much water. I have no problem dealing with you. So, don't get me wrong, I just want to try my hand on you and gain some experience fighting elites. After Zang Feng finished speaking, Li Er's face turned as black as charcoal. He was very angry at Zang Feng's disparagement, but he was also a little secretly happy. It turns out that you have been promoted. No wonder you dared to fight me head on. But he has just been promoted. Even if he manages to subdue the second demon, the level of that demon will not be high. Besides, his first demon was a flower spider. Although the flower spider has troublesome skills, its own attributes are weak. The corners of Li Er's mouth rose slightly. This kid is being arrogant this time. If he attacks me by surprise, he may have a chance of winning, but if he wants to fight me head on, he will be courting death. Well, I'll teach him a lesson and let him see the true strength of an elite demon tamer like me. By the way, make him despair for a while. Look at me killing his flower spider. Hee, a flower spider that can clone itself. It's rare, right? He will cry for a long time if he dies, right? Haha, I really am a rare villain. Li Er was secretly proud of himself. He was confident that he could deal with Zang Feng. It's not just because the monster is of a high level, nor is it just because he has been an elite for a long time and has more experience. The reason why he was so confident was mainly because his unicorn snake had been upgraded, and its combat effectiveness had increased a lot. And it has learned new skills. Li Er didn't think he would be defeated. Now that he understood the source of Zang Feng's confidence, Li Er was too lazy to waste any more words with Zang Feng. He sneered and gave the order directly. Stupid boy, do you think you can fight me head on just because you have reached the elite level? It's hopelessly stupid. Feather crow, feather arrow attack! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Li Er gave the order, the arrow feather crow behind him circled and shot out several sharp arrows. Seeing this, Zang Feng did not dodge and directly ordered the flower spider to spit silk to hit the flying arrows. Snap! The sticky spider silk flew into the air, and several arrow feathers were stuck and fell from the sky. Li Er was a little surprised when he saw this. The toughness of a flower spider's silk and other conditions are directly proportional to the flower spider's own strength attributes. The feather arrow failed to directly break the spider silk, which shows that the flower spider is strong enough to withstand the attack of the feather crow. But flower spiders are notoriously weak. Where does it get such great power? This kid's demon is really weird. Li Er was a little confused. Zang Feng immediately began to fight back. Flower spider, sleeping pollen. Pollen? It's useless. Arrows and crows raise the wind. Li Er gave the order instinctively. However, just as the pollen from the flower spider was flying over and the arrow-feathered crow in the air was flapping its wings to blow away the pollen, Li Er vaguely saw that the stone next to Zang Feng seemed to move suddenly. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. But the moment he rubbed his eyes, bang, there was a loud noise and Li Er opened his eyes, just in time to see a solid blue stone as big as a basketball flying into the air with a whoosh. Arrow Crow, who was performing a skill, had no time to dodge and was hit directly. The stone thrower has great strength. As a result, the stone caused severe damage to the Arrow Crow, causing its wings to break, and it fell to the ground covered in blood. Arrow Feather Crow! Li'er was furious when he saw this. Catching the dying feathered crow, he looked at Zang Feng and the one beside him with red eyes and a ferocious face. Blood Ring Octopus? You bastard, you're sneaking up on me again! A sneak attack? Are you sick? It was quietly staying beside me the whole time. You didn't see it, so you blame me for getting hit by it? You! Li'er was so angry that his energy exploded. The unicorn snake next to him also roared continuously. The unicorn snake was of course angry because its companion was seriously injured, but unfortunately it couldn't fly and couldn't block the stone. However, although Li'er and the unicorn snake were furious, Zang Feng was extremely happy and proud at this moment. The blood ring octopus has strong characteristics. As long as you keep still while changing this color, even the aura will be completely hidden except for the color change. This is also the reason why it stays here, and neither Li'er nor other demons have discovered it. However, this feature has a drawback. That means you can't move. If the body moves, the characteristics will be temporarily ineffective, and the blood ring octopus will be completely exposed. This is also why Zang Feng had never seen the blood ring octopus use this characteristic before he was subdued by Zang Feng. There is no other reason, because there are no conditions. The blood-ringed octopus has to move if it wants to hunt. The natural characteristics are useless when moving. However, the feature failure is temporary. As long as the blood-ringed octopus continues to remain motionless, its characteristics will soon return to normal and it will continue to change color. TSK, this feature is amazing. It's Voldemort's magic skill. Ambush people, and it's always a success. Hee hee. Li'er, now it's 2 against 1. Zang Feng had a wicked smile on his face. Li'er was angry and helpless. Chapter 48, Transformed into a Dragon and Snake Gallbladder. This time I came here for revenge. Unexpectedly, Arrow Feather Crow was severely injured. The resentment in Li'er's heart intensified again. He secretly vowed to beat Zang Feng to a pulp. Let Zang Feng apologize to his Arrow Crow. And there's that blood-ringed octopus that launches a sneak attack. This beast must be killed. Last time, it wanted to eat itself. Fortunately, his demon blocked him. I didn't expect this guy to be subdued by Zang Feng. Humph, birds of a feather flock together. This kid is not a human, and the monsters around him are not good either. Li'er held the seriously injured Arrow Feather Crow in his arms, staring at the blood-ringed octopus and Zang Feng, who were covered in scars, with hatred. I was injured so badly by Arrow Feather Crow. You 2 damn bastards. You will definitely pay the price. Hearing his words, Zang Feng curled his lips. Okay, are you funny? Don't you think about who started it first? You still want to take revenge on me? TSK, if you didn't intend to do anything bad to me, would this happen? You feel the pain now? It's too late. Hearing his words, Li'er's expression turned cold. I don't care about that. I just know that you almost killed my feather crow, so you have to pay the price. Good man, that's so unreasonable. Okay, come on then. You still have a demon. Just wait and see if I can kill it. Zang Feng responded with great arrogance. Li'er was so angry that he almost vomited blood. You little brat, you have a sharp tongue. Li'er suppressed his anger and calmed down. He knew he had to stay calm at this moment. After all, his Arrow Crow was seriously injured. Next is a 1-on-2 situation. This is very disadvantageous for the unicorn snake. If he can't command the battle calmly, then everything will be over. Taking a deep breath, Li'er glanced at the equally angry unicorn snake next to him and began to issue orders. One-horned snake, transform into a dragon! Oh? Zang Feng on the opposite side was a little surprised. Transform into a dragon, this skill is quite special. It is an exclusive skill of certain snake monsters. After using this skill, the snake monster's physical abilities will increase dramatically in a short period of time. At the same time, its shape will also change. And you will become weak afterwards. In theory, it is similar to Berserk. But the difference is that the gain of Berserk will make the demon lose its mind, but this will not happen when it turns into a dragon. This Li Er's unicorn snake has realized the transformation into a dragon. It really has to be said that this guy is not only very lucky. He seems to be lucky too. But so what? Once you turn into a dragon, there's nothing you can do? Haha, that's hard to say. Zang Feng stared at the unicorn snake and thought. On the opposite side, the unicorn snake's skill had been activated and a strange green light was shining on its body, enveloping it. In this light, Zang Feng could clearly see the unicorn snake's body growing longer and bigger, and its aura surging. In just half a second, the unicorn snake turned into a giant python 6 or 7 meters long. The single horn on its head also grew longer and pointed. The large scales all over the body also sparkle. At the same time, a reminder appeared. Tip: the unicorn snake in the dragon-like state is as powerful as a level 20 demon, so be careful with it. Tip: if you kill a unicorn snake in the transformed dragon state, its body is likely to remain in the transformed dragon state. Bringing its gallbladder, which contains powerful spiritual power, back home to make soup will definitely be a great tonic and increase your strength. This hint is a bit interesting. It seemed as if it was encouraging him to kill the unicorn snake. By the way, I dug out its snake gall. But it's not a bad idea to do this. Anyway, Li Er hates himself to death. I don't mind deepening his hatred. Besides, killing the demon can prevent him from causing trouble again. After all, without his own demons, an elite demon tamer is no different from an ordinary person. As for whether he will conquer it, then Zang Feng wouldn't care at all. After all, he is getting stronger very quickly. Wait until Li Er conquers the new demon. He still needs time to develop slowly. Once he is trained, Zang Feng will be even stronger. Revenge? No way. In a word, don't panic if you are worried. Thinking of this, he gave the order. Tis, do you think you can do whatever you want and fight 2 people alone after turning into a dragon? Wake up, stop dreaming! Blood ring octopus, black mist interference. Flower spider, sleeping pollen. He gave both orders at the same time. The blood ring octopus's skill was activated immediately, and thick black fog emerged from its body, covering the surrounding area within 100 meters. Whether it was Li Er or the unicorn snake, their vision was obstructed and it was difficult for them to see Zang Feng clearly in the black fog. At the same time, the dormant pollen starts to activate. The pollen came flying in the black mist. The unicorn snake cannot be seen or stopped. After all, it is not a crow with feathers, and it has no wings, so it cannot blow away the thick black fog and pollen. But the unicorn snake was not panicked. Because the transformation into a dragon has given it powerful properties, it is not a big problem for it to resist the sleep effects of pollen. And this is indeed the case. Inhale the pollen, and it won't cause any harm. Then it rushed directly into the black fog, using its perception to capture the position of Zang Feng and the others and tried to attack. Li Er also calmly ordered, "Use the sweep range to attack them all." Li Er's order was not wrong. It is difficult to see the enemy clearly in the black fog. Precision attacks are useless. A sweeping, random range attack is the only way to be effective. And the unicorn snake also acted quickly. Bang! As it swung its powerful long tail, all the surrounding flowers, plants and trees were smashed to pieces. Many stones were swept away and flew everywhere, and Zang Feng was almost hit by the flying stones. Fortunately, there is the blood ring octopus. Its tentacles are very flexible. All the flying stones were blocked by it. But this is not a solution. Zang Feng stepped back a few steps and came to the edge of the black fog and ordered, "Flower spider, summon command and then attack command, target Li Er." Squeak! After receiving the order, the flower spider immediately summoned a group of small spiders to approach Li Er in the black fog. But the unicorn snake sensed them. Roar! It stopped sweeping its tail and roared. Outside the black fog, Li Er frowned when he heard the voice. The unicorn snake is his demon. He could roughly understand what it meant. "Are you warning me? Humph, you little brat, are you trying to sneak attack me by relying on the 2 demons while my vision is blocked? It's useless. My unicorn snake has now transformed into a dragon and its perception is strong. Your tricks to sneak attack will be useless, he said, taking a few steps back. Obviously, the calm Li Er is not stupid. He understood Zang Feng's thoughts. Yo, you got smarter? But it's useless. Hiding in the black fog, he shrugged. Blood ring octopus, throwing spider servant. Flower spider, self-destruct command. After the new order was given, the blood-ringed octopus grabbed a stone with a small spider lying on it and threw it at Li Er. The unicorn snake that transformed into a dragon immediately waved its tail to resist, but just as its tail approached the stone, the little spider exploded. Bang! The unicorn snake's tail trembled due to the explosion. It hurts a bit, but nothing serious. That's it! Li Er sneered when he heard the noise. But he soon stopped laughing. Because the blood-ringed octopus waved its 8 tentacles and threw out 8 small spiders from all angles at once. Although the unicorn snake that transformed into a dragon was powerful, it only had 1 tail and could not stop the 8 spiders. In desperation, for the safety of its master, the unicorn snake could only retreat immediately to protect Li Er. The result is that it eats all the attacks. Bang, 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 accompanied by the sound of explosions. Even the unicorn snake that turned into a dragon could not withstand the self-detonation of more than 20 small spiders. What's more, the blood-ringed octopus threw not only the little spider, but also the big rock that hit the unicorn snake. After enduring so many attacks, the unicorn snake that transformed into a dragon was also seriously injured. Its scales were broken and blood was dripping all over its body. Li Er's eyes twitched as he watched. The problem is that he doesn't have any good solution yet. After all, the unicorn snake lacks long-range attack means. Plus it has to protect itself. In this situation, he can only be suppressed by Zang Feng. Damn, this damn bastard! Okay, what else can you do besides scold me? Hearing Li Er's voice, Zang Feng shook his head. He was too lazy to waste any more time. Let's get rid of this unicorn snake quickly. Flower spider, sleeping pollen. The pollen was useless last time, and the unicorn snake was able to withstand it, but now the unicorn snake is seriously injured and its condition has deteriorated. Facing the pollen sprayed by the flower spider again, it seemed a little powerless to resist the impact, and became drowsy. The blood-ringed octopus took advantage of its sleepiness and weakened perception and approached under the cover of black fog. Then, an 8-claw punch was launched. Bang, 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 accompanied by a dull impact sound, the unicorn snake that turned into a dragon was beaten by the blood-ringed octopus, and its head was covered in blood. It also fell to the ground helplessly. Li Er really wanted to take it back. But the pollen of the flower spider not only hit the unicorn snake, but also hit him next to the unicorn snake. Li Er couldn't resist the sleepiness at all. He fell to the ground and fell asleep before he could even summon his soul card. It's better to fall asleep, so as not to feel heartache. Walking out of the black fog, looking at Li Er lying on the ground, Zang Feng unceremoniously stripped him of all his belongings. Then he looked at the unicorn snake. He originally wanted to finish off the unicorn snake and get its gallbladder, but when he turned around, he found that the unicorn snake had been killed by the blood-ring octopus, and its gallbladder had been directly pulled out by the blood-ring octopus. Looking at the bloody snake gallbladder, Zang Feng suddenly lost his appetite. However, there was a hint on the snake gallbladder. Tip: the gallbladder of the unicorn snake that has transformed into a dragon is poisonous when eaten raw, but it can increase strength if eaten cooked, and is a great tonic. Is it poisonous to eat raw? Okay. Zang Feng shook his head and prepared to pack up the snake gall, but the blood-ringed octopus saw Zang Feng shaking his head and thought he didn't want it, so it swallowed the snake gall, which was still dripping with blood, and chewed it up and ate it. This left Zang Feng dumbfounded. Fuck, it's poisonous! Chapter 49, Withering and Alienation. Raw snake gall is poisonous. The blood-ring octopus was eaten directly. This operation made Zang Feng dumbfounded. But he quickly came to his senses. The blood-ringed octopus is still injured. It had been poisoned by a horned snake before. Its physical condition is not very good now. It was precisely because of this that Zang Feng did not let it, despite its strong physique, charge directly into the battle in the previous battle. He was worried that the blood-ringed octopus would die if it rushed in, but after protecting it for a long time, the blood-ringed octopus ended up killing itself. He hurriedly tried to spit it out. After all, the blood-ringed octopus is also poisonous. But it is not immune to toxins. At best, it has a stronger resistance to toxins. Completely immune to poison? At least not now, maybe it will become stronger in the future. All in all, in Zang Feng's opinion, if the blood-ringed octopus doesn't spit out the snake gall, it will probably be dead. He didn't want the blood-ringed octopus to die, so he kept urging it to spit it out. But the blood-ringed octopus can't spit it out. There's no way, I chewed it too small and swallowed it too quickly. Feel like vomiting right now? Not likely. But this left Zang Feng speechless. Can't spit it out? Oh no, that's it! He sighed, and the blood-ringed octopus seemed to be reacting to the poisonous snake gall. Its reddish body began to change color, sometimes light green and sometimes light yellow, which looked extremely strange. At the same time, the color is changing. It is still secreting venom. The venom mixed with pus gave off a foul odor, just like rotten eggs mixed with rotten meat. The smell spread and Zang Feng almost vomited bile after smelling it. Even the flower spiders couldn't stand it. The two guys quickly got away. But just when Zang Feng looked back, a new clue appeared on the blood-ring octopus. Hint: the blood-ring octopus's condition worsens. Hint: the conflict between multiple diseases and toxins in the blood-ring octopus produces an unknown reaction. Hint: the blood-ring octopus body has undergone abnormal changes. It seems to have entered some kind of alienated system. Hint: the blood-ring octopus continues to change. Due to uncontrollable pathology, the blood-ring octopus has entered an alienated state. It has become a withered species and is very likely to eventually grow into a mythical monster, the Lord of Uncleanness. Mythical monster? Zang Feng's pupils trembled. Wow, is this so outrageous? Although it is only possible to grow like this. But the existence of this possibility also shows that the current blood-ring octopus has huge potential. It is no less potent than the flower spider. Is this the legendary blessing in disguise? Sure enough, fools have good fortune. No, stupid octopuses are lucky. After the ecstasy, Zang Feng sighed. This stupid octopus wouldn't have been lucky enough to enter the alienated state if it hadn't eaten the gallbladder of the unicorn snake. But think about it again, if it hadn't been hungry for a long time after failing to hunt before, it wouldn't have gobbled the snake gall directly, causing it to be unable to vomit and then become mutated. This may be the case where every action has its effect. It's just like this. Zang Feng looked at the blood-ring octopus carefully again. The overall change is not that big. The pus and toxins in the body also stopped being secreted, but its color turned greenish-yellow, looking unhealthy. And Zang Feng also discovered that the flowers and plants near its body were rapidly turning yellow and withering. Withering species, is this what you mean? Zang Feng looked at it and thought in his heart. However, he had never heard of the alienation direction of the withered species, so he had to look up the illustration or ask Milan. Forget it, put it away first. Let's go to a medical institution for a checkup. After all, you were seriously injured before, so you don't want to have any hidden diseases. Thinking of this, Zang Feng took back the blood-ring octopus and immediately took out his demon-controlling phone to scan its information. Name: blood-ring octopus, withered species. Level 14. Category: beast/aquatic. Features: color change, can change body color at any time to blend into the surrounding environment for sneak attacks or escape. Attributes: 30/13/35/15, strength, agility, physique, intelligence. Alienation progress, 1 out of 100. Skills: toxic secretion, ink spray, 8-claw fist, black mist, unclean body. Introduction: the ferocious and highly poisonous octopus is a famous aquatic killer that is very good at trapping its enemies and poisoning or strangling them to death. This rare monster with a strong physique and good at using poison is highly respected. Oh my god, the attributes have also been improved. And it looks like it has improved a lot. Then the skill, an additional unclean body. Zang Feng checked the skill effects. Unclean body, After activation, the user becomes immune to toxins and resists increased negative influences in all aspects. At the same time, the pus secreted from the user's body can block close-range attacks from hostile targets. This skill is quite powerful. It is immune to toxins and increases resistance. With this skill, it becomes a qualified meat shield, and hostile targets are unlikely to affect it. And it also secretes pus? When he saw the word pus, Zang Feng remembered the pus mixed with toxins that had just emitted a foul odor. If that kind of thing is really secreted, the enemy probably wouldn't dare to get close to it, let alone attack it at close range. No other reason, it stinks. No one can stand the stench. This skill is so powerful and disgusting. Fortunately, it's used to disgust others. It's just that this withered species. Zang Feng looked at the withered species again. After clicking on it, there is not much introduction. The illustrated book mentions that the monster called Withering has appeared in the past, but not in large numbers. And because most of the withered monsters have strong viruses or deadly substances that are difficult to approach, people's current understanding of the direction of this alienation is limited to the fact that it is poisonous and troublesome. There really isn't any more. However, after seeing this, Zang Feng immediately gave up his plan to go to a medical institution. Withered species are too rare. Plus, the blood ring octopus is a rare monster. What if someone targets us when we go to a medical institution? Forget it, let's go find Teacher Mu first. See if she knows anything about the wither seed, and ask her if there is a reliable place to treat demons. Zang Feng thought of looking for Mulan. When you are in doubt, look for Mulan. He has always done this. But Zang Feng was helpless this time. If it was just a blood ring octopus, although this monster is rare, not many people would like it because of its ugly appearance. Not to mention the flower spider, even if it is an alien species, it is still a typical weak one in the eyes of others. Therefore Zang Feng does not need to worry. But the problem is that the blood ring octopus has mutated. Rare and alienated. Then he would have to be careful. However, as long as he doesn't take the blood ring octopus to a medical institution or the like for scanning, no one else will be able to tell. After all, the blood ring octopus itself is very powerful, unlike the flower spider. Flower spiders are very weak. It suddenly showed its powerful side, and others would naturally think that it might be an alienated flower spider. The blood ring octopus is strong enough, and its appearance is not obvious, so it is difficult for others to directly associate it with alienation. Anyway, let's go back first. He put away his phone and left. It was already afternoon when we returned to the city. He originally wanted to go directly to find Mulan. But on the way he met Long Lan. She just came back from outside in her sports car. When he saw Long Lan, Zang Feng suddenly remembered that her company seemed to have a special medical department. That department is fully equipped with a variety of medicines and is no different from a medical institution. How about asking Long Lan to help check and treat your blood ring octopus? Zang Feng had an idea in his mind. Of course, considering that he was not very familiar with Long Lan and didn't know whether she could be trusted, he didn't say it directly. Zang Feng decided to use the old method. Just use the prompts to see if Long Lan would be interested if he knew the situation of the blood ring octopus. Thinking of this, Zang Feng looked up. Hint, don't worry, this woman has an extraordinary background. The demons on her body are all rare and precious, and there are even rare mutants. She is not interested in your blood ring octopus. This? The hint is a bit hurtful. But at the same time, people watching were also surprised. There are precious level demons on Long Lan's body. And all of them are. Turtle, rare is already extraordinary. Not to mention the precious ones. Besides, she also has precious mutant species? Wow, she's worthy of being Zhenlong's cousin. These rich kids are more outrageous than each other. They are so proud of themselves just because they have a rare mutant species. Are you still worried that Long Lan has bad intentions? People don't even look down on it, okay? Alas, it's too small, the pattern is too small. Zang Feng smiled bitterly in his heart, but he was also relieved. Now he had nothing to hide, so he told Long Lan about the current situation of his blood ring octopus. Long Lan was a little surprised after hearing this. Not bad, You were able to subdue a rare mutant species by yourself. You have a bright future indeed. TSK Tisk, okay, I happen to be free now, so I'll help you solve your demon problem myself. Get in the car! Zang Feng got into the car happily. Now the blood ring octopus problem is solved. Chapter 50. The competition begins. The sports car is really comfortable to sit in. Zang Feng looked around in the car. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Long Lan's sports car is worth tens of millions. He had seen it in an ad before. But at the same time, Zang Feng was also a little confused. Long Lan is such a rich man, and the hint also says that he has an extraordinary background and all the demons on him are of precious level. So where did she come from? Also, since Long Lan is so extraordinary, does that mean Jinlong's family is really just filled with archaeologists? Zang Feng didn't think much about it before, but now from Long Lan he feels that Jinlong must be no simple person. Zang Feng was very curious. He couldn't help but ask. Boss, are you from Shumen? No. Long Lan shook his head while driving. Then he continued. I'm from another city. Also, if you don't mind, don't call me boss. This address always makes me sound old. You can just call me Sister Lan like Jinlong. That's fine, Sister Lan. Zang Feng called out with a smile. There's no harm in getting closer to others. After all, I have to rely on Long Lan for money in the future, and this person has an extraordinary background and may be able to help me at any time. Thinking all this in his mind, Zang Feng took advantage of their close relationship to chat with Long Lan and extract a lot of information. Jinlong's family is indeed an archaeologist. But not literally archaeology. This archaeological work is about opening up secret areas. And it's not just an ordinary secret place. His family specializes in those special secret places. Because many of the special secret realms are relics of ancient civilizations, it is not wrong to call going there to hunt for treasures and explore them archaeologically. Of course, Jinlong almost let it slip last time. There is nothing wrong with saying that they were digging up people's ancestral graves, because there are ancient tombs in those secret realms, and these ancient people may be the ancestors of modern people. Maybe he is in that secret realm of Zang Feng. These things also exist. It's just that he hasn't explored enough yet. We may find out through continued exploration. However, from this information, it is not difficult to infer that Jinlong is indeed not an ordinary rich second generation. There is a high probability that his home contains various treasures or rare spiritual plants that his parents brought back from special secret realms. But Zang Feng was not very envious. He has a hint, there will be no shortage of treasures. But I understand these things. If you need something rare in the future, maybe we can ask that guy. Maybe I can buy it at a low price. Zang Feng started to make his own plans again. He really won't miss any opportunity to make calculations, but he treats his friends differently from his enemies. Hiding the sword will not put others at a disadvantage. Okay, here we are. As I was thinking about it, the sports car stopped. Hearing the voice, Zang Feng followed Long Lan out of the car. The two of them were talking and laughing as they walked into the company when they happened to meet Tao Yen, who came out with a tired face. Zang Feng didn't think much about it and followed Long Lan. But Tao Yen had more thoughts. This guy is quite good at hooking up. I hooked up with Milan in front. Now he's hooking up with Long Lan again. She stared at Zang Feng's back. You can tell that she is very unhappy. But at the same time, Tao Yen was also a little envious. After all, she was also a student of number 1 middle school, and she knew the name of Mulan, the master-level demon tamer. If you can gain Mulan's favor and receive her personal guidance, your improvement will definitely be twice as effective with half the effort. And there is the company boss Long Lan. This strong woman is rich and capable. If you rely on her, you can make money quickly. This Zang Feng, when he first came through, was obviously inferior to me in everything, but now he is better than me in every way. There is even a super capable backer named Milan, who hooks up with the super rich Long Lan. These two people together helped him. Then this kid will definitely go to heaven. I really don't know what's going on. Why would they fall for that guy? Can't you all help me? I am so talented. With your help, I will definitely be able to reach the master level very quickly, Tao Yan said indignantly. Although she also has her own private teacher, he is from the Demon Control Bureau and often has to carry out missions. Her teacher is not weak. However, the other party definitely couldn't be like Milan, who could help her whenever she needed him. Alas, the Demon Control Bureau is really something. The funding given to me is too little. The money is small, and the medicine given is small. I don't even have money to buy a little skirt. I don't have money for beauty treatments. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Watching Zang Feng walk away, Tao Yan stomped her feet. Forget it, the competition will start soon. This guy has such pure talent that he won't be very strong. After all, the higher you go, the harder it is to improve. Even though he was able to defeat Tang Si, he still can't reach the elite stage anyway. Just wait, I will defeat you. Even getting first place in the competition. By then, everyone will look at me with new eyes. Maybe Milan and Longlan will also pay attention to my future. Hee Zang Feng, don't blame me for competing with you for support. This world is so cruel and ruthless. People with no talent and poor strength. You don't deserve their help. After calming down, Tao Yan turned and left. Zang Feng knew nothing about this. By now he had arrived at the medical department. This department is very idle. After all, Longlan's company is responsible for training the client's monsters. Most of the time, the client's demons will not be injured, and they will only come for treatment if they suffer minor injuries during training. So there weren't many people here on Sunday. There was only one employee on duty. Longlan did not allow his employees to operate the equipment. She would use those things herself. In addition, she valued Zang Feng very much, so she did it herself in order to win over Zang Feng's favor and retain his talent. After Zang Feng's blood ring octopus was released, she began the tedious operation. Of course, under normal circumstances, small inspections can be done with laser scanning without much trouble. But Longlan did a very comprehensive job. All the conditions of the blood ring octopus. She checked them all out. It's okay. It's not a big problem. But the injury has been delayed for a while. If it's delayed any longer, it will be troublesome. You arrived just in time. It will be fine after this treatment. Longlan spoke as he checked the situation and began using the potions to treat the blood ring octopus. Zang Feng felt very fortunate to hear this. Fortunately, he came to check on it. If he hadn't come, the blood ring octopus would have definitely suffered from a hidden disease, which might have affected its future battles. But now it's fine. After Longlan's treatment, the blood ring octopus is fine. Sister Lan, thank you. You're welcome, it's just a small matter. But your blood ring octopus is quite special. The withered species is a rarer variant than other variants. Oh? From what Sister Lan said, it seems that you know something about me, the withered species of the blood ring octopus. Zang Feng's eyes lit up and he asked. Longlan smiled and nodded. I guess so. As far as I know, the demons of the withered species are not killing the living things around them unconsciously. They are absorbing the life force. For example, if a withering demon has its limbs cut off, what if there are flowers, plants, and trees around it? The surrounding flowers, plants, and trees will wither, their vitality will be devoured by the demon, and they will regenerate their limbs. This ability is considered hidden, and it will improve as the alienation progresses. Your blood ring octopus's transformation progress is still very low, and you are currently unable to regenerate limbs. But it's only a matter of time. After Longlan finished speaking, Zang Feng became extremely excited. Turtle, it turns out you have this ability? This is not mentioned in the illustration. And this ability is not unconscious? That means, those who wanted to investigate before had no results because the withered species they investigated were unwilling to be investigated. No, maybe the other demon masters didn't want the secret to be exposed. This is understandable. After all, who wants to expose their power? Keeping things hidden is the right way to go. But in this case, can the flower spider cooperate with the blood ring octopus's ability? Flower spiders can summon spider minions. If a blood ring octopus is injured, it may be able to regenerate by absorbing the life force of a small spider. If this really works, Wow, that's amazing. Zang Feng began to look forward to it. The blood-ring octopus also completed treatment quickly. It recovered its health, and after Zang Feng took it back, he stayed in the company for a while and then left. The competition was about to begin, and he had to prepare while there was still some time to ensure that he could take first place. A few days later, North District No. 1 Middle School. Classmates, the competition is about to begin. Everyone should have confidence. Strive to get a higher ranking. On the podium, Mulan encouraged everyone. Zang Feng also made sufficient preparations. But Jinlong took a leave of absence. Good man, you don't think highly of the exam rewards, do you? He is indeed a rich kid. Forget it, just fight on your own. I, Zang Feng, will definitely get the Gross Spirit Stone. Chapter 51 is a bit disgusting. The competition for the demon controlling class has begun. The battle adopts the regular fighting method. That is, only the demons from both sides enter the field to fight. The demon master was directing the operations from outside the venue. The demon loses its ability to fight and is considered defeated. There are multiple monsters that can be replaced midway. The more Zang Feng listened to these rules, the more familiar they sounded. Because these rules are very similar to a certain Pokemon game he played when he was on Blue Star. It cannot be said to be exactly the same, it can only be said to be a copy, but this saves him the trouble of looking up the rules. What number did you draw? At this time, a voice came from behind. Me? From Site A, number 106. Zang Feng responded and looked at Mulan at the same time. It's okay. At the beginning, there are a lot of students participating in the competition, so it's not easy to meet talented students from other classes. Hearing Zang Feng's response, Mulan nodded. This time, 4 competitions will be held simultaneously, divided into 4 venues A, B, C, D, and opponents will be selected by drawing lots based on student numbers. However, after the semifinals, the venue will be changed to an independent venue. At the same time, the competition is relatively free. Students are free to go to various venues to watch other people's games and familiarize themselves with their opponents' match situations in advance. Zang Feng certainly did not act too arrogantly. He also watched the battles that needed to be watched. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. It's better to take a good look to avoid any setbacks. By the way, do you know Tao Yun from Class A? While watching the game, Mulan suddenly asked. Zang Feng nodded. Of course I know her. She is also a time traveler and her talent is quite high. It's hard for me not to know her. Why did the teacher suddenly mention her? Nothing, it's just that she has improved a lot recently. She might become a dark horse in this competition. Be careful if you encounter it. I understand, Zang Feng responded. In fact, he would have paid attention to it even without Mulan telling him. After all, Tao Yen has the support of the Demon Control Bureau. If this young lady can reach the elite level, I'm afraid that in order to give her a better future, the people from the Demon Control Bureau will definitely help her subdue powerful demons. Maybe it's rare. Plus, she was quite hostile to me. If it really hits, she will probably fight with all her might. Thinking of this, Zang Feng narrowed his eyes. If we really meet, it depends on whether you are capable or I am capable. Oh, I have to go out for a while. Maybe I suddenly thought of something. Zang Feng ran out of the school in a hurry. Mulan was puzzled. What are you going to do? Your game is about to begin. I know. I'll go buy a mask and come back. Mask? Mulan's mind was full of question marks. Zang Feng did not explain too much. He quickly went to the nearest drugstore. I also bought the best masks. When he hurried back to school, the radio was notifying him to go to Venue A for the match. Phew, we caught up. It's not a big problem. With a sigh of relief, Zang Feng arrived at the battlefield, but his opponent had already become impatient waiting. Zang Feng, you are really arrogant. Bikeo can drag his feet. I just listened to the student opposite me talking. His tone was full of dissatisfaction. Zang Feng curled his lips. Why are you talking so much? I came here within the stipulated time. Any problems? If so, let's fight it out. You. The other party was speechless for a moment. Okay, then let me see what you can do. The other party gritted his teeth and stopped talking nonsense. The teacher, who was the referee, also spoke. Both demons are ready, the game begins. Buzz as the referee's voice fell, Zang Feng and the student opposite him summoned their soul cards at the same time. At the same time, outside the venue, students who heard that Zang Feng had started the battle also began to gather here. Zang Feng is a celebrity after all. He has Milan's support behind him. He also defeated Tang Si with the flower spider. Many people in the school pay attention to him. Especially those smart students. The last time Zang Feng fought against Tang Si, it was surprising that he used a spider web to directly restrict the movement of the needle-tailed rat. They are looking forward to Zang Feng's future performance, and also hope to learn more from him. Of course, the most important thing is to see his current combat power. After all, anyone could bump into him. Gotta see him fight before it happens. There are many students who hold this idea, and even many teachers are somewhat interested in Zang Feng. This also led to a huge increase in the number of onlookers at his venue, and the area around the venue was completely surrounded by people. Now the opponent is under pressure. Damn it, why are there so many people? It would be too embarrassing to lose. The opponent has begun to sweat. After all, he is just a middle school student. It would be strange if he didn't feel pressured being watched by so many people, and Zang Feng seemed much more stable than this student. His movements were still steady, his expression calm, and the soul card in his hand also emitted light and released the demon. Huh! It's not a flower spider! Oh my god! Zang Feng is also an elite! Wow, he's actually an elite as well. This guy seems to be a time traveler, right? It's amazing. You traveled through time and space and got familiar with this world in such a short time and reached the elite level so quickly. Tisk, no wonder Milan values him so much. Hee, this is interesting. I heard that Tao Yen from Class A is also a time traveler, and has just reached the elite level. Oh? Then these two are going to collide. When the onlookers saw the ugly body of the blood-ring octopus, they knew that Zang Feng must have reached the elite level. You're not surprised? That's a lie. You have to know that people like them with ordinary qualifications have practiced for several months to reach around the 7th or 8th level. But Zang Feng is a time traveler, and he doesn't have much time to familiarize himself with various things and practice. As a result, I reached the elite level first. How could this not surprise them? But apart from these students, the teachers were also a little confused. Zang Feng is also an elite? How is this possible? According to the Demon Control Bureau, they didn't recommend Zang Feng because his qualifications are too poor. With his talent, training is almost meaningless, but even so, he still reached elite level so quickly? Does he take drugs 3 times a day? Where did he get so many medicines? I heard he became a pharmacist. What? Holy shit! An elite demon tamer or a pharmacist? Obviously he has no talent, but this boy has terrifying abilities. If he grows up smoothly, he may not be worse than those genius demon masters. There was more and more discussion around. Countless shocked, envious and unbelievable eyes fell on Zang Feng, making him feel very happy. Mulan is also very happy at this moment. Zang Feng is a student she values. He attracted much attention and Mulan was also proud of it. But now, Zang Feng's opponent felt even more pressured, his face turned pale, and he felt timid in his heart. This Zang Feng is too outrageous. Fuck, how did I bump into him? The opponent felt quite helpless at this time. And Zang Feng has already begun to give orders to fight. Black Mist, Octopus Fist! Upon receiving the order, the blood ring octopus's skill was immediately activated, erupting with a large amount of black fog that covered the battlefield. Then its figure approached the opponent in the black fog, and the demon master on the opposite side only came to his senses in panic. Two-tailed cat use. Because his vision was obscured by the black fog, he hesitated when giving the order, as if he was thinking about how to respond. However, even this moment of hesitation gave the blood ring octopus enough time to attack. Bang with a sound, the two-tailed cat, which had difficulty finding the blood ring octopus in the black fog, was attacked by the blood ring octopus. The octopus fist hit it. The two-tailed cat was knocked out of the field. After all, the two-tailed cat is a small demon. It is small in size and has weak defense. With the powerful force of the blood ring octopus, it was enough to kill the two-tailed cat instantly. However, this was just a competition between students after all, and the blood ring octopus did not attack with its full strength as instructed by Zang Feng. The two-tailed cat was just knocked unconscious and not seriously injured. The other party was relieved to see that his monster was not in serious trouble. At this time, the referee's voice came. The two-tailed cat loses its ability to fight. Blood ring octopus wins. Woohoo, simple. The other party is just a novice demon tamer. His only demon is a two-tailed cat. Therefore, defeating the two-tailed cat Zang Feng means victory. At this time, Zang Feng also took back the blood ring octopus. The onlookers had different expressions. The range of this black fog is so large that it interferes with vision. The demons that don't have the ability to eliminate the black fog will suffer a great loss. Oh no, his flower spider is troublesome enough, and now here comes a blood ring octopus that is also good at interference. Why is this guy so disgusting? Can't you just fight openly and squarely? Are you stupid? A competition is a competition after all. If you were in the wild and encountered an enemy, would you expect them to fight you head-on? I'm just going to say it. The game was over, but people were still talking about it. It can be seen that they felt that Zang Feng was difficult to deal with, and thinking about how to deal with him was making them go crazy. But this has nothing to do with Zang Feng. He is already preparing for the next game. Chapter 52, Smooth Sailing. The fierce competition is still going on. The number of students who were defeated was increasing. Those who win smoothly are not weak people. This also makes the subsequent competition more intense. The students tried their best to get a good ranking. This is also to strive for better rewards. Zang Feng watched several games, and he was more concerned about the battles between the top students from other classes. These guys are no rookies indeed. As long as there is no collision, they can almost kill the target instantly. They did this for obvious reasons. That is to hide the skills as much as possible. This is very beneficial for the subsequent games. The first round is almost over. The chances of you top students crashing into cars will increase greatly later on. You better be careful, Mulan reminded during the lunch break. Zang Feng nodded. I won't be careless. He could sense that Mulan seemed to care a lot about whether he could get a higher ranking in this competition. She has reminded me of this several times. Why did Mulan suddenly become so concerned about her ranking? At first, Zang Feng was a little confused. It wasn't until he accidentally heard that Class T had never won high rankings in previous exams that Zang Feng understood. It seems that Mulan wants to vent her anger. Then he has to perform well. By then Mulan will be happy too. He would be better off asking her for help in the future. With this idea in mind, in the following games Zang Feng's shots were clean and neat, and he killed his opponents instantly with ease. There is a black fog with blood-ringed octopus, and any monster that is not a bird of prey has almost no good way to deal with it. They can only be beaten in the fog. Even if some monsters have stronger perception. However, the blood-ringed octopus has thick skin, flesh and great strength, and the enemy would find it difficult to resist if they discovered it in the black fog. At the same time, due to the influence of the black fog, the students on the opposing side lacked practical experience, and the orders they issued without seeing often went wrong, which led to Zang Feng being able to kill his way to the next level. The flower spider didn't even have a chance to appear. The blood-ringed octopus will make it to the semi-finals. And everyone was speechless about this. That blood-ringed octopus of his is outrageous. Who says it isn't? It has a black mist that interferes with vision. Even if you use a flying demon, it can still spray ink to attack you. Yeah, that's how my red feather bird got hit. It was hit by the ink and couldn't see, so it was killed instantly. You're not the worst. It's no use for me to dodge the inkjet. His octopus has thick skin and great strength. It's no use for me, the demon, to hit you a few times. Damn it, is there no one who can punish him? Hey, don't be anxious. I heard that Zang Feng's opponent is the monitor of Class B. That person is also an elite. Oh? Now we're going to have something interesting to watch. The competition has entered the second half. The top students from each class advance to the semifinals. Zang Feng finally collides with a powerful character. This is something that others like to see. Everyone is talking about who might win. Meanwhile, the competition has already begun. The first demon released by the beautiful monitor of Class B was a goose with a long, thin beak and a pointed bill, which looked like a wild goose. By using this kind of raptor monster, they probably thought that Zang Feng would use the old trick of releasing the blood ring octopus using black mist. However, the squad leader made a wrong prediction. This time Zang Feng did not use octopus. The demon he released was a flower spider. You don't even use the blood ring octopus to fight? Humph, if you use the blood ring octopus, then maybe you'll have a chance to fight my sharp-billed goose. But you use the flower spider. Even though it is special, its foundation is too weak and it is no match for the sharp-billed goose. You are doomed, you demon. She spoke with some pride. Then he gave the order. Sharp-billed geese, dive! Whoosh, hearing the order from its master, the sharp-billed goose in the air raised its sharp beak and rushed towards the flower spider at a rapid speed. The audience was talking about this. Oh no, Zang Feng's flower spider is finished. The raptor is very fast and has strong attacks. This kind of monster is very effective against insect monsters. Besides, the flower spider's attributes are low. If it gets hit, it will basically have no ability to stand up again. Yes, even if it can be avoided. But the sharp-billed goose is too fast. The flower spider can hide more than a few times. If I were Zang Feng, I would replace Yao Mo with someone else. Although Zang Feng once defeated Tang Si with the flower spider, the flower spider's inherent shortcomings were there. No one really believes it can turn around. Most people thought that Zang Feng would change the blood-ringed octopus, but surprisingly he did not. Facing the attack of the sharp-billed goose, the flower spider was very calm. After all, its current agility attribute was not low at all. It's not difficult to dodge the attack. But Zang Feng doesn't just want to hide. He wanted to take this opportunity to deal with the sharp-billed goose. Flower spider, nightmare realm! But seeing the sharp-billed goose getting closer and closer, the flower spider received the order and immediately deployed a nightmare field to cover the sharp-billed goose. In the latter's eyes, the flower spider suddenly became the creature it feared the most. This sudden change startled the shrew-billed goose so much that it quacked like a frightened duck and flapped its wings in panic. But after all, the speed is too fast. Even though it was frightened, the shrewd goose could no longer stop, and could only rush forward in panic. It attacks like this. Flower spiders can of course easily dodge. However, the flower spider dodged. That sharp-billed goose is in trouble. Bang, with a sound, the panicked shrew-billed goose did not hit the flower spider but crashed into the ground, stirring up a pile of bird feathers. This thing that happened in an instant stunned the other spectators. Oh my god, what skill was that just now? I don't know, I have no impression at all. It looks like a disruption skill. This Zang Feng has another trick up his sleeve. I never saw his flower spider use this trick when he fought Tang Si before. Yeah, this guy is really good at hiding. I'm afraid this sharp-billed goose is doomed. Hearing these noises, the monitor of Class B became annoyed. She didn't expect that a mere flower spider could have such a trick. Now, the sharp-billed goose failed to steal the chicken and lost the rice, and the flower spider got hurt instead of being hurt. This damn guy! She couldn't help but glare at Zang Feng. But Zang Feng didn't have time to just stare at her. The saying goes, strike at his weakest point while he's ill. Now the sharp-billed goose is injured and needs to be killed. Flower spider, spin silk to tie it up. Then use the sleeping pollen to attack. Oh no! Sharp-billed goose, take off! Hearing Zang Feng's voice, the squad leader of Class B on the opposite side no longer had the energy to glare at Zang Feng and quickly gave orders. However, the sharp-billed goose's ability to cause injuries was reduced, and the flower spider's reaction was quick, so it failed to take off successfully. Then the flower spider's sticky spider silk tied it up, and it could only struggle with all its might. However, the flower spider now has high attributes. Its spider silk is also very tough. The sharp-billed goose couldn't break free for a while. As a result, it fell asleep due to the pollen. But falling asleep does not mean winning. Therefore, Zang Feng decisively continued into the nightmare realm. This poor sharp-billed goose was tortured by the nightmare realm in its sleep and finally lost its ability to fight. The monitor of Class B was both annoyed and helpless. She could only immediately replace the second demon to fight. But it wasn't long before she was promoted to elite. It took a very short time to subdue the second demon. Its fighting power is not as good as that of the sharp-billed goose. Zang Feng took back the flower spider and replaced it with the blood-ring octopus, and the monitor of Class B was defeated by Zang Feng without any suspense. That's it! How awesome do I think I am? Oh, I overestimated you. Looking at the monitor of Class B, Zang Feng shook his head. He really overestimated them a bit. This fighting ability is not as good as Li Er's. But they are students after all, with little practical experience, and they don't understand their own monsters. Defeat is inevitable. But this is a good thing for me. The weaker they are, the easier it is for them to get first place. The first reward is the growth spirit stone. I don't know how much its transformation progress and strength will be improved after the flower spider eats it. After leaving the venue, Zang Feng thought happily that he was getting closer and closer to the first place. At most, we can play a few more games. He will be able to get first place smoothly. It's time to draw the next opponent. I wonder who will be the lucky one to fight me in the next battle? Humming a little tune, Zang Feng came to the teacher who was responsible for drawing opponents and used the computer to draw a new opponent. Just follow the computer screening. The name that appeared on the screen surprised him. Because the name is Tao Yen. Good boy, is this right? I thought we would meet in the finals. But this is fine. Resolve it sooner, and feel relieved sooner. I just hope that you, a time traveler, are a little stronger than others. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Zang Feng stared at the screen and smiled. On the other hand, Tao Yen was much more excited than Zang Feng when he learned that his next opponent was Zang Feng. Great, we finally met. Zang Feng, it's time for me to avenge myself. Just wait, you are my stepping stone, I will let you know the gap between us. Tao Yan's face turned slightly red and she was very excited. She seemed to have seen the highlight moment when she defeated Zang Feng and enjoyed the praise of all the teachers and students in the school. Chapter 53, Rival Tao Yen. Tao Yen has been looking forward to the competition for a long time. She was very eager to defeat Zang Feng. And use this to prove that you are better. This would allow her to gain access to more resources. It can also help her regain her dignity. She had been outshined by Zang Feng many times in the past. This was a huge blow to Tao Yen, a highly qualified young lady, and also made her feel offended. Before I traveled through time, I was the center of attention. After I traveled through time, I am still very valuable. How can I be outshined by him? I must prove myself. Tao Yen swore secretly in her heart. The competition is coming soon. Both students participating in the competition, please enter. The game is approaching its final stage. Starting from this game, the rules have changed. You can no longer be limited to only one demon at a time. Other rules remain the same. Both demons are ready, the game begins. Outside the venue, the referee announced. Zang Feng and Tao Yen also summoned their soul cards. At this time, almost all the teachers and students in the school had gathered to watch the game. After all, Zang Feng and Tao Yen are both time travelers, and their situations are a bit special. Zang Feng has low qualifications but strong abilities. Tao Yen has low ability but high qualifications. The realm and strength of both sides are similar. To others around, this match must be a very interesting fight between dragons and tigers. Not only were the students discussing the two of them and analyzing who would have the last laugh, even the teachers from each class were discussing these things with great enthusiasm. In my opinion, Tao Yen has a better chance of winning. The demon she has is not a simple one. In addition to the rare demon white scorpion, she also has the rare demon scale bat that the Demon Control Bureau helped to subdue. Indeed, these two demons are extremely powerful, and they have a lot of advantages over the two demons of Zang Feng. That's roughly what it is. But Zang Feng might have a trump card as well. After all, he is someone Mulan values. That's true. Anyway, let's take a look first. The discussion gradually died down. Everyone is keeping their eyes on the venue. At this time, the demons of Zang Feng and Tao Yan had been released at the same time and appeared on the battlefield. Zang Feng also looked over. Tao Yan's two monsters are the white scorpion and the scaly bat. Both the white scorpion and the flower spider are insect-type monsters. The difference is that the flower spider is a pet type, while the white scorpion, which is snow white all over and as big as a wolf dog with a sharp stinger, is a well-known attacker. It has fast speed and strong explosive power, and can easily kill the enemy in one move. This armored bat is relatively comprehensive. It has air superiority, good defense, and can use ultrasound to capture the enemy's position and hide. This guy's assistance, combined with the white scorpion's burst, this combination is not invincible, but it is indeed tricky. But it is not unsolvable. With the scaled bat present, the black mist is useless. Even the characteristic color change doesn't work. It is an ultrasonic target after all. We have to give up the sneak attack tactic. Zang Feng glanced at Tao Yan's two demons, his mind quickly thinking of new tactics to deal with her. Tao Yan on the opposite side looked relaxed, and there was even a hint of pride in his relaxed expression. Zang Feng, it feels tricky, right? You feel it's tough, that's right, she said silently in her heart. In fact, she was promoted to elite. I'm already thinking about the second demon. The Demon Control Bureau also recommended many things to her. But she finally chose the armored bat. The reason for choosing this demon was that she originally wanted to use it to target Zang Feng's flower spider. After all, Zang Feng's flower spider can split itself into two, and can also use skills such as sleeping pollen, which the white scorpion cannot deal with. But the armored bat can do it. It has ultrasonic capabilities in addition. It also has a ranged sonic attack. This can break the flower spider clone. It has wings and can blow pollen away. In addition, it has scales, which makes it more defensive and resistant to damage than other raptor monsters. Even if it is accidentally hit, it will not lose its combat ability directly, and can fight again. This is why Tao Yan chose it. Because this demon is indeed omnipotent. But Tao Yan didn't expect this either. Zang Feng actually reached the elite level. He also tamed the rare blood ring octopus. This octopus can also create black fog. Coincidentally, my armored bat can blow away the black fog and resist the blood ring octopus. This is really a pleasant surprise. Tao Yan was also glad of her decision. Hee, my vision is not bad. Of course you feel awkward. But you feel it's very tricky though. But to me, you are easy to deal with, so I will defeat you ruthlessly next time. Tao Yan's smile became even more pronounced. Then she immediately gave the order. White Scorpion, concentrate your energy, and use the scaled bat sonic waves to attack the two demons. Concentrating your mind and energy is an enhanced skill. After using this skill, the user's explosive power will be enhanced for a short period of time, making it possible to inflict extreme damage and kill someone instantly. Tao Yan's order had a clear purpose. She wants to strengthen the White Scorpion. Then use its powerful attack power and cooperate with the scaly armored bats to instantly kill the hidden demons one by one. The sonic attack of the armored bat was purely to interfere with the flower spider and the blood ring octopus so that they could not attack the White Scorpion and interrupt it. However, Zang Feng had no intention of interrupting the White Scorpion in the first place. He has his own tactical ideas. Blood ring octopus, spraying to resist. Flower spider, dream clone, weaving a web. But hearing the sonic attack coming, Zang Feng ordered the blood ring octopus to spraying towards the direction where the sound came from. Bang! The pitch black ink hit the sound wave and exploded, and the ink in the sky scattered around like raindrops. At the same time, the flower spider also moved. It immediately transformed into 3 clones. Then the 3 clones, as well as its original body, moved around at an extremely fast speed to weave a web throughout the venue. Tao Yen wanted to interrupt the flower spider when she saw this, but the blood-ringed octopus guarded it and used inkjet to resist the sonic attacks of the armored bats, and the white scorpion itself was unable to determine the true identity of the flower spider and could not interrupt its web. Under this circumstance, the spider web venue is taking shape soon. Tao Yen frowned when she saw this. Things were a little different from what she thought. In Tao Yen's plan, the sonic waves of her armored bat are a range attack that should be able to destroy the flower spider clone. Then the white scorpion can kill it in seconds. Even if the blood ring octopus resists, with the white scorpion's strength, the blood ring octopus will be seriously injured if hit. But why are the results different? Zang Feng used inkjet to block the sound waves? Although this seems to be possible, after all, sonic attacks will explode directly when they hit objects. Of course I can block the ink sprayed by the inkjet, but wouldn't I be unable to suppress the flower spider? No, the white scorpion cannot reveal its true form. The armored bats can't deal with the blood ring octopus. If we continue like this, the boat might capsize. We have to switch opponents. We can use the burst and speed of the white scorpion to deal with the blood ring octopus and the armored bat to deal with the flower spider. Tao Yen is not a fool after all. She analyzed the situation immediately. At the same time, she quickly issued new orders. The white scorpion charges forward to attack the blood ring octopus, while the scaled bat continues to use sonic waves to attack the flower spider. Although there are spider webs on the ground now. But Tao Yen selectively ignored it. Because in Tao Yen's opinion, the white scorpion has great destructive power, and the spider silk of the flower spider cannot stop it at all. Even a slight slowdown is not a big problem. After all, the blood ring octopus is also slow, and her white scorpion can completely ignore the spider web field and attack the blood ring octopus, at least preventing it from attacking the armored bat and interrupting the armored bat's attack on the flower spider. It seems that there is nothing wrong with Tao Yen doing this. However, she underestimated the power of the flower spider. She also underestimated the strength of the spider silk. She even forgot the power of the hidden attack tactic. Change the target? Will it work? Zang Feng shook his head after listening to Tao Yen's order. Then he said lightly, Blood ring octopus, retreat, use black mist to cover the field to interfere with the white scorpion. Whoosh, the order was given, and the white scorpion on the opposite side also charged forward arrogantly and unreasonably by stepping on the spider silk on the ground. However, spider silk is too tough. The white scorpion barely managed to rush over. But it was slowed down a lot. The blood ring octopus has every chance to use skills. Therefore, when the white scorpion approached, the oncoming thick black fog instantly enveloped it completely. The white scorpion also lost its target. On the other side, the armored bat was now attacking the flower spider and had no time to blow away the thick black fog. What's more troublesome is that because the black fog spread instantly, the flower spider clones quickly dispersed and hid in the black fog. Although its sound waves have a large attack range, they are not large enough to attack most of the venue. Therefore it only shattered 2 clones. The real body of the flower spider entered the black fog. Now that the black fog is covering the area and the spider web field is open, the initiative suddenly falls into the hands of Zang Feng, who has the greater advantage. Tao Yen said she felt very uncomfortable. She had an advantage at the beginning. But now, how come this suddenly became a disadvantage? Chapter 54, Stinky to Victory. The situation of the battle changes rapidly. Before the war, Tao Yen had a great advantage. Her demon is indeed very restraining against Zang Feng. The initiative is also in Tao Yen's hands. Tao Yen can strengthen or attack first. The disadvantaged Zang Feng can only defend passively. This is the initial situation. But things changed when the battle began. The attack of the armored bat was blocked by the blood ring octopus. The flower spider had enough opportunities to create a spider web, and the white scorpion was helpless against the flower spider's clones. The situation changed as black fog covered the back. The white scorpion was trapped in the spider web and black fog and was in a bad situation. The armored bats did not dare to act rashly, although it can blow away the black fog. But the blood-ring octopus in the black fog is not stupid. As long as the armored bat dared to move, Tao Yen had every reason to believe that the flower spider or the blood-ringed octopus would take the opportunity to attack. As for using ultrasound to lock on to a target, even if you really lock on to the armored bats, you can't kill them instantly. The blood-ringed octopus has rough skin and thick flesh. The flower spider still has a clone left. Its original body and its clone are far apart. The scaled bat cannot guarantee to hit the main body. Because the flower spider's clone is special, it is not a pure phantom and can be detected by ultrasound. So the armored bat couldn't tell the real body, and the blood-ringed octopus was staring at it in the black fog. The armored bat said it was too difficult for me. As for the white scorpion? The white scorpion is half useless now. It was trapped in black fog, unable to see its enemy, and in a desperate situation with sticky spider webs under its feet. Now it can't do anything. It can only wait for the black fog to dissipate. Tao Yan's face turned black when he saw this situation. There were discussions all around. Originally, Tao Yan had a great chance of winning. As a result, I'm now at a disadvantage. No way, his ability is far inferior to Zang Feng's. Indeed, the hidden front tactic is well played. Tao Yan is far inferior to him. Well, if Tao Yan doesn't have any trump cards, I think Zang Feng will definitely win if we continue. TSK, this Zang Feng is really amazing. I think he might be able to get first place in this competition. The discussion grew louder. Tao Yan's face became even uglier. She thought this was her chance to show off, and she had been preparing for this for a long time, but the situation remained the same. Now he is surpassed by Zang Feng again. Damn it! If I really lose to him, won't I become a stepping stone for him to become famous? No, absolutely not. Tao Yan gritted her teeth, feeling very unwilling. It's just the current situation. There's no other way. I can only use that trick. Originally, I wanted to save that trump card for the second place after we got to the finals, but now there is really nothing I can do. Force yourself to calm down. Tao Yan's gaze returned to the armored bat. Zang Feng also noticed her abnormality. This young lady was very angry just now. Why are you suddenly calm? Is she preparing to make a big move? Zang Feng suddenly felt suspicious. But no matter what I think, the fight must go on. Get rid of the white scorpion first. Blood-ring octopus, keep an eye on the scaled bat. If it dares to blow the black mist, just use the inkjet attack to interrupt it directly. Flower spider, use the sleeping pollen and nightmare field to attack the white scorpion and kill this guy first. Zang Feng's order has been issued. The two demons sprang into action immediately. Although the flower spider couldn't be seen clearly in the black fog. But don't forget the spider webs on the ground. The flower spider can obtain the white scorpion's current position in the black fog through the vibration feedback of its spider web. Therefore, after receiving the order, it can accurately lock onto the white scorpion target and launch an attack directly. The white scorpion has no comparison at all. It didn't see the flower spider. You can't even see any flying pollen. Therefore, the dormant pollen hit it right in the bud. The white scorpion fell asleep without any suspense, and was then beaten to a state of weakness by the nightmare field. The blood-ring octopus stared at the armored bat while approaching the white scorpion and threw it out of the field. At this point the white scorpion left the stage. This station fights, it has zero play. There is nothing we can do about it. All of the white scorpion's skills, such as tail sting attacks or cutting attacks, are melee attacks. It simply cannot function in the current situation, and Tao Yan's command doesn't seem to be very good. It would be strange if it could exert its combat effectiveness. But even though it has left the stage, the battle is not over yet. There is also a scaly armored bat in the sky. This guy was quite well behaved just now. It had absolutely no intention of saving the white scorpion. It's just, something seems wrong. Zang Feng frowned. He vaguely saw that the armored bat in the air seemed to have a little red light on its body. Illusion? No, it shouldn't be. Maybe it was this guy's skill. He must have been preparing some skill, which was why he didn't help the white scorpion just now. But you didn't listen to Tao Yan's order? Zang Feng subconsciously looked at Tao Yan. He didn't know until he looked that Tao Yen had already given the order. But this guy had learned to be smart. She seemed to have informed her armored bat in advance, and used secret codes to activate her skills. Zang Feng saw Tao Yen standing there gesticulating and looking abnormal in every way. Are you still playing this trick on me? Oh, I'd like to see your tricks. Relying on the good condition of the two monsters, Zang Feng was not panicked at all, and the skills of the armored bat seemed to be ready as well. But the armored bat suddenly emitted a bright red light in the air, and its body turned into a blood mist and rushed into the black fog. Moreover, Zang Feng also vaguely saw countless small bats in the blood mist. This skill looks familiar. Isn't this what vampires are capable of? Can't those vampires in the movies turn into countless little bats and disappear in a cloud of blood mist? This armored bat can do it too. Zang Feng was surprised to see this skill. At the same time, the black shadow was gradually blown away by countless small bats under the influence of the armored bat's skills. The problem is that in the current state of the armored bat, the skills of the blood ring octopus and the flower spider cannot hit it at all. The result of attacking it forcefully. It's like a punch on the water. It was all in vain, the water surface would recover immediately. Seeing this situation, Zang Feng seemed to be thinking about something. And the crowd was already going wild. This skill is blood hidden, right? This is a natural skill of bat-type demons. It is said that only 1 out of thousands of bat demons has this skill. Tao Yan's scaled bat actually has this skill? In this skill state, almost no attack can hurt it. Yeah, if we really want to fight, we can only delay the time. Yes, this state will not last long. It won't last long, but I think it will be enough to defeat the two demons Zang Feng during this period of time. This, indeed, I never expected that the outcome of this battle would be reversed because of Xuan. The students talked about it, and so did the teachers. The head teacher of Class A looked at Mulan and said with a smile, "This student in Teacher Mu's class is indeed quite capable. But it's still a step behind. It looks like Tao Yen from my class is going to win." "Really?" Mulan said calmly. The teacher of Class A was stunned when he heard this. Why is Mulan so calm? Could it be possible that Zang Feng could turn the tables? That's impossible. In the blood-hidden state, the two monsters Zang Feng have no skills to attack at all. Unless his demon has telekinesis. But this is impossible. After all, telekinesis is not a skill that flower spider and blood ring octopus can comprehend. However, Grandmaster Mulan must have her reasons for being so calm. Thinking of this, the head teacher of Class A felt uneasy. But Tao Yen didn't know this. She looked at the helpless Zang Feng and said proudly, "You didn't expect my demon to have such a skill? Hee Zang Feng, you lose!" Hearing her proud words and looking at the victorious smile on Tao Yan's face, Zang Feng curled his lips and returned to the venue. At this time, the last clone of the flower spider was shattered, and the original body of the flower spider was almost killed. Fortunately, the blood ring octopus protected it. Seeing this, Zang Feng immediately took back the flower spider. Tao Yen became even more proud when she saw his actions. "You know you can't win and you start to withdraw your demons. Are you admitting defeat? It would have been better if you did this earlier? You're wasting my time." "Huh! Who said I was going to give in?" Zang Feng glanced at Tao Yen as if he was a fool. The latter's face flushed. "You humph, you don't want to admit defeat? Fine, your blood ring octopus won't be able to hold on for long anyway." She said that and stopped talking. And Zang Feng also gave the order. "Black fog!" After the order was given, the blood ring octopus immediately launched the black fog to cover the venue without any hesitation. Although the armored bat in blood-hidden state can blow away the black fog, it cannot disperse the black fog that quickly. However, Zang Feng's original intention of using the black fog was not to confuse the armored bat in blood-hidden state. He wanted to block other people's sight. At the same time, after the black fog rose, Zang Feng took out the mask he bought and put it on his face. The same was true for Mulan outside the field. Everyone was stunned when they saw their actions. "Why are he and Teacher Mu wearing masks?" "Don't know." Everyone shook their heads. Until Zang Feng's order came. "Blood ring octopus, unclean body." But after receiving the order, pus immediately flowed out of the blood-ringed octopus in the black fog, accompanied by a stench of rotten eggs and rotten meat. The smell spread from the black fog and quickly drifted hundreds of meters away. Everyone was shocked. Vomit! What the hell? What's that smell? Ugh! I can't stand it, it stinks! Cough cough ugh, I vomited up the food I ate the night before. What kind of weird skill did Zang Feng use? Ugh! Fuck, this is so stinky that it makes me question my life. No wonder he wears a mask, I do it! The area around the venue was filled with a foul stench, and onlookers vomited one after another, with some even fainting from the stench. Inside the venue, the closest armored bat not only smelled the strongest stench, but was even poisoned. Unable to withstand the unbearable smell, it immediately exited its blood-hidden state and was sent into a coma. Tao Yen was also fume-smoked to the point of foaming at the mouth. At this time, the referee, who had vomited until he was exhausted, held on to his body and announced the result with a pale face and a trembling voice. In this battle, Zang Feng wins! Chapter 55 Take off from the spot. The campus was filled with a foul odor. The teachers and students couldn't stand it anymore. Some people even wanted to call 120 for help. Fortunately, the smell appeared suddenly. But it disappeared very quickly. Everyone was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. But at this time more people were full of resentment. Oh my god, this stinks! What on earth did that kid Zang Feng do? Who knows? I almost fainted from the fumes. We are still better off, but Tao Yen is in a terrible situation. She was the closest to us, and fainted right away with foam coming out of her mouth. Indeed, her demons are not feeling well either. The armored bat was forced to exit its blood-hiding state by the smoke, but the stench alone probably can't do that, right? Yes, the stench is poisonous. Although I don't know what the poison is, think about it yourself, can you withstand this kind of stinking gas? Thank God I'm not dead. There was a lot of discussion on campus. Because of the influence of the black fog, no one saw what skills the blood-ring octopus used in the black fog. Even though they could hear the name of Zang Feng's skill, it was just a name, and they couldn't associate anything with it without seeing the situation. But at this moment, apart from complaining about Zang Feng for poisoning, everyone also felt it was quite funny. They have seen all kinds of ways to win. But I've never seen one that was so smelly that it led to defeat. Hidden Feng has set a precedent. But thinking of this, they also doubted whether they could deal with Zang Feng's stinky killing move. It was so smelly that there was no way to get close to it. The demons would definitely not be in a good state if they smelled that kind of smell. This skill is really annoying. I don't know what's going on with this Zang Feng. Just keep using this disgusting trick. But I have to say that he is pretty amazing. After all, he won. That's true. Everyone nodded helplessly. Although Zang Feng's skills like sleeping, clone, nightmare influence, and stinking are very disgusting. But it is indeed useful. This world is dangerous, and after you graduate and get out into the wild, who will care whether your skills are disgusting or not? Being useful and powerful is the key. So these people are disgusted. But I am also somewhat envious. Demons with hidden abilities always have powerful skills. It would be nice if they had it too. Everyone is still discussing and thinking about these things. Zang Feng has taken back the blood-ring octopus and left. He was so happy at this moment. Hee, I knew the unclean body would work. I can't stand the stench of pus, let alone them. Besides, the stench is more than just a foul smell. Zang Feng remembered the skill introduction. After the unclean body is used, pus will cover the body surface to resist close attacks from melee enemies. The effect of pus is different from ordinary toxins that only weaken physical strength. This was also discovered later. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but take out his phone and look up the information about sepsis that he had found when he got home a few days ago. Sepsis, a synthetic poison composed of multiple toxins. It has strong destructive power and will quickly destroy the target's health system, causing toxic damage that increases over time, accompanied by extremely strong nausea, vomiting, weakness, dizziness, etc. Sepsis is a collection of toxins. The effect is much stronger than ordinary poison. The most important thing: the poison gets worse over time. Although the armored bat has strong body defenses, its resistance to toxins is too low, and it can be poisoned in minutes. But Tao Yen was an ordinary person. She was so close to the venue that she inhaled the poisonous gas, foamed at the mouth and passed out in a coma, which was the least of her problems. If the poison gas continues, she is a delicate young lady. I'm afraid it will stink to death. But forget it, Zang Feng doesn't care about her. Next, he watched a few more games, and it was already evening when the competition ended. The final was left until the next morning. There are no classes in the afternoon, which is considered as a holiday given by the school to students who have just finished exams to go home and rest. When Zang Feng arrived at school the next day, he successfully won the first place in the exam with almost no suspense. He also got the Gross Spirit Stone. There are also 3 high-quality oral liquids. TSK, the first place prize is really generous. After the award ceremony was over, Zang Feng sighed while happily packing up his things and going home to use them. After all, there are environmental buff bonuses at home. There are benefits to using these good things. At the same time, when Zang Feng left the school, he happened to meet Milan, who was also preparing to return to the house after finishing the teachers' meeting. As the two walked and talked together, Milan mentioned the activities in the city in the evening. You have nothing to do this afternoon? Well, I'm going to use these things. Zang Feng nodded while holding the prize. Seeing this, Milan continued. In that case, you can go to the Ancestral Square in the evening when you have time. Ancestral Square? Zang Feng was stunned. He knew the place called Ancestral Square, which was located in the center of the 4 areas of southeast, northwest, northeast and southwest of Shumen. But what's there? Isn't it just a super big square? Why does Milan want to go there alone? Zang Feng's mind was full of questions. Milan introduced him. It's like this. Today is the drum festival in Shu. The ethnic minorities in Shu will come there to hold traditional activities. There will be singing and dancing, and many demon tamers from various ethnic minorities will set up stalls to sell things. Those demon masters are away all year round. Most of the places they go are deep in the mountains and old forests. So among the things they sell, there are often many rare and good things on the market. You have some free time anyway, so just go and have a look. Just treat it as a chance to relax once in a while, and it would be even better if you gained something from it. After hearing this, Zang Feng understood. Okay, I'll go take a look then. Without much hesitation, he nodded and agreed. Zang Feng actually likes visiting street stalls. He bought his pass at a street stall, and he is looking forward to the drum festival in the evening. Hey, I have a hint. Maybe I can find something good there. He thought happily in his mind. Of course, use the Growth Spirit Stone first. When he got home, he started preparing. Zang Feng had no intention of giving the Spirit Stone to the Blood Ring Octopus. After all, it has only been alienated for a short time. It's better to wait for some time before adding progress to it. Now we should continue to improve the progress of the flower spider so that it can improve itself as soon as possible and have more abilities. After all, this is his first demon, and it has many abilities, so Zang Feng still values it very much. Thinking of this, he released the flower spider. The latter set his eyes on the spirit stone as soon as he came out. This gross spirit stone is about the size of a tangerine. It is crystal blue all over and has a prismatic shape, much like a crystal ornament. However, the strange vibrations emanating from it are telling those who touch it that it is more than just pretty. Go ahead and see how much you improve. Zang Feng glanced at the flower spider with eager eyes. Then he threw the gross spirit stone to it. The latter was so happy that he jumped up and down on the spot. Stop jumping and bite me quickly. Click. Hearing Zang Feng's words, the flower spider calmed down, swung its legs quickly, climbed onto the spirit stone, and took a bite. With a slight sound, Zang Feng saw with his own eyes that it bit off a corner of the spirit stone. This thing looks pretty crispy. Zang Feng stared at the gnawed spirit stone and pondered. The flower spider also gnawed faster and faster. In less than 3 minutes, the tangerine-sized gross spirit stone was completely eaten up by it. And while eating, Zang Feng could clearly see a faint light gradually emanating from the flower spider's body. The light changes within its body. It was like it had swallowed a light bulb. However, as time passed, the color of the light became darker and the skin of the flower spider also changed. I saw the white spots on the flower spider's body constantly expanding, and the black parts kept shrinking to other parts of the body. Finally, the flower spider completely turned into a strange appearance of half black and half white. At the same time, new tips emerge. Hint: flower spider devours the growth spirit stone. Hint: your flower spider has absorbed the power of the growth spirit stone to the maximum extent under the blessing of the special environment here, and its alienation progress has also increased by 33%. Hint: your flower spider has gained a new exclusive skill due to its rapid transformation progress. Gentle land. Hint: your flower spider's attributes have increased dramatically due to the rapid progress of its alienation, and all attributes have increased dramatically by plus 10 points. Tip: your flower spider has undergone a sudden increase in its alienation progress, and the original exclusive skill Nightmare Field has increased its influence range by 10 meters, and the characteristic ability Summon Spider Servant has been changed to Summon Nightmare Servant. Wow, that's a lot of tips. This made Zang Feng dizzy. But at the same time he was extremely excited. New exclusive skill, Gentle Land. The range of the old exclusive skill Nightmare Field has been increased. And the Summoned Spider Servant turned into a Nightmare Servant, although Zang Feng didn't know what a Nightmare Servant was. But just looking at the name you can tell it's extraordinary. This is definitely more powerful than those little spiders. Plus all attributes increased by 10 points. Turtle, can you please take off from the spot? Chapter 56 Alienation Secret Medicine. Zang Feng danced with excitement. This time the flower spider really took off. This attribute of its can defeat many monsters. Tao Yen's white scorpions are all scum. There are also new skills for the flower spider. We have to see what this gentle place is all about. The name doesn't seem like an offensive skill. Zang Feng calmed down and waited for the prompt to appear. Hint: Gentle Land, a domain skill, reduces the target's hostility after it is activated, causing the target to fall into a beautiful fantasy and lose the will to fight. At the same time, it weakens the target's attributes by 50% if its intelligence is lower than the user's. Tip: the skill has a chance to gain the ability to live a life of drunkenness and dream of death. Tip: the skill affects the user within a 50-meter radius and increases with level. Tip: the target's intelligence compared to the user's intelligence will affect the effect of this skill. There are quite a few introductions. But overall it's very powerful. Directly weaken the target's attributes by 50%? TSK, this is a range skill. If it's a team fight, rush in and start a gentle journey. That might just turn the tide of the battle. But this skill is also affected by intelligence. From what the introduction says, I'm afraid the higher the enemy's intelligence, the more resistant they are to the gentle countryside, and the lower their ability to resist being weakened. Zang Feng looked at these prompts and had a general understanding of the range area skill of Gentle Land in his mind. But he still had a big question. What does this mean? Zang Feng stared at the second prompt suspiciously. Until new clues emerge. Hint: live a life of drunkenness and dreams, fall into beautiful fantasies and ignore all influences around you. Hint: this influence includes the orders of the demon master or being unaware of fatal damage, etc. When Zang Feng saw the prompt, his face changed slightly. This situation is a bit outrageous. Once you get hit, not to mention that the demon master doesn't listen to you, you won't feel anything even if you stab it a few times. It looks like he is hallucinating and has lost consciousness due to anesthesia. Living in drunkenness and dreaming of death, it really lives up to its name. The prompt disappeared, and Zang Feng sighed. Then he looked at the other skills carefully. There is nothing much to say about the Nightmare Realm. The summoned Nightmare Servants are indeed stronger than the previous little spiders. It's not so easy to be eliminated directly. At the same time, their self-destruction power is also enhanced. If we encounter the unicorn snake that has transformed into a dragon again now, I estimate that 3 or 4 Nightmare Servants can blow it to death. There is nothing much to say about the properties. Agility and intelligence have increased by 10 points as all attributes, so this time they have directly broken through the 30-point mark. The other 2 items also broke through 20 points. Originally it only had 19 points, but the reason it was able to break 20 was because Zang Feng upgraded the flower spider before the exam. After all, the last time Zang Feng reached the elite level, he went back and collected potions as usual. He also went to Long Land's company and used the defective medicine distributed by the school on Flower Spider. Flower Spider is now level 12. There is no rush to upgrade the Blood Ring Octopus for now. After all, Zang Feng is only at the elite level. The competition is over now. Tomorrow I will go to Mr. Mu to teach me how to make a good potion. After that, I will improve myself first, and then the demon. Taking back the Flower Spider, Hyde Feng was thinking. Time soon came to evening. As the sky gradually darkened, many demon tamers from ethnic minorities dressed in strange costumes gradually appeared on the streets. In addition, there are also many foreign tourists from other cities who come to participate in the drum festival. Zang Feng came out a little late. It was dark when he arrived at Ancestral Square. Traditional activities in the territory also began. Zang Feng was walking and looking at the same time. At this time, in the center of the Ancestor Square, a group of girls from ethnic minorities were dancing around a statue. This dance looked familiar to Zang Feng. Isn't this Blue Star's Wunua dance? He couldn't help but talk to himself in his mind. Wunua dance is a dance performed by ethnic minorities on Blue Star and is also performed during traditional activities. This is somewhat of a coincidence, but when you think about the fact that there are already many time travelers in this world, Zang Feng feels relieved. After all, who knows if there were any powerful ethnic minority travelers in ancient times who left behind this tradition? Who can say for sure? Zang Feng shook his head and stopped thinking about these messy things. He continued to scan the surrounding stalls. Hints keep popping up. Tip: the things in the stalls above are all fake and the minority owner is also a local thug in disguise. Hint: on the stall on the left, 10 meters ahead, the porcelain vase is quite old and can be sold as an antique for tens of thousands of dollars. Hint: someone in front dropped his wallet. Hint: the thief is approaching from behind. Lots of tips, but none of them are useful. But Zang Feng did not give up. Anyway, this ancestral square is very big. There are also many stalls where you can stroll slowly. Bang! I was walking around when suddenly a sound was heard. As the sound came, Zang Feng looked up, just in time to see the fleeting beautiful fireworks blooming in the sky. These fireworks also come in various monster shapes. It's quite interesting. Zang Feng was walking and looking, his eyes inadvertently moving from the fireworks in the sky to the distance. When he was about to continue looking for prompts, he suddenly saw a familiar face among the group of dancing girls in the square. That seems to be Jinlong? Zang Feng was shocked. Fuck, am I seeing things? He rubbed his eyes and continued reading. In the distance, a group of little girls wearing Miao-style costumes and glittering metal accessories were still dancing. The light makeup on their faces and the shiny accessories on their bodies made it difficult to distinguish them. Zang Feng looked at it carefully for a few seconds. I didn't see any familiar faces anymore. Are you really dazzled? No, that's not right. How could it be such a coincidence? Jinlong asked for leave to take the exam, and I just happened to see someone who looks like him here. There must be a secret here. Maybe that guy is really a tombo. Forget it, I'll catch him and ask him tomorrow. Zang Feng looked a few more times without giving up, and only after confirming that Jinlong was not among the group of girls did he shake his head and give up. But just as he was about to move on, a sudden hint in his sight caught his attention. Hint: there are good things ahead. Hint: go 5 meters forward, the tattered scroll in the stall on the right is the recipe for the secret medicine of alienation. The recipe for the secret medicine of alienation! Seeing the prompt, Zang Feng was surprised and happy. This is the recipe for the secret medicine of alienation. With this prescription, you can directly make the secret medicine of alienation to increase the progress of the monster's alienation. The alienation drugs on the market are very expensive. I can't afford it at the moment, but if I collect the materials and make it myself, the cost will be much lower. Hee, there really is something good. Luckily I listened to Mr. Mu and came here. Once I get the recipe for this secret medicine, and then continued to collect materials to successfully make the alienated secret medicine. After that, the transformation progress of my flower spider and blood-ringed octopus will definitely be faster. The more Zang Feng thought about it, the more excited he became. He also quickly approached the stall. However, when he arrived at the stall, he found that the owner of the stall was also an acquaintance. This person was none other than the strong man from a minority ethnic group who had wanted to buy Zang Feng's pass at the flea market. "Hey, little brother, you look familiar." Zang Feng recognized the burly man. Obviously, the other party also recognized him. When he saw this person, Zang Feng's originally excited mood suddenly calmed down, and he no longer showed any emotion. As the saying goes, treasures should not be exposed to the public, so beware of villains. This strong man originally wanted to buy the pass in his hand. Who knows if he has given up? Even if he gave up. I didn't sell him the pass last time. This time I came to him again to buy the prescription. If he could see that I really wanted the prescription, who knows if he would take revenge on me by asking for too much. So stay calm, don't be surprised by praise or criticism, and let this guy see that you really want something. Zang Feng thought quickly in his mind. The sturdy man also had his own little plan. I don't know whether the pass this little brother bought at the market last time is real or fake. No, we have to test him. Besides, he suddenly came to my stall. Could it be that he saw what good stuff I have here? The strong man thought about this in his heart. But he also had some doubts. Because he had studied the things on his stall, and although they were not bad, they were not very good either. He just set up the stall with the mentality of giving it a try to see if he could sell them. But it ended up attracting Zang Feng. Since Zang Feng bought a pass last time. Who knows, this guy might really have the real talent. He might be better than me and see that I have something good here. No, we have to try it out. The strong man made up his mind. The two of them looked up at the same time and met each other's gaze. They also saw the cunning in each other's eyes. Trouble, this kid is not easy to fool. Trouble, this guy is not easy to fool. Chapter 57 Skill Enhancement. Two people on the street each had their own ulterior motives. They were also speculating about each other. What do you fancy now, little brother? Finally, the sturdy man asked first. Zang Feng glanced at his stall when he heard that. Just looking around, I haven't decided yet. He spoke calmly and picked up an iron box. Seeing this, the strong man smiled and asked casually. Speaking of which, how is the antique that little brother bought last time? You mean the broken tile? Oh, now that I think about it, I'm pretty angry. Zang Feng looked unhappy. The strong man asked. What's wrong? It's just. Oh, forget it, let's not talk about it. Zang Feng shook his head, but the more he didn't say, the more curious the strong man became, who wanted to know the situation. Tell me, last time I saw that thing it looked like an antique and I was quite concerned about whether it was real or fake. The sturdy man narrowed his eyes and continued to ask. Hearing this, Zang Feng looked embarrassed. Well, I'll tell you then. Actually, that thing looks familiar to me. It seems to be quite similar to the road guide mentioned in the book. I thought I had found a treasure, but when I asked a professional to identify it, I found out it was a worthless fake. Oh, I am so disappointed. He said this with a look of regret on his face. The sturdy man was also stunned when he saw him like that. Could it be that what this kid said is true? The possibility is not small. He mentioned the pass, which means that this guy was indeed going for the pass. He knew how valuable the pass was. If that treasure was real, this kid would definitely not mention it. After all, saying it can easily cause trouble. Since he dared to say these things without any scruples. That means that the thing is really fake, and he doesn't care about other people knowing about it. It turns out it's really a fake. Yes, how precious is the road pass? How could it appear on the street stall? Thinking of this, the strong man also shook his head. Luckily, the boy got away that day, so I didn't have to spend tens of thousands of dollars on that fake. However, I contacted Wani online before, and he said that he seemed to have something that looked like a pass. In the end, this guy ended up in jail. The pass hidden in that batch of goods seems to have been collected by the people from the Demon Control Bureau. I don't know if we can get it back. I won't take the risk anyway. After all, we don't know whether Wang Yi's pass, which was taken back by the Monster Control Bureau along with the goods, is real or fake. Thinking about the purpose of coming to Shumen, the strong man couldn't help but shook his head. Zang Feng didn't know about these things. But Zang Feng could see that the strong man believed him. He deliberately said those things before just to make the strong man think that the pass was fake and give up his plans. So far, the plan seems to be successful. I have been on Blue Star for decades after all, and my acting skills are beyond the reach of ordinary middle school students. Zang Feng said this proudly in his heart. He continued to scan the stalls, then picked up a gray stone and asked the price. The strong man rubbed his hands when he saw this. Hey, it's not expensive, only 50,000. I think you look like a 50,000. Zang Feng glared at the burly man and replied. The latter smiled awkwardly. Let's discuss it later. No need to discuss it. Oh no, 5,000, 5,000. 50, sell it if you want, and add these too. Zang Feng picked up a small piece of wood and a tattered scroll. The sturdy man's eyes twitched when he saw his action. Are you guys buying the goods? You want to take 3 things from me for $50? No, the minimum is 15,000. $100, okay? 1,000, it can't be lower. Tisk, so stingy deal. Transfer the money. Zang Feng packed up his things and left. The sturdy man looked at his departing back and smiled. This kid is a bit stupid after all. I chose the 3 cheapest items I had. I made a profit of 500 yuan out of the 1,000 yuan. He put away his phone and smiled even more. The sturdy man even laughed and sighed. Me too, how could I doubt that such a foolish boy bought a Real pass? Alas, I've been thinking about it for so long. He couldn't help but shook his head as he spoke. On the other side, Zang Feng was also laughing wildly. Then Hanan thought I was at a loss? Haha, it's so funny, I'm making a lot of money, okay? He took out those things again while laughing. The tattered scroll is the recipe for the secret medicine of alienation, but the unclear contents inside are all ancient Chinese. Moreover, these ancient texts are written in a messy way, and even scholars who are proficient in ancient texts would find it difficult to understand the content. Of course, the sturdy man couldn't see it either. Zang Feng didn't understand it at this moment. But he wasn't panicking at all. Because the hint gave him new clues. Hint: the ancient scroll contains the recipe for the secret medicine for alienation. Although you can't understand it, your teacher Mu can. You can always trust Mulan. Let teacher Mu help me translate. It just so happens that she can also make potions and can help me analyze how to make the finished product. Zang Feng put away the ancient scroll and thought about it. After all, the secret medicine of alienation is a special kind of medicine. He has no experience in making medicine and has little experience in making it, so it is easy for something to go wrong. With the help of Mulan, a senior pharmacist, it would definitely be easier for him to make finished potions in the future. And these 2 things? These 2 are not cheap either. Zang Feng's eyes fell on other things. He just bought a stone. And a small piece of green wood. He also mentioned these 2 things. Hint: deep sea stone, a special stone condensed in the deep sea, can enhance the skills of the same sex when eaten by monsters. Hint: although the rotten Qingling wood block has little energy left, it can still enhance the skills of the same sex. These 2 things can enhance skills. The instructions are also very clear. The deep sea stone, as introduced, can strengthen the skills of the same sex and can enhance the ink spraying skill of the blood ring octopus. Deep sea stone is obviously water-based. The skill of inkjet meets the requirements. The rotten green spirit wood blocks can be given to flower spiders to strengthen their same-sex skill, sleeping pollen. After all, pollen comes from plants. This also perfectly matches the wood nature of Qingling wood. I don't know what the enhanced skills are like. I'll try it right after I get back. After putting his things away, Zang Feng continued shopping. However, there were no good things at other stalls, and as it was getting later, Zang Feng went back. When he arrived at his room, Zang Feng immediately released his 2 demons and took out 2 things. This thing can enhance skills. Try them all and see how they work. After hearing Zang Feng's words, the two demons ate the two things without hesitation. Meanwhile, new tips emerge. Hint: the blood ring octopus swallowed the deep sea stone. Tip: inkjet has been enhanced, and this skill has become a black ink ray with increased damage and range, and can be fired continuously. Hint: flower spiders eat shingling wood. Tip: sleeping pollen has been strengthened, and this skill has been changed to sleeping pollen wind, with the sleeping effect enhanced. My goodness, this is not an enhancement at all. This is clearly a skill evolution, right? The inkjet turned into a black ink ray, which was sprayed out like water from a water gun, thinner but faster and more powerful. The most important thing is that it can fire continuously like a machine gun to attack the same target. This wasn't possible with inkjet before. After all, the inkjet spray has a larger spray range, but the consumption is also greater and the power is quickly consumed. Previously, this skill could only be used for interference, but fortunately, after being strengthened, it can be used for both interference and powerful attacks. The changes in dormant pollen are even greater. Now it has become the sleeping pollen wind. When the flower spider starts moving, the small flowers on its head spin like a small fan, creating a small tornado. There is a lot of pollen in the wind. Because it is spread by the wind, the pollen spreads faster and flies faster, making it easier to hit the target. The most important thing is, because it is wind, even if the enemy is a raptor monster that can blow wind, it may not be able to offset it. After all, winds come in different strengths. If the opponent's raptor has too little wind, that will definitely be put to sleep. Tisk, these two are good stuff. It instantly increased the demon's combat power. I really made a profit today. After figuring out the changes in the two monsters' skills, Zang Feng happily took them back, feeling extremely happy. I still have to find Teacher Mu to solve the problem of the secret medicine for mutation tomorrow, so I'd better go to bed early today. Yes, and there is also the matter of Zhenlong. Is that dancing girl him? If not, could it be that he has a sister? TSK, I've never heard that guy mention her before. After washing up and lying on the bed, Zang Feng couldn't help but think of the stunning glimpse he had at the ancestral square today. No, I must ask tomorrow.